Oh, Severus, do not be anxious. He is the newly appointed professor of defense against the dark arts. Oh, for heaven's sake, if I catch him using a cauldron for hotpot at school again, I shall duel him. You are the worst class I have ever taught. But, Professor, is this not your first lesson? Ms. Granger, as the study monitor, you are to lead them in morning reading by the Black Lake each day. Mr. Potter, as the sports monitor, you shall take them for a run around the Black Lake after morning reading. The countdown to the O.W.L exams is 100 days. Let's burn our boats and strive for excellence in the O.W.L. Douglas Holmes, a Hufflepuff with an Eastern soul, returned to Hogwarts 3 years after graduation, bringing a fresh vigor to the school. Chapter 1. 20 years later, 3 years post-graduation. July 1992. England. Surrey countryside. The director's office at the orphanage was as cluttered as ever. His plump fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, producing a cheerful beat. Good, splendid. Doug, I knew you wouldn't stay here forever. The director's voice boomed, causing the window panes to vibrate. Though I am reluctant to see you go, this decision is indeed the right one. I am truly happy for you. Opposite him, Douglas Holmes rubbed his brow in exasperation. With his chestnut hair and deep green eyes, his gaze was filled with a mixture of bemusement and resignation. Director, can we discuss the matter of how to address you? I've said it countless times, please call me Douglas. While Doug is endearing, it does sound rather like calling a dog. The director nodded vigorously, his smile contorting into a tight grin. Very well, Doug it is. Douglas finally relinquished his struggle. A twinge of guilt, akin to ink diffusing in clear water, quietly spread within him. After all, he had only been there for 4 months, despite the promise of a full year. All right, you may call me whatever you prefer. His voice softened, carrying a hint of barely perceptible gratitude. Thank you for your understanding. Director, saying farewell to the children was more emotionally draining than he had anticipated. As he stepped out of the orphanage, the streets had already been bathed in the warm, orange glow of streetlights. The traffic flowed like luminous rivers, the cacophony enveloping him. Douglas did not linger. He turned into a narrow, residential alley. Here, the light was swallowed, and the air turned cold in an instant. His footsteps echoed in the confined passage. Solitary yet distinct, he scanned his surroundings warily, ensuring there were no prying eyes. A seemingly ordinary wooden stick slid from his sleeve into his palm. It was his wand, but he closed his eyes, meticulously delineating the coordinates of his destination in his mind. In the next moment, the air around him was abruptly compressed inward. The entire world twisted into a blur of colors. With a slight popping sound, he vanished from the alleyway. In the northwest corner of Surrey, there lay a small park. In a dim corner, the air trembled slightly. Douglas's figure materialized out of thin air, his feet resting upon the soft grass. He steadied himself and adjusted the slightly crumpled collar of his garment. This corner was ensorcelled with a soundproofing charm and a muggler-repelling spell. To muggles, it appeared merely as an unremarkable thicket, one that might instinctively prompt a desire to circumvent. Since obtaining his apparition license at the age of 17, he had grown accustomed to this legal form of high-speed travel. Emerging from the shadows, he seamlessly blended into the throng of park-goers. His home, a modest Muggle residence, the house bequeathed by his parents, was diligently safeguarded by an anti-apparition charm. He owed gratitude to the clandestine guidance of Wiki Tychros, his apparition instructor. No uninvited guest would ever locate this place. He was not fond of surprises. In the kitchen, he prepared a simple meal for himself. The sound of the iron pan clashing with the spatula, the sizzling of oil as it danced in the pan. These aromas of the Muggle world enveloped him in a sense of comfort. He relished the experience of crafting his own food, provided he was only tasked with a modest number of dishes. After dinner, he sat at his desk. Upon it lay 2 parchment letters. One was aged, the other pristine. He first reached for the old letter. The emblem on the envelope had faded, and the edges of the parchment were worn. The magic of time is more potent than any spell. His fingertips brushed the envelope, silently unlocking the gates of memory. 21 years. He had traversed this world for 21 years. At the age of 7, a jarring screech of brakes split his life in two. His awakened abilities shielded him during the accident, but did not save his parents. Due to his tender age, and with no close relatives, the community contemplated sending him to distant relatives. Yet, those individuals were unwilling to become his guardians or offer him shelter. Douglas understood all too well that, in England, a child without guardians would find it impossible to navigate through life. Ultimately, in a state of helplessness, he requested that the community send him to the George Orphanage, also located in Surrey. The house left to him by his parents was entrusted to his mother's cousin, the Evans couple, in Cockworth for safekeeping. It just so happened that she had a daughter married in Surrey, while another daughter attended a distant boarding school. Thus, every year, she would visit her eldest daughter in Surrey for a certain period. Conveniently, there was a place to stay, making it a perfect arrangement. Regrettably, when Douglas was 9, The Evans couple also tragically passed away due to an accident. He had initially intended to entrust the house to their eldest daughter, who also resided in Surrey. When his parents were still alive, they had attended each other's weddings. What was her name again? Penny, or perhaps Pelly, a cousin. However, when he called, as soon as he introduced himself, he was met with a barrage of insults. She accused him of being a harbinger of doom. Not only had he brought misfortune to his own parents, but he had also brought calamity to hers. Before she could finish, Douglas hung up the phone. From that moment on, he never contacted that cousin again. It was then that he understood how his so-called extraordinary abilities were perceived as ominous by others. Thus, he voluntarily requested to go to a welfare institution that he had once thought he was living a narrative of 30 years of fortune followed by 30 years of misfortune. Until an owl arrived, bearing the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, he realized that he was, in fact, holding the script of Harry Potter. The extraordinary abilities he took pride in were merely the magical talents inherent to every wizard. From being the chosen one, he suddenly found himself reduced to an ordinary young wizard under the supervision of the Ministry of Magic. Douglas chuckled at his own folly as he set down the old letter and picked up the second one. This letter was pristine and crisp, adorned with the splendid Hogwarts crest. He flicked the parchment between his fingers, hoping for a miracle to occur, perhaps regarding that system that was supposed to activate after graduation, yet remained silent too. This day, the parchment remained unresponsive. Dear Mr. Douglas Holmes, regarding your application for the position of defense against the dark arts professor, our school has passed the preliminary review. The FLA network will connect your residence to the office of the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts at 10 a.m. on July 5th. Connection duration, 5 minutes. Please arrive punctually for your interview. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It seems I must wait until I officially commence my duties for any possibility of activation. He mused, rubbing his temples as a headache began to set in. An interview. He was uncertain about his chances of success that, if memory served correctly, the defense against the dark arts professor in 1992 was that charlatan named Gilderoy Lockhart, who was all show and no substance. Douglas stroked his chin, his gaze wandering over the parchment. Perhaps I should gather evidence to send this best-selling author to Azkaban. The thought flitted through his mind, only to vanish just as swiftly. He resolved to attend the interview first. Should he fail, he would then contemplate how to deal with his competitors. As for altering the narrative, a knowing smile crept across his lips. Perhaps the esteemed professors of Hogwarts were equally curious to witness the trajectory of a world devoid of Douglas Holmes. On July 5th, at precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, Douglas, clad in formal attire, stood within his own fireplace. He grasped a briefcase in one hand while the other clutched a handful of shimmering Floo powder. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Professor McGonagall's office, he proclaimed, his voice clear and steady as he scattered the powder beneath his feet. In an instant, emerald flames erupted, enveloping him entirely. The sensation of spinning lasted but a fleeting moment before he emerged from a swirling mass of green fire, his heels barely steady. A voice, stern to the point of severity, assailed him immediately. Mr. Holmes, I believe it would be prudent for you to clean the soot from your attire. Douglas raised his gaze. Minerva McGonagall sat behind her desk, scrutinizing him through her square spectacles with a formidable glare. With a flick of his empty hand directed at himself, he uttered, clean and pristine. Instantly, the dust that had clung to him vanished without a trace. A barely perceptible softening appeared at the corners of Professor McGonagall's mouth. A commendable nonverbal spell, she remarked habitually. Were you still a Hufflepuff student, I would award your house 10 points. It is an honor to receive your praise once more, Professor, Douglas replied with a smile, retrieving a paper parcel bound with twine from his briefcase. I trust one am not late. He extended the parcel towards her. These are some new confections I have crafted. I thought you might. His words faltered midway as he noticed the sudden alertness in McGonagall's gaze. It was the kind of look one might wear upon encountering something perilously illicit. Douglas's smile froze upon his face. He quickly recalled something and hastened to clarify. Professor, I assure you, there is absolutely no trace of catnip. In these you may indulge with confidence. At the mention of catnip, McGonagall's expression darkened momentarily. Yet, the unnaturalness of her demeanor lasted no longer than half a second before her usual authority returned. She cast a glance at the modestly wrapped gift. This student, who both vexed her and compelled her to acknowledge his talent, always presented himself thus. Beneath his courteous exterior lay a penchant for mischief that was difficult to anticipate. Place it on the desk, she commanded imperiously. The headmaster is awaiting your arrival. She rose to her feet, escorting Douglas out of the office. At the end of the corridor stood an unsightly stone gargoyle, faithfully guarding the spiral staircase that led to the headmaster's office. Iced lemon juice. Professor McGonagall uttered the password to the statue. The statue promptly leapt aside, revealing the staircase behind it. Douglas followed closely behind, silently critiquing. After all these years, Dumbledore's taste remains so unpretentious and easily decipherable. Chapter 2. Astonishment. Snape rejected me for a meal of beef tripe. The stone creature laboriously shifted its form, revealing a spiraling staircase ascending behind it. Douglas stepped onto the stairs, allowing it to transport him smoothly to the summit. He pushed open the oak door of the headmaster's office, and a familiar scene enveloped him. The silver magical instruments exhaling wisps of smoke, the portraits of past headmasters, and the peculiar aroma mingling lemon sherbet and aged parchment filled the air. This place was nearly identical to when he attended school here. Time seemed to have frozen within this circular office. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, directing her gaze towards the imposing desk. Dumbledore was bent over a book, deeply engrossed, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only him and the printed words. Ahem. Professor McGonagall's voice rose slightly, tinged with a hint of urgency. Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Holmes has arrived. As her voice echoed, Dumbledore lifted his head languidly, as if surfacing from the depths of the ocean. Reluctantly, he closed the book, his fingertips gently caressing the cover. That glance. Douglas's gaze precisely captured the familiar design of the cover. His pupils dilated in sudden alarm. That book should never have existed in this world, let alone on Albus Dumbledore's desk. In the next moment, Dumbledore's gaze crossed the crescent-shaped spectacles, meeting Douglas's eyes in midair. His cerulean eyes sparkled with an all-seeing light. Yet at that moment, there seemed to be a trace of embarrassment mixed with the illumination, as if caught in a transgression. An order surged through Douglas's mind in an instant. An invisible barrier erupted at the edges of his thoughts, and the mental closure spell was already in effect. A layer of meticulously woven false memories descended like a curtain, swiftly concealing his genuine astonishment. This was a magic he had mastered in his third year. During that era, having recently endured the terrifying rule of the Dark Lord, Hogwarts would grant certain exceptionally gifted younger students preferential treatment in the instruction of advanced defensive charms. Dumbledore detected the fleeting stiffness on Douglas's face. He awkwardly cleared his throat, attempting to dispel the delicate tension. Ahem, Douglas, long time no see. This truly reminds me of the days we shared hotpot together, right here. Douglas instantly recognized his response had been somewhat excessive. He quickly plastered on a warm smile, as if the earlier shock had never transpired. Ah, Headmaster, it has indeed been a while. I too fondly reminisce about our hot pot gatherings. He echoed Dumbledore's sentiment, his tone imbued with heartfelt regret. Honestly, it's quite challenging to procure dragon blood tofu without side effects these days. Albus. Professor McGonagall cast a stern glance at the two, interrupting the conversation that was veering off course. I must attend to my duties. There are piles of new student letters awaiting my attention. She turned towards the door but could not resist glancing back, adding in a warning tone, I must remind you both once again, please do not. I mean absolutely do not. Cook hotpot in the headmaster's office with a crucible. Observing the two individuals huddled together, quietly discussing a recipe for sesame sauce. Professor McGonagall felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. It was only a few years prior that Severus Snape, the newly appointed head of Slytherin, had stumbled upon these two using a precious crucible to cook tripe. The expression on that young potion master's face was akin to witnessing a troll performing ballet. Professor Snape nearly submitted his resignation on the spot. From that day forth, despite Douglas Holmes achieving an impeccable score in potions during his examination, Professor Snape resolutely refused to allow him into his class. McGonagall sighed silently to herself. Had the school indeed employed Mr. Holmes, the tranquility Hogwarts had painstakingly regained over the past few years would likely be disrupted once more. As the door to the office closed gently, McGonagall's footsteps faded at the end of the staircase. Douglas retrieved a snack box identical to the one he had given to Professor McGonagall from his satchel. Professor, before the formal interview commences, please allow me to present you with this modest token of appreciation. He extended the box towards her, his face radiating the earnestness typical of a Hufflepuff. These are my homemade wife cakes, crafted from candied winter melon, wheat flour, and sesame, perfectly suited for a great wizard such as yourself who requires a sugar boost. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp, scornful voice echoed from a portrait on the wall. Bribery. This is outright bribery. A little Hufflepuff has gone astray. It was Phineas Nigellus Black, Hogwarts' least popular former headmaster. Dumbledore turned his head, offering a warm smile to the portrait. Oh, Phineas, please do not be so agitated. I believe this is merely a gesture of pure affection and admiration from a former student towards his esteemed headmaster. No sooner had he spoken than several other former headmasters' heads squeezed into the frame. They hastily extended their painted hands to cover Phineas's mouth. Douglas, please take a seat. Do not feel constrained. Dumbledore cheerfully winked at Douglas and then inquired, the usual? Without waiting for Douglas's response, a steaming cup of red tea and a plate of freshly cut fruits silently appeared on the small table beside him, summoned by a flick of his fingers. Douglas's gaze fell upon the plate of fruits, his expression revealing genuine surprise. The tea was nothing special. After graduating, He made it a point to send a portion of the finest tea leaves to the professors at Hogwarts, even to the likes of the unyielding Professor Snape. However, the fruits, bananas, mangoes, and a few lychees, were vibrant and fragrant, indicating they had been picked not long ago. In all of Hogwarts, the sole place capable of cultivating these non-native ordinary fruits is a small patch of land at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It was he who, years ago, led a group of like-minded Hufflepuffs to cultivate it. For this endeavor, he received considerable assistance from Professor Sprout, the head of their house. The ripe fruits provide sustenance for the professors, the student council president, and the prefects. The remainder becomes the most cherished dessert in the Hufflepuff common room. This matter even sparked a renowned incident known as the Hufflepuff Showdown against the other three houses. He believed that after leaving school, the orchard, which had absorbed countless drops of sweat, would gradually fall into disrepair due to neglect. Dumbledore caught the surprise and nostalgia on Douglas's face. He smiled, his tone tinged with a hint of sentimentality. We have always preserved that orchard. Naturally, it still bears the name of the Holmes orchard. I believe this name will endure through time. Hogwarts shall not forget any student who has contributed to its legacy. You may have graduated, but the fruit trees are still well cared for, with both professors and prefects showing great concern for the orchard. Dumbledore paused, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes. However, it is unfortunate that since your graduation, no new varieties of fruit have been introduced to the orchard. Douglas nodded, peeling a banana. The sweet fragrance of the fruit wafted through the air, reminiscent of tastes buried deep within his memories. He remarked casually, "It is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, yet difficult to revert from luxury to frugality." Dumbledore wholeheartedly agreed with a nod. He thought of his weekly ritual of savoring hot pot, feeling that this statement resonated profoundly. As he pondered, he picked up the book he had just closed, its cover now facing Douglas. "Douglas, you have done remarkably well these past years," Dumbledore said. "This banana-loving Hufflepuff is you, is it not?" A cough. A banana lodged itself in Douglas's throat just as he was about to respond, nearly leading him to a heroic demise in the pursuit of a career in defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. He pounded his chest a few times to regain composure. Looking up, he met the headmaster's jovial yet resolute gaze. The panic of having his secret unveiled lasted but a mere fraction of a second. Douglas shrugged, his expression swiftly returning to calm, even adorned with a hint of resigned amusement. "I never imagined you would discover this, Headmaster," he confessed candidly. "Indeed, that is my pseudonym. However, I must say, you are truly exceptional." Before he could finish, Dumbledore waved his wrist lightly. Several elegantly bound hardcover books flew off the shelves, landing neatly on the desk with a soft thud. Yet, they remained quite understated, despite your insistence in each book's frontispiece that this is merely a work of fantasy, unrelated to the real magical world. Yet, I can discern that you have traversed a considerable distance along the path of ancient magic and the construction of a future magical system. Dumbledore's fingers delicately grazed the cover of a book, its title embossed in gilded letters, The Culinary Wizard. For instance, this tome delineates the ranks of magic: beginner, intermediate, advanced, sorcerer, and archmage. He lifted his gaze to Douglas. "If my memory serves me correctly, when you authored this book, you had yet to complete your second year. Am I right?" "Oh, do not be anxious. I harbor no ulterior motives." His fingers glided to the next volume, The Full-Time Magician. This book further elaborates on the classifications of magic: fire, earth, lightning, summoning, and spatial magic. Finally, he paused at the Master of all professions, noting some intriguing concepts mentioned within: magical guilds, potions, and magical circles. "Wait, Professor." Douglas could no longer contain himself, his astonishment plainly visible. "If I recall correctly, the topics you just referenced have not appeared in any officially released version within the magical community. You even pay attention to novels from the Muggle world?" The moment the question left his lips, Douglas felt his heart leap to his throat. Upon realizing the stark poverty of this world's magical culture, a bold idea swiftly took root in his mind: to write a novel. In the second semester of his first year, he embarked on the arduous journey of writing. No computer, no typewriter, not to worry. With a quill and a touch of transfiguration, he could make ink dance across parchment, forming words. His creative pace was unfettered by technological constraints. As a Hufflepuff, he was fortunate. A recent graduate, Mr. Slane, an upperclassman from Hufflepuff, was an intern editor at the quietly esteemed Murtlap Publishing Company. Without hesitation, he extended a helping hand to this first-year student, simply because they shared the same house. Douglas did not disappoint him. Thus, the world was graced with the works Dumbledore had mentioned. However, to avoid provoking the fragile and sensitive nerves of the Ministry of Magic, he divided each book into two versions. The version released in the magical realm adhered strictly to the existing magical framework, while the Muggle version soared into the realm of imagination, infused with myriad elements from his past life. Otherwise, he would have likely found himself unjustly branded a traitor to the secrets of the magical world, destined for the legendary Azkaban of Hogwarts' fifth house. He believed he had executed his plans flawlessly. Yet, the century's most illustrious white wizard, Albus Dumbledore, had somehow procured the Muggle edition and developed a keen interest in its contents. This realization sent a shiver down Douglas's spine. Dumbledore exhibited no displeasure at being interrupted. In fact, he admired the other's caution and wariness. He certainly surmised what Douglas was apprehensive about. If such notions were to circulate within the realm of magic, the repercussions on the existing system of spells and the societal structure would be unfathomable. The wizarding world, in certain aspects, clings to tradition with alarming tenacity. A sly smile danced upon Dumbledore's face, as if Douglas had finally posed a pivotal question. By Merlin's beard, I must say, what a remarkable coincidence this is. He reclined against the back of his chair and began to recount his tale. Last year, a first-year student from a Muggle family approached me with one of your books, earnestly inquiring whether I was a great archmage. Dumbledore paused, seemingly relishing the memory of that moment. He peered at Douglas through his crescent-shaped glasses, his gaze imbued with a mischievous teasing. It was at that instant that I inadvertently took note of the book's author, the banana-loving bald fellow. Douglas mused internally, marveling at the astonishing interconnectedness of the world. Who would have thought that a young wizard from Hogwarts would seek out a magical novel published in the Muggle world? And who could have imagined that he would bring this very book to inquire of Dumbledore the same question? That query, "Are you a great archmage?" had been posed by him many years prior, right within this very office. Chapter 3, Merlin's Tattered Underpants. Headmaster, I have an unyielding enmity with evil. The teacup met the table with a crisp sound of ceramic clinking. Dumbledore's azure eyes shimmered behind his crescent lenses, their light gentle, yet seemingly capable of penetrating the soul. Whether in its Muggle form or its wizarding counterpart, the theories in your book are quite extraordinary. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the expansive office, echoing with clarity. It was evident that you did not speak without thought. Some of your spell concepts I privately experimented with, and surprisingly, they proved feasible. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his fingers interlaced atop the ancient peachwood desk. You mentioned 2 points in the wizarding version, that imagination is more important than magic, and that the essence of a spell is the inner transformation of the world. I wholeheartedly concur, he nodded, a hint of incredulity lacing his tone. I find it difficult to fathom how you grasped these profound truths of magic while still a child. Douglas's heart suddenly swelled with understanding. So that is it. Perhaps this is the true reason I find myself here, undergoing this exceptional interview. Just then, the gentle ambience of the office shifted dramatically. Dumbledore's words sliced through the air like an unheated scalpel, precise and direct. Therefore, I am quite curious. Douglas, why have you chosen to return to Hogwarts to teach? Or rather, why did you specifically select the position of defense against the dark arts? His gaze sharpened, transforming from admiration to scrutiny. From your student days to perusing your works, I find that the lectern in the spell class would suit your talents far better. Of course, Phileas has no intentions of retiring just yet, Dumbledore added. I still recall how Phileas extolled you on numerous occasions, remarking that you transformed a mere flickering light into a formidable defensive charm capable of effectively countering dark magic. Thus, my curiosity lingers. Why did you do it? Before he could complete his thought, Douglas felt the air in the office momentarily stagnate. Dumbledore's azure eyes rested silently upon his shoulder, imparting an intangible weight. Douglas feigned nonchalance, shrugging lightly as he reclined against the back of his chair, evading the sharpness of that gaze. In truth, the world outside is rife with turmoil, Professor. Interpersonal interactions are saturated with deceit and treachery. This holds true in both the Muggle realm and the magical world. One might even assert that the machinations within the magical domain are more lethal, which poses significant challenges to my writing. Douglas's tone carried a perfectly measured weariness, reminiscent of a weathered traveler. It evoked memories of his time at Hogwarts, a period marked by simplicity and beauty. Hogwarts resembled an ivory tower. He noticed Dumbledore's brow arch slightly, clearly unfamiliar with the contemporary usage of this Muggle term. Ah, it seems your knowledge of the Muggle world is not entirely comprehensive, Douglas remarked, taking the opportunity to clarify that the term ivory tower has acquired a new interpretation in the modern Muggle context, diverging from its biblical connotation. He opted for a more archaic expression. In my view, Hogwarts is a utopia within the tangible world, while it is not devoid of conflicts. The souls here remain relatively untainted. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, before presenting a more compelling rationale. Of course, there is one predominant reason. A faintly awkward smile emerged on Douglas's face. My writing has encountered a bottleneck. Dumbledore gently furrowed his brow, his gaze behind the lenses revealing inquiry. Professor, since you have perused that tome, the master of all professions, you would have noted that both the magical and Muggle versions of the book ceased publication 8 months ago. The stark reality is that the resources available to me are exceedingly scarce, with most deriving from the Muggle world. You are aware that I began writing novels in my first year because the Hogwarts library provided me with my initial and greatest support. He sighed, his expression growing increasingly resigned. Furthermore, the prolonged hiatus has incited considerable dissatisfaction among readers from both the Muggle and magical realms. I have heard that some extreme fans are conducting an exhaustive search to uncover my true identity. Upon hearing this explanation, the scrutinizing look in Dumbledore's eyes softened significantly, and he nodded in understanding. He chuckled lightly, a childlike mischief returning to his azure gaze. I comprehend. I wholeheartedly comprehend. I, too, have my share of fans who send me rather peculiar, sometimes even perilous items, simply because they wish to ascertain whether I am truly too old to move. Dumbledore playfully winked, his expression seemingly conveying, "Look, we all share the same troubles." However, this lightheartedness did not endure for long. He lifted his teacup once more, yet did not sip. Instead, he gently caressed the warm rim with his fingertips. The only sound in the office was the crackling of the flames in the fireplace. Then, a name was casually cast into the air, resonating heavily amidst the silence. "Douglas, I recall your amicable rapport with Professor Quirrell during your time at school, do I not?" Douglas's heart sank abruptly. Quirrell. The memories flooded back. He was the professor of Muggle studies, an exceptionally talented and charming wizard. As one of Hogwarts' finest graduates, Quirrell remained at the school to teach, and was even privately regarded as a formidable contender for the next head of Ravenclaw House. Initially, Douglas had pondered whether this Quirrell might indeed be the very same stuttering professor of defense against the dark arts from Harry's first year in the original narrative. Yet the figure before him, so different from the coward who languished under Voldemort's shadow, led him to dismiss it as mere coincidence. They shared a passion for travel, and both possessed remarkable character and intellect, which solidified their camaraderie during their school years. After graduation, they maintained correspondence via O.W.L for a time, until Quirrell announced over 2 years ago his intention to take a year off to explore the forests of Albania, after which their communication ceased entirely. Observing Dumbledore's current demeanor, a sense of foreboding stirred within Douglas. "Yes, Professor, you are aware that I come from a Muggle background, so I often found myself at an advantage in Quirrell's class," he replied cautiously. Dumbledore nodded, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the flickering light from the fire. The next question descended upon him like a chilling bolt of lightning. "Is this also the reason you applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor?" In an instant, Douglas's mind went blank. What connection could there possibly be between his application for the defense against the dark arts and Quirrell? As he gazed at Douglas's genuine astonishment and confusion, the sharpness in Dumbledore's eyes gradually softened. He sighed, as if recounting a weary tale from the past. The defense against the dark arts professor from the previous academic year was indeed Quirrell. And he what? Douglas exclaimed, rising abruptly from his chair. He had always assumed that the stuttering Quirrell, clad in a garlicky scarf, was merely a temporary hire plucked from some obscure corner by Dumbledore. Merlin's tattered trousers. How could he have been so oblivious to this? Perhaps it had been mentioned in the original text, but the last time he had read it was over 30 years ago, and those details had long since faded within the river of his memory. Yet now, such matters seemed inconsequential. What truly mattered was the underlying implication of Dumbledore's words. The old man was evidently harboring suspicions, pondering whether Douglas was an undercover agent dispatched by Voldemort. Given Dumbledore's notoriously suspicious nature, any hint of doubt could lead him to regard Douglas as just another obstacle in Harry Potter's path. What to do? What to do? I am anxiously waiting online. This wretched system, of all times, remains utterly silent at this critical moment. I came seeking a job to unlock the system, not to serve as a mere novice's experience package for the savior. In a flash, Douglas compelled himself to regain his composure. Fear would not resolve the issue. Only contemplation could. He swiftly organized his thoughts, lifted his head, and met Dumbledore's gaze directly. "Professor, the last time I communicated with Quirrell was over 2 years ago. He mentioned he would be vacationing in Albania for a year. Since then, we have had no contact whatsoever. I am completely unaware of when he returned to England or when he became the defense against the dark arts professor." He leaned forward, his tone imbued with just the right blend of astonishment and curiosity. "However, I have heard my editor mention that last year's defense against the dark arts professor was a man who wrapped himself in a garlic-scented scarf and spoke with great hesitation. That hardly seems to resemble the suave Quirrell I knew, does it? Professor, if possible, could you enlighten me on what transpired? And where is he now?" Douglas's gaze swept over the empty professor's desk, ultimately presenting the most straightforward inquiry that could absolve him of any suspicion. Could it be that this position truly carries a curse? This unexpected reversal caught Dumbledore somewhat off guard. Observing Douglas's sincere and puzzled expression, he felt a twinge of concern. What if he had misjudged the situation? This remarkably promising candidate might abandon the position due to the rumors of a curse. In such a case, he would need to embark on the arduous task of searching for a new professor. His heart felt weary. After a brief silence, Dumbledore gradually recounted the events concerning Professor Quirrell from the previous year. "Douglas, you must understand that the study of dark arts is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. It can insidiously erode and alter a person's mind. When mentioning the Dark Lord residing in Quirrell's mind, Dumbledore carefully observed Douglas's reaction. He keenly noted that at the moment the name was uttered, Douglas exhibited no trace of fear. His eyes remained clear, although his brow furrowed deeper. This eased the tension within Dumbledore just a fraction. Meanwhile, Douglas diligently played the role of a competent listener. He refrained from uttering exaggerated interjections, instead providing genuine reactions at each pivotal moment of Dumbledore's narrative. Upon hearing of Quirrell's experiences in Albania, he expressed sorrow. Upon learning of Voldemort's parasitic nature, disbelief was etched across his features. Upon hearing of Quirrell's various transgressions in his pursuit of the Sorcerer's Stone, his expression grew complex and heavy. He uttered few words, yet every subtle nuance in his demeanor conveyed to Dumbledore that his narrative had not fallen on deaf ears. As Dumbledore concluded his tale, an extended silence enveloped the office. Douglas bowed his head, lost in contemplation. No longer did he regard the story from the perspective of a Muggle reader. He was now deconstructing the entire event as a wizard, well-versed in the intricacies of magical theory. He discerned overlooked details and logical inconsistencies, some of which may have eluded even Dumbledore's consideration at the time. However, in that moment, Douglas hesitated. He was uncertain whether to speak, for doing so might cast him as an apologist for Quirrell. To put it more severely, he could likely be branded a sympathizer of Voldemort, becoming a target that the Order of the Phoenix would prioritize for elimination. Dumbledore seemed to perceive his inner turmoil, and his aged yet wise voice resonated once more. Mr. Holmes, he deliberately emphasized the surname. Is there a problem? Or do you have something to share? Douglas met those penetrating eyes that appeared to see through all. Taking a deep breath, he carefully formulated his words. Professor, the following remarks represent merely my logical deductions based on your account. They do not reflect my personal stance. Dumbledore popped a lemon sherbet into his mouth, nodding thoughtfully, a flicker of encouragement glinting in his eyes. This childlike gesture did not entirely assuage Douglas's wariness. Yet he recognized Dumbledore's goodwill. Thus, he slowly voiced the doubts that lingered in his mind. Chapter 4, Dumbledore's Workplace. Professor, do you truly believe such a feeble excuse suffices? Your voice resonated clearly in the hushed office of the headmaster. I distinctly recall that the third-year defense against the dark arts textbook made no mention of vampires being averse to such things. In fact, I once encountered one in Mexico who relished garlic as a snack. His words struck like precisely cast stones, creating ripples across the still waters of the room. Therefore, let us entertain a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Professor Quirrell is, in his own manner, signaling for help? A flicker of clear appreciation shone in Dumbledore's azure eyes, only to be followed by a gentle shake of his head, his silver beard swaying with emotion. The scent of garlic may merely be our conjecture. I believe it more likely stems from a potent potion. Douglas nodded decisively. Very well, you are the headmaster. Your word is final. He tempered his sharpness, donning an expression brimming with curiosity, leaning slightly forward, and in a tone almost akin to a whisper, he cautiously inquired. I am merely intrigued, headmaster, with your exceptional abilities. Are you capable of penetrating that thick scarf to discern what lies upon Quirrell's nape? He distinctly recalled that Dumbledore seemed able to see through Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. Wait a moment. An unbidden thought arose. If such a vision were indeed possible, it would imply that during faculty meetings, Dumbledore could simply glance back and behold the scene. How delightful that image would be. Dumbledore appeared to catch a whiff of that rather irreverent train of thought lingering in the air. Ahem. The old wizard discreetly coughed to mask the brief pause. I am pleased, Douglas, that you can boldly utter Voldemort's name rather than resorting to that euphemism. Furthermore, in certain specific and, I must say, exceedingly urgent circumstances, I am indeed capable of seeing through certain physical barriers. However, this ability must not be misused. He paused, his gaze behind the lenses becoming profound. Perhaps one ought to afford an elder a modicum of trust. In truth, under normal conditions, I have not detected any alarming anomalies beneath Professor Quirrell's scarf. Noticing Douglas's expression growing increasingly peculiar, Dumbledore swiftly redirected the conversation. Douglas's demeanor regained its seriousness as he nodded, his thoughts racing. This suggests that Voldemort can entirely conceal his form within Quirrell, rather than constantly manifesting at the back of his head. Otherwise, with your keen insight, he would have been discovered upon entering the castle. Furthermore, even disregarding Voldemort, based solely on Professor Quirrell's capabilities, should he truly desire to harm Harry Potter, he would not select the Quidditch pitch, in full view of the entire school, to employ a curse that necessitates sustained incantation, would he? That is arguably one of the most easily interrupted spells in wizard duels. At this juncture, Douglas nearly tangled his tongue. He was on the verge of exclaiming that, had he, with his extensive knowledge acquired from over 1,000 episodes of Detective Conan, taken action, he could devise 100 far more discreet accidents. Yet, such jesting was ill-timed. Across from him, the elder's gaze harbored a subtle scrutiny, as if questioning whether he was a new undercover agent sent by Voldemort. After all, The position of defense against the dark arts professor carries a rather dubious reputation. In recent years, it has been solely through Dumbledore's esteemed visage and formidable connections that this role has managed to persist. Aside from a certain brooding potions professor who had expressed interest, scarcely anyone would willingly leap into that inferno. After listening to Douglas's analysis, Dumbledore nodded slowly. Indeed, it does seem alarmingly rudimentary. According to your assessment, could this be interpreted as a form of warning from Professor Quirrell? With that, Dumbledore's gaze, filtered through his crescent-shaped glasses, gradually warmed. In truth, when Douglas fearlessly uttered Voldemort's name, Dumbledore had already formed his judgment. A true companion of Voldemort would, like others, treat that name with the utmost reverence. Those who fear the darkness merely flee from it, rather than choosing to stand in the light and confront its essence. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the old headmaster intends to observe this young man, who is discreetly evolving under a vest, right beneath his very nose. After all, the last prodigious student who enjoyed adopting disguises post-graduation was named Tom Riddle. Douglas felt a shiver run down his spine under the headmaster's gaze, especially upon recalling certain rumors regarding the headmaster's inclinations, which sent a wave of unease through him. Should he wait for the system to activate before concocting an excuse to flee? Dumbledore seemed to sense Douglas's momentary discomfort, pondering whether his conclusions had been drawn too hastily. After a brief contemplation, he deftly extracted a piece of parchment from a precarious pile of documents on his desk. With a flick of his wand, some of the inscriptions upon the parchment dissipated like mist, and he picked up a quill, dipping it into ink to commence revisions. By Merlin's beard, he remarked casually as he wrote, Douglas, I must inform you that my initial candidate for the position of defense against the dark arts professor was a rather renowned author. At this, Douglas's brow furrowed ever so slightly, confirming his suspicions. Dumbledore, noticing Douglas's micro-expression, chuckled softly and gestured toward a colorful box of sweets at the corner of the desk. If you find life somewhat bitter, I recommend you try a buzzing honey candy. You may savor its delightful flavor while I, an old man, regale you with a tale. Douglas acquiesced willingly, plucking a candy and placing it in his mouth, the subtle fizz and explosive sweetness cascading through his palate. Once he completed his revisions, Dumbledore set down the quill with satisfaction. He interlaced his fingers upon the table, leaning slightly forward to continue. Of course, I may have overestimated the influence of this aging visage. The individual politely declined my invitation upon receiving my letter. My original plan was to visit him personally to persuade him. Oh, thanks to Minerva's reminder. She mentioned a few months ago that you had submitted an application to Hogwarts for this very position. It suddenly struck me, why not invite another writer to take a shot at it? Although he has always operated under a pseudonym in the Muggle world. At this point, Dumbledore winked at him like a mischievous child. He gently pushed the revised parchment toward Douglas. This is the appointment letter for the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts, along with the associated responsibilities. You may peruse it at your leisure. Douglas's gaze fell upon the parchment, which stretched nearly 2 feet long, elegantly inscribed with densely packed terms. His finger ultimately rested upon a particular line, hereby appointing Mr. Douglas Holmes as the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, temporary. Douglas lifted his head, pointing at the conspicuous term, his eyes brimming with questions. Professor, what does this temporary mean? Dumbledore appeared to have anticipated the question, his expression betraying no surprise. Oh, quite evidently, it is taken at face value, Mr. Holmes. I trust you understand. While the authority to appoint and dismiss faculty rests with the headmaster, considering your youth, I assure you, I am not questioning your capabilities. If my memory serves me right, the last individual to be appointed a full professor at the age of 21 was Severus. However, at that time, Severus had already garnered recognized achievements in the field of potion making, and upon Professor Horace Slughorn's retirement, he was highly recommended to assume the position of head of Slytherin House. As for you, if I may be candid, aside from those anonymously penned bestsellers, the most notable entry on your resume is merely that comprehensive transcript from your graduation. Do not fret, Dumbledore said gently. This is merely a probationary period, which will also alleviate some, well, unnecessary murmurs from your colleagues. As long as you successfully navigate this academic year and gain the recognition of both students and other professors, the term temporary on this appointment letter will swiftly fade away. Douglas nearly rolled his eyes. What did he mean by unnecessary murmurs from colleagues? Aside from the one lurking in the dungeons, he could think of no one else in Hogwarts who would prefer not to see him in the faculty lounge. Only he possessed the capability and motive to trip him up with Dumbledore. Nevertheless, he understood the notion of a probationary period. Seeing Douglas nod in agreement, Dumbledore's eyes widened with a hint of surprise. He had even prepared a plethora of motivational platitudes intended for newcomers in the profession. After all, youth should possess a certain degree of youthful pride, especially considering that this particular individual had never been one to conform during his student days. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and, with a casual tone, posed one final inquiry. In fact, I have a somewhat unrefined suggestion. I could personally extend an invitation to that writer, allowing him to co-teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts class with you this academic year. I believe, as fellow writers, you would share much common ground. Of course, I must ultimately respect your wishes. The notion of competition for positions, the threat of elimination, a culture of ruthless ambition, a series of distant yet familiar phrases detonated in Douglas's mind like incantations. He could almost hear the fervent speeches of his past employers at motivational gatherings. To his astonishment, having escaped the grind of the 9 to 6, he found himself ensnared in the competitive dynamics of the magical realm. From east to west, from the Muggle world to the magical, the scythe of capital, though delayed, had indeed arrived. With this in mind, Douglas abruptly stood, chest held high, and proclaimed with a near oath-like fervor, "Rest assured, Headmaster, I firmly believe that I alone can effectively manage the entire Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum at Hogwarts." No sooner had the words left his lips than he seized the quill and swiftly inscribed his name at the end of the appointment letter. Humph! With that signature, there shall be no turning back. The moment the quill lifted from the parchment, the decision was irrevocable. A cold, mechanical yet remarkably melodious voice resonated deep within his mind. The scholar development system has been activated. Douglas exhaled a long, deep sigh, feeling every muscle in his body relax. Heaven knows how long he had awaited these words. The last time the system had activated, it had merely delivered a frigid prompt. Conditions for activating the scholar development system, officially employed in a teaching position at a school. Countdown, 2 years. As a quintessential transmigrator, he understood all too well what this voice signified. Although he had silently raged at the sky for 2 hours at that moment, a flicker of joy lingered deep within him. The experience of a transmigrator with a golden finger was entirely different from that of one without. Though it had come late, it was certainly better than never arriving at all. However, that 2-year, or rather, 2.5-year wait was somewhat irksome. Naturally, having lived in a magical world for a decade, he was also reminded of Arthur Weasley's adage, "Never trust anything that thinks for itself unless you can see where its brain is hiding." Initially, Douglas even contemplated employing a mental sealing spell to combat this enigmatic system. Had he not been born a Muggle, and thus lacking abundant resources on soul magic, he might have truly plunged into this forbidden realm for research. Ultimately, upon observing the daily countdown that echoed in his mind each morning, he chose to acquiesce. He first leveraged a slight advantage from his writing royalties to infiltrate a Muggle university in London. Regrettably, after a semester there, aside from garnering the favor of a physics professor who wished to cultivate him as a research assistant, the system remained unresponsive. "Dear Holmes, I wish to cultivate you as my research assistant." This very phrase sparked an epiphany in Douglas. Was it possible that the system's name was to be taken literally? Development could refer to cultivating oneself or nurturing others. Considering his prolonged disconnection from the academic circles of the Muggle world, he ultimately resolved to submit an application to Hogwarts. If that failed, he would return to the orphanage where he had grown up, convinced that Director George would not mind his lack of a teaching credential from the Muggle realm. Upon witnessing Douglas's expression of relief after signing, Dumbledore seemed to recall something. Behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, a glint of mischief danced in his azure eyes. He lifted his wand and gently pointed it into the air. A silver phoenix, formed purely of light, burst forth from the tip of his wand, elegantly spiraling around the office before dissolving into specks of starlight. At that moment, Fox, the phoenix perched in the corner, suddenly turned its head and let out a clear, high-pitched call directed at Douglas. Dumbledore chuckled and explained, "Fox is inquiring why you have not brought it a gift this time. In fact, since the last occasion, I have expressly forbidden the kitchen from providing you with that seasoning known as fox ashes. It appears that there exists a certain dependency on that substance, akin to the way Muggles indulge in smoking. Therefore, Professor Douglas, during your tenure at the school, I kindly ask that you refrain from offering it any peculiar edibles." In conclusion, Dumbledore even rubbed his temples, momentarily regretting whether admitting this restless individual into Hogwarts was indeed a prudent choice. Douglas recollected the incident that nearly prompted Fawkes to ascend to rebirth prematurely. The corners of his mouth curled into an involuntary smile, yet he solemnly assured, "Fear not, Headmaster, who decrees that one ceases to be youthful upon reaching 30. Although at that time, Douglas's soul was nearing the age of 40. Ingredients: fox's ashes. Recipe: core ingredients, by weight ratio cinnamon, cinnamomum verum 30 frankincense, boswellia sacra 25 myrrh, commiphora mira 25 benzoin, styrax benzoin 20 preparation steps. Pre-treating the ingredients. Remove the hard stems from the cinnamon and cut it into small segments. Crush the frankincense, myrrh, and benzoin resin into small pieces using a knife, maintaining a granular texture to avoid complete pulverization. Place each ingredient separately into a dry skillet, toasting on low heat for 30 seconds, without oil, to awaken the fragrance while eliminating trace moisture. This step simulates the preheating of flames, allowing the spices to resonate with fire in advance. Mixing and grinding. Once the ingredients have cooled, transfer them into a grinder or use a mortar and pestle, grinding them into a coarse powder. After achieving a uniform blend, store the mixture in a dark glass jar, sealing it tightly and placing it in a cool, dry location, avoiding direct sunlight. Culinary applications. Awaken the rebirth flavors of food with a sensation of warmth. The essence of this spice lies in its ability to evoke a smoky fragrance through high temperatures rather than direct seasoning, making it suitable for imparting a distinctive ambience to meats, root vegetables, or baked goods. For smoked meats, when grilling steaks or lamb chops, line the bottom of the oven with aluminum foil, sprinkling 12 tablespoons of fox's ashes before placing the meat on a rack. At high temperatures, the spice will gradually release smoke, allowing the meat's surface to absorb the sweet, woody, and resinous aroma, as if kissed by the flames of a phoenix. For high-temperature stir-frying, when sauté pumpkin or sweet potatoes, melt a small amount of butter in the skillet, then sprinkle half a teaspoon of the spice. Once the aroma bursts forth, approximately 10 seconds, add the ingredients and stir-fry. The sweetness of cinnamon and the richness of the resin will permeate the tender flesh, imparting a warm, caramelized essence. For baking seasoning, while preparing whole grain bread or nut cookies, incorporate 1 teaspoon of the spice powder, sifted to remove coarse particles, into the dough. During baking, the oven will fill with an aroma reminiscent of spices burning in a hearth, and the finished product will possess an ethereal sweetness, perfect for pairing with hot tea. Ritualistic dipping sauce. Combine spices with Greek yogurt and honey in a ratio of 1:5:2 to create a delightful dip. The coolness of the yogurt tempers the heat of the spices, while the sweetness of the honey harmonizes with the rebirth of fragrant notes, making it an exquisite accompaniment to roasted vegetables or flatbreads, akin to sustenance emerging from ashes. Fox's method involves savoring a small sip, igniting the flames within, exhaling smoke rings, and inhaling through the 2 nostrils, bringing the aroma to the olfactory bulbs. Chapter 5. There are too few classes, more must be added. Shortly after the Guardian Phoenix departed from the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's azure eyes sparkled behind the crescent-shaped lenses, a smile nearly escaping his lips. Douglas, I believe you may now seek out Minerva, he cheerfully remarked. If we linger any longer, she might genuinely think we are hosting a hot pot in the office. Douglas's gaze swept the room, taking in the whirling silverware and the portraits of past headmasters, yet notably absent was the cauldron reputedly used for hot pot at Hogwarts. Dumbledore caught his glance and shrugged knowingly, casting a look that seemed to share an unspoken secret. You know, Severus frequents my office. I certainly do not wish to challenge the nerves of a potions master with an office reeking of spicy broth. With that, he playfully winked towards the direction of the dungeons, and Douglas understood completely. Upon re-entering Professor McGonagall's office, he was met with an air of meticulousness. On the desk, the treat he had brought was already unwrapped, the delicate packaging neatly folded aside. Professor McGonagall was engrossed in reviewing a document, her rectangular glasses reflecting the flickering candlelight. Without raising her head, she remarked, "It tastes delightful. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Albus has already communicated with me via Patronus," she continued. At this point, she finally set down the parchment, lifting her gaze. To his surprise, her usually stern visage revealed a hint of genuine warmth, softening the lines around her eyes. "Welcome aboard, Professor Holmes. I believe Pomona will be thrilled to hear this news, and will surely water her precious herbs with extra care." Pomona Sprout, the herbology teacher at Hogwarts and head of Hufflepuff House. Douglas returned her smile politely, adopting a humble demeanor. "Currently, it is only a temporary appointment. I will still require your guidance and assistance." "Of course, that is not an issue," McGonagall readily nodded, sliding a scroll of parchment towards him. "However, you must first take a look at this." Her tone was resolute, carrying an air of finality. "The school is currently only missing a professor for this position. The schedules for the other classes have already been arranged. Thus, your course timings have also been largely determined." She paused, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. "Of course, if you find yourself genuinely occupied, you may ask Severus to cover your class. I believe he would be most willing." Douglas, with a beaming smile, accepted the parchment exuding the fragrance of ink. In an instant, however, his grin seemed to be petrified by a spell. Starting from the corners of his mouth, it gradually stiffened, cracked, and ultimately solidified into a peculiar expression. "This entire syllabus is mine." His voice was somewhat dry. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, her expression seemingly conveying, "What else could it be? Of course. Oh, I almost forgot. You must have only seen the student version of the syllabus before." She leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, observing him with a leisurely demeanor. "The life of professors is not as easy as you might imagine." A sudden pang of regret pierced through Douglas. He lamented not having agreed with Dumbledore earlier to allow 2 professors to jointly teach this cursed course. Yet, the hint of "you can't do it" in Professor McGonagall's tone ignited his inherent competitiveness. He felt underestimated. "Oh, Merlin's beard." Douglas instantly retracted his frozen expression, replacing it with one of heartfelt dismay. Look at this syllabus. I mean, we have so few classes. Professor McGonagall. Her face was etched with disbelief, as if questioning whether she had misheard a single word. Douglas, fully engaged, pointed emphatically at the tightly packed schedule of defense against the dark arts classes and commenced his impromptu discourse. Professor, you see, our classes are primarily scheduled between 8:30 in the morning and 4:45 in the afternoon. The astronomy class is an exception, scheduled for 11 at night. In between, there is a plethora of wasted time. He grew increasingly animated, as if he were the headmaster of Hogwarts. I felt this when I was a student. We could easily incorporate morning study sessions, from 6 to 7:30, to memorize subjects like history of magic that require rote learning. In the evenings, the time after dinner cannot be squandered. We could. Listening to his impassioned discourse, Professor McGonagall initially found some merit in his arguments. Yet gradually, her gaze morphed into one of peculiar scrutiny, as if she were observing a student she had never known. Mr. Holmes, she interrupted, if I recall correctly, you did not exhibit such diligence during your own schooling. Merely in my transfiguration class, you were late no less than 10 times. Ahem, Douglas quickly cleared his throat. Professor, I believe I have explained that before. Professor McGonagall's eyebrows arched even higher. Indeed, I remember. You were always preoccupied with concocting new recipes in the kitchens, tending to the fruit trees outside the Forbidden Forest. And oh, right, even cultivating a small vegetable garden. Her gaze sharpened, as if piercing through time. I nearly forgot. You also cast spells on several ladies from Ravenclaw over a few fruits, which ultimately sparked, a scuffle among the 4 houses. Douglas shrugged nonchalantly. Professor, you know as well as I do. Although I was punished with detention for that, to this day, I still do not believe I was in the wrong. 7 years ago, memories unfurl like a canvas awakened by enchantment in his mind. It was during Douglas's 3rd year, when he, with the assistance of Hagrid, cultivated a modest orchard on the fringes of the Forbidden Forest. He tended to it with the devotion of a parent, rising early and laboring late to inspect, fertilize, and chant growth incantations. That afternoon, he hurried there right after class, only to encounter a group of girls clad in Ravenclaw robes, frolicking amidst his orchard. Had they merely plucked a few fruits to savor, he might have seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation. However, the scene before him was one of utter devastation. Broken branches lay strewn about, alongside many half-eaten, immature fruits discarded carelessly. One tall girl spotted him and, with a smile, remarked, "Your apples and bananas are far inferior to those served in the school hall." Perhaps their intentions were not malicious. They were simply sheltered girls, oblivious to the struggles of the world beyond their ivory tower. Yet, in that moment, Douglas's fury ignited completely. This was the orchard into which he had poured countless hours of effort. He pointed at a green apple on the ground, his voice as frigid as ice. I once believed Ravenclaw represented wisdom. It seems, instead, it is merely a band of talking monkeys. Of course, they were not monkeys. They were witches wielding wands. The light of spells flared up instantaneously. But Douglas was no ordinary foe. He navigated through the intertwining incantations, his wand swirling like a windmill. With a few crisp incantations of disarm, the girl's wands soared into his grasp. He employed no other spells, merely transfiguring the broken branches into sturdy ropes. Subsequently, he bound the girls securely to wooden posts outside the orchard. The magical world is not vast, and Hogwarts is even smaller. Who does not have a few friends or a romantic partner? The outcome of that skirmish was as follows. Gryffindor, 3 sent to the hospital wing, Ravenclaw, 9 sent to the hospital wing, Slytherin, 5 sent to the hospital wing, Hufflepuff, none. The repercussions of that battle resulted in Douglas receiving a week of labor in the orchard, courtesy of the smiling Professor Sprout. Meanwhile, the heads of the other 3 houses, with grim expressions, punished all participants by forbidding them from using magic for an entire term, compelling them to care for the fruit trees. What left the heads of houses exasperated was Douglas's subsequent proposal to provide fresh fruit to the entire faculty and house leaders free of charge, designating his orchard as the site for the laborious punishment of errant students. Mr. Holmes, Professor McGonagall's voice drew Douglas back from his reverie. I have no authority to interfere with the teaching methods of other professors, but your schedule has been set. Her tone allowed for no negotiation. The connection time for the Flu network was nearing, and if you did not intend to endure several hours on the night bus, it would be best to return through the fireplace now. The distance from the northern highlands of Scotland to Surrey, London, is not insignificant. I fear that even Dumbledore, without exerting his utmost effort, would scarcely opt to traverse such a considerable distance using a mere disillusionment charm. When Douglas re-emerged from the fireplace, the familiar decor of home greeted him. It had been tidied up. With a flick of his wand, he shook off the soot that clung to him. He then hurried towards the basement, a space he had meticulously arranged for his magical experiments. He sank into a single armchair, finding the most comfortable position. Subsequently, he softly called out in his mind, "System? Academic Excellence Development System?" A wave of inexplicable, adolescent embarrassment washed over him. In the next moment, lines of ethereal blue text materialized before his eyes, as if projected. Academic Excellence Development System. After each class, rewards will be allocated based on student satisfaction, homework completion, and class participation. Student satisfaction. Above 9 points, rewarded 20 points for every 10 classes. 69 points, rewarded 10 points for every 10 classes. Below 6 points, rewarded 5 points for every 10 classes. Overall teacher quality monthly rating, 0 points, no rewards. Monthly rating above 9 points, rewarded 1,000 points. Monthly rating of 69 points, rewarded 500 points. Monthly rating below 6 points, deducted 300 points. Academic Year Examination Results Assessment. Excellent. 0 students, no rewards. Excellent. Each student rewarded 1,000 points. Pass. 0 students, no rewards. Pass. Each student rewarded 500 points. Fail. 0 students, no rewards. Fail. Each student deducted 300 points. Upon accumulating 10,000 points, the system marketplace will be unlocked. Douglas remained engulfed in the overwhelming complexity of this information, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. Suddenly, a line of blood-red text, pulsating ominously, seared itself into his consciousness. Warning: host afflicted by an unknown curse, set to manifest in 1 year, can be eliminated by consuming 10,000 points. A curse costing 10,000 points? He abruptly straightened his posture. Grasping the course schedule provided by Professor McGonagall, his brain raced with calculations. An academic year comprises approximately 190 teaching days, averaging 7 classes per day, totaling 330 classes. Even if he dedicated himself wholeheartedly, ensuring that every class and every assessment surpassed 9 points, he would barely accumulate 660 points over the year. The significant portion rested in the monthly ratings and annual examinations. However, the 2 glaring deduction items loomed over him like monstrous beasts with gaping maws, glaring hungrily. This system was not designed to assist him. It was clearly intended to ensnare him. Chapter 6. The Urgent Owl and the Forgotten Crisis. The August breeze, laden with a sticky heat, swept into Douglas's study. He had remained confined within this muggle sanctuary for a full month without stepping outside. A stack of sealed letters lay atop the corner of the table, addressed to several old friends scattered across the globe. He possessed no owl of his own. This was part of his early design, to extricate himself from the magical realm as thoroughly as possible, living like a true muggle. Tap, tap, tap. The window was crisply rapped upon by a haughty owl, perched on the sill with its head cocked, staring at him. It was the exclusive messenger owl of Mr. Slane from the Quietus Publishing, his editor in the magical world. Douglas sighed, opened the window, and unclipped the letter from its leg. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Slane. He addressed the owl, for without you, I would surely have severed all ties with that world. The owl let out a proud huff, as if to say, at least you recognize my worth, before flapping its wings and vanishing into the night. He unfurled the letter, which bore Mr. Slane's ornate script, a final ultimatum urging him to submit his work by the end of the month. Douglas tossed the letter onto the table, his gaze drifting back to the fruits of his labor over the past month. Thick sheaves of parchment were meticulously arranged, containing his summaries of nearly 5 years of curriculum and examination content. He felt fortunate that the vast population of the magical world, along with the examiner's seemingly eternal lifespans, rendered the examination material as stable as bedrock. Most of the questions were utterly uninspired. In another lesson plan, the textbook content was distinctly divided into practical and theoretical sections. The professors at Hogwarts had the liberty to choose their own materials. However, he had no intention of doing so. He picked up the tome Dark Magic, a guide to self-defense, authored by Quentin Trelawney, its pages yellowed and imbued with the scent of aged paper and ink. Classics are not always the best, yet in the slowly evolving magical realm, they signify the most reliable choice. He was no Gilderoy Lockhart, that self-absorbed charlatan who had students purchase complete sets of his autographed works. Speaking of Lockhart, Douglas felt as though he had overlooked some crucial detail. This sensation was akin to a slender fishbone lodged in his throat, neither here nor there. He rubbed his brow, attempting to suppress the disquiet. The wall clock ticked languidly toward 1 in the morning. Douglas stretched, his joints cracking in a series of crisp pops. He moved to the window. The night sky was immaculate, a slender crescent moon hung like a silver sickle against the inky velvet. The moonlight was like a hook. Just as he contemplated a poetic reflection, a faint roar of an engine, unmistakably foreign to the muggle world, pierced his ears. His musings were abruptly stifled. The silhouette of a vehicle glided in the moonlight, its headlights flickering through the clouds. Observing its trajectory, he realized it was not far from him. A scene, long forgotten in the recesses of memory, suddenly crystallized. Douglas gently pressed his fingertips to his temple, his lips moving soundlessly. His vision narrowed. The world before him surged forward. Distant landscapes drawn near by an invisible hand. He resembled a powerful telescope, clearly perceiving the occupants of the Ford car. Indeed, there were 4 individuals inside, 3 of whom sported hair as fiery as flames. The twins, even from such a distance, he recognized as George and Fred, whom he had encountered years ago at the Burrow. The other red-haired lad was undoubtedly their youngest brother, Ron, who had once been a snot-nosed little boy. Most crucially, there was the dark-haired boy wearing round spectacles. A familiar name sprang to mind, Harry Potter? His voice was barely a whisper, tinged with uncertainty. Before he could scrutinize further, the flying car plunged into thick clouds, vanishing from sight. Douglas furrowed his brow, dispelling the spell and rubbing his somewhat swollen eyes. If memory served, this was the classic scene of the Weasleys' audacious dash to rescue Harry from the Dursleys. He approached the map, marking a circle based on the direction of the car's flight and the approximate location of the Burrow. Could it be that Harry Potter resided so near to me? Douglas strained to recall whether he had ever brushed shoulders with the boy who had narrowly escaped peril during his routine errands. Nonetheless, Arthur Weasley was undeniably a genius in magical modifications. A smile crept onto Douglas's lips. Perhaps I should procure a vehicle and seek his assistance. This thought transported him back 5 years. At that time, he had developed a close rapport with Bill Weasley, the finest graduate of their year, and had even been invited to the Burrow for Christmas. There, he had first encountered the Weasley children, the exuberant twins, the bashful Ron, and the even younger Ginny. Of course, there was also Charlie, who had already been his friend at school. During that week at the Burrow, Mr. Weasley had been like a curious child, inundating him with countless inquiries about the Muggle world. When Douglas inadvertently revealed some of his Muggle-inspired ideas for car modifications, Arthur's eyes had sparkled like 2 golden galleons. It was then that he realized transforming a Muggle object into a magical one was far from a mere incantation. It required profound knowledge of alchemy as its foundation. Regrettably, Hogwarts alchemy classes had been suspended for far too long due to the turmoil of those years. The library housed only a few dust-laden ancient tomes and an elective course that had garnered no interest. However, judging by Arthur's reaction, although the Weasley family may not possess abundant galleons, as one of the Sacred 28, they undoubtedly held an unspoken legacy and heritage. Douglas felt no envy towards this whatsoever. Truly. Wait, Ginny Weasley. The fishbone lodged in his throat had finally been dislodged. A chilling chain of words instantaneously formed in his mind. Ginny, diary, chamber of secrets, basilisk. Time had elapsed far too long. He had nearly forgotten this matter. Leaning against the wall, Douglas wore an expression that was a blend of amusement and disbelief. He reminisced about his first year, when he had scoured the castle like a treasure hunter in search of Slytherin's chamber of secrets. Remarkably, he succeeded. He discovered Moaning Myrtle's weeping restroom and the faucet adorned with a carving of a small serpent, eternally dry. At that time, he even mimicked the peculiar hissing sounds from a Muggle film he had once seen, attempting to unveil the entrance. Alas, the only result was the ridicule of Myrtle. Nothing else transpired. Indeed, Muggle films are hardly trustworthy. Douglas stroked his chin, feeling a wave of embarrassment over his past childish antics. If memory serves, there should be a page in some tome titled Hogwarts, a history in the library, detailing the chamber. He paused, his expression growing even more peculiar. He had annotated the location of the chamber and the surprises within using Pinion. He had even carved a message beside that faucet. Welcome home, Mr. Voldemort. Now, he found himself wishing he could erase that memory from his younger self. Engaging in such juvenile behavior with a mature soul felt like a public execution. He wondered if Tom Riddle would be startled by my prophetic words. He chuckled at the thought, albeit self-deprecatingly. However, such musings were not his immediate concern. When the sky falls, there are taller, whiter-bearded figures to bear it. His pressing matter was to prepare for his meeting with Mr. Slane at the end of the month. The pressure to submit his manuscript was indeed a torment. It was late August in London. Douglas stood on Charing Cross, clutching a stack of pages sufficient to compile a book. Nestled between a bookstore and a record shop was a dilapidated, unremarkable pub called the Shattered Cauldron. He pushed open the door, and a familiar scent of aged beer mingled with dust engulfed him. The pub remained as dim and austere as ever, with only the bar and a few tables in shadowy corners hinting at any patronage. Behind the bar, a grimy poster advertised pig's head as a bar snack. That was his creation. For a secret too delicate to disclose, he had personally designed the poster and shared the exclusive recipe for the dish. "Oh, who do we have here?" exclaimed Tom, the wrinkled pub owner, his eyes lighting up as he revealed a nearly toothless grin. "Mr. Holmes, my esteemed patron. It has been quite a while." "Old Tom," Douglas replied with a smile as he approached. "Your eyesight remains as sharp as ever." "Indeed." Tom wiped a greasy mug, lowering his voice. "Care for a butterbeer? It's on me, to celebrate your recent appointment." "Ahem." Douglas gently cleared his throat, interrupting him. He glanced at the nearby wizards who were now all ears and signaled discreetly. "Thank you for your kind offer, Tom. However, I have pressing matters to attend to in Diagon Alley. I shall return shortly to chat." Of course. Old Tom immediately understood. shrugging his shoulders and refraining from further chatter. He could surmise who Mr. Holmes had come to seek. After all, that recipe for pig's head was not given freely. It was a form of hush money. As the guardian of Diagon Alley, he was acutely aware of what should and should not be divulged. Douglas made his way through the pub and ventured into the small courtyard at the back. The courtyard was cluttered with trash bins and empty barrels. He withdrew his wand. Using the bins as a point of reference, counted up 3 bricks, and then 2 bricks across. He needed to count because he seldom visited this place. The tip of his wand gently tapped the bricks thrice. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, the brick wall began to writhe and twist. An arched doorway slowly opened amidst the tumbling stones. On the other side, a cacophony of voices, a dazzling array of goods, and vibrant magical lights surged forth. A long street paved with cobblestones and flanked by an assortment of peculiar shops unfolded before him. Douglas stood in the shadow of the doorway, inhaling deeply. The air was thick with the scent of magic. The magical world, he murmured, it has been a long time. Chapter 7. Me, the author, Fund Me. Murmur Publishing. 18. South Diagon Alley. Its faade was unremarkable, lost among the myriad of magical shops. With only the ever-turning pages of fantastic beasts, and where to find them in the window hinting at its identity. Newt Scamander, a distinguished Hufflepuff. This was Douglas's destination. Yet his feet led him astray. He first needed to visit Gringotts. The wizarding bank operated by goblins, its pristine white structure loomed like an arrogant giant. Surveying the entirety of Diagon Alley, fragments of memory suggested that the goblins' claims of absolute security felt more like a well-packaged jest. However, one cannot simply stuff galleons under their bed, as that would invite a more troublesome creature. His royalties were consistently transferred from Slyne's account directly into his personal vault at Gringotts. Unfortunately, the path to the bank was destined to be fraught with obstacles today. The back-to-school rush transformed the already narrow cobblestone street of Diagon Alley into a boiling cauldron. Everyone was like a bean swirling in the soup, pushing and jostling Douglas forward. This uncontrollable tide momentarily transported him back to many years ago, when Professor McGonagall had similarly guided him through the doorway to a new world. Douglas. A familiar call pierced through the fog of his memories like a needle. He snapped back to reality, realizing he had been pushed to the entrance of Murmur Publishing. Senior Slyne was straining to part the human wall, his familiar face adorned with a mixture of genuine and exaggerated ire. Oh, Merlin S. Beard. Douglas. I thought you had been snatched away by a Norwegian ridgeback to make a nest. Slyne clamped his arm around Douglas's neck with enough force that he nearly believed the other intended to demonstrate an illegal and nimigus transformation. You come to Diagon Alley and don't seek me out first. Tell me, where are you sneaking off to? Douglas could sense the concern woven into his senior's words, albeit expressed with a certain fervor. This fellow editor, also hailing from Hufflepuff, was one of the few friends he had in the magical realm, and they had collaborated for a decade. However, this junior had completely unleashed himself after his years of diligent study at Hogwarts. He fancifully termed it gathering inspiration. The owl sent by Slyne often returned from Egypt, exhausted and frothing at the mouth, or became lost in the distant east. On one ludicrous occasion, it was nearly detained as an unidentified flying object by some Muggle federal agency in North America. Locating him was more challenging than capturing a Niffler. Coughing lightly, Douglas rolled his eyes exaggeratedly, quickly patting Slyne's arm and forcing a radiant smile onto his face. Senior, it has been ages. You look splendid, glowing with joy, surely. There must be a momentous occasion in your life. He deftly shifted the topic, his tone imbued with sincere flattery. I was just about to visit Gringotts to withdraw some galleons. Allow me to treat you to a lavish feast. Let us celebrate in style. Slyne scrutinized him thoroughly, his gaze reminiscent of a thorough examination of a long-lost hippogriff, and finally snorted dismissively. A lavish feast? The leaky cauldron or the 3 broomsticks? He released his grip, but kept an arm draped over Douglas's shoulder to prevent his escape. What grand meal could possibly compare to the culinary prowess of someone like you, who possesses a private stove in the Hogwarts kitchen? There was a hint of nostalgia in Slyne's tone. The last time I savored your cooking was back at your graduation, wasn't it? A decade has passed, Douglas. 10 whole years. His expression shifted, a frown creeping onto his face. And as for joyous news, I have just been accosted by one of your fervent admirers via a howler. The volume was nearly enough to rupture my eardrums. Seizing the opportunity, Douglas extricated himself from Slyne's grasp and seemingly conjured 2 items from his satchel. One was a hefty manuscript meticulously wrapped in brown paper, and the other was a small delicacy exuding the aroma of butter. I've told you countless times, the fan letters can be stacked in an empty room, Douglas said, handing over the treat with an easy demeanor. Take your time with them. Who knows, there might be some rare magical materials inside, like venomous fangs or hair. That could enhance my experiments. Slyne accepted the delicacy, biting into it with a feigned annoyance, yet the furrow in his brow began to ease. Speaking of Hogwarts, I have some splendid news to share. I succeeded. Hold your good news. Slyne interrupted, snatching the manuscript from Douglas's hands without even glancing at the cover. He tucked the manuscript and the delicacy under his arm, his expression turning serious as he patted Douglas's shoulder. I now have some distressing news. One that directly concerns you and our company. Douglas's brow furrowed slightly. Having long drifted outside the confines of the British magical community, what could possibly relate to him? Gilderoy Lockhart. Do you remember that name? Slane lowered his voice. Yes, the one who pinned Gaddying with ghouls and magical me. The very person I mentioned to you. The name penetrated Douglas's ears, leaving behind an echo akin to fingernails scraping against a chalkboard. Of course, he remembered. He had usurped the professor's position, despite the fact that the two had never met. Dumbledore had explained that Lockhart had voluntarily declined beforehand. Yet, such matters were invariably delicate. What is it? Douglas inquired, sidestepping a small wizard careening forward with a unicycle. What is it? Slane's expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. Oh, Merlin's beard. My dear Mr. Holmes. You really ought to read the Daily Prophet more often. His face contorted with disdain, as though he were gazing upon a primitive emerging from a cave. Lockhart, our old adversary, the Rumahart Publishing Company, has elevated him to the status of a celestial body. Today, at Leaky Bookstore, he held a grand fan meeting. Slane's words sped up, nearly spewing saliva in his excitement. The most crucial part is that he publicly unveiled a letter signed by Dumbledore himself, an invitation for him to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, Douglas initially thought it was a momentous event. He simply replied, "Do not fret. Dear Slane." He gestured toward the brown paper bag cradled in Slane's arms. "What I have for you is the latest volume of Master of All Professions, and it is an exclusive premiere for the magical world. I have yet to commence with the Muggle edition." Slane's complaints abruptly ceased. His attention was entirely captivated by the latter part of Douglas's statement, or rather, by the hefty bag he held. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his breath momentarily halted. The next moment, an expression of near ecstasy erupted on his face as he slapped Douglas's shoulder with fervor. "Splendid. Young man, there could be no better news." His voice trembled with excitement. But he quickly cast a wary glance at the bustling crowd surrounding them. "Of course, if you were willing to publicly reveal your authorial identity, that would be even more splendid." He clutched the manuscript tighter, as if safeguarding a dragon's egg. Leaning closer to Douglas, he whispered breathlessly, "I must hurry back. No, I must rush back to review the manuscript. Yes, review it. Then immediately arrange for promotion and printing. The last volume was released last year. And now it's perfect timing to show that Lockhart fellow who the true king of bestsellers is." A glimmer of gold galleons and vengeance sparked in Slane's eyes. "This might even reignite the sales of all my previous books." Without further ado, he turned and squeezed into the throng, like an agile eel, fervently making his way toward the Rumahart Publishing Company. Douglas watched his frantic retreating figure and shrugged helplessly. This fellow, constantly urging for manuscripts, was likely just eager to indulge himself first. After all, the printing efficiency in the magical world left much to be desired. As an author who had penned 3 series over 10 years, each consisting of nearly 20 volumes, he had already become astonishingly prolific. With Slane's incessant chatter absent, the world was instantaneously tranquil. Douglas swiftly arrived at Gringotts. Before the towering, snow-white edifice stood goblins clad in crimson and gold uniforms. Their gazes were sharp and their lips curled in disdain, as if every wizard entering the bank owed them a substantial fortune. Douglas felt a sense of relief when the guiding goblin refrained from bellowing, "Welcome, male guest. Please proceed inside." Such a greeting would have made him feel as though he had entered a Muggle bathhouse rather than a bank. The goblin escorted him into the grand marble hall, where the air was imbued with the metallic chill and the scent of ancient contracts. Despite the throngs of customers, the goblin demonstrated remarkable discernment, leading him directly to a counter devoid of cues. The identity verification process was straightforward and efficient. A magically infused seal was gently stamped upon the parchment. Soon, another goblin arrived, maneuvering a creaky little cart, taking him deeper underground. After traversing a labyrinthine network of tunnels, they halted before a modest bank vault. Within lay all of Douglas's assets in the magical realm. There were no heaps of magical artifacts, no rare alchemical materials, nor legendary family heirlooms. Only money. A golden mound of galleons languidly piled, amounting to over 400,000 coins. This represented nearly a decade of his relentless toil. While this sum might seem trifling compared to the vast treasures of ancient pure-blood families, to Douglas, it was more than sufficient. He was left with nothing but money. Of course, this sum was not static. Each month, a royalty payment would quietly transfer into the vault of the Mermere Publishing Company, ensuring the height of his little mountain remained stable. In the Muggle world, his bank savings had already surpassed £2 million. Had he not stubbornly refused to reveal his identity for marketing purposes or authorized any peripheral industries, that figure could easily have had 2 additional zeros appended. Money was merely a means to an end, sufficient for sustenance. Before the curse system emerged, He had perfectly embodied the idle role of a typical slacker in a parallel universe. Were it not for the system imposing that perilous deadline, Douglas believed he could have remained in this languid state until the end of time. He withdrew 10,000 galleons, casually grabbed a handful of sickles and nuts, and deposited them into a money pouch enchanted with a concealment charm. Under the goblin's guidance, he returned to the surface. As he stepped out of the bronze doors of Gringotts, warm sunlight and the cacophony of bustling voices enveloped him. Observing the thronging crowd in the street, Douglas suddenly felt a twinge of disorientation. Wait, what was my purpose for coming to Diagon Alley? Oh right, Slyne had arranged to meet him. The manuscript had been delivered, and that ungrateful fellow had already fled. So what was next? A thought flickered through his mind like a match striking in the darkness, illuminating his reflections. A splendid idea. A junk shop. No, for him now, it resembled more of a ghost market hidden in the corners of the city. A sanctuary where one could relish the delights of treasure hunting akin to that of Taba. During his school days, he had unearthed many precious finds there. Those forsaken textbooks from Hogwarts, abandoned by their previous owners, were filled with dense notes and revised spells. It was these seemingly insignificant remnants that provided him with far greater assistance on his initial journey into the realm of magic than any textbook could offer. Chapter 8. The legendary senior, Douglas. The dazzling white marble steps of Gringotts shimmered under the afternoon sun, blinding to the eye. As Douglas stepped out, he was enveloped by the bustling heat of Diagon Alley. His gaze swept over the throngs of people, precisely capturing a familiar silhouette. Beside the ominous entrance of Nocturne Alley stood a massive figure, which appeared quite out of place. Oh no, there were two. Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, with his giant-like stature, served as his most conspicuous signature. During his time at school, Douglas had shared many secrets and subpar brews with him. The other was Harry Potter. Douglas halted, deciding to wait for them to approach. He was not surprised that these two had ties to Nocturne Alley. Harry, he recalled, was involved in a dreadful trip with Floo powder, an experience that served as a cautionary tale for him since entering the magical world. Never utter the wrong words in relation to magic. As for Hagrid, that kind-hearted giant never associated with dark wizards, yet the creatures he cared for were seldom harmless. For those seeking suitable snacks or toys for those extraordinary beasts, Nocturne Alley was indeed the optimal choice for some. Hagrid was speaking in a lowered voice, visibly displeased, gesturing animatedly with his enormous hands. Harry Potter, on the other hand, had his head bowed, resembling a kitten that had just crawled out of a chimney, his face and glasses smeared with soot. Just as they were nearing the mouth of the alley, Douglas prepared to raise his hand. Suddenly, a figure dashed down the steps of Gringotts like a hasty brown whirlwind, heading straight for Hagrid and Harry. Douglas's gaze lingered on the girl for a moment. Could this be Hermione Granger? He pondered. In the next instant, Hagrid's thunderous voice pierced through the din of the crowd. You needn't search for long, are you Douglas? Douglas noticed Hagrid's previously wandering gaze fixate on him like a magnet drawing in iron filings. He approached with a smile. Hagrid, it's been a while. I spotted you earlier and thought I'd wait until you came closer to greet you. Douglas patted Hagrid's sturdy arm, playfully scrutinizing him from head to toe. Haha, I thought that after I left Hogwarts, your diet would plummet, yet it appears you've taken good care of yourself. His gaze shifted to the two children, who were scrutinizing him with a blend of curiosity and caution. And who might these two be? Hagrid immediately broke into a broad grin, joyfully nudging the two children forward. This is Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, both esteemed second-year students of Gryffindor. He proudly added, they are my good friends. Douglas nodded at them, his smile warm. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Douglas Holmes. Good day, Mr. Holmes. Hermione promptly responded with polite decorum, akin to a little adult. However, Harry was momentarily taken aback. This was the first adult wizard he had encountered who displayed no reaction upon hearing the name Harry Potter. No surprise, no inquiry. As if he had merely heard an utterly commonplace name. Curiously, he scrutinized the man before him, momentarily forgetting to speak. The surname Holmes rang a bell in his mind. Hagrid's excited voice burst forth again as he eagerly introduced his old friend to the two children. Harry, Hermione, do not underestimate Douglas. He is among the few students in Hogwarts history who possesses a private domain in the kitchen. The braised meat, sweet and sour lake fish, and poached chicken you are enjoying now. All those recipes were first disseminated from him. Moreover, Harry, the orchard you tended during your labor service last year was also established and planted by Douglas himself. Most importantly, Hagrid's words were abruptly interrupted by a hurried gasp. Harry, we just hope you haven't missed a single hearth. Molly is about to go mad. She will arrive any moment. A red-haired man, his hair thinning, rushed in. It was Arthur Weasley. All eyes shifted from Douglas to him. Harry's cheeks flushed instantly, his gaze fixed on the tips of his shoes. Douglas turned, his smile becoming more genuine. Mr. Weasley, it has been a long time. Mr. Weasley paused in surprise, then recognized him, joyfully placing a hand on his still-heaving chest. Oh, Merlin's beard. It's Douglas. What brings you here? I mean, it's been far too long since I last heard from you. When did you return to England? Bill and Charlie mentioned last time they wrote that you had visited them. Last Christmas, Bill said you went to South America. How was it? Quite the distance indeed. Molly has often lamented that she could not send you a Christmas gift last year. She prepared a birthday present for you, but ultimately, it was never sent. We thought you were still wandering abroad. Mr. Weasley's words flowed like a well-wound machine gun, rapid fire, leaving no room for interjection. Douglas smiled, opening his arms to give him a hearty embrace. Before he could respond, two identical voices, laced with mischief, emerged from behind Mr. Weasley. Oh, look who it is, Douglas. Fred and George, with their unmistakable red hair, peeked out. Mr. Weasley immediately adopted a stern expression, scolding them angrily. Be quiet, you two. I have told you 100 times, Douglas did not swindle your money that time. Douglas was instantly reminded of a bygone incident, and a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Without a hint of hesitation, he stepped forward, extending his hands to tousle the iconic red hair of the two. Oh, it seems you two still hold a grudge. No worries, Mr. Weasley. They indeed learned a valuable lesson that day. He winked and lowered his voice. By the way, although I cannot discern whether it was George or Fred driving that night, I must say, your driving skills were quite impressive. The playful expressions on Fred and George's faces abruptly froze, a rare flush creeping up their ears. They exchanged astonished glances and simultaneously exclaimed, How did you know? I was merely referring to your driving skills. Douglas, despite his inability to differentiate their appearances, possessed a keen magical perception of names. Simply by quietly contemplating one of their names, he could acquire a unique sense of connection. With a smile, he leisurely explained. It was on a night in early August when I happened to witness a turquoise Ford Anglia leisurely soaring past the moon. At this juncture, he turned to look at the visibly tense Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley, your craftsmanship is indeed remarkable. However, I have a few modest suggestions for improving that invisibility booster. Upon hearing the mention of suggestions for improvement, Mr. Weasley's eyes instantly brightened, all his tension and worry dissipating like mist. Oh, really? That's splendid. I have long sought your counsel. After all, this car was originally conceived at your suggestion. The children exchanged glances, unable to fathom that their seemingly clandestine escapade that night had been witnessed so clearly. Ron leaned towards Percy, whispering, Percy, do you know this Mr. Holmes? What transpired between him and Fred and George? Fred and George had returned to their usual demeanor, playfully separating Percy and Ron. Just then, a more anxious voice broke through the air. Oh, Harry, dear, where have you been? What happened to you? A plump figure, pulling a small girl along, rushed over. Panting heavily, it was Molly Weasley. Upon seeing her, Douglas instinctively took a half-step back. He vividly remembered Mrs. Weasley's warmth, especially after she learned of his orphan status. Her maternal concern nearly overwhelming him. Mrs. Weasley's gaze immediately locked onto Harry. She gasped and promptly retrieved a stiff-bristled coat brush from her bag, vigorously brushing the soot off Harry. Oh, child, where on earth have you been? At that moment, Mr. Weasley finally noticed Harry's glasses, which bore a clear crack. He swiftly removed the glasses from Harry's face and gently tapped them with his wand. Good as new. Instantly, the glasses were restored to their former glory. Hagrid, with a serious expression, gruffly answered Mrs. Weasley's question, nocturnally. How splendid. Fred and George exclaimed in unison. Ron, with a face full of envy, exclaimed, We are never allowed to go there. They were completely oblivious to the fact that Mrs. Weasley's arm, which was brandishing a brush, had come to a halt midair. Her complexion drained of color in an instant. Douglas's smile faded as he cast a serious glance at the children. I sincerely hope you never have to go to such a place. He then turned to Mrs. Weasley, speaking in a soothing tone, Madam, do not be alarmed. Harry merely took a wrong turn at the fireplace, and Hagrid promptly brought him back. Mrs. Weasley turned numbly, and as her gaze fell upon Douglas's face, her expression shifted from confusion to terror, ultimately transforming into sheer astonishment. Yes, you are right. You are. Goodness, Douglas, when did you return to England? You've been back for so long and haven't stopped by the Burrow? Douglas nodded with a smile. I've been back for half a year, dealing with some personal matters in the Muggle world. Just as the adults were exchanging pleasantries, Ron suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. Goodness, I remember who he is. Douglas. The sheep's head soup. Harry and Hermione immediately leaned in, and Hermione whispered, Do you all know this gentleman? Also, he just mentioned discovering that flying car. Do you think he will report us to the ministry? Percy shook his head, his expression somewhat complex as he regarded Douglas. He won tea, Mr. Holmes is not only a good friend of Bill and Charlie, but he also has a very good relationship with our entire family. He paused, adding, moreover, that car was modified at Dad's suggestion. At that moment, Hagrid, who had been feeling somewhat uneasy, suddenly spoke up. I must be off. I have much work to do today. He glanced at Douglas, his eyes evasive. By the way, Douglas, when you return to Hogwarts, do remember to find me by the Forbidden Forest. I haven't decided where to plant those seeds you sent me. Douglas, noticing Hagrid's eagerness to escape, quickly understood his concern about being questioned in front of so many people regarding his true purpose in Knockturn Alley. His gaze subtly swept over Percy. Oh. The little one from back then has grown into an adult, with a hint of detachment in his eyes. At this moment, Hermione instinctively raised her hand and posed a logically sound question. Mr. Holmes, as far as I know, it is generally not permitted for outside wizards to enter Hogwarts freely. Is it? Chapter 9 Percy, boss, long time no see. Hagrid squinted his large, beetle-like eyes, his voice resembling a low rumble of thunder. Oh right, I almost forgot something important. He grinned widely, revealing a broad smile amidst his bushy beard. Professor Dumbledore informed me that this year's defense against the dark arts class will be taught by Douglas. As the words left his lips, all eyes instantly turned to Douglas. He remained silent, merely curling the corners of his mouth into a slight smile, an expression tinged with amusement and understanding, as if everything had been preordained. Hagrid waved his large hand, resembling a fan, and then turned away, seamlessly blending into the throng of people. The crowded street appeared to be cleaved by an invisible force, as the crowd instinctively parted to create a passage for him. Oh, Douglas. Mrs. Weasley grasped his hand tightly, her grip brimming with excitement and relief. I knew that Professor Dumbledore's judgment was always astute. Congratulations. Her words flowed rapidly, laced with a hint of joyous release. Working at Hogwarts is certainly preferable to wandering aimlessly outside. My dear, Douglas is not wandering. He is globetrotting. Mr. Weasley solemnly corrected from the side. The expressions of several children at that moment became a subtle tableau. Fred and George exchanged glances, devoid of congratulation. Only the embers of vengeance quietly smoldering within. Harry's heart sank suddenly, a chill of regret coursing through his veins, as he realized he had allowed the new professor to witness him emerging from Knockturn Alley. Hagrid's voice echoed in his ears, that is not a place for good children. Meanwhile, Hermione's keen gaze caught the fleeting complexity on Percy's face, a mixture of shock, hesitation, and an indescribable nostalgia. After a brief convergence, the group swiftly parted ways. The Weasley family, accompanied by Hermione, headed toward the white marble building of Gringotts, while Douglas turned alone, as per his original plan, towards the unassuming second-hand shop in Diagon Alley. The bell hanging on the door remained silent as he entered. The proprietor, a gaunt old man with seemingly half a set of missing teeth, exuded an aroma of aged parchment mingled with mildew. He barely lifted his eyelids, absorbed in polishing a rusted brass scale. Perhaps to him, anyone who entered the shop, regardless of their attire, bore the same label, financially challenged. Douglas's gaze swept across the interior. It was almost indistinguishable from his memories. Tattered wands lay in a corner like broken twigs. The majority of the inventory comprised books. Countless old tomes were crammed into rows of shelves reaching the ceiling, impenetrable in their density. Dust motes floated in the shafts of light streaming through the skylight, dancing slowly. There was no organization, no cataloging. Finding anything depended solely on one's hands and ample patience. Except, of course, for the second-hand textbooks from Hogwarts. Those had been set aside, stacked beside the counter, and were the most sought-after currency in the store. Douglas casually approached a shelf and pulled out a hefty tome. Major Discoveries in Contemporary Magic. The title page indicated a publication year of 1921. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. This contemporary was indeed quite dated. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a slight figure huddled in the farthest corner of the bookstore, utterly absorbed in a book, his own novel pinned under a pseudonym. Douglas turned around and, on an inconspicuous shelf, spied even more of his works. He pulled out a book and leafed through its pages. It was an early edition, not a first printing, with edges that had yellowed and curled over time. The margins were densely filled with annotations, each penned in a distinct handwriting. It was as if a multitude of readers had engaged in a silent tea gathering upon the pages of this book. In the past, he had never opened the flurry of letters from readers that arrived like snowflakes. He always entrusted them to Slane for handling. At this moment, witnessing these sincere, incisive, and amusing comments firsthand felt rather novel. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the far end of the bookshelf, tinged with a hint of fatigue. Excuse me. Could I please have a set of first-year Hogwarts textbooks, preferably in good condition? Douglas navigated around the shelves and stepped out. Hello, madam. It seems we meet again so soon. Mrs. Weasley, who had been engrossed in rummaging through a pile of old books, looked up at the sound, her face first registering surprise before blossoming into a smile. Oh, it's Douglas. What brings you here? Are you also on a book hunt? She immediately turned to her children behind her, adopting a tone of instruction. Percy, Ginny, you should learn from Douglas, even as a professor at Hogwarts. One must never forget to read. Ginny's face flushed crimson. Encountering the new professor while her family was reduced to purchasing second-hand textbooks made her wish for a place to hide. Percy, on the other hand, straightened his posture and adjusted his robes, addressing Douglas with an overly formal tone. Professor Holmes, I apologize for not greeting you properly earlier. Douglas raised an eyebrow. Is it necessary to be so formal when speaking to me? A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. I thought, given your silence earlier. That you no longer recognized me as your elder brother. No, not at all. Percy shook his head vigorously, as if it might detach from his neck. I merely thought, since you graduated, you hadn't written to me at all. His voice dwindled, the last few words nearly swallowed by his throat. Did you think I had forgotten you? Or that I looked down upon you? Douglas chuckled softly, a sound that eased the tension in Percy's shoulders. Why so bashful in our conversation? Have the lessons I taught you been returned to the owl? Of course not. Percy hastily retorted. I actually wanted to write to you. But, observing his anxious demeanor, Douglas offered him a book he had just picked up. If you don't mind, you may continue to call me elder brother. Bill wrote to me earlier, mentioning that another prefect has emerged in the family. Congratulations. He presented the book, saying, this is for you. I believe you will appreciate it. Instinctively, Percy accepted the book, and as he glimpsed the gilded title on the cover, his eyes sparkled with excitement. How prefects gain power. He looked up. His gaze rekindled with a mixture of admiration and trust, as if he had found his guiding star. Thank you, elder brother. He stammered. I heard from Bill that you were traveling the world, which is why I didn't dare to disturb you. Ginevra curiously gazed at her elder brother. She had never witnessed the usually stern and serious Percy display such a childlike expression. Mrs. Weasley, however, was unfazed. She was well aware that Douglas, during his time at school, was not only Bill's closest friend, but also nearly a brother to Charlie and Percy. Douglas turned his head to look at Mrs. Weasley, who was about to pick up a set of fairly good second-hand books. Madam, I have prepared Ginevra's textbooks as a gift for her entrance into school. He interjected before Mrs. Weasley could decline. You know, I once promised that I would present a gift to each child of the Weasley family upon their enrollment. Although I missed out on Fred, George, and Ron, I certainly do not wish to overlook the little princess of the Weasley household. Moreover, the gift is already procured. It would be quite inappropriate for me to sell it as second-hand to this shopkeeper, wouldn't it? He gestured casually towards the counter. His tone light, yet imbued with a gentle insistence that left no room for refusal. If you decline, I would feel rather awkward accepting your Christmas gifts in the future. Mrs. Weasley's actions came to a halt as she recalled the pang of discomfort that surged when she had seen a solitary gold galleon in her vault at Gringotts. A complete set of Hogwarts textbooks was nearly equivalent to Arthur's monthly salary. Douglas's kindness was like a timely downpour. In the end, she nodded, no longer resisting. Very well. Let it be as you wish. She cast a deep, grateful look at Douglas. However, this Christmas, you must come to our humble abode. I have been experimenting with some new dishes that I simply must have you taste. Turning to her daughter, she added, Ginevra, why aren't you thanking Douglas? Ginevra, her cheeks flushed, uttered a small thank you in a voice as faint as a whisper. Her impression of Douglas was rather vague, limited to family conversations. Douglas chuckled and ruffled her red hair, replying with a polite you're welcome. He then turned and paid the disgruntled shopkeeper for the book titled How to Gain Authority as a Prefect. Exiting the second-hand shop, he returned to the bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley. Douglas, do you have any plans for the rest of the day? Mrs. Weasley inquired. Shall we visit Flourish and Blots? Today is Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event. Douglas nodded. I too intend to stop by Flourish and Blots. Oh, I apologize, but I cannot join you just yet, Mrs. Weasley quickly waved her hand. I must first take Ginevra to purchase her robes and wand. Thus, if you have no other matters to attend to, you may explore on your own or visit the leaky cauldron to chat with Arthur. We shall meet at the entrance of Flourish and Blots in an hour. Afterwards, they would all gather for dinner to celebrate him. Chapter 10. Do not mimic Lockhart's gallivanting. The fervent gleam in Mrs. Weasley's eyes radiated an irresistible warmth. Douglas felt that if he were to gaze any longer, he would be utterly melted by that warmth. His original plan had been to find a corner in the leaky cauldron to remain in solitude. Percy evidently possessed no interest in shopping, his face adorned with a hint of polite discomfort. The two walked side by side, as Percy animatedly narrated, his excitement palpable in the air. Meanwhile, Fred and George had tossed a fire lizard at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, nearly igniting a war between the houses. Primarily, it was Percy who spoke, while Douglas listened, occasionally nodding, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As they passed by the leaky cauldron, they encountered a wall of people completely blocking the street ahead. A massive banner hung from the second-floor window of the bookstore, the purple letters glinting in the sunlight. Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography, Me, the Wizard. Signing today at 12:30 p.m. The crowd consisted mostly of witches of a similar age to Mrs. Weasley, their faces flushed with an unnatural hue, eyes alight with fervor. A weary-looking wizard stood at the entrance, mechanically repeating, Ladies, please remain calm and do not push. His voice was drowned in the wave of excitement, akin to a stone cast into the sea. Douglas's gaze pierced through the throng, swiftly identifying a familiar figure. Slane was on tiptoe, intently peering into the shop. With Percy in tow, Douglas navigated through the crowd like a slippery eel, gently resting a hand on Slane's shoulder, his tone laced with mockery. I thought you would be buried under a mountain of manuscripts in your office at this hour. Slane stiffened, turning to find Douglas, and instantly donned an exaggerated expression. How could I? This is a once-in-a-lifetime learning opportunity. What if one day I could organize a signing event for you? He gestured toward Lockhart, lowering his voice. Did you see that fellow named Jarvis beside Lockhart? His editor, though I must say, I thought you despised such commotion. Slane's eyes swept over Douglas, shifting the subject. It's wise for you to observe and gain experience. I'd wager if you held a signing, the turnout would eclipse this by 100-fold. You have no idea how fervent your fans are. What is the matter? Despite Slane lowering his voice for the last few words, Percy's ears seemed enchanted. Capturing the critical information, Douglas met Percy's astonished gaze, swiftly raising a hand to interrupt Slane's lingering temptation. He cleared his throat and introduced them. This is my dear friend, Mr. Slane. And this is Percy, a child of the Weasley family. However, Percy's mind had evidently short-circuited, completely disregarding social niceties. He stepped forward, his voice trembling with excitement. Does the boss write books too? What is the title? Why have I never heard of it? Boss. Slane's eyebrows shot up at this designation, casting a knowing glance at Douglas and even winking at him. This fellow was undoubtedly intentional. Douglas rolled his eyes inwardly. Slane always had a knack for deftly skirting the edges of contractual stipulations. He seemed intent on inadvertently revealing his identity to satisfy his ambition for a grand signing event. In hindsight, he should have forged an unbreakable oath with him from the outset. Nevertheless, Douglas did not take it to heart. Previously, he had been concerned that his burgeoning fame might attract the attention of some recently revived dark wizard. However, he was now a professor at Hogwarts. A confrontation with Voldemort was merely a matter of time, provided he could accumulate the requisite 10,000 points before the academic year concluded to lift that accursed curse. Lowering his gaze, Douglas met Percy's inquisitive eyes and smiled. This isn't the place for conversation. I'll have Slane send you an entire set of my books later. He paused, adding, I suspect Bill and Charlie Haven sent you theirs. He continued, but remember to keep it a secret. With that, Douglas lifted his head, his gaze traversing the crowd until it settled on the man surrounded by his own oversized portrait. Percy stood frozen, an absurd thought exploding in his mind, only to be forcefully suppressed. Impossible. He recalled distinctly that Douglas must have been in his first or second year when that set of books first emerged. Yet, he also remembered that Bill and Charlie indeed possessed two identical sets, their covers worn from use. He had borrowed them once, and when they left home, they had taken the books with them, claiming they were for leisurely diversion. The magical portrait of Lockhart was winking in unison with the crowd, revealing a dazzlingly white smile. In contrast, the real Lockhart wore a forget-me-not blue robe that complemented his cornflower blue eyes splendidly. Douglas nudged Slane with his elbow. Do you think I would look good like that? Slane turned his head, scrutinizing Douglas as one would an exquisite piece of art, and retorted, do you think that is unattractive? In that instant, Douglas resolved to keep his disguise for a few more years. He had no desire to one day become a peacock strutting flamboyantly. Turning away, he squeezed back into the throng, purchasing an entire set of first-year textbooks at the bookstore counter before swiftly exiting. Observing the books in his hands, Slane's curiosity piqued. Who are you buying these for? Before Douglas could respond, Percy voiced his suspicion. Boss, this isn't for Ginny, is it? Did you deceive Mum? Douglas stuffed the hefty stack of new books into Percy's arms, then solemnly patted his shoulder. Young man, it seems you've forgotten the little stories I told you. This isn't deceit. It's a benevolent compromise, allowing the recipient to graciously accept the gift. Just don't let it slip. Nearby, Slane scoffed disdainfully. Politician-esque trick. Don't corrupt the good child. He scrutinized Douglas, muttering under his breath. No wonder you are capable of composing such remarkable works. Your understanding is indeed profound, and it would be a travesty not to occupy the esteemed position of Minister of Magic. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley finally emerged at the edge of the crowd, urgently pulling Ginny along as she hurried towards them. Meanwhile, Arthur Weasley was accompanying a rather reserved couple, making their way from the direction of the leaky cauldron. Douglas waved farewell to Slane, indicating that he was departing. I shall take my leave. Continue your observation and study, he said as he and Percy navigated through the throng of people. Upon spotting them, Mrs. Weasley promptly handed Ginny over to them, turning to seize a copy of The Magic Within Me from the shelf, resolutely joining the queue for book signing. Percy instinctively placed the book he was holding into the cauldron that Ginny was carrying. Arthur and the couple approached as well. Hello, Douglas. Have you finished your business? I was hoping to have a proper conversation with you. The Grangers just shared a wealth of knowledge about Muggle automobiles. Fascinating. Before Douglas could respond, Ginny lifted the cauldron triumphantly, showcasing it to her father. Dad, look. Professor Holmes gifted me a new set of textbooks. Percy chimed in, by the way, Dad, Mum has invited the eldest to our home for dinner tonight to celebrate his becoming a professor at Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley was not surprised by his son's peculiar nickname. Having heard it during their time in the burrow, his gaze fell upon the pristine textbooks in the cauldron, and upon realizing that his wife had made arrangements, he nodded enthusiastically. Of course. That is splendid. At that moment, the previously silent couple, Mr. Granger, cautiously interjected, "Excuse me for interrupting, but Mr. Weasley just mentioned that you are a professor at Hogwarts?" Mr. Weasley smacked his forehead in realization. "Oh, how could I forget to introduce you? This is the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, Mr. Douglas Holmes." He then turned to the other side. "These are the Grangers. The parents of the lovely Miss Granger you just met at Gringotts. They are Muggles." Arthur, well aware of Douglas's background, spoke the last sentence without hesitation. Douglas regarded the couple, who were striving to maintain their composure in the magical realm, and playfully winked, his voice warm and humorous. "Greetings, no need to feel anxious. By the way, I also hail from a Muggle background, just like your daughter, Miss Hermione Granger." The Granger couple's tense shoulders instantly relaxed. Despite Mr. Weasley's enthusiastic company, they could still sense the less than friendly scrutiny from certain wizards around them. However, upon hearing that this young professor had traversed from the ordinary world into the realm of magic and achieved such success, they were enveloped in a profound sense of familiarity and security. Chapter 11. I raised the banner for Dumbledore. Mr. Granger wore a warm smile, imbued with a father's unique pride. It was truly delightful. "I felt compelled to seek the wisdom of Professor Holmes's parents to discover how we might cultivate our Hermione to be as exceptional as you." Just as the words left my lips, a sudden fit of coughing intruded upon the conversation. It was Mr. Weasley, who gently nudged Mr. Granger with his elbow, lowering his voice, a hint of urgency lacing the air. Douglas's parents passed away before he came to Hogwarts. The atmosphere seemed to freeze momentarily. The color drained rapidly from Mr. Granger's face, leaving behind a pallor akin to parchment, as panic and regret swirled like a tempest in his eyes. His concern was not for himself, but for his daughter's professor, an immensely powerful wizard whom he had inadvertently offended upon their first meeting. "I am truly, deeply sorry, Professor Holmes." His voice quivered. "I had no idea." Douglas's visage betrayed no gloom. Instead, he gently reassured Mr. Granger, while Arthur hastily recounted Douglas's esteemed reputation at school. After much effort, they gradually eased the Granger's anxiety. "Oh, do not worry, Mrs. Granger," Douglas said, shifting his gaze to Hermione. "Miss Granger's insatiable curiosity and innate talent guarantee that she will become an exceptionally gifted witch." In that brief moment of discourse, several familiar figures wove through the crowd. Drawing near, it was Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Upon recognizing Douglas's presence, a myriad of expressions surfaced on each face. The Grangers promptly beamed with pride, ushering Hermione forward to introduce her to Douglas. They may not have been fully aware of the brilliance reflected in their daughter's report card at the magical school, but the fact that she could devour a mountain of textbooks over a single summer was enough to fill them with pride. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley emerged triumphantly from the throngs at the bookstore, akin to a victorious battleship. She held aloft a book, its frontispiece revealing an ostentatious gold signature. "Oh, everyone is here. I am absolutely delighted. This is Gilderoy's autograph. I thought you all would be interested." Douglas chuckled, a hint of barely perceptible mockery woven into his words. "Mr. Lockhart's tales are indeed quite captivating. Not tales, but experiences." Mrs. Weasley corrected immediately, her eyes sparkling with admiration, making it difficult to fathom what he had truly encountered. Douglas's gaze drifted past Mrs. Weasley's shoulder, suddenly fixating on a figure in the distance. A silhouette with platinum hair, an elegant black robe, and a serpentine staff adorned with a silver serpent's head, Lucius Malfoy. Douglas's impression of this individual was indelibly marked in his memory, akin to a scar seared by a branding iron, particularly during his early years at school, as Lucius's name frequently graced the social pages of the Daily Prophet, seeking to cleanse the stigma of the Death Eaters. Yet at this moment, a more chilling and insidious thought surfaced in Douglas's mind. An antiquated diary, whispering secrets in the quietude. His brow instinctively knitted in concern. Mr. Wesley noticed the shift in Douglas's demeanor and followed his gaze. A wave of disdain permeated his voice, akin to the fetid breath of a decaying swamp. Malfoy indeed. He appeared as if he had just emerged from the depths of Nocturne Alley. The Ministry of Magic had been keeping a close watch on him lately. Douglas's gaze gradually descended, landing on the cauldron cradled in Ginny Wesley's arms. He clapped his hands, the crisp sound capturing everyone's attention. A brilliant and fervent smile blossomed on his face, as if the earlier gloom had never existed. "Ah, Mrs. Wesley, did you not mention celebrating my new position as a professor? Perfect timing. For I wish to extend an invitation to all to visit my home and partake of my culinary skills." His eyes swept across each individual, radiating an irresistible sincerity. "Surely, no one would decline. My residence is located just outside London, not far at all." As his words settled, expressions froze among the crowd. Before the Wesley children could erupt in cheers, Douglas had already turned, striding directly towards the leaky cauldron. He glanced back, flashing an inviting gesture to the assembly. "Time is of the essence. Let us not impede others in our deliberations, but rather step outside to discuss further." He seemed assured that no one would refuse his proposal. Indeed, the Weasley family appeared as though bewitched, eagerly racing towards the leaky cauldron. Mrs. Weasley, noticing Harry and Hermione hesitating in place, waved her hand grandly, drawing both into the fold. Keep pace, young ones. Mr. Weasley, too, pulled along the equally bewildered Granger couple in quick succession. George and Fred flanked Percy, whispering conspiratorially. He truly is remarkable. No one has dared to casually invite our entire family for a meal like that. Should we prepare a trick-or-treat phrase? Percy, finally exasperated, hissed under his breath. Be quiet. Today is not Halloween. He cleared his throat, adding, No, what I mean is, if you dare cause mischief at the professor's house, I shall not spare you. George and Fred exchanged a mischievous glance. The esteemed Percy had ceased his usual refrain of telling Mother. No, he just referred to that charlatan as Chief. Oh dear, our principal Percy is being led astray. Percy's face flushed crimson, and he snorted disdainfully. Charlatan? If you utter another word, I shall reveal the events of yesteryear to Ron and Harry. No sooner had he spoken than George and Fred, like cats with their tails stepped on, lunged forward, covering Percy's mouth tightly. It was only at the sound of Mrs. Weasley's furious shout that the three reluctantly separated. Just as their figures vanished beyond the threshold of the leaky cauldron, a shadowy figure lurked nearby. Lucius Malfoy's countenance was dark enough to drain the color from the air. His fingers tightened around the serpent-headed cane, knuckles whitening from the exertion. Beside him, Draco Malfoy wore his signature expression of disdain. Father, I believe I am not mistaken. The illustrious Harry Potter is indeed mingling with that impoverished Weasley lot. And muggles. At school, they cling to each other like slugs. Lucius concealed another hand within his sleeve, gripping the corner of a hardbound notebook so tightly that his fingertips lost their color. His voice was frigid, akin to the wind that sweeps from a tomb. A disgrace to pure bloods, associating with mudbloods. With his keen perception, he could discern that among that group, 3 individuals were dressed in a manner wholly incongruous with the magical realm. He tugged at Draco's sleeve. We must leave. In the leaky cauldron, old Tom, upon seeing Douglas and the entire boisterous Weasley family enter, promptly ceased any mention of treating them to drinks. He understood well that should he dare to speak, this newly appointed Professor Holmes would undoubtedly demand a drink for every adult in his vicinity. As they passed through the door leading to the Muggle world, an entirely different realm surged forth. The cacophony of honking cars, the sound of tires scraping against the ground, mingled with the scent of exhaust fumes, creating a lively tumult that instantly washed away the silence of the magical world. The Grangers gazed at the bustling street before them, a sense of grounding blossoming within their hearts. Turning back, the dilapidated pub they had just exited had vanished, as if it had never existed. While they marveled at the wonders of magic, an unshakable worry crept in. Would their daughter Hermione one day, like this pub, quietly fade from their world? Thus, when Mr. Weasley warmly beckoned them, they did not hesitate in the slightest, uttering not a single polite word. They yearned for a connection. This Muggle-born wizarding professor, whom Mr. Weasley described as one of the rare individuals capable of seamlessly transitioning between 2 worlds, was the lifeline they desperately sought. As Douglas stepped out of the pub, he discreetly glanced at Ginny's cauldron. It was filled with pristine new textbooks, devoid of any old, tattered notebooks. Instantly, his spirits lifted. The sensation of doing good indeed felt gratifying. As for whether this would alter the future, or muddle the familiar narrative, thus forfeiting the so-called advantage of foresight, Mr. Douglas Holmes could only chuckle. From the moment he set foot in Hogwarts, the process of change had already commenced. What he had garnered over 7 years relied not on elusive premonitions, but on his own diligent efforts and calculations. He was not Dumbledore, possessing the leisure to observe from afar and await the blooming of flowers. All he could do was, to the best of his ability, extricate his friends before they were ensnared in the whirlpool. Of course, this was also due to the strong rapport he shared with the Weasley family. As for who would ultimately possess that diary, that was not a concern for him. He merely needed to keep pace with Dumbledore's rhythm, raising the banner at the crucial moment. In summary, Douglas firmly believed that once the Horcrux entered Hogwarts, Dumbledore would undoubtedly possess the means to address it. Moreover, he himself had prepared numerous contingencies. Chapter 12. Harry, my aunt prohibits me from approaching this street. Douglas cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. My residence is not far from London, approximately a 40-minute drive. His voice resonated clearly and steadily amidst the cacophony of the bustling platform. Therefore, we shall need to utilize taxis. He cast a glance at the Weasley clan, whose curious red-haired faces sparkled with intrigue. Considering that some of you may not be entirely familiar with Muggle modes of transportation, we should act separately for greater efficiency. Taxis? Mr. Weasley's eyes instantly lit up, the gleam surpassing even that of a brand new galleon. Are we heading to a place called a bus station? To be honest, I've longed to see what that looks like. Before he could finish, a piercing gaze struck him like an icicle. Mrs. Weasley interrupted with her authoritative tone. Arthur, listen to Douglas's arrangements. No independent actions are permitted. Her gaze then shifted to the nearly identical twins. George. Oh no, Fred. Whoever you are, remove your fingers from that vending machine. In stark contrast to the Weasley family's exuberance, the Granger couple appeared somewhat restrained. Mr. Granger rubbed his hands together, cautiously inquiring, Professor Holmes, may we? He glanced at his wife and daughter, summoning the courage to continue. I mean, can Hermione and we accompany you? I drove here myself and could take a few people along. Douglas raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise as he looked at them. Of course, Mr. Granger. You and your family were my guests from the very beginning. He offered a gentle smile, attempting to alleviate their apprehension. Do not worry. I will be Hermione's instructor in the future, so relax a little. Having said that, he turned to face the group of somewhat restless children and began issuing directives. All right, I will assign the groups. Mr. Weasley and George will ride in Mr. Granger's vehicle. Hermione, you will take Mrs. Weasley, Ginny, and Fred in one car. Harry, Ron, and Percy, the three of you will accompany me. Any objections? No sooner had he finished speaking than a duet of wails tore through the air. George. Oh no, Fred. We cannot be separated. They exaggeratedly stretched out their hands as if trying to reach one another across the crowd. Douglas felt as if he might need to produce a bowl and chant a prayer at any moment. He had deliberately positioned these two calamities beside their respective parents to prevent any potential disassembly of the taxi during transit. Professor. Hermione's clear voice rang out just in time. You haven't mentioned the address. My father doesn't know where to drive. Douglas smacked his forehead, nearly distracted by the antics of the lively duo. He cast Hermione an appreciative glance. 18, Rose Road, Surrey. Let us embark, Mr. Granger. You may follow behind our taxi. As he spoke, his words faltered abruptly. He noticed the expressions of several young ones had frozen, their faces etched with disbelief. Their gaze oscillated between him and Harry, as if seeking confirmation of an extraordinary revelation. Harry's voice trembled with excitement, his cheeks flushed. Professor, I reside in Surrey, at 4, Privet Drive. Rose Road is merely 2 streets away from my home. This time, it was Douglas who was rendered speechless. He had never fathomed that the place Harry Potter had called home was so close to his own. He vaguely recalled number 12, Grimmauld Place from the original text, yet had entirely overlooked this more significant address. In that moment, Douglas regretted deeply not having transcribed all critical information upon his arrival in this world. Privet Drive, a fragment of a long-buried memory, suddenly resurfaced. His acerbic and derisive distant cousin, who had labeled him a disaster of a creature, seemed to have resided nearby. It had been so long that he could scarcely remember the precise house number. Douglas looked into Harry's emerald eyes, filled with longing and anticipation, and felt a certain softness in a corner of his heart. Ultimately, he too was just a 12-year-old child. He reached out and gently patted Harry's shoulder. Is that so? How delightful. Whenever I am home, you are most welcome to visit. Mr. Granger immediately chimed in. Professor Holmes, our residence is in the suburbs of London, not far from Surrey. If convenient, may Hermione come to visit you? Before Douglas could respond, several of the Weasley children clamored in unison. We want to go too. Professor. Can we? Douglas felt a headache coming on. Of course Hermione may, he interjected without hesitation, but given how far my modest abode is, I suggest you refrain from joining this revelry. Now, enough with the dazed expressions. Let us find the car and prepare to depart. He inwardly mused. Can you not discern that my previous remark was merely polite banter? Should I provide each of you with a forgetfulness charm? The taxi was soon procured, and Douglas negotiated the fare with the driver. The convoy smoothly departed London, ultimately halting before the entrance of 18, Rose Road. After settling the fare, the group disembarked one by one. Their expressions varied. The Weasley twins embraced tightly as they stepped out, as if they had endured a harrowing separation, until Mrs. Weasley unceremoniously pried them apart with a firm pat. Harry's gaze roamed the familiar streetscape. He leaned closer to Ron and Hermione, lowering his voice. I have been here before. Prior to attending Hogwarts, Dudley, my muggle cousin, relentlessly pursued me, and we ended up on this street. Upon our return, Aunt Petunia unusually scolded both Dudley and me. She sternly forbade us from approaching Rose Road again. Hermione's brow furrowed slightly as she began to analyze the situation. Could it be that your aunt is aware the professor resides here? I recall you mentioning that his family harbors an intense disdain for any association with you and magic. Harry immediately shook his head, his tone resolute. Impossible. Just look at how young the professor is. There is no way they could know him. Meanwhile, the Grangers were surveying the house before them. It was a rather ordinary 2-story English home, complete with a tidy garden, devoid of the mystery or peculiarity they had envisioned for a wizard's dwelling. Especially after observing Douglas skillfully haggle with the driver and swiftly calculate the fare for each vehicle. The couple's fondness for him soared. Upon entering the house, they placed their luggage by the door. The decor within starkly contrasted with the chaotic and magical ambience of the hovel they were accustomed to. This place resembled nothing more than a quintessential Muggle middle-class household. The refrigerator, television, washing machine, and all modern appliances were present. A corner even housed the latest gaming console. Douglas announced that the children were free to roam and retrieved several large platters of snacks from the cupboard. Entry to the study is strictly forbidden, he emphasized. Inside were not only the manuscripts of his unpublished works, but also a top-of-the-line computer he had invested heavily in assembling. He genuinely feared that, in a moment of distraction, the inquisitive Weasleys would dismantle his prized possession into a heap of parts. He then proceeded into the kitchen, followed by Mrs. Weasley and Mrs. Granger, who assisted him. Despite Mrs. Weasley's mastery of household spells, she found herself merely lending a hand when confronted with the complexities of Chinese cuisine. In the living room, the Weasley children initially maintained a momentary silence under the professor's imposing presence. However, it was not long before Mr. Weasley expressed genuine admiration for a toaster, prompting Mr. Granger to enthusiastically expound on the principles of electric heating elements, and the atmosphere spiraled into chaos. The twins and Ginny huddled around the refrigerator, earnestly investigating whether it concealed a permanent freezing charm, and began whispering about how to dismantle it for a closer look. Mr. Granger, alarmed, rushed to intervene, deploying all his knowledge of physics in an attempt to dissuade them. Meanwhile, Harry, with Ron, awkwardly engaged with the gaming console. Having secretly played Dudley's games while the Dursleys were distracted, he was not entirely unfamiliar with it. As the game screen illuminated, Ron and Percy vociferously debated, insisting that a little painting fairy must reside within. Hermione and Harry scrambled to restrain them. Observing the pandemonium before him, Mr. Granger felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back. Just moments ago, he had contemplated inviting the Weasley family to his home. Goodness, that would be akin to welcoming a demolition crew. Dinner was unexpectedly lavish. At the dining table, Douglas, as the host, delivered a brief welcome speech. Subsequently, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Granger expressed their gratitude on behalf of their families for his warm hospitality. The conversation unfolded in a wonderfully peculiar atmosphere. Mr. Weasley monopolized nearly all the inquiries, ranging from how Muggles communicate over long distances without owls to whether that phenomenon known as the internet truly allows one to see the entire world. The Granger couple patiently responded to each question, with Douglas occasionally providing additional insights. They even delved into an in-depth discussion regarding the disintegration of a certain superpower that transpired last year, exploring it from both the Muggle and magical perspectives. During the gathering, Douglas expressed sympathy for Harry's receipt of a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. He solemnly assured Mrs. Weasley, amidst the twins' pleading and the intertwining of hope and despair in their eyes, that he would provide them with the most rigorous education upon the commencement of the school year. The 3-hour dinner concluded triumphantly amidst laughter and merriment. As night fell, the Weasley and Granger families returned to London, each to their respective homes. Chapter 13, The Man Returns. The King of the Kitchen. At 9 in the morning, the bells resonated through the mist of London. Douglas secured the last suitcase, stood up, and dusted off his hands. Approaching the fireplace, designated as a temporary passage by Hogwarts for him, he seized a handful of bright green powder and unhesitatingly tossed it into the cold hearth. Flames erupted, licking at the frigid stones, yet devoid of any warmth. Douglas stepped into the swirling green flames. Hogwarts, Vice Principal's office. The sensation of spinning was abruptly grounded as he landed on solid ground. Douglas brushed off the ashes clinging to his attire, every movement exuding familiarity. Professor McGonagall's office appeared as it always did, though a rare smile graced her face. Welcome back, Professor Holmes. Her voice carried a suppressed anticipation. I shall take you to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. The faculty is having a luncheon at noon to welcome you. Pausing momentarily, her eyes sparkled mischievously behind her spectacles. Pomona was quite displeased that she missed you during your last visit. Douglas caught that playful glint in her gaze. He could almost hear the crisp sound of a galleon dropping between the two heads of houses, a wager clearly involving him. He resolved to step willingly into this little trap. Rest assured, Professor, Douglas ventured, a slight smile gracing his lips, I shall take care of the main course for this gathering. Objective achieved. Professor McGonagall's eyebrows lifted in delight. Excellent. Your private kitchen has been reserved for you. Douglas sighed inwardly, acknowledging that it had indeed been anticipated. Given Professor McGonagall's expression, it was likely that Professor Sprout had lost the bet. In years past, countless individuals at Hogwarts had envied his possession of a private kitchen. Yet, they remained unaware that the true purpose of that kitchen was confinement, a sweet confinement designed to cater to the entire faculty. On the 3rd floor, a certain room served as the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. It was a spacious stone chamber, cold and sturdy, emanating the distinct antiquity of a medieval castle. Oh, forgive me, here lies a medieval castle. Mr. Fergie has already tidied up, Professor McGonagall introduced, gesturing towards a modest side door in the corner. Beyond it lay a spiral staircase leading directly to the classrooms on the 2nd floor. As for the arrangement of the office and classrooms, it was entirely at your discretion. The school imposed no restrictions. On the desk rested a stack of parchment containing the names of students from the 6th grade, selected based on commendable performance in their examinations. At this point, Professor McGonagall paused subtly. If you require more outstanding candidates, Douglas immediately grasped her implication. Last year's defense against the dark arts class had been nothing short of a debacle. If excellence were the criterion, it was likely that the advanced class would be devoid of students. Very well, I understand, Professor, Douglas nodded. I will organize it myself later. The faculty gathering is at 1 o'clock in the lounge. Do not forget, Professor McGonagall reminded him before turning to leave, her path evidently not leading to her own office. Douglas watched her depart, then turned to lock the door behind him. He tidied the documents on the desk, drew his wand, and directed it at the room's antiquated furniture. Shrink swiftly. The tip of the wand erupted with a gentle glow. The desks, chairs, and bookshelves, those cumbersome items, appeared to have their bones extracted, rapidly collapsing and morphing into diminutive toy models before his eyes. Douglas carefully collected these models from the floor and placed them into a prepared empty box, which he would later hand over to the house elves for disposal. He then opened his suitcase and retrieved another box, containing an entire set of distinctly different furniture, exuding the fragrant aroma of sandalwood. This had been crafted by a master artisan from Hong Kong, using traditional techniques. With a deft flick of his wand, the components danced through the air, assembling themselves before settling into place. Soon, within this medieval castle nestled in the Scottish Highlands, a space adorned in an ancient Oriental style quietly emerged. Douglas gazed at the fireplace in the corner, muttering in resignation. It is a pity that the fireplace cannot be removed, as it disrupts the overall harmony. However, he quickly improvised, conjuring a small tea table beside the hearth. He then erected a wooden lattice to separate the tea area from the workspace, facilitating easy access to hot water from the fireplace while creating a cozy nook for intimate conversations with students over tea. Behind the desk stood an exquisitely carved Chinese bookshelf, while the walls were adorned with ink-wash paintings he had collected during his travels over the years. In Hogwarts, aside from himself, it seemed unlikely that anyone else could appreciate these elements of Eastern charm. The bedroom was furnished with remarkable simplicity, aside from a single bed. The rest of the decor resembled a Zen room, utterly devoid of clutter. With everything arranged, and time still ample, he pushed open the side door and descended the spiral staircase to the defense against the dark arts classroom on the second floor. Here, apart from the neatly arranged desks and chairs, there was no trace of his student days. He made only minimal alterations. Cleanliness was indeed sufficient. At the far end of the classroom, an enormous blackboard had been magically conjured. Having completed his tasks, Douglas did not retrace his steps, but instead exited through the main door of the classroom. He traversed the entrance hall and turned down the staircase leading to the basement. Beyond a door lay a broad stone corridor, illuminated by torches affixed to the walls. Delightful paintings of food adorned the walls. With his hands clasped behind him, Douglas strolled leisurely, confident that he could navigate this path with his eyes closed. Just a short distance to his right was the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, where he had resided for 7 years. However, his destination was the immense still life painting, featuring a bowl brimming with fruit. Stopping before the painting, Douglas gazed at the pair depicted within, a smile gracing his lips. It had been quite some time. As he reached out, intending to touch the pair, a creaking sound echoed. To his astonishment, the painting swung open like a genuine door. A sharp voice accompanied the sound, filled with excitement and trepidation. "Mr. Holmes," Sheehan exclaimed, unable to contain himself. A house elf appeared at the threshold, standing less than 2.5 feet tall, gaunt and clad in a napkin emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. His large bat-like ears and striking green eyes, which seemed to occupy 2/3 of his face, were astonishing. Those eyes resembled enormous glass orbs, bulging from their sockets. And Douglas mused that were it not for the sizable nose supporting them, they might very well fall out. Upon spotting Douglas, the little elf shrieked with excitement. However, recalling some dreadful regulation, panic flickered across his face, and he turned to bash his head against the hard wall. Douglas's expression sharpened, and in a flash, he reached out, catching him. "Sheehan, look at me." Adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room, directly beneath the Hogwarts Great Hall, lay the remarkable area, an expansive kitchen, the domain of night wanderers, a paradise for epicures. House elves exuded an air of nobility. Upon entering, Douglas encountered a bustling scene, with at least 100 house elves diligently attending to their tasks at 4 long tables identical to those above in the hall. The moment Douglas appeared, the clamor of the kitchen fell silent. All the elves ceased their activities, turning with beaming smiles to bow respectfully before him. Sheehan, filled with enthusiasm, led the way toward a small kitchen nestled in the corner. Several elves hurried over, bearing a massive silver tray, upon which rested a steaming cup of freshly brewed tea and a plate of delicate pastries. These were the Chinese tea snacks Douglas had once taught them to prepare. The elves held the tray aloft, their eyes filled with eager anticipation. Douglas picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and placed it in his mouth. The fragrance of osmanthus blossomed on his palate. While it may not have matched the authenticity of what he had tasted in Hong Kong, the flavor was nonetheless quite delightful. Seeing the satisfied expression on Douglas's face, the house elves were almost overcome with joy, their delight impossible to conceal. They carefully placed the refreshments and steaming tea on a nearby table, bowing deeply before retreating, glancing back with lingering affection. Regarding the proper use of the kitchen cleaning charm, the following statements are accurate. When cleaning cast iron pans, it is essential to use the anti-scratch charm to prevent damaging the magical coating. For pumpkin juice stains, the dissolving charm should be prioritized over the wiping charm. Silverware must be treated with the moonlight purification charm, as ordinary cleaning spells may leave watermarks. Magical cleaning should be avoided on wooden cutting boards to prevent warping. Hand cleaning is required. Chapter 14, Dumbledore. Fear not. I have been aware of the flying car situation for some time. Within the Hogwarts greenhouse, a mist hung in the air. The glass dome fragmented the September sunlight, casting it upon the oddly shaped leaves. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Pomona, Mr. Holmes has already gone to the kitchen. Her voice, clear and tinged with a hint of mischief, pierced through the whispers of the plants. Amidst the earthy aroma, a figure wearing a patched hat was crouched down. It was Professor Sprout, her fingernails filled with rich black soil. She was diligently loosening the soil around a wriggling Gorgon's root, not lifting her head. Minerva, you are blatantly cheating. Her voice was muffled, as if emerging from the earth itself, carrying a subtle sense of grievance. At this point, I have yet to see that child Douglas. Professor McGonagall elegantly shrugged, the curve of her lips deepening. I did not employ magic to prevent the outstanding Hufflepuff graduate from visiting his head of house. In any case, you have lost. I shall claim half of this semester's seasonal fruit supply. Professor Sprout huffed in discontent, akin to a badger deprived of its nuts, yet she nodded almost imperceptibly. She had assumed that Douglas would be the first to seek her out in the greenhouse, dust-laden and eager. Graduation, akin to a forgetfulness charm. Many children, upon stepping outside the school gates, soon forget their old professors. Achoo! In the distant Hogwarts kitchen, Douglas had just sprinkled a pinch of fiery red chili powder into a bubbling cast-iron pot when a loud sneeze nearly sent his spoon flying. This chili seems promising. Quite potent. He rubbed his nose, entirely unaware that the sneeze had originated from the distant murmurs of his old professor. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in the staff lounge, when Douglas entered, the professors were already seated around the enormous round table. The table was adorned with a splendid array of dishes, emanating a tantalizing blend of aromas. Dumbledore occupied the head of the table, his silvery beard nearly dipping into the plate before him. To his left sat Professor McGonagall, and to his right, the sullen-faced Snape. Professor Sprout was nestled closely beside McGonagall, with an empty seat beside her, evidently reserved for Douglas. Upon seeing him, the clouds that had shadowed Professor Sprout's face dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile as she slowly rose. Douglas strode forward and enveloped her in a firm embrace, infused with the earthy aroma of soil and the warmth of sunlight, causing a slight moisture to gather at the corners of Professor Sprout's eyes. Yet, he refrained from sitting down immediately. From his seemingly bottomless satchel, Douglas produced a book as if conjured from thin air. The cover bore the mundane style of Muggle printing. Titled Experiments in Plant Hybridization, authored by Mendel, a Muggle scholar. I believe you'll find it delightful, Douglas whispered. The field of herbology in the magical realm has seen no true innovation for centuries. However, Douglas sensed that this charming herbalist possessed talents that extended far beyond mere convention. Professor Sprout accepted the book, her fingertips gliding over the coarse paper. Each word was familiar to her, yet when woven together, they resembled an entirely new incantation. She felt no resistance. Instead, it was akin to receiving the most precious dragon liver, and she carefully cradled the book to her chest. Thank you, dear child. This is the most fitting gift I have ever received. Douglas smiled, and, reaching once more into the seemingly endless bag, retrieved additional presents. He had prepared gifts for every professor who had imparted knowledge to him, including the newly appointed Muggle Studies professor. The atmosphere quickly became vibrant. Even Snape, under Dumbledore's subtle encouragement, reluctantly accepted a book on modern laboratory management standards. His lips pressed into a thin, sardonic line. Yet as he flipped through the pages and beheld the immaculate, mirror-like photographs of laboratories, his fingers paused momentarily, lingering on a particular page for a full 3 seconds. As night descended at 7 o'clock, the professors traversed the corridor and entered the brilliantly illuminated school hall. The 4 long tables remained barren, but thousands of floating candles illuminated the golden platters and goblets, casting a radiant glow. Dumbledore sat in the gilded chair at the center of the dais, his expression inscrutable, as though pondering a profound enigma. Douglas took a seat beside Professor Sprout, quietly seeking her advice on some classroom techniques. Unbeknownst to him, the jovial ghost of the fat friar from Hufflepuff materialized from the center of the dining table, waving cheerily at Douglas. Soon, the doors swung open, and a tide of students surged in, instantly filling the hall with raucous chatter. Douglas scanned the youthful faces, many still bearing the innocence of youth. Among them, He recognized several familiar figures. After all, he had only graduated 3 years prior, and many of the younger students still remembered him. Whispers rippled through the student ranks, tinged with surprise and curiosity. A mere 3-year graduate from Hufflepuff had become a professor at Hogwarts. It was worth noting that in Douglas's cohort, all brilliance had been overshadowed by a prodigy named Bill Weasley. Douglas paid no heed to the murmurs, his gaze continuing to wander. When it fell upon the Gryffindor table, his attention abruptly fixated. He reconfirmed his observation. Indeed, among the younger students, there was no sign of Harry Potter or Ron Weasley. Damn it! A fragment of a forgotten memory suddenly surfaced. The house elf Dobby, the flying car. He had believed that by steering the Weasley family away from conflict with Malfoy, he could prevent any further mishaps. Having traversed over 2 decades, the foresight he once possessed had long since faded into obscurity. The intricate details of the original narrative had been eroded over time, rendering them indistinct in the river of memory. At that moment, he noticed Percy Weasley anxiously glancing towards the Ravenclaw table. Hermione Granger beside him murmured something. Percy's face drained of color as he abruptly turned his gaze towards the staff table. The Weasley twins exchanged mischievous glances, evidently finding the situation amusing. As Percy scanned the staff table, he realized that Professors McGonagall and Snape were absent. It then dawned on him that McGonagall had gone to greet the new students. Disappointment washed over his features. When his eyes met Douglas's, it was as if he had grasped a lifeline. His expression brightened instantly. He nearly sprinted over, with Hermione trailing closely behind. "Professor," Percy's voice, tinged with urgency, faltered. "Ron and Harry are missing." Before Douglas could respond, Dumbledore's light cough resonated from a distance, cutting through the din with clarity. "Do not be alarmed, my child. I believe Harry and Mr. Weasley will appear shortly. Severus has gone to find them. Please return to your seats. Dinner will commence soon." With that, he handed a copy of the Daily Prophet to the professor seated in the center. Professor Sprout accepted the newspaper, glanced at it, and began to read softly. "The Ford Anglia can fly, much to the astonishment of Muggles. 2 Muggles in London are convinced they witnessed an old car soaring past the post office building. This occurred at noon in Norfolk while Mrs. Hetty Bellis was hanging laundry. Mr. Angus Fleet of Pibbles reported the incident to the police. A total of 6 or 7 Muggles were witnesses." Upon finishing, she looked at Percy in surprise, then cast a glance at the composed Douglas. Percy's complexion had turned as pale as parchment. He realized that the car had been secretly modified by his father without the Ministry of Magic's knowledge. Douglas gently snapped his fingers, the crisp sound jolting Percy back to reality. Douglas winked at him, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "Do not fret. You must trust Headmaster Dumbledore. As for your concerns, the adults will manage everything. Heed the Headmaster's advice and return to your seat. Have some food to calm your nerves." Hermione clenched her fists, nervously glancing at Dumbledore before turning to Douglas. Her voice trembled slightly. "Professor Holmes, will Harry and Ron be expelled?" The answer. Analysis. The magical coating of the iron pot is susceptible to scratches and requires the use of an anti-scratch charm during cleaning. Option correct. Option incorrect. Pumpkin juice stains are more efficiently dealt with using a wiping charm. Option incorrect. Silver cutlery can be cleaned with a standard charm. The Moonlight Purification Charm is reserved for precious silverware. Option incorrect. Wooden cutting boards should be treated with a low-intensity cleaning charm to avoid warping. Chapter 15. The Unauthentic Rap of the Sorting Hat. Upon hearing Hermione's inquiry, Douglas shook his head, gesturing towards Professor McGonagall, who was leading the first-year students into the Great Hall. "I'm afraid, Miss Granger, that this is a question only Professor McGonagall, as the head of Gryffindor, can answer." Percy, noticing the entrance of the new students, patted Hermione on the shoulder before promptly turning back towards the Gryffindor table. The sorting ceremony was about to commence, and despite his eagerness, he could not trouble the professors at this moment. Moreover, Professor Snape had already gone to find Ron and Harry. Although Professor Snape had been somewhat unfriendly towards Gryffindor students, it did not detract from his responsibilities as a Hogwarts professor. Of course, he placed greater trust in Dumbledore and Douglas. Since Dumbledore had assumed the role of headmaster, no student had encountered any significant trouble. Hermione bit her lip and followed Percy back to her seat. Dumbledore watched Douglas with keen interest, smiling as he remarked, "Douglas, it seems you are still as popular as ever." Professor Sprout beside him also wore a motherly smile. Douglas rolled his eyes at the 2 old friends, stating, "That's because I ran into the Weasley and Granger families in Diagon Alley yesterday, and we shared a meal together. Hence, Miss Granger instinctively inquired about me." Back in school, Douglas had indeed attracted the attention of many young witches. There was even a Christmas when someone secretly gifted him a small cake laced with a love potion. Had he not casually given the cake to Dumbledore as a Christmas gift while staying at school, he might have fallen victim to it. As for whether Dumbledore fell under the potion's influence, that was a matter Dumbledore himself disclosed afterward, emphasizing at the beginning of a term that students were not permitted to use potions on their classmates without a teacher's supervision. The sorting ceremony soon commenced. Professor McGonagall summoned the first-year students to the center of the 4 long tables. At that moment, they were the protagonists. Under the flickering candlelight, the hundreds of faces in the hall resembled pale lanterns, all gazing at them. Amidst the flurry of these young ones, Professor McGonagall, as in previous years, gently placed a stool before the first-year students, followed by a tattered and worn pointed wizard hat. I do not know what to say. My name is the Sorting Hat. I am aware that my appearance is somewhat shabby, but that is the wisdom imparted by time. I say Gryffindor, you say bravery. I say Ravenclaw, you say wisdom. I say Slytherin, you say shrewd. I say Hufflepuff, you say loyal. The students at the 4 house tables erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Douglas, taken aback, had presumed that after graduation the Sorting Hat style would revert to its former self. When he first visited the headmaster's office, he had inadvertently taught the hat to rap in an unorthodox manner. To his surprise, it had since taken a liking to this approach. Although Professor McGonagall initially disapproved of the hat's antics, she was not the headmaster and could only watch as Dumbledore indulged it. That academic year, after Douglas was penalized for arriving a minute late to Transfiguration class, McGonagall ceased to intervene during the ceremonies. Observing the bewildered first and second-year students standing in the hall, she couldn't help but smile knowingly, recalling their own similar expressions from yesteryears. Once the song concluded, thunderous applause filled the air, and the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table even led a chorus of whistles. The Sorting Hat bowed to each of the 4 tables before falling silent. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. Addressing the first-year students, she declared, "When I call your name, you shall don the hat and take a seat to await your house assignment." As the sorting ceremony progressed smoothly, Douglas suddenly noticed 2 small heads peering through the hall's window. In the dim candlelight, he recognized the long-missing Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Immediately behind them appeared a man with long hair and an unsettling smile. Douglas raised his goblet toward the window, smiling, which piqued the curiosity of the other faculty members. Severus? Just moments ago, Harry and Ron had narrowly escaped a harrowing incident beneath the Whomping Willow, dragging a battered trunk as they ascended the slope toward Hogwarts Castle. This was far from the victorious arrival they had envisioned. Instead, they felt stiff and chilled, their bodies aching. As they neared the entrance to the hall, Ron discarded the broken trunk at the foot of the steps and rushed to a bright window, exclaiming to Harry, "The feast has already begun. Hey Harry, look, it's the sorting. It's such a shame we missed the hat song. I was hoping to join in with the upperclassmen this year." Harry, equally regretful, hurried to the window and peered into the great hall alongside Ron. Just as they pondered the absence of Snape at the staff table, a chilling voice resonated behind them. "Perhaps he is waiting to hear why you 2 did not take the school bus." As Harry and Ron turned around, trembling, they found Severus Snape standing before them, his black robes billowing in the wind, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he regarded them. In that moment, Professor Snape lifted his gaze, catching sight of Douglas at the staff table, raising his goblet in a smile. With a stern expression and a cold snort, he declared, "You, follow me." After a swift flick of his robe, he turned and strode toward the underground classroom. Harry and Ron trembled as they trailed behind Snape, casting a reluctant glance back at the warm and inviting great hall. Perhaps this would be their final glimpse of the hall, they pessimistically mused. Before the sorting ceremony concluded, Professor Snape hurried to his seat and murmured something in Dumbledore's ear. Once the ceremony had ended, Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet. Despite his advanced age, he always appeared so full of vitality. With a beaming smile, he looked upon the students, extending his arms as if this were the most joyous day of the year. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year." He continued, "Before we commence the feast, I wish to share a delightful announcement. This year, I am pleased to introduce a new teacher to our ranks. Professor Holmes, a rarity among educators, has actively sought the position of defense against the dark arts instructor." Douglas stood to greet the assembly, and a thunderous applause erupted in the hall. The clapping originated from the older students of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, soon followed by a reluctant applause from some older students of Ravenclaw and Slytherin. The younger students, unsure of the situation, joined in the applause. Among the faculty, only Snape wore a grimace as if he had swallowed a fly. Once the applause subsided, Dumbledore smiled and remarked, "Well, I believe the important matters have been addressed. So let us begin our meal." Suddenly, the golden plates and whimsical goblets atop the 4 long tables overflowed with food and drink. Douglas glanced at the students' tables, nodding in satisfaction. Professor Sprout, standing nearby, smiled and said, "Though you have graduated, the school has not abandoned the delightful dishes you once suggested. These are unique to Hogwarts. Some house elves from traditional wizarding families have even been sent to study these culinary delights." As they conversed, it was unclear when Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Snape had departed from the dining table. Chapter 16, Prefect? In my class, the representative holds sway. The canopy was a piece of unwashed, inky velvet. At 5 in the morning, the castle's silhouette loomed in the dense darkness, merely a deeper shadow. Douglas rose from his bed, the loose cotton and linen of his nightwear gliding silently over his skin. He stepped into a corner of the bedroom, partitioned by an ancient screen, creating a secluded meditation space. This was not a whimsical quirk, but rather a steadfast habit cultivated over the years. A secret that allowed him to stand out among his peers. Meditation. Initially, he entertained a faint hope that it might trigger the legendary golden finger of the time traveler. It soon proved to be a naively simplistic notion. He failed to behold the resplendent elements of magic, nor did he experience any epiphany regarding ancient incantations. However, his prolonged perseverance allowed the magical energy within him to settle and refine, akin to polishing a stubborn stone in the profound depths of the mind. The acceleration of his magical prowess surpassed that of his peers, and the responsiveness to his spells was astonishingly swift, particularly after reaching adulthood. When the magical growth curve of other wizards began to plateau, or even stagnate, he could distinctly sense that the river of power within him continued to surge relentlessly. An hour later, the first glimmers of dawn, akin to melted gold leaf, gently brushed against the spires of Hogwarts Castle. Amidst the mist of the expansive lawn, an additional figure emerged. He began with a steady jog, his breath and footsteps synchronized like a finely tuned metronome. Then, he halted, allowing his body to sink as he gradually unfolded a series of crane-style movements. Rising and falling with grace, he weaved through the trees, striking with precision. His innate energy was contained, and his form was compact, embodying the essence of agility and subtlety. In the distance, behind the windows of Gryffindor Tower, Professor Minerva McGonagall, wrapped in her plaid Scottish robe, caught sight of the familiar figure on the lawn. For a moment, she paused, then a dry smile crept across her lips, as if amused by her own thoughts. "I almost thought someone had secretly employed a time-turner on me," she murmured to herself, a hint of nostalgia in her gaze. She nearly forgot that Mr. Douglas was now a professor at Hogwarts. In his student days, he had also engaged in such peculiar morning rituals, running and performing these strange movements on the lawn. Initially, a few students even reported him, claiming that Douglas was conducting some form of dark magic. Yet McGonagall, with her half-blood heritage and the erudite Dumbledore, both understood that it was merely a unique form of physical exercise from the Muggle world. Although they could not fully grasp the intricacies of it, they appreciated his unwavering dedication. Upon completing his workout, Douglas made his way to the kitchen. The moist, warm air mingled with the enticing aroma of food. He need not utter a word. The house elves had already skillfully laid out a sumptuous breakfast on the long table, steaming and inviting. Soy milk, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and delicate soup dumplings awaited him. Of course, these were not prepared solely for him. Ever since he introduced these Eastern breakfast delights to the kitchen, they had swiftly captivated the palates of numerous faculty and students, becoming the new favorites on Hogwarts' breakfast table. After finishing his meal, he returned to his professor's office, his fingertips gliding gently over the parchment of his lesson plan prepared for the first class. The inaugural lesson of the term was for the fifth-year Ravenclaws. Even before the bell rang, the classroom was already filled to capacity. The students' whispers coalesced into a buzzing background hum, each face adorned with curiosity and scrutiny. They were eager to discern what kind of defense against the dark arts lesson this professor, just a few years their senior, would impart. Soon, the side door of the classroom swung open. Douglas entered, bearing a hefty stack of parchment, his expression devoid of emotion. With a thud, he placed the parchment heavily on the podium, the sound silencing the classroom in an instant. His gaze swept across the room, skimming over every youthful visage. The students instinctively straightened in their seats. Douglas nodded in satisfaction, his voice flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Very well, no one is late. As your new professor of defense against the dark arts, I wish to pose a question. Fifth years, do you know what your greatest challenge ahead is?" A profound silence enveloped the room. The students exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting confusion. Douglas's demeanor darkened. What had that fellow Chilo been doing last year? Was he solely preoccupied with the Philosopher's Stone for an entire term? Just then, a timid voice emerged from the crowd. "Is it the exam? I heard from a senior that she performed poorly last year, scoring only a 1 in defense against the dark arts." This remark was akin to a stone cast into a pond, instantly sending ripples of discussion throughout the room. Douglas's expression turned icy. Clearly, this young professor commanded little respect in their eyes. Had it been McGonagall or Snape's class, who would dare to be so brazen? Silence. The two words fell like ice upon the floor, the temperature in the room seemingly dropping several degrees. "Has no one taught you that you must raise your hand before answering a question?" His gaze precisely locked onto the source of the voice. The student in the second row, the one in the middle, "Please stand." A girl with short, tawny hair stood up, her demeanor tinged with a hint of defiance. Upon entering, she had heard tales of this Hufflepuff senior's illustrious exploits. What right did someone only a few years her senior, who was known for stirring trouble, have to stand here as her teacher? "It's the exam," she reiterated, her tone challenging. "I witnessed the fifth-year seniors scrambling in distress over it last year." Douglas nodded, his expression inscrutable. Correct. It is indeed the exam. He shifted his tone, a playful smirk gracing his lips. However, I offer this student a piece of advice. Should you provide your name while answering a question before I know it, I would be more than willing to bestow 5 points upon Ravenclaw. The girl's face flushed crimson in an instant. His words were like a soft blade, deftly piercing her pride. Ultimately, she almost reluctantly squeezed out her name. Windsor Shelley, Professor. Professor Holmes, I am Windsor Shelley. The frost on Douglas's face melted away, revealing a smile that could be deemed gentle. Very well, Miss Shirley, there is no need to be anxious. From this day forth, you shall serve as the representative for the defense against the dark arts class in Ravenclaw's 5th year. Class representative? Windsor Shirley and her classmates were taken aback. This term was entirely foreign to them. Such a position had never existed within the Hogwarts system. Douglas calmly elucidated, his voice resonating clearly throughout every corner of the classroom. The responsibilities of the class representative are as follows. First, to communicate learning experiences with fellow classmates and foster a conducive atmosphere for academic engagement. Second, to keep abreast of the academic progress of your peers and report back to me as necessary. Third, to serve as a bridge between myself and the students, conveying my directives and relaying your suggestions. Fourth, to assist classmates who are struggling academically, oversee assignments, and strictly prohibit any form of plagiarism. Fifth, to lead by example and become a paragon of learning for all. He paused before adding, of course, I will provide further requirements as the year progresses. Should you prove capable, I shall award an additional 30 points to Ravenclaw House at the end of the academic year based on your performance. I trust, Miss Shirley, that you would not decline such an opportunity? As Douglas articulated his expectations, the eyes of the entire class converged upon Windsor Shirley. There were expressions of surprise, envy, and even a few gazes that betrayed unmasked jealousy. These responsibilities, in many respects, endowed her with a semblance of authority rivaling that of a prefect. Shirley, feeling the weight of this newfound role, nervously pointed to a boy and a girl in the front row. Professor, but the prefects of Ravenclaw are Magilavina and Lizzie Quinton. Douglas raised his hand, signaling her to take her seat. Yes, I am indeed aware of the prefects. However, they oversee the entirety of Ravenclaw House, and their focus is limited. You, on the other hand, will solely be responsible for the 5th year defense against the dark arts class. He then turned to the 2 prefects. Miss Vina, Mr. Quinton, it is not only Miss Shirley who will be appointed as a class representative. I shall select one for each grade and house to assist me with my teaching duties. His tone became solemn. I expect both prefects to provide assistance to Miss Shirley when necessary. It can even be stated that in the realm of defense against the dark arts, the directives of the class representative shall take precedence over those of the prefects. Is that understood? He concluded with a significant revelation. Oh, and regarding the special allocation of fruit from the house management, from this day forth, my class representatives must also be included. The 2 prefects opened their mouths, but words eluded them. An appointment announced by a professor left them with no recourse but to accept it for the time being. Their minds already plotting to approach Headmistress Flitwick after class to voice their objections to this absurd decision. Chapter 17. Welcome to the true defense against the dark arts class. Even the most innocent of students harbored an unwillingness to relinquish even a fraction of their power. Moreover, the esteemed title of Hogwarts prefect was accompanied by unseen privileges. Now, Douglas intended to distribute the sweet fruits of authority that had been exclusively theirs to a group of nameless class representatives. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Quinton Avery could no longer remain seated. The chair legs screeched against the floor, producing a piercing sound that startled him into a sudden stand. I beg your pardon, Professor. His voice strained with anxiety. He continued, those fruits are the spoils won by previous prefects, and their quantity is limited. I fear there may not be enough to distribute to any class representatives. In that instant, a pang of regret entwined itself around Quinton's heart. Just last night, he had overheard a senior from the 7th year discussing this new professor, Douglas Holmes, a man who, apart from his dietary habits resembling those of a Hufflepuff, seemed entirely out of place within the confines of this institution. There were even whispers from seniors, hushed and conspiratorial, suggesting that the rare inter-house conflict from many years ago had its origins tied to this Professor Holmes. Yet, the specifics had long since faded into obscurity. After all, the current 7th graders were merely first-year novices who had not yet mastered even the levitation charm. They retained but one conclusion: do not provoke him. At this moment, Douglas regarded him with a playful, almost sinister smile. A chill coursed down Quinton's spine, and he regretted his impulsiveness. However, he quickly reassured himself, for he was fighting on behalf of all the prefects. He was a hero. Perhaps this would earn him the approving gaze of the 6th-year senior he admired for so long. With this thought, an illusory strength surged through his limbs once more. Spoils. Douglas's laughter was soft, akin to a feather brushing against the table, yet it bore a metallic chill. Ah, indeed, that makes sense. To refer to them as spoils is quite fitting. After all, these were indeed the fruits earned through the labor of those captives long ago. Douglas scoffed internally. astonished by the meticulous scheming of those once mischievous youths. They must have reached some clandestine agreement, cloaking the narrative of the fruits as spoils in a sugary veil of history, passing it down through generations of successors. After his departure from Hogwarts, that history had been thoroughly distorted by them. However, Douglas was well aware that neither Hufflepuff nor Gryffindor had any hand in this petty conspiracy. Hufflepuff students, regardless of their status as prefects or not, were entitled to partake in the bounties of the orchard, especially since he himself had once been the head of Badger House. And Bill Weasley, the upright Gryffindor, was not only a prefect but also the president of the student council. Most importantly, neither Gryffindor nor Hufflepuff engaged in such convoluted schemes. Nonsense, exclaimed another female prefect, Vina. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes ablaze with indignation. That is not how the previous seniors conveyed it to us. Douglas observed the two youthful faces twisted in anger and decided against further teasing. He lightly tapped his knuckles on the podium, producing a rhythmic sound that captured everyone's attention. Have you never paid attention to the name of the orchard you enter when you are assigned labor? The Holmes orchard. He enunciated each word clearly. Yes, you have not guessed incorrectly. That orchard was originally planted by me. Years ago, the school authorities prohibited any discussion surrounding that incident. Yet I am willing to reveal a fragment of the truth. The privileges you, the senior students, enjoy are not a result of your predecessors defeating me. Rather, they stem from my commitment to the principles of peace, camaraderie, unity, and mutual assistance. I allocated a special portion of the orchard's yield as remuneration to those laborers. To be more precise, every apple you consume rightfully belongs to those students who were confined and toiling away in the orchard. Douglas would never admit that this was actually one of the punishments imposed by the school for instigating chaos back then. As soon as I concluded my statement, the expressions of several students in the back row shifted dramatically. They gazed at the two senior students as if they were thieves who had pilfered their dinner, their teeth clenching audibly. Which grade hasn't he had its share of habitual visitors to the detention rooms? Douglas relished this effect. After all, he was still young, and an occasional dose of cynicism could invigorate his blood. He continued, stating that the special and ordinary fruits enjoyed by my class representatives would be deducted from my personal share. Therefore, please refrain from involving them in this matter. Are there any questions? If not, his gaze swept across the classroom like that of a hawk, sharp and cold. Just as he believed he had completely seized control of the situation, a hand tied in pigtails excitedly shot up from the back row. Douglas sighed. It seemed his intimidating demeanor was no match for Professor Snape's. After all, Snape's formidable reputation had been cultivated through a series of lessons steeped in venomous authority. Please stand, he reluctantly instructed. Professor, I am Vincent Diana. The girl with pigtails rose, her face radiating unabashed enthusiasm. I wish to know about the great battle among the 4 houses 7 years ago. I have inquired of all the professors. Yet they seem as though they have been struck by a forgetting charm, refusing to speak. The upperclassmen only know snippets, and not a single word can be found in the school records. All I know is that the battle was related to the orchard. You are the master of the orchard. You must know the entire truth, correct? Douglas was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this girl's curiosity regarding old grievances far exceeded her interest in senior privileges. He awkwardly rubbed his nose. Back then, he had solemnly promised Dumbledore never to mention the matter again, lest it spark a new wave of inter-house conflict. Ahem, Miss Diana. If you can achieve a passing grade in your defense against the dark arts exam, I would be more than willing to share that tale with you. He paused, lowering his voice and adding with an air of mystery. Additionally, I might reveal that the origins of that incident indeed involve me, as well as several of your graduated Ravenclaw seniors. A wave of excitement erupted below, particularly among the girls, their eyes shimmering with the flames of gossip. There was a male protagonist, and not just one female lead. Scenes filled with taboo, conflict, and a tempest of love and hatred raced through their minds, unfolding in vivid detail. Douglas dismissed the fervent imaginations around him with a gentle clap of his hands. Now, let us return to the matter at hand, he remarked with a tone laden with disappointment. It seems that each generation falls short of the last. He continued, in my school days, I was already losing hair from anxiety by the 4th grade. Yet here you are in the 5th grade, still oblivious to the challenges that lie ahead. This assertion was not entirely boastful. After all, it was he who had instilled such anxiety in 4th graders back then. Under his encouragement, Bill Weasley had taken the lead in forming a study group, a rather exclusive one, at that. The ordinary wizarding level examinations are entirely distinct from your final assessments. They are organized by the Ministry of Magic itself, determining your future in 12 pivotal subjects. This serves as the ultimate evaluation of your 5 years of study and a critical benchmark for your capabilities in the wizarding world after you leave these halls. Defense against the dark arts is one of those subjects. He scrutinized their past report cards, noting, in your earlier years, your understanding of magical creatures was commendable. However, your grasp of defensive spells last year was utterly dismal. This means that this year, you must not only master the knowledge of the 5th grade, but also catch up on all the essential spells you neglected last year. Rest assured, I have devised a comprehensive plan for your studies in the upcoming year. With that, he lightly tapped his wand against the thick stack of parchment beside him. Whoosh! The scrolls seemed to come alive, gracefully descending onto each student's desk. This is a foundational assessment paper, encompassing all the theoretical knowledge of defense against the dark arts that you have acquired since entering Hogwarts. Of course, this is merely an appetizer. We will also have practical assessments to gauge your skills. The results will directly influence the direction of your studies this year. With an hour remaining in this class, consider this your examination hall. No whispering, and under no circumstances may any magical means be employed to cheat. The final statement ruffled the feathers of a few Ravenclaw students seated in the front row. Cheating? That is an affront to intellect. We are Ravenclaws. Yet, as their eyes fell upon the examination paper, their expressions of arrogance were swiftly replaced by bewilderment. Their minds went blank. Were these questions truly derived from their textbooks? Which of the following statements is correct? Only those killed by the killing curse can become a ghoul. Garlic can prevent hauntings. People are unaware that there are dementors in the tropics. Curses are stronger than hexes, and hexes are stronger than jinxes. If a werewolf couple conceives on a full moon, they will give birth to wolf cubs rather than human infants. In addition to these brain-twisting questions, there were a few that seemed deceptively simple. However, perhaps they were merely an illusion of simplicity. What is the effect of the shattering spell? To make an object disappear. To shrink an object. To explode an object into fragments. To melt an object. If one were to delve into the cursed tome, the sorcerer's sonnet, what fate would befall the reader? They might find themselves eternally captivated by the act of reading, unable to cease. Alternatively, they could meet an immediate demise, be drawn into the very pages of the book, or be condemned to communicate solely through quatrains for the rest of their life. Chapter 18. Ron, Professor Holmes is a good man. As the latter half of the class progressed, the only sound within the classroom was the echo of Douglas's polished shoes striking the stone floor. The rhythm was as precise as a metronome, marking the tension that hung in the air. His shadow moved like a mobile sundial, slowly sweeping across the desks, meticulously measuring the dwindling moments left. He would halt without warning, resembling a silent statue, looming behind a student. That gaze seemed to possess a physical weight, pressing heavily upon the parchment, causing the nib of the quill to quiver faintly. Some students' minds became utterly blank under the intensity of his stare. As the clock approached the final 15 minutes, his voice resonated once more, flat and devoid of warmth, akin to the chimes of an ancient magical clock tower. Attention, candidates. Only 15 minutes remain. There was no repetition, yet it bore a sense of urgency more potent than any exhortation. If gazes could cast spells, those students, confronted with their largely blank exam papers, would have likely cast petrification charms upon the new professor 100 times over. 100 questions awaited, half of which demanded detailed responses, interspersed with knowledge points that could be traced back to textbooks from several years prior. Even the Eagle of Ravenclaw, adept at soaring through the realms of knowledge, needed time to pen their thoughts. Before the bell signaling the end of class rang, Douglas snapped his fingers. An invisible force abruptly whisked all parchment rolls, completed or not, from the desks. They spiraled through the air, forming a whirlwind of paper that gracefully descended upon the lectern. Stacking neatly, Douglas clapped his hands, dust particles dancing in the beam of light. This was merely a preliminary assessment. There is no need for excessive interpretation. His tone softened slightly. There will be one of these every month. You shall grow accustomed to it. If not, then it shall be weekly. His gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting on Miss Windsor Shelley. Miss Shelley, please visit my office after 7 this evening. Class dismissed. At the moment his words concluded, a series of crisp chimes resonated, not within the classroom, but quietly within his mind. This was not a place for system checks. He gathered the heavy stack of exam papers and stepped out before the students could rise, his figure vanishing at the doorway. Within the classroom, the Ravenclaw Eagles appeared ashen. For a cohort that regarded grades as a mark of honor, the greatest torment lay in the knowledge that the answers resided within their minds, while time had slipped away. On the spiral staircase leading back to the common room, 2 prefects quietly approached Windsor Shelley, softly exchanging opinions regarding the exam papers. True to their roles, the prefects swiftly grasped the true significance of the class representative position. As events have unfolded, they can only acquiesce to the presence of this external student administrator. Not far off, several girls, who typically maintained a strained relationship with Windsor, pricked up their ears, attempting to discern how many questions Shirley had answered. The privilege of daily special fruit was an irresistible temptation for them. In their eyes, Windsor Shirley was merely fortunate, having been the first to be called upon by the professor. As long as their exam scores surpassed hers, it would be a matter of course to take her place. Their schemes crackled with excitement, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Douglas's choices were never arbitrary. Meanwhile, a cunning faction of Ravenclaw was contemplating an alternative transaction. They plotted how to leverage this unfortunate tidbit in the upcoming elective class to exchange for a few sweet apples from their Hufflepuff friends. After all, among the 4 houses at Hogwarts, Only Hufflepuff allowed all students to enjoy fruit after meals. The break during the Defense Against the Dark Arts class was a fleeting 15 minutes. Douglas meticulously organized the exam papers on his desk, his thoughts delving deep into his mind. Academic Excellence Development System. Student satisfaction rating for this class, 6 points. Student assignment completion rating, 0 points. Average student progress rating, 8 points. Class engagement rating, 5 points. Douglas was not surprised by these scores. The teaching model he had adopted diverged sharply from Hogwarts' leisurely traditions. Discomfort was an essential process. Upon re-entering the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, he found the second-year Gryffindor students packed to the brim. A few students were still catching their breath, their cheeks flushed, evidently having rushed in. Douglas's gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing on Ron Weasley's smug face. He observed the surrounding students, their eyes flitting between him and Ron, filled with curiosity and intrigue. A clear conclusion formed in his mind. Ron had paraded their amicable relationship like a trophy among his classmates, further corroborated by Harry Potter and Hermione Granger themselves. A knowing smile curved Douglas's lips. It seemed someone had already introduced me. No sooner had he voiced this thought than he caught Hermione swiftly turning her head, casting Ron a warning glance. The smile on Douglas's face widened as he fixed his gaze on Ron. Since you have so generously proclaimed our friendship, I shall not disappoint Mrs. Weasley's wishes and will extend my care towards you. So, who knows what we should do when we encounter a boggart? The moment the question left his lips, Hermione's arm shot straight up towards the ceiling. Douglas surveyed the room. Silence enveloped the classroom, with only Hermione's arm raised in solitary defiance. He noticed several students subtly exchanging glances with Ron and Harry, their expressions rife with inquiry. Did you not say that this professor was easy to approach? Ron subtly pressed down his hand and winked at them, conveying a silent message: remain calm. The new professor's first class was bound to establish authority. Harry, in agreement, nodded slightly. Just then, a cold, emotionless voice exploded in their ears. Then let Mr. Weasley answer. Ron's smile instantly froze, then shattered inch by inch. He lifted his gaze, staring blankly at Douglas at the podium, his mouth slightly agape. Around them, muffled snickers could be heard. Professor, my voice trembles. I do not know the answer, but I believe Hermione certainly does. Upon finishing, his hand instinctively reached for the chair beneath him, preparing to sit. Did I permit you to sit? Douglas's voice suddenly turned stern. The temperature in the classroom seemed to drop several degrees. His gaze shifted to another side. Mr. Potter, you shall respond. Harry Potter was completely unprepared for the firestorm to reach him. He instinctively adjusted his glasses, as if to ascertain whether the figure at the podium was indeed Snape disguised by Polyjuice Potion. This familiar sense of pressure had only been felt during Potions class. At that moment, Hermione raised her hand even higher, even swaying slightly to attract attention. Douglas's gaze swept over Harry and Ron, filled with disappointment. This morning, Mrs. Weasley had sent a letter, urging him to properly educate these two troublemaking boys. The letter even mentioned that Mr. Weasley was undergoing scrutiny by the Ministry of Magic. This stirred a pang of guilt within Douglas. After all, the concept of the flying car had originated from one of his jesting suggestions. Previously, from the safety of the pages, Harry and Ron's antics seemed exhilarating. Now, immersed in the situation, he realized they were nothing but two unruly children. His gaze ultimately fell upon the eager, brown-haired girl. It seemed that only Miss Granger had prepared for the lesson. He called upon her directly. Very well, Miss Granger. Please enlighten your classmates. Hermione immediately stood up, speaking rapidly and coherently, as if reciting rather than answering. A boggart is a shape-shifting creature, Professor. It will delve into your innermost fears and transform into what terrifies you the most. The incantation to combat it is ridiculous. This spell forces the boggart to take on a form you find most amusing. The more people present, the easier it is to deal with. As it becomes confused and uncertain about what to become. She paused briefly, adding, what truly vanquishes a boggart is laughter. When you laugh wholeheartedly, it bursts into a wisp of smoke and vanishes entirely. The textbook did not elaborate on the specifics of casting the ridiculous spell. Douglas looked at her in astonishment, then began to applaud. He was aware of Hermione's academic prowess, but he had not realized she had excelled to this degree. Chapter 19. The first lesson of the new term begins with collective punishment. Douglas was the first to applaud, his claps ringing clear yet solitary. After a brief pause, a smattering of hesitant applause trickled up from below, akin to tentative raindrops. Please take your seats, Miss Granger, he remarked, his voice tinged with approval. 5 points were awarded for Gryffindor's thirst for knowledge. As his words settled, his gaze swiftly turned icy, fixating squarely on Ron and Harry. I have heard of your exploits from yesterday, he began slowly, each word laced with frost. I had assumed that soaring through the skies would afford you ample time to review your textbooks. Clearly, I overestimated the educational efficacy of a flying car. Instantly, Harry's cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a tomato scalded by boiling water. He opened his mouth, but the words of defense lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. No need for explanations. Douglas brusquely interrupted his attempt. The process is crystal clear to me. He scanned the room, perceptively catching a few stifled snickers. I believe everyone present is equally aware of the circumstances. Am I correct? A wave of suppressed whispers rippled through the students. Of course we know. Ron boasted about it all night. Had it not been for that howling letter, I might have almost believed his tall tales. Douglas raised a hand, silencing the classroom's buzz with a swift gesture. Since you are all informed, the matter becomes straightforward. He surveyed the class, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his lips. Thus, the first assignment of this lesson is as follows. When the gateway to the magical world is maliciously sealed, how might one save oneself? Referencing all the knowledge you currently possess, compose a parchment essay no shorter than 10 inches. A low, mournful wail spread through the classroom, echoing like a lament from the depths of a dungeon. Dozens of resentful gazes converged upon Ron and Harry, the intensity of their stares palpable enough to pierce through flesh. Only then did Douglas wave his hand, signaling the two pale-faced culprits to take their seats. Ron and Harry exchanged a glance. The relief of survival had not yet settled before the weight of their classmates' stares made them uneasy. At least they consoled themselves with the thought that no points had been deducted. Students, Douglas's voice suddenly lightened, even infused with a hint of mirth. Would you like to use your wands for a genuine defense against the dark arts lesson? This proclamation landed like a stone cast into still waters, instantly stirring a tempest of excitement. The previous term's hypnotic readings by Quirrell had fostered a physiological aversion to textbooks. Yes, the resounding chorus echoed, shaking the torches mounted on the walls. Douglas descended from the podium, strolling among the students, a mere hand gesture sufficing to quell the fervor. I, too, would relish that, he admitted, palms open, his tone tinged with just the right amount of regret. However, the ministry's regulations are inscribed as if etched in stone. For those in their third year and below, your primary objective is comprehension, not practice. The flicker of hope that had just ignited was swiftly extinguished, leaving the faces of the students etched with disappointment. 2 more years of endurance lay ahead. Yet, Douglas adeptly pivoted his discourse, successfully drawing everyone's attention back to him. Rules are unyielding, but humanity is dynamic. If you can fulfill the theoretical requirements of the textbook ahead of schedule, I would be delighted to utilize the extra time to impart some truly useful knowledge. He paused momentarily, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, imbued with a sense of dangerous allure. For instance, how to wield any spell you have learned in combat. It is essential to recognize that the focus of defensive magic extends beyond merely contending with dark creatures. When the need arises, you must learn how to engage with another wizard. No sooner had he concluded his statement than a hand shot eagerly into the air, held aloft with fervor. Oh, Miss Granger, do you have a question? Hermione sprang to her feet, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Professor, I have memorized the entire textbook. You may quiz me on any content at your convenience. May I not advance my studies with new knowledge? Douglas turned back to the lectern, leaning against its edge, his gaze reflecting a profound sense of regret. I fear that is not possible, Miss Granger. You are a collective, not a singular genius among a group of, shall we say, ordinary individuals. When all have mastered how to navigate encounters with banshees, how to distinguish ghouls from zombies, and how to properly provoke a female troll, then perhaps we may reconsider. His words sent ripples through the students once more. Ron leaned closer to Harry, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Harry, do you recall that ghoul in my attic? Harry shook his head in confusion. I've never been to your attic. Neville Longbottom, who had remained silent for the better part of the lesson, now sparkled with enthusiasm. Ron, there's one in my barn too. It loves to feast on the spiders and moths there. At the mention of spiders, Ron's body visibly stiffened. The Muggle-born students regarded their peers, who treated ghouls as household pets, with a complex mixture of fear and envy. As Douglas listened to the ensuing discussion, he couldn't help but reflect. The minds of children are akin to blank canvases, easily tinted by their surroundings. Even he, a soul from the Muggle world, struggled to adapt to the peculiar preferences of wizards. He had once contemplated raising an owl, until his roommate S.Owl affectionately deposited a blood-soaked dead mouse upon his pillow. From that moment onward, he maintained a respectful distance from the unconventional pets of the wizarding realm. Silence. Douglas's voice, though not loud, commanded instant stillness in the classroom. He stood tall and began to announce his governing agenda. First, I appoint Miss Hermione Granger as the representative for the second-year defense against the dark arts class in Gryffindor. He succinctly outlined the responsibilities and authority of the representative. You are to actively assist Miss Granger in her duties. Whenever you believe you have mastered a concept, approach her for recitation. Of course, do not presume to deceive. His gaze shifted to Miss Hermione Granger. Before each class concludes, I expect a report from you on the individuals and content recited. I shall tailor the subsequent assignments for them. You may choose to be lax if you wish to cling to this textbook for an entire semester. He refrained from delineating specific knowledge points and instead instructed them to commence from the first page on the Banshee, without distinction or omission. The faces of some students had turned as pale as parchment. He summoned Hermione to the front of the classroom, empowering her to oversee the entire class. Meanwhile, he leisurely seated himself, retrieving the test papers from the previous lesson to commence grading. This was not an act of negligence. It was the most efficient pedagogical approach for the first and second-year curriculum. All knowledge points were sufficiently elucidated in the text. His task was to supplement those truly critical details that lay beyond the pages while marking assignments. He had no desire to exhaust himself like his predecessors, who, in their fervor, drained their energies with tales at the podium. Professors at Hogwarts must learn the art of conserving their vigor with elegance. The lesson sped by amidst the rustling of pages and the oppressive recitation. Clearly, no student could acclimate to such a demanding rhythm during the first class. By the time the bell rang, not a single student managed to recite the entirety of the Banshee's lore. This evoked a unique sense of frustration and urgency within Hermione, the epitome of academic excellence. In the final 5 minutes, Douglas halted everyone. The students, as if granted a reprieve, collectively exhaled in relief. However, Douglas evidently had no intention of allowing them such ease. Excellent. I observe your enthusiasm. Yet, your pace is slower than I anticipated. Our next defense against the dark arts class is on Friday, correct? Before then, I require everyone to master the complete information regarding the Banshee and to verify it with Miss Granger. Additionally, I expect a 15-inch paper on the subject. Let me reiterate. Any form of plagiarism will subject you to an experience far more unforgettable than a howler. His gaze finally settled on Hermione. Miss Granger, if there are no classes after 7 o'clock, please visit my office daily and present me with the recitation list of the day. Hermione stood tall, nodding vigorously. There was no trace of fear in her eyes. Rather, they blazed with the fire of excitement. This was the essence of learning, was it not? Chapter 20. 7 classes in 1 day, utterly exhausting. Except for Hermione, the other students wore expressions of dismay. Just as Douglas announced the end of class, Harry noticed several classmates approaching him and Ron. He quickly donned an apologetic smile and hurriedly tugged Ron away. Upon exiting the classroom, they encountered a few third-year Hufflepuffs who had arrived at the door, preparing for the next lesson. The third-year Badgers observed the flustered savior rushing by, only to spot a group of despondent Gryffindors trailing behind, which sent a wave of anxiety through them. To elicit such a reaction from the typically lively Gryffindors, this new professor must be truly formidable. However, considering that the other party was a legendary senior from their own academy, they were likely to receive some preferential treatment. Yet, regardless of their inquiries, the Gryffindor students merely sighed and shook their heads, choosing to remain tight-lipped about the class. This left the Hufflepuffs, who were preparing for class, feeling quite uncertain. During the break, Douglas once again checked the system. Academic Excellence Development System. Student satisfaction rating for this lesson, 5 points. Student assignment completion rating, 0 points. Average progress rating, 9 points. Classroom engagement rating, 9 points. Upon seeing the engagement rating, Douglas smiled to himself. Indeed, the system was accurate. If he were to lecture throughout the entire class while the students sat below, drowsy and inattentive, the engagement rating would undoubtedly be low. However, by involving them in the lesson and encouraging them to recite aloud, the system recognized their high and enthusiastic participation in the class content. As for the high average progress, Douglas speculated it was thanks to Hermione, who had raised the overall average. The satisfaction rating evidently reflected the students' emotional responses. With these insights, Douglas became clear on how to conduct future classes. Once the third-year Hufflepuffs settled down, Douglas arrived at the classroom punctually. His cheerful demeanor dispelled the gloom cast by the Gryffindor students. It wasn't he intimidating at all. However, when they heard that Douglas intended to have them recite from the textbook first, they were quite distressed. They felt that asking the Hufflepuffs to memorize an entire book was preposterous, unless it was a cookbook. To this end, being a Hufflepuff himself, Douglas naturally offered his younger peers some leniency. Consequently, a plethora of motivational platitudes flowed forth, leaving the little Badgers in a state of bewilderment. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Learning is toil, a labor filled with thought. If there is labor, there will be reward. The key determinant of genius should be diligence. Douglas's hard work was not in vain. After imbibing the motivational rhetoric, the little Badgers felt certain that their knowledge would surely rival that of Ravenclaw. Unlike the reliance on innate talent and vast knowledge, the Hufflepuffs thrived on a learning approach that promised rewards through hard work. Douglas was exceedingly pleased with his tailored teaching method. Furthermore, the ratings provided by the system at the end were also a source of great satisfaction. During lunch, a tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire Hogwarts dining hall. Whispers from Ravenclaw and Gryffindor conveyed alarming news. The newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor was nothing short of a tyrant. In the first class, he had assigned everyone to take an exam and memorize the textbook. Most shockingly, in addition to studying during class, they were required to do so after class as well. The new professor even had the audacity to appoint monitors from each house and grade level to oversee their studies outside of class. Moreover, The assignments were even more plentiful than those assigned by Professor McGonagall. In fact, due to the antics of Ron and Harry, the second-year Gryffindors found themselves burdened with an additional 10 inches of homework. This left Ron too intimidated to regale others with tales of their heroic escapades involving a car soaring across England. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuffs exchanged motivational quotes attributed to Douglas, with some students even contemplating inscribing these inspirational maxims on their bedposts, ensuring they would see them upon waking each day. Douglas, having anticipated this, wisely chose to forego the dining hall and instead requested that a house elf deliver his lunch to his office. The first class of the afternoon was dedicated to the fourth-year Gryffindors. As the fourth year commenced, the curriculum increasingly focused on spells. Dark magic was categorized into 3 types: curses, hexes, and jinxes, each accompanied by corresponding counter curses and dispelling spells. If dark magic could be likened to a spear, then the defense against the dark arts would serve as a shield. However, to master the shield, one must first engage with the spear. Therefore, the forthcoming lessons were designed to enlighten students on the true nature of dark magic. It is important to note that the dark magic discussed here was not of the illicit variety. Such knowledge was deemed inappropriate for students below the 6th year. In the spirit of assessment, Douglas decided to conduct a preliminary examination during the first class. He extracted questions related to counter curses from the 5th-year exam paper, thus crafting a test suitable for the 4th-year students. Given that the instructor for defense against the dark arts changed annually, the students' foundational knowledge varied significantly, and the remaining time in 5th year was insufficient for adequate preparation. The 4th year, however, provided a timely opportunity for these students to reinforce their basics and prepare for upcoming examinations. As Douglas entered the classroom, laden with parchment, the Weasley twins emitted a cacophony of irritating shrieks, prompting a chorus of lamentations from their fellow 4th-year Gryffindors. Standing at the podium, Douglas regarded them coldly, pleased that they had already grasped his intentions. With limited time for the lesson, he refrained from superfluous dialogue. He appointed the Weasley twins as class representatives, warning that should they fail to complete their assignments, he would hold the rest of the class accountable. Now, let us commence the examination. With a flick of his wand, all the parchment floated before the students, disregarding the twins' reaction, which resembled a silent cry for mercy. Under Douglas's gaze, which bore an unsettling smile, the twins sheepishly began to answer the questions, recalling how they had once been thoroughly deceived under such a smile. The time passed swiftly as he circled the classroom, occasionally standing behind the Weasley twins to observe their progress. The afternoon unfolded with 4 classes in total, encompassing not only the 4th-year Gryffindors, but also the 3rd-year Ravenclaws and the 1st-year Hufflepuffs. Douglas employed the same method with these classes, instructing the students to memorize the material from their textbooks before concluding with the 6th-year curriculum. The 6th and 7th grades are distinct, being a mixed class within the academy, with a curriculum that diverges entirely from that of the lower grades. Students below the 6th grade are shielded from the forbidden knowledge of dark magic. However, starting from the 6th grade, students must learn how to defend themselves against such illicit sorcery. Under the supervision of their instructors, 6th and 7th graders are permitted, within certain limits, to explore a modicum of dark magic. In this lesson, Douglas refrained from engaging the students in exercises or rote memorization, as he would with the younger students, nor did he appoint a class representative outright. Instead, he methodically retrieved the textbook titled Encountering the Faceless Creature, instructing the students to turn to the chapter on wraiths, and proceeded to deliver a thorough lecture. The more he adhered to conventional teaching practices, the more unsettled the students became. Surely, the 6th graders were not oblivious to the rumors circulating among the other years. Among them were several Hufflepuff students who had recently joined the house, with Douglas serving as their head. This individual was hardly a stickler for routine or mere recitation. The stories from the lower grades hinted at a first lesson that had left all students in a state of anxiety. How could they expect a straightforward class now? The duration of the lesson was brief, during which Douglas elucidated the origins of wraiths and some commonly used spells for their defense. He incorporated anecdotes of his own encounters with wraiths, ensuring that the lecture was both serious and engaging. As Douglas earnestly imparted knowledge, the students diligently took notes. 5 minutes before the bell rang, Douglas had yet to mention any memorization tasks, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the students. They had long been aware of the tales regarding Douglas's rigorous treatment of students from other grades and had been on edge, fresh from examinations. None were eager to immediately dive back into drills and memorization. Observing the relaxed expressions of his students, Douglas spoke with ease. By the end of this lesson, you should possess a fundamental understanding of wraiths. Your assignment is straightforward. Each of you shall compose a 10-inch essay discussing your personal interpretations of wraiths, without resorting to copying from the textbook. Upon hearing of such a lenient class and assignment, the students could hardly contain their smiles, feeling as though they had finally emerged from a period of hardship. The moment the bell signaled the end of class, Douglas added one final remark. The next lesson will be a practical session. and the student with the highest score will earn the title of class representative for the 6th grade. The students were momentarily taken aback. A practical session? Could it involve spell dueling? Surely, they could not be expected to confront an actual wraith. They quickly dismissed that notion, as Hogwarts would never permit such a creature to be present. Douglas glanced at the rating displayed on the system panel, smiling with satisfaction before turning to make his way to the office. Upon returning to his office, Douglas meticulously reviewed the design plans for the Dark Arts Defense practical base, ensuring that no details were overlooked in the extensive application that measured a full foot in length. Checking the time, he noted it was 5:10 and decided to wait until 5:30 to meet with Professor McGonagall, allowing her a moment to catch her breath after class. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door. Douglas, curious about who might be seeking him at this hour, called out, "Enter." A girl with a ponytail cautiously entered the room. She was Meg Aileen, the newly appointed third-year representative of Ravenclaw, assigned by Douglas. "Miss Aileen, is there something you need?" "Do not be anxious. Come in and take a seat," Douglas said as he moved towards the tea table beside the fireplace. Upon entering, Meg was taken aback by the office's decor. The style was completely incongruous with Hogwarts Castle. It was the only office she had encountered that eschewed opulence in favor of a bright and clean aesthetic. Following Douglas's gesture, she settled into a wooden chair with armrests. The design of this chair was in stark contrast to the angular seats found at Hogwarts, and she couldn't help but touch the smooth wooden armrests a couple of times. Then, she observed Douglas removing a boiling kettle from the fireplace, engaging in a series of actions that bewildered her, yet seemed impressively intricate. Considering Douglas's esteemed position, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She wondered if the professor was preparing some dark magic ritual. It wasn't until Douglas placed a delicate cup before her that she jolted back to reality. "Professor, is this tea? Isn't simply made by pouring water? Why is this so elaborate? Can this ritual alter the tea's properties?" Douglas chuckled softly, devoid of any mockery for her ignorance, and explained. "This is a tea-drinking method from the distant East known as tea art. A refined tea art can bring tranquility to the heart. Although it does not enhance magical power, it allows wizards to think more calmly, particularly benefiting those who frequently encounter dark magic, as it alleviates negative effects." "Oh, I apologize. This may be too advanced for you. By the way, what brings you here?" Meg Aileen, having heard that tea art could also defend against dark magic, realized this was knowledge absent from her textbooks. Upon hearing Douglas's inquiry, she promptly stood and declared, "Professor, I have memorized the key points about Grindylows." Douglas was not surprised. He had appointed Aileen precisely because her records indicated she was not only adept with her hands and management skills, but also possessed an exceptional memory, making her a top student. Douglas took a sip of tea, signaling her to begin. Aileen took a deep breath and began reciting. "Grindylows have green bodies, green teeth, and horns atop their heads. Their fingers are long and powerful for grasping, yet prone to breaking." Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione was firmly holding back a disgruntled Ron and Harry, supervising their recitation along with other students of the same year. Ron and Harry shielded their faces with books, whispering behind Hermione's back, "Harry, shall we sneak back to the dormitory?" "Goodness, Ron, have you forgotten? Girls can enter boys' dormitories at will. Do you want to wait for her to drag you out of bed?" On the other side, Hermione was earnestly trying to persuade Neville Longbottom. "Neville, memorizing is the simplest task. Rote learning will always suffice." Neville wore a despondent expression. "Hermione, you forget that I rely on the memory spell. Having me memorize is akin to sentencing me to death." At this moment, Hermione's roommate Lavender Brown cast aside her book and exclaimed in frustration, "Hermione, Professor Holmes hasn't demanded that we memorize everything so quickly. Do you think everyone is a genius like you? Besides, we have 4 assignments to complete. We can't spend all our time on rote memorization." Other students chimed in, abandoning their books. "Exactly. All the assignments combined require over 40 inches of parchment. Had you not mentioned it, Dean, I wouldn't have calculated. Your math is impressive. Hermione, don't act like you hold all the authority. Even the head boy has never been this strict with us." Hermione's face flushed red from their remarks, suppressing her grievance and trembling with indignation. Noticing the escalating tension, Harry quickly tugged at her sleeve from behind. Hermione shrugged off Harry's hand, took a deep breath, and responded, "I understand this is challenging for you. But Professor Holmes treats all houses equally. Students from other houses are also required to memorize. I'm doing this for the honor of Gryffindor." Simo Finnegan scoffed, interrupting her. "Humph. You do realize we are Gryffindors, not Ravenclaws, right? If Gryffindor were better at memorization than Ravenclaw, why didn't the Sorting Hat place us all in Ravenclaw?" He then cast a peculiar glance at Hermione. Chapter 22, Divergent Educational Philosophies. Hermione glared at him and retorted, "Let us not forget. Professor Holmes stated that we would only learn real defense against the dark arts techniques after we have memorized the texts. I've inquired, and Slytherin hasn't started their classes yet, which gives us a one-day advantage. If we can memorize the texts before them, we will be ahead in learning combat techniques, and we will surely outshine them." As soon as Hermione finished speaking, Her classmates' eyes lit up with determination. They eagerly picked up their textbooks and began to recite animatedly, prompting the upperclassmen in the common room to frown. However, they refrained from commenting, as even the third years had caught wind of the news and quietly pulled out their textbooks to study in hopes of being selected as representatives for Professor Holmes's class. They had heard that class representatives enjoyed the privilege of fruit distribution. Hermione couldn't help but sigh in relief, thinking that Percy's methods were indeed effective. She was acutely aware of her shortcomings, particularly her unpopularity among her peers. Thus, when Douglas appointed her as the class representative, she discreetly sought Percy's advice. First, among those she knew, Percy had the closest relationship with Douglas. Second, during a previous gathering at Douglas's home, she had overheard Percy mention that his rise to head boy was largely due to management tips learned from Douglas. Upon learning that Hermione had also been appointed as Douglas's representative, Percy willingly shared some useful insights with her. Just then, George and Fred leapt forward, playfully wrapping their arms around Ron, who was trying to cram his textbook into his head. Oh dear, our youngest brother, Ron, is starting to aligning oneself with the exemplary Percy. Is this a descent into depravity? George, I believe it is, Fred. Ron's face flushed crimson as he struggled to free himself from their grasp. Hermione, hands on her hips, exclaimed, George, Fred, if you are not going to study, please do not disturb Ron. Remember, you are also the class representatives appointed by Professor Holmes. Upon hearing Hermione's words, George and Fred exchanged knowing smiles. George patted Fred on the back. Congratulations, my brother. You have attained a position of authority, albeit as my deputy. Nevertheless, congratulations. Fred leapt away, Merlin's socks. I am the head, you are the deputy. George raised an eyebrow, and Fred instantly comprehended. One day for you, one day for me. George retorted. It is one day for me, one day for you. Their banter escalated into a playful scuffle as they dashed to the corner of the common room. Harry nudged Ron with his shoulder. How could Mr. Holmes choose those two as class representatives, and not assign them any homework? Ron shrugged, lamenting, I suspect it relates to something from the past, but I was too young to grasp the details. Percy has certainly been bribed by them and refuses to inform me. Whack. Hermione tapped Ron and Harry on their heads with her book, expressing her discontent. Professor Holmes undoubtedly has his reasons. You two should hasten to memorize your texts. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, when Miss Aaron finished reciting the first lesson and departed, it was already 5:40. Douglas hastily grabbed the prepared plan and made his way to Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall serves as the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Long before Dumbledore became the headmaster, McGonagall was a professor of transfiguration under Dumbledore's guidance. Their roles were clearly defined, as Dumbledore held numerous titles in various magical organizations, frequently attending meetings outside the school. Consequently, internal matters at Hogwarts were generally managed by Professor McGonagall, a classic case of a male-dominated public sphere and a female-managed domestic sphere. Professor McGonagall's office was not far away. Situated between the second and third floors, a fortunate encounter with a moving staircase would allow him to reach it swiftly. When Professor McGonagall, engrossed in a document, noticed Douglas entering, a rare smile graced her face. Douglas, I must say, you are truly suited to be a teacher. I have heard that Percy just reported to me that since attending your class, the lower years have been studying in the common room, while the upper years, aside from working in the library, have been gathering around the younger students, revisiting the subjects they once learned. This is the first time Percy has faced such commotion, and he is uncertain how to handle it. Douglas, smiling, took a seat directly opposite Professor McGonagall and explained, I have always believed that books encapsulate the wisdom of those who came before us. Only by internalizing their experiences can one navigate the path to success with minimal cost and time during one's own practical endeavors. I do not wish for my students to one day, through their own blood, formulate a method to combat dark magic that has already been mentioned in their lower grade textbooks. Regrettably, such wisdom is not something all children can conceive or comprehend. Thus, as an educator, my current responsibility is to instill knowledge in them with firmness, until that future day when, through practice, they will naturally assimilate this knowledge. Upon hearing Douglas articulate his understanding of education, Professor McGonagall could not help but set down her quill, clasping her hands thoughtfully on the table, contemplating his words. The situation you describe is indeed one I have encountered throughout my years of teaching, whether it be during my lectures, when a lack of familiarity with the textbook content hinders the class's progress, or when some upper year students, after extensive study of transfiguration, realize they are merely revisiting previously covered material. However, I personally believe that this method does not necessarily lend itself well to the study of magic. You must understand that magic itself is an extension of thought. To confine magic within rigid knowledge severely impedes their capacity for developing new spells. Douglas comprehended the essence of Professor McGonagall's remarks. Hogwarts emphasizes practical teaching, nurturing students' hands-on abilities. Currently, apart from Douglas's classroom, The other professors' rooms are adorned with a plethora of teaching tools. In class, students primarily engage in practical exercises, while the knowledge from textbooks serves merely as supplementary understanding, predominantly guided by the instructor. Even in auxiliary courses, the predominant method employed is audiovisual teaching. However, this approach presents a dilemma. Many students exhibit varying degrees of specialization, and their grasp of foundational theoretical knowledge is often tenuous. Much of what they learn is superficial, leading to a situation in the modern magical community where many practitioners approach magic with a lackadaisical attitude. It is often only when they enter the workforce that they come to realize these deficiencies, at which point they must revisit the knowledge neglected during their studies. Douglas does not deny the shortcomings of Hogwarts' educational methodology. Rather, he observes that while practical teaching is employed, an abundance of theoretical knowledge is relegated to after-class study, relying solely on the student's initiative to master the textbook content. Yet, one must consider that these are merely children in their early teens. How much self-discipline can one expect from them? Moreover, that theoretical knowledge constitutes the very material for examinations. In summary, Douglas has his sights set on the student's extracurricular time. Chapter 23. The Class Representative's Secret. It is important to note that at Hogwarts, students' class hours, aside from evening astronomy lessons, run from 8:30 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. Due to the scarcity of teachers, students do not have a full schedule throughout the day. From the outset, Hogwarts did not adopt a laissez-faire teaching approach, especially with so many empty classrooms. However, as the number of teachers dwindled, it became necessary to shorten students' class hours. Douglas had contemplated this matter long before, which is why he selected representatives from various colleges and grades for his class. His intention was not merely to facilitate his own teaching. Rather, it was to provide students with more structured self-study sessions, especially in a context where teaching resources were scarce, as opposed to relying solely on their self-discipline in public lounges. Once students became accustomed to memorizing textbooks, it would be feasible to incorporate morning reading sessions into the schedule. Douglas felt that starting classes at 8:30 in the morning was somewhat tardy. The thought of students potentially having 3 or 4 additional classes each day excited him. Even if other professors subsequently noticed and claimed some of the early reading and study periods, he would still benefit. After all, with more classes, wouldn't his accrued points increase correspondingly? Currently, the system had not revealed any remarkable features, but he believed that as his points accumulated, it would undoubtedly unlock more content. However, such considerations were premature, given that it was merely the first day of the term. The advantages of his teaching methods over the traditional Hogwarts approach had yet to manifest, and he could only proceed gradually. Douglas handed his documents to Professor McGonagall, thereby concluding their previous discussion. Upon receiving the papers, Professor McGonagall scrutinized the names listed. This is acceptable. The school has numerous vacant classrooms. You may choose one as your practical teaching venue. Douglas remained silent, urging her to continue reviewing the documents. As her expression grew increasingly grave, he awkwardly brushed his nose. Douglas, your ideas are indeed commendable, and as the head professor, you possess such authority. In fact, a similar teaching approach existed at Hogwarts long ago. However, the inherent dangers during that period were considerable, as injuries among students were alarmingly frequent. Ultimately, with the intervention of the Ministry of Magic, the curriculum became relatively safe. But how do you intend to ensure the students' safety? Professor McGonagall's penetrating gaze met his, imbued with a mix of admiration and concern. Douglas nodded, fully endorsing her perspective. Thus, he leaned in slightly and whispered, but Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, using the documents to shield herself from his intrusion. There is no one else here. Why the secrecy? Douglas coughed awkwardly. I merely wish to avoid any leaks that might allow students to prepare in advance. After concluding their discussion, Douglas had just reached his office and brewed himself a cup of tea when he heard a series of knocks at the door. Come in. 6 individuals entered in single file, all of whom were the class representatives he had assigned for the day. Good evening, Professor. Douglas poured 6 cups of tea, gesturing for them to sit. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy a cup of tea while I assign you your tasks. The Ravenclaw 5th-year representative, Sherry, along with the twins and Hermione, confidently pulled up chairs and sat down. In the 3rd year of Hufflepuff, Class Representative Valentine Weebo hesitated for a moment before pulling over 1st-year student Marcy Sho to sit down beside him. Douglas displayed a smile he deemed gentle, retrieving 2 stacks of parchment from his desk and handing them over, instructing, Miss Shirley, Mr. Weasley, your task is to grade the examinations of the students in our class from today. Afterward, choose a suitable time to explain each question to everyone. The answers can be found in the adjacent room. Can you manage that? As he finished speaking, Shirley took the stack of parchments belonging to her class. Upon seeing the first paper filled with correct answers, she nodded earnestly, declaring, No problem, Professor. In truth, even without Douglas's instruction, a particularly astute Ravenclaw student had already begun transcribing the questions from the exam to seek the correct answers. George and Fred exchanged pained expressions. Professor, I foresee difficulties. Isn't this encroaching upon our free time? Douglas paid no heed to their complaints, directly handing the papers to them. Time flows like the waters of the Black Lake. Ever present. Press on. I have faith in you. In the next class, I shall pose random questions, and should even one of you falter, heh. The Weasley twins slumped visibly, sharing a rueful smile before accepting the papers, muttering softly. Noticing Douglas's gaze upon her, Hermione produced a prepared parchment. Professor, here is my completed assignment. I would appreciate your review. So far, 3 students had memorized the text, while others were reciting in the common room. I have urged those 3 to focus on their assignments, she added. Douglas looked at Hermione in surprise. He had not anticipated that she could manage to have the most boisterous Gryffindors diligently studying in the common room. Beside him, third-year Hufflepuff Representative W.L cast a glance at Hermione. He was aware of this renowned know-it-all from Hogwarts and was not surprised by her capabilities. Sighing quietly, he thought of his classmates, who believed they had ample time before the next class and were currently leisurely enjoying fruit in the Hufflepuff common room. This made the first-year Representative Shio feel even more embarrassed, as he himself had not yet memorized the text, nor had his classmates. Shio had not anticipated the rigorous environment at Hogwarts, where some had already memorized the text on the very first day. Douglas took the third-year textbook from W.L and handed it to Hermione. Miss Granger, could you please listen to Mr. W.L and Mr. Shio recite the text? I shall review your assignment first. Shio, blushing, raised his hand and said, Professor Holmes, I have yet to memorize the first text. Douglas was not particularly surprised. He instructed Hermione and W.L to recite near the desk while he spoke to Shio. It's all right. You may practice in the office and return once you have memorized it. Of course, this is not a punishment. If you wish to excel as a class representative, effort must be exerted beyond that of one's peers. I hold great faith in your abilities. The professor nodded earnestly. I shall not disappoint you, I replied. In fact, I am nearly able to recite it. Just a little longer, and I shall surely have it memorized. Douglas gently patted the little one's head and encouraged, keep going. In that moment, Douglas was transported back to when he was summoned to the office by his language teacher to recite. Of course, at that time, he was merely a struggling student. As Douglas sipped his tea, he perused Hermione's essay, noticing it was well structured. It was evident that Hermione had put forth considerable effort, as she even cited various regulations from the Ministry of Magic within her composition. Chapter 24. Professor Holmes's inaugural patrol soon. Wednesday arrived, and the atmosphere at the school felt quite peculiar. The tension typically present among the 5th and 7th year students had become palpable, under the pressure of Douglas's unconventional curriculum. The Ravenclaw students sensed their esteemed position as scholars was being threatened by Gryffindor and Slytherin. During mealtimes, it became apparent that some Gryffindor and Slytherin students were loudly reciting from their textbooks in the dining hall. After each recitation, they exchanged hostile glares as if the words conjured the very creatures they described, boggarts, inferi, and vampires, ready to wreak havoc upon one another. In the midst of this, Ravenclaw students sat at their table, simultaneously reciting their textbooks while quietly inquiring about their peers' progress. When some Gryffindor and Slytherin students stumbled over their lines, the Ravenclaws, ever gracious, would offer gentle corrections, leading to an awkward pause among the glaring students, who then returned to their fervent recitations. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff students sipped pumpkin juice, enjoying the spectacle while glancing at their own textbooks. Their divided attention left them with little retained knowledge by the time the meal concluded. Fortunately, this frantic atmosphere was confined to the younger years. Students from the 4th and 5th grades, who had yet to attend Douglas's classes, were diligently memorizing answers from the exam papers circulating among Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Those who had already taken the exams quietly chuckled at the efforts of their peers. Regardless of the inter-house dynamics, they would never divulge that Douglas assigned different questions to each grade and house. When the overconfident students attempted to answer, they would discover that none of their memorized responses were correct. In light of the unusual academic environment, the heads of houses opted not to intervene excessively, recognizing that academic competition was preferable to dueling with wands. They even contemplated whether their own subjects could benefit from such a method of study, acknowledging the significance of foundational knowledge. During these days, Douglas remained industrious. The 7th year class, originally scheduled for defense against the dark arts on Friday, was summoned early to prepare several empty classrooms according to Douglas's specifications, transforming them in a magical manner. All content related to the modifications has been kept confidential for students below the 7th grade. During this period, Professor McGonagall also visited for inspection. After confirming that the tasks assigned by Douglas were within a manageable scope, she ceased to involve herself in his affairs. On Wednesday night, following the conclusion of his class, Douglas, bearing a carefully prepared gift, made his way to Argus Filch's office, located behind the marble steps of the hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by the musty odor of damp decay. Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, is generally perceived as a cantankerous and unpleasant individual. Yet, in his capacity as the castle's custodian, He is remarkably diligent. He also harbors a cat named Mrs. Norris, who serves as his sole emotional anchor. As a fellow cat aficionado, Douglas became the only student during his time at Hogwarts who could elicit Filch's tolerance. This rapport was carefully cultivated by Douglas. A modern youth well acquainted with the harsh realities of society, he understood that mingling with certain lower-class individuals could yield extraordinary results, while others tended to avoid Mrs. Norris's patrols. Douglas actively sought her out, leveraging his experience from the Muggle world alongside the advantages of Hogwarts kitchens. Gradually, he became the singular student who received preferential treatment during detentions with Filch, even when he found himself lost within the castle. A mere offering of a small fish treat would garner Mrs. Norris's amiable assistance. Upon admitting Douglas into his office, Filch grunted in silence. Unfazed, Douglas unveiled his gift, a jar of catnip paste, and approached Mrs. Norris. "Ah, Mrs. Norris, do you still remember me after all these years?" he inquired. The cat sniffed and promptly extended her tongue, indulging in the delightful treat. Witnessing this interaction, Filch could no longer maintain his stern demeanor. "I had thought the illustrious Mr. Holmes had forgotten about his humble caretaker," he remarked. Douglas, seizing the moment, gently cradled Mrs. Norris from Filch's arms, apologetically explaining, "How could I ever forget? I've simply been rather preoccupied since arriving at Hogwarts. These gifts were prepared back in the Muggle world." Filch's face brightened slightly at Douglas's words, though his smile always bore a hint of peculiarity. Professor McGonagall had already instructed him that today marked Professor Holmes's first day of patrolling the school. Thus, he was to accompany Professor Holmes in familiarizing himself with the patrol routes and the few troublemakers to be wary of. After 2 hours spent navigating the castle's inspection routes amidst Filch's incessant chatter, Douglas also divulged several secret passages. Thereafter, Filch, with Mrs. Norris cradled in his arms, set off on his patrol. As Douglas watched the retreating figure of Filch, a resigned smile crossed his lips. In truth, he was well aware of everything Filch had mentioned. As a precognitive traveler, how could he possibly overlook the infamous Marauders map? Back in his second year, he had already obtained the map from Filch's office. It was not until his graduation that he discreetly returned it. Undoubtedly, the Marauders map is an extraordinarily powerful magical artifact. It was only as he approached graduation in his 6th year that he began to grasp some of its underlying principles, subsequently managing to erase his own presence from the map, a feat not easily accomplished. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, George and Fred Weasley, avoiding their studious brother Percy, quietly navigated through the fat lady's portrait. They stealthily made their way to a corner on the 8th floor, far from the headmaster's office. Carrying the hopes of all their fellow Gryffindors in the 4th year, George pulled out a piece of parchment from his pocket, exhaling in relief. "I nearly revealed the map, just now." Fred whispered a spell with his wand. Lumos, then added, "Blame Professor Filch. He nearly thwarted our night escapade." George pointed his wand at the parchment and declared, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." As soon as George uttered those words, the previously blank parchment began to reveal ink lines, materializing into a map of Hogwarts with the names of everyone within the castle appearing upon it. Fred and George cautiously observed the locations of each individual. Dumbledore was in the headmaster's office, Madame Pomfrey was on the 3rd floor, and Filch was on the 1st. Peeves was in the abandoned girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. "Oh my goodness, Peeves is truly formidable. We wouldn't dare venture into the girls' bathroom. Our mothers would have our heads." At that moment, George suddenly noticed something and scrutinized the map closely. "Fred, who was on patrol tonight? There are no professors' names to be found at any of the patrol points." Fred shook his head. "Brother, we've been so busy lately that we've lost track. Goodness, we're slipping." George wore a similarly regretful expression, yet he resumed his search on the map with an unconcerned grin. "Aha, we are indeed on the move. Now, let us see where our cunning Professor Filch is lurking. As long as he isn't in those classrooms, we have a chance to act." Unbeknownst to the Weasley twins, only a foot away in the same shadowy corner stood Douglas, awkwardly positioned. He swore he was not intentionally using the disillusionment charm to spy on them. He merely happened to be reminiscing about a certain place on the 8th floor. Just as he arrived, he heard the sudden sound of 2 stealthy footsteps echoing through the empty corridor. Douglas swore to the heavens that his actions were merely reflexive. He instinctively invoked the disillusionment charm and swiftly concealed himself within the nearest shadow. As he regained his composure, he realized he was no longer a wandering student of the night, but a patrolling professor. The Weasley twins had already taken refuge at his hiding place. It appeared that being one of Hogwarts' premier nocturnal wanderers bestowed a certain insight. When Douglas observed the twins producing the Marauders map, he felt no great surprise. Just as the original Marauders had chosen to bequeath this gift upon future students at his graduation, he too had made that same choice. Had he not overheard their conversation regarding the 7th-year students' classroom arrangements, he might have remained oblivious. Good heavens, the map revealed no sign of Professor Filch. Surely, he must have left the school. What a fortuitous opportunity. George and Fred exchanged excited high-fives, exclaiming, I wager those classrooms must pertain to our practical exams. If we inadvertently wander into the wrong classroom, does that truly count as eavesdropping on the exam questions? Oh, Fred, what nonsense are you spouting? We are but lost lambs. Hearing this, Douglas felt it imperative, as a patrolling professor, to offer a word of caution. Just as George and Fred prepared to depart, a voice drifted softly from nearby. I believe you ought to consider explaining to me why you are still wandering the castle corridors at such a late hour. Upon hearing that familiar voice, George and Fred exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with surprise and trepidation. However, they did not lower their heads in contrition as Douglas had anticipated. Instead, they produced 2 small spheres from their sleeves and dashed in opposite directions down the corridor. At the very moment the spheres hit the ground, Douglas sensed impending trouble, the realization striking him in a mere hundredth of a second. A deftly cast silencing spell restored the 2 spheres to their original form. Observing the Weasleys flee in different directions, Douglas smirked disdainfully. Humph, such trivial tricks, daring to show off before me. Today, you shall learn what true magic is. Behold the great and powerful spell. He swiftly augmented the spheres with additional enchantments. Soon, he witnessed the 2 spheres soaring upward, hurtling towards the fleeing twins. Hogwarts was vast, and George and Fred, knowing each other well, wisely refrained from making a beeline for the Gryffindor common room, which would have made them easy prey. The professors at Hogwarts shared an unspoken understanding. Unless one was caught red-handed, their cleverness was acknowledged. Rarely would a student face detention merely due to suspicion. Of course, no student had ever fled upon being discovered by a professor. In the case of the Weasley twins, they typically eluded capture during their nocturnal escapades. Even Argus Filch, who prided himself on knowing the school's secret passages, seldom managed to apprehend them, especially after acquiring the Marauder's map. Today was simply an anomaly. Their audacity to flee stemmed, in part, from their relationship with Douglas and the Weasley family. On the other hand, it is precisely due to this relationship that they feared Douglas will report them to their mother. They are well acquainted with the various hiding spots and secret passages within Hogwarts. Thus, they believe they can easily conceal themselves and evade capture. Regrettably, having spent years contending with the non-magical Filch, they have seemingly forgotten that magic can indeed be employed to apprehend them. Just as the 2 dart towards the nearest secret passage to the 5th floor, a pair of small explosions resonate, albeit softly. However, the ever-alert Filch, with his keen ears, detects the disturbance from the 1st floor and furiously grabs Mrs. Norris, darting into a nearby passage. My dear, this time we shall surely catch them in the act. The Weasley twins, who were previously fleeing, are struck with despair upon hearing the explosion. They gaze helplessly at the striking yellow-brown smoke that envelopes them. It is as if they have reached a dead end, stretching their hands across the staircase and hysterically crying out their last assertions of innocence. George, oh my Fred. They are acutely aware of the potency of the dung bombs they created. As the yellow gas spreads, they find themselves smeared with the foul substance, their hands coated in the viscous muck, rendering them reluctant to grasp their wands. Their desolation deepens as they witness an individual emerge from a nearby passage, a person who has long harbored a grudge against them. They harbor no doubt that if captured, they would be confined to a dark cellar, subjected to the daily torment of a small whip. Douglas, making his way down at a leisurely pace, furrows his brow as he nears the Weasley twins, casting a bubblehead charm upon himself. He is baffled by the sight of Filch, who, despite being closer to the twins, exhibits an almost manic excitement. In stark contrast to the frenzied Filch, Mrs. Norris displays an intelligence uncommon among cats. She leaps gracefully from Filch's arms, carefully sidestepping the twins who are wallowing in their misfortune, and hops onto Douglas's shoulder. Oh, dear Norris, it has been years. You have grown quite plump. Douglas distinctly feels the added weight on his shoulder and, in turn, casts a bubblehead charm for Mrs. Norris as well. Filch, brandishing a waxen lantern, incessantly shines it upon the twins' faces, muttering to himself as if he relishes their expressions of despair. The Weasley twins, realizing their escape route is blocked by Filch while Douglas approaches from the front, have surrendered to their fate. This marks their first defeat since their 2nd year. Douglas, observing the bloodshot eyes and frenzied expression of Filch, cannot help but feel concern for this individual who has dedicated over 20 years to the service of Hogwarts Castle. Chapter 26. Disappointed Mr. Filch. Douglas gently strokes Mrs. Norris perched on his shoulder and addresses Filch. Mr. Filch, allow me to handle these 2. Filch exclaimed with a peculiar grin fixed upon the twins, refusing to lift his gaze. No, Professor Holmes. Your innocence and kindness render you incapable of grasping the troublesome nature of these 2 rascals. Leave them to me. I shall ensure they remember this lesson. Trust me. Haha. Douglas furrowed his brow at Filch's demeanor, glancing over at the twins who wore expressions of despair, yet cast hopeful glances in his direction. He found it utterly perplexing what mischief the twins had engaged in over the years that warranted such treatment from Filch. Even during his time at school, The most nefarious individuals had not garnered Filch's attention to such an extent. For the sake of their well-being, Douglas felt compelled to assert firmly, "Mr. Filch, you must understand that I apprehended them. As a professor at the school, my authority regarding their punishment supersedes yours." Without heeding Filch's mournful gaze, he addressed the twins directly. "George Weasley, Fred Weasley, in light of your violation of school regulations by wandering the halls at this hour and attempting to assault a professor when discovered, I am compelled to impose a penalty according to school policy. Each of you will forfeit 50 points from Gryffindor and subsequently serve a 2-month confinement." Upon hearing Douglas's pronouncement, the Weasley twins let out a desperate wail. "No, Professor McGonagall will have us killed." At that moment, they truly regretted not having aligned themselves with Filch. For while Filch was the castle's caretaker, he lacked the authority to deduct points. Each time he caught rule-breaking students, he was required to report them to their head of house, who would then administer the penalties. As the twins' cries echoed, the 4 house hourglasses in the Great Hall witnessed the entirety of Gryffindor's already sparse jewels tumble down. Filch glared at the twins, begrudgingly aware that, according to castle regulations, a professor's authority surpassed that of a caretaker. If a professor was present, the caretaker was not permitted to administer punishment. Nonetheless, Mr. Filch felt a sense of satisfaction, finally seeing the 2 troublesome boys receive their due consequences. Observing the twins, now covered in filth, with the surrounding corridor equally sullied, Douglas had no choice but to wave his wand and employ a cleaning charm to restore order. The twins, witnessing Douglas's swift actions, gasped for air, having been nearly suffocated moments prior. Douglas handed the Lady Loris back to Filch, apologizing, "Mr. Filch, I must attend to these 2 students. The remainder of the patrol is in your capable hands." Filch accepted the Lady Loris with reluctance, muttering, "Professor Holmes, have other professors punished these 2 before? Yet they remain incorrigible. I believe my approach may be more effective. I mean, if they remain obstinate, I hope Professor Holmes will entrust them to me for handling." With that said, I cast a fierce glare at the Weasley twins before reluctantly turning away. Douglas dispelled his bubblehead charm and noticed that the strange odor had vanished from the air. Observing the dejected twins, he declared, "You 2, follow me." George, with reluctance, inquired, "Professor, you wouldn't be handing us over to Professor McGonagall, would you?" Douglas scoffed. "Do you think Professor McGonagall won't notice the discrepancies in the points by tomorrow morning?" Fred nudged George and remarked with relief, "Fortunately, the semester has just begun, and our points are not particularly high. Otherwise, I suspect that even without Professor McGonagall, Percy would tear us apart." George embraced Fred, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother, that is indeed splendid news." However, both soon remembered Douglas's mention of 2 months of detention, and their faces involuntarily contorted with expressions of anguish, for the first term at Hogwarts lasts only a little over 2 months. As Douglas strode ahead, the twins ambled behind, their shoulders linked in quiet discussion. "George, did you hear Filch actually referred to Douglas as pure and kind?" Fred replied, "Indeed, you heard correctly. I suspect that old curmudgeon has also been deceived by the entire charade." Douglas halted, gazing at the pair in disbelief. It was unexpected that, even in such dire circumstances, they still possessed the spirit to jest. "I believe the detention for both Mr. Weasley needs to be extended by an additional 2 weeks. To his surprise, the twins regarded Douglas with nonchalance, accepting the suggestion with apparent ease. Upon arriving at the office, before Douglas could utter a word, the Weasley twins, in a display of camaraderie, seated themselves, with Fred casually snatching a candy from Douglas's dessert platter and popping it into his mouth. Noticing Douglas's incredulous gaze, George, in a similar spirit, produced a toffee from his pocket and offered it. "Professor, shall we make an exchange?" Had Douglas not recalled the peculiar skills of the Weasley twins from the original text, he might have been genuinely deceived by their theatrical antics. Nevertheless, he accepted the toffee and set it aside, choosing not to unveil their little ruse. "Now produce it." Douglas raised an eyebrow, looking at the 2. After exchanging glances, George and Fred stepped back. Fred's mouth was still full of uneaten confections. Douglas regarded them with a knowing look before stating, "The Marauder's map. Why the silence? Have you never encountered such inept nocturnal students?" Fred retorted, "I have never encountered such a pathetic professor, patrolling with a disillusionment charm." Though they grumbled, the die was cast, and George dutifully surrendered the Marauder's map, harboring the hope that the other would not uncover its secret. "Huh, do not entertain such thoughts," Douglas mused. "Everyone can call out the name of the Marauder's map. You must have been peeking the whole time." After Douglas took the map, he noticed the disgruntled expressions on the faces of the 2 and scoffed, "I know what you're thinking. It's not that I was watching you the entire time. It's that you 2 nincompoops were hiding right beside my position. By the way, this item was originally meant to be tucked away in the forbidden items cabinet." Upon hearing this, George and Fred were initially taken aback. Then with a sense of camaraderie, they inquired of Douglas, "Professor, are you a big-footed giant or a pointed fork? Or perhaps a worm's tail, or a moon-faced creature?" The 2 were nearly beside themselves with excitement. For the reason they had eluded Filch for the past 2 years was largely due to the existence of the Marauders map. Douglas shook his head and replied, "None of those. I was once a beneficiary of the Marauders map as well. When I graduated, I returned it to its rightful place. I look forward to the next generation of its inheritors to discover it." Chapter 27. Old Friends on the Marauders map. As he spoke, Douglas cast a disappointed glance at the two, his tone tinged with regret. "It's unfortunate. I never anticipated that its next inheritor would be so inept as to be caught." George and Fred felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They could shrug off their poor grades and mischievous antics, but Douglas implying that their mischief was of a subpar level left them speechless and disheartened. Douglas chuckled lightly, crossing his legs, entirely devoid of the demeanor of a serious teacher. "Now, let us return to the matter at hand. From now on, you both will need to report to me every evening for detention. The task is quite simple. You must memorize all the defense against the dark arts textbooks for your 4th year." Upon hearing this, the twins displayed expressions of despair. This was no mere detention, but a veritable sentence. Douglas rapped his fingers on the table, expressing his dissatisfaction. "There's no need to be so pessimistic. You have 2.5 months. How could this possibly be such a trivial task? In fact, I do not require you to recite it. You need only reproduce the content of the textbooks from memory. You may end your detention once you have completed the memorization." After hearing this, the twins felt an urge to kneel and lament to the heavens, questioning the fairness of it all. They regretted not persuading Filch to take them away earlier. They would rather scrub the toilets for a month than engage in this memorization, let alone reproduce it from memory. George, with a tone of grievance, interjected, "Professor, we have Quidditch practice." Considering Professor McGonagall's regard for Quidditch, Douglas relented, "No problem. On days when you have Quidditch practice, you may forego your session with me." George and Fred simultaneously exhaled in relief, grateful that their last source of joy had not been stripped away. Douglas waved them off, allowing them to return to Gryffindor Tower. As they reached the door, Douglas added, "I will inform Professor McGonagall first thing tomorrow morning. Commence your confinement at my quarters starting tomorrow. By the way, let the Marauders map reside with me for a while. It shall be returned to you once your conduct improves. However, should the map enable a second capture, you shall no longer be deserving of its possession." The Weasley twins exited Douglas's office with grim expressions. Once outside, they transformed into completely different individuals. "Fred, I believe our Quidditch training has been insufficient. At this rate, we are likely to be vanquished by Slytherin." "Oh, dear George, I find your assessment to be exceedingly astute. I think we ought to have a serious discussion with Wood. We must intensify our training." In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Douglas unfolded the Marauders map. He first located Harry Potter's name within Gryffindor's common room, then discovered 2 overlapping names beside his, Ron Weasley and Peter Pettigrew. A familiar name elicited a smirk from Douglas. "Ah, Wormtail, it has been quite some time. The first class on Friday was for the 7th year." Douglas escorted all 7th-year students enrolled in Defense Against the Dark Arts to the 4th-floor classroom designated for practical exercises. The current male student council president was Slytherin's Marionette, who proudly presented their accomplishments from the week to Douglas. "Professor Holmes. This room serves as the assessment classroom for the 3rd and 4th years. Aside from a few trap spells, the remainder consists of common dark magical creatures typically encountered by the younger students, currently maintained by Ravenclaw's Ruth Bunyell and Ezekiel Clark." Ruth Bunyell stepped forward to introduce the various trap spells she had set up, along with some magical creatures, including a boggart, a red cap, a scrut, a grindilo, and a kappa. These creatures had been provided by Douglas, who had sought assistance from his esteemed professor of care of magical creatures, Sylvanus Kettleburn, as well as the well-connected Mr. Slane. Naturally, some of the more advanced, sentient creatures could not be permitted within Hogwarts, such as werewolves and vampires. In the classroom, each creature thrived within an environment tailored to its needs, divided by magical barriers. Douglas nodded in satisfaction. "Bunyell and Mr. Clark, please prepare a report on this practical facility." They then proceeded to the 5th-year practical classroom, which was a veritable hub of dark magic. However, it was not of the lethal variety, but rather encompassed the dark spells the 4th and 5th years had studied. The focus was to test the 5th-year students' understanding of dark magic. This included various curses, hexes, and jinxes, with the assessment being straightforward, to dispel and evade these dark spells. Of course, the Slytherin students were not permitted to add spells at their whim. Rather, the spells were carefully curated based on previous examination content from the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum. Next comes the practical classroom for the 6th grade. Upon entering this room, it transforms under a spell into a cavernous lake-like setting. The entire classroom exudes an eerie atmosphere. In the translucent lake, one can faintly discern the presence of several hidden corpses. On the opposite shore, a third of the land is shrouded in a chilling mist. In summary, Douglas is thoroughly satisfied with all the arrangements. Naturally, after class, the system also expressed its contentment, especially awarding a score of 9 for the completion of assignments. Douglas's decision to have 7th grade students participate was merely to observe their grasp of the knowledge acquired during these years of inadequate instruction in defense against the dark arts. So far, their understanding appears commendable. Some may think Douglas is overreacting. After all, why spend time re-evaluating material that has already been learned and tested? However, due to the unique nature of the defense against the dark arts course, students may not necessarily have mastered the requisite content. He recalls a student from their year who could not even perform the first-year levitation charm. Another student, attempting the Lumos spell, managed to produce a flickering light that genuinely twinkled. During the 7th grade examinations, a significant number of students were unable to cast the shield charm, which is part of the 5th grade curriculum. As Douglas aspires to remain in this position, he cannot afford to be complacent. Following the conclusion of the 7th grade course, the 4th-year Gryffindor curriculum will commence. George and Fred, the class representatives, have already received a note from Douglas, leading their classmates to the practical classroom on the 4th floor. It is evident that their enthusiasm is waning, as their peers regard them with sympathetic glances. After all, the duo had boasted last night about wanting to scout the content of the upcoming practical exam. Who would have anticipated that they would face such a setback? Not only did they fail to gather any information, but their Marauder's map was also confiscated. Upon returning to their dormitory, aside from enduring some well-deserved ridicule, they recounted the events truthfully, particularly regarding their punishment of being confined and required to transcribe the textbook. They sought to elicit sympathy from their classmates in hopes of garnering assistance. Percy, upon hearing this, merely scoffed. Ginny, filled with compassion, offered to share her stash of sweets with her unfortunate brothers. Ron, reveling in their misfortune, remarked that he had foreseen his twin brothers would inevitably face difficulties under Professor Flitwick's tutelage. This provoked the Weasley twins to chase him around the common room in a frenzy. Wood, upon hearing of the twins' plight, gallantly vowed to request additional Quidditch training sessions from Professor McGonagall. As the morning progressed, it was breakfast time. As all the students in the Great Hall discovered, the once plentiful Gryffindor hourglass was suddenly empty overnight. The Gryffindor students were unfazed, as the emptying of the hourglass occurred every academic year. They simply hadn't anticipated it happening so early this time. After all, other houses had not amassed much, and it was only a matter of time before points would be reclaimed. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione huffed at Harry and Ron beside her, exclaiming, "Humph! A significant portion of the points within that hourglass were earned by me in class." They show not a shred of remorse. Ron nearly spewed his pumpkin juice upon hearing Hermione's words. "Goodness, Hermione, do you truly expect George and Fred to feel guilty?" Harry quietly interjected, "Honestly, I believe Professor Folly's punishment is rather severe, having to transcribe the textbook. That must be quite a challenge for you as well." Hermione swallowed her sandwich and scoffed, "Humph. Professor Folly has given them over 2 months. If it were me, I might only need a week. The main issue is that writing is exhausting." Meanwhile, George and Fred navigated the long table with their plates, carefully avoiding Percy's relentless chatter. At that moment, a burst of laughter erupted from the Slytherin table. Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, rose and declared loudly, "You lot have no idea. The renowned Gryffindor twin beaters were struck by a dung bomb. Huh. It seems the Gryffindor team has begun to decline since the illustrious savior Harry Potter joined their ranks. Don't take my word for it. I just heard this from Mr. Filch last night." George and Fred, incensed, stood up, glaring at the Slytherin table before turning to look at Filch, who was casually observing the scene while petting a cat from the staircase. The entire hall recognized from the Weasley twins' expressions that this incident was certainly not a fabrication by Slytherin. However, they were even more astonished by the fact that the Weasley twins had always been the ones to prank others. Who could possibly have turned the tables on them? It was evident that Filch was not the culprit. Curious eyes fixated on the flustered twins, while Gryffindor's members were equally astonished. Soon, however, they recalled the twins mentioning an encounter with Professor Folly the previous evening. Could it have been Professor Folly? Scanning the room, they regrettably found no sign of him to confirm their suspicions. As the crowd remained in shock, the Weasley twins, in perfect synchrony, swiftly drew their wands. Almost immediately, 2 spells of red and white flew towards Flint. Tongue-tying curse, itching jinx. Flint felt the spells hit him, first sensing as though his mouth had been glued shut, followed by an overwhelming itchiness that made him want to laugh, yet he could not produce a sound. Other students of Slytherin had already reacted when the twins unleashed their spells, but alas, they were a step too late. They raised their wands towards the direction of Gryffindor. Yet the presence of Ravenclaw students in between forced them to pause their assault, lest they create more adversaries for themselves. The cunning Slytherins were quite adept at calculating gains and losses. The entirety of Gryffindor, however, was equally unyielding and drew their wands as well. Observing the escalating tension, some students from the remaining 2 houses hastily grabbed food from the tables and sought refuge in corners. A great battle seemed imminent. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed through the hall. "What do you think you are doing? Cease this at once." The crowd turned to see Professor McGonagall standing on the steps. resembling a furious lioness. Beside her stood a breathless Filch. Even the bravest of Gryffindors would quickly fall into line upon witnessing McGonagall's fury. Many hurriedly stowed their wands and snatched up nearby food, fleeing towards the classroom without a backward glance. The Weasley twins followed suit. Yet it was evident that McGonagall had no intention of letting them off easily. "Mr. Weasley, you stop right there." The command caused Ron, who was leading the charge, to falter. Eventually, McGonagall continued, "George and Fred." At that moment, the elegantly robed Snape arrived. And upon seeing only one Slytherin lying on the ground amidst the chaos, his expression darkened. He swiftly cast a spell on Flint to immobilize him. "What happened?" Flint stammered, shaking slightly. "Professor, the Gryffindors disregarded the rules of engagement and ambushed me when I was unprepared." Snape shot him a withering glare, incompetent, before striding towards McGonagall. As he approached, he overheard her delivering a stern reprimand to the restive Weasley twins. "You truly are brave. Sneaking out at night, attacking a professor, and deducting points from your house. My goodness, I could hardly believe it when I received news of Professor forthcoming this morning. To commit such a grave error. The very first thing you do in the morning is to instigate a brawl. 50 points from Gryffindor. I shall inform Professor forthcoming. And you will have an additional item on your detention list. In addition to your defense against the dark arts textbook, you are to transcribe your transfiguration textbook as well. This must be completed within the term." Snape was taken aback by the unusual punishment. Transcribing textbooks. Witnessing the Weasley brothers' ashen expressions, he mused that this punishment would surely be more distressing than cleaning the entrails of 100 frogs in his classroom. Thus, he quietly added, "And include the potions textbook as well, also do this term. I find this punishment quite agreeable." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. After all, McGonagall had already imposed her punishment, and there was no need for him to intervene further. Moreover, he truly found this punishment rather agreeable. It provided an excellent opportunity to return and test the defeated Slytherin. Snape harbored a particular disdain for Douglas, primarily because the latter consistently exhibited a frivolous demeanor during potions class. In addition to employing cauldrons as mere cooking pots, he often seized the chance to pilfer ingredients under the pretense of preparing materials for the lesson, such as bullfrogs, pig hearts, and dog longs. He even engaged in some utterly incomprehensible and intolerable antics during class. On one occasion, Douglas managed to reduce a cauldron to mere dregs, claiming he wished to experiment with transforming the potion into an elixir. Snape was unfamiliar with the concept of elixirs. He simply recognized that Douglas was woefully ill-suited for the discipline of potions. Chapter 29. The Challenging Practical Examination. When George and Fred arrived at the door of the fourth-floor classroom with their classmates, George wore a despondent expression as he handed a note to Douglas. "Professor, this is from Professor McGonagall." Upon reading it, Douglas's lips twitched in annoyance. What a character. He recalled how, after every mistake, he would dutifully remain on the sidelines to avoid further punishment from Professor Sprout, who would assign him the task of collecting dung specifically for fertilizing magical plants. However, the Weasley twins, having just misbehaved the night before, dared to stir trouble again today, simultaneously offending 3 professors. What a remarkable feat. Douglas tucked the note away, indicating that he understood, and instructed all students to form a long line in the corridor. This spectacle drew the attention of Slytherin students nearby, who were preparing for their charms class, as their next lesson would also be a practical examination in defense against the dark arts, akin to Gryffindor's content. Unfortunately, Professor Flitwick's class remained one that no one dared to skip. As the bell rang, everyone hurried into the classroom, while Douglas commenced his address in the corridor. "Students, please do not be anxious. The content of this lesson is quite straightforward. It is merely a summary of what you have learned over the past 3 years. I have selected several dark magical creatures that may appear in future examinations. Your primary task is to utilize your acquired knowledge to defeat or subdue them." How does that sound? Quite simple, yes? Simple? The students exchanged bewildered glances. They had nearly forgotten the content covered in their textbooks over the past 3 years. Although many had skimmed through their old books due to the recent examination, the multitude of dark magical creatures they had studied made it impossible to remember them all. They had initially assumed that the practical exam would merely require them to use previously learned spells. Little did they realize that it necessitated employing the appropriate spells at the right moments. Observing the hushed discussions among the students, Douglas chose to disregard them and directly called out, "Mr. George Weasley, as the class representative, you shall enter first." One of the twins promptly shoved the other forward. "George, the professor wants you to go in first." The one being pushed exclaimed hastily, "Oh heavens, George, how could you be so mistaken? Professor, I am Fred, he is George." Frankly, even Douglas struggles to discern which is which. "Mr. Wesley, if you find this amusing, how about we add a lesson in charms to your confinement? The charms classroom is conveniently nearby, and I dare say Professor Flitwick would not decline my suggestion." Douglas has been pondering whether he has imposed too severe a punishment, causing these two to become rather lackadaisical. Ultimately, under Douglas's threat, George stepped forward, raising his wand and cautiously entering the classroom. Douglas instructed the other students to wait outside as he followed him in. Upon entry, they were encircled by a small pond, which they had to traverse to proceed. The pond was approximately 2 meters deep, and as long as they swam safely across, they would be fine. George gazed at the pond, where it appeared an abundance of aquatic plants swayed beneath the murky waters, obscuring visibility. After a moment of hesitation, he glanced at Douglas and then back at the lake before slowly stepping into the water. Douglas fixated on a particular spot in the pond, where a sickly green creature with pointed little horns could be discerned, making faces at them while extending its slender claws. This creature, reminiscent of the legendary water monkey, was a Grindylow, which Douglas had captured from the Black Lake. Strictly speaking, it was not an exceedingly dangerous being, provided one remained composed. Typically, it would attack those who ventured too close, using its long claws to drag them underwater. Unlike the water ghosts of Chinese lore, it was tangible. If one were to be seized beneath the surface, remaining calm and stamping down hard on its head would suffice to escape its grasp. George crouched at the pond's edge, sensed no immediate threat, and thus boldly paddled forward. The hem of his robe, soaked in water, was quite uncomfortable, prompting him to hasten his crossing to dry himself with magic on the opposite bank. However, he soon felt something amiss. The faster he paddled, the more he perceived an inexplicable resistance from the water's surface, as if he were ensnared in a quagmire. Drawing on years of experience in mischief, he quickly deduced that the pond had been enchanted with a spell akin to the swamp curse. The larger his movements, the more easily he would become trapped within. A smirk crept upon George's lips as he discreetly raised his middle finger at Douglas beneath the water. As he slowed his motions, the resistance from the water indeed diminished. Just as he was basking in his cleverness, he felt a vice-like grip on his ankle, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Instinctively, he quickened his paddling, and the effects of the swamp curse became all too apparent, compounded by the considerable strength of the unseen entity below. Soon, George was dragged beneath the surface by Grindylow. Douglas observed the bubbles rising from the water and shook his head. The boy was utterly lacking in composure. Through the shimmering surface, Douglas could see George retrieving his wand, aiming it at the Grindylow. However, as he opened his mouth to utter a spell, a flurry of bubbles erupted forth. Ultimately, gasping for air, George, with a frantic flailing of limbs, inadvertently struck the Grindylow's head with a kick. The sudden pain forced the Grindylow to release its grip. Yet, due to George's vigorous thrashing, the water around him became akin to a quagmire, ensnaring him deeply within its grasp. Douglas glanced at the time. Merely 3 minutes had elapsed. With a sigh, he waved his wand, and a nearby rope seemed to come alive, plunging into the water to ensnare the clearly exhausted George, swiftly pulling him back to the surface. Once ashore, George knelt beside Douglas, coughing violently. Douglas gently tapped George's back with his wand, and his drenched clothing rapidly dried. Following this, Douglas produced a potion bottle filled with a dark liquid from his robe and handed it to George. After pinching his nose and downing the potion, George's coughing subsided. He looked at Douglas with an expression of innocent grievance. "Professor, isn't this a bit too dangerous?" Douglas shot him a disapproving glance and led him out of the door. The classroom and its surroundings felt like two disparate realms. Chapter 30. The Grueling Examination. When those outside the classroom observed George emerging so swiftly after merely 3 minutes, they began to murmur, "George is struggling." Indeed, that was far too quick. Only 3 minutes. Was the exam too easy? Look at his expression. It is evident he did not pass the first hurdle and was expelled. Douglas clapped his hands to quiet the crowd, then addressed George. "Mr. Weasley, why not share your experiences and feelings with your classmates?" George looked at Douglas in surprise and inquired with confusion, "Professor, didn't you say this was an examination?" Douglas straightened his posture, sighed, and replied, "It is indeed an examination, but not one that endangers your life. I permit you to share the lessons learned from your failures or successes with your peers. After all, my intent is merely to assess your abilities, not to have you expend all your energy on this endeavor." In truth, Douglas had never intended to prevent those who had already taken the exam from divulging the questions to those yet to come. On one hand, such an occurrence was impossible to regulate. On the other, he hoped that this assessment would encourage those students who had struggled with the spells related to defense against the dark arts over the past 3 years to actively revisit those incantations. Reviewing was not particularly challenging. What was difficult was targeted review. Moreover, he desired for everyone to progress swiftly, thus potentially enhancing his classroom evaluations. George recounted the predicaments he faced to the class, prompting a lively discussion among his peers. "This is quite a challenge, isn't it? The swamp curse and Grindylow existing simultaneously. I have a thought. What about the disappearance spell? I believe it could indeed serve our purpose, effectively vanishing the lake's water. However, how shall we traverse that vast pit? Surely, it is filled with stones and aquatic plants. We could employ a transfiguration spell to conjure a ladder." George, overhearing his classmates' suggestions, stomped his feet in frustration. lamenting why he had not thought of such ideas himself. Douglas listened as their ideas grew increasingly absurd, with some even suggesting the use of the freezing spell or the petrification spell. Although he found some merit in their suggestions, these students had never considered whether their magical abilities were sufficient to sustain such spells. The disappearance spell they proposed would likely only lower the water's surface by a mere centimeter, while the freezing spell might only produce a thin layer of ice. Douglas chose not to remind them of this until they encountered failure, at which point they would surely recognize the disparity between ideals and reality. A classmate named Angelina Johnson, noticing Douglas's faint smile, raised her hand and inquired, "Professor, surely the challenges you have devised must hold some significance, rather than merely testing our understanding of the Grindylow?" Douglas regarded the tall girl with long black hair styled into a braided ponytail. Drawing from his scant recollections of the original text, he recalled that this Angelina was likely the girlfriend of one of the twins. He had reviewed her profile. She was a chaser for Gryffindor. He was quite pleased with her question. Truly, as a Quidditch player, she possessed a heightened respect for the rules of the game, recognizing that only victory attained within the confines of regulation is genuine triumph. Miss Johnson's query was indeed profound. When a wizard enters an unfamiliar environment, the foremost task is to maintain composure. It is only with a calm mind that one can effectively confront the unknown perils that may arise. Clearly, after listening to George's description, they had overlooked this crucial point. At that moment, many began to realize that, according to George's account, the first challenge was not particularly daunting and could potentially be navigated without the use of any spells, as long as one maintained a serene demeanor and refrained from impatience. The swamp curse in the water would not be triggered. Upon discovering that the key to the first challenge was so simple, everyone eagerly prepared to enter and take on the challenge. Simultaneously, some mocked George for being defeated by such a straightforward problem in a mere 3 minutes. Ideals may be lavish, yet reality is stark. By the conclusion of the lesson, only the twins had reached the third challenge. Unfortunately, they fell victim to the trickery of the third challenge's hinkapunk, leading to an ambush by the Red Cap. Angelina and Lee Jordan succumbed to the underdeveloped troll in the second challenge. Logically, one would expect that following last year's Halloween, Ron's constant recounting of how he and Harry ultimately vanquished the troll would have prepared them better. Regrettably, at the most critical moment, Lee Chiaodan failed to successfully cast his floating charm, resulting in his defeat at the second hurdle. Meanwhile, Angelina succumbed to the repugnant odor emanating from the giant, leading her to vomit and rendering her unable to concentrate on the task at hand. The remaining participants faltered at the first challenge, proving that they could not maintain composure and refrain from unnecessary movements when Grindylow seized their ankles in the water as they had envisioned. As the class neared its conclusion, excitement still buzzed among them. Douglas gathered all the enthusiastic students, proclaiming, "Classmates, the effectiveness of this practical session has been quite commendable. However, it is unfortunate that the content herein is primarily suited for lower-grade students. Henceforth, we cannot monopolize classroom time for assessments. Therefore, every weekend, I shall appoint 2 7th-grade students to open the classroom doors from 7 in the morning until 11 noon, under their supervision. You may come and undertake your assessments at your convenience." Douglas's arrangement elicited a chorus of astonished exclamations from the students. Yet, amid their elation, Douglas delivered a piece of news that dampened their spirits. "Regarding the practical exam, I expect each of you to submit a project measuring over 2 feet within a week. Is that acceptable?" The atmosphere instantly froze. However, they soon realized that with the multitude of topics for the practical assessment, they could easily compile 2 feet worth of material from their textbooks. The only ones likely to be discontented were the Weasley twins, who felt their assignments were swiftly becoming mountainous. Had they known of a song from a distant eastern land, they would have undoubtedly sung with gusto. "A mountain of homework cannot suppress you," outspring 2 twins. "George, Fred, you are truly remarkable, no matter how many detentions. Your essence remains unchanged." Yet, they quickly cast aside their worries about assignments as their peers gathered around, eager to hear tales of the subsequent challenges. Just as they began to share, a sudden silence fell upon them, for a group of 4th-year Slytherins, fresh from their defense against the Dark Arts class, was approaching. Due to the morning's events, the students from both houses met with eyes tinged red. Although Douglas was unaware of what transpired in the breakfast hall, he had grown accustomed to the tension between the 2 houses. Having accompanied Bill in the past, he had encountered similar situations frequently. Thus, as Douglas stood with Gryffindor, his instinct prompted him to draw his wand upon seeing the Slytherin students before him, ready for any confrontation. This action startled students from both sides, momentarily easing the tense atmosphere. Chapter 31 Pride and Prejudice. The representatives of Slytherin's defense against the Dark Arts class, Cassius Warrington and the Weasley twins from Gryffindor, stood uncertainly. Although they were unaware of Douglas's intentions, it was evident that drawing wands was not an amicable gesture. Thus, the leaders of both parties wore unnaturally strained smiles as they began to exchange greetings. Fred, adopting the friendliest tone he could muster, remarked, "Hello, Mr. Worthington. Are you heading to class? What a coincidence. We just finished ours." Cassius Worthington managed a weak smile in response. "Indeed, what a coincidence. I heard your next lesson is with Professor Flitwick. You should hurry along. He was just praising you Weasley brothers in class." George, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh really? What did Professor Flitwick say about us?" No sooner had he spoken than a few snickers erupted from the Slytherin crowd. The expressions of the Weasley brothers darkened. They were certain that the usually amiable and fair Professor Flitwick had not said anything complimentary about them this time. Noticing their discontent, Worthington raised an eyebrow in a provocative manner. Ultimately, out of respect for Professor Flitwick, though perhaps more so due to the formidable wand he wielded, the Slytherins refrained from engaging in a conflict with Gryffindor. The two groups exchanged disdainful huffs and then parted ways. As the Slytherins entered the classroom, it was customary for the class representative to go in first, perhaps due to the view of the Black Lake from their common room. Worthington quickly spotted the Grindylow lurking beneath the water as soon as he arrived at the pond's edge. To Douglas's surprise, Worthington first cast a bubblehead charm on himself before cautiously entering the water. The charm, typically taught only in 6th-year charms classes, appeared rather fragile to Douglas, as if it could shatter at any moment. Nevertheless, for a student just in his 4th year, this was no small feat. Perhaps emboldened by the charm and his prior awareness of the Grindylow, he swiftly passed the first challenge. However, during the second challenge, when facing the troll, his confidence, possibly stemming from self-taught advanced spells, led him to recklessly bombard the troll's head with a barrage of stunning spells, petrification charms, and shattering curses. Unfortunately, his aim was woefully lacking, with most of his spells dodged or absorbed by the troll. Just as the troll seemed to let its guard down, Worthington appeared poised to unleash a decisive blow. At that moment, however, the bubblehead charm that had been securely perched atop his head suddenly burst. A foul stench surged forth, and Worthington felt as though his very skull might explode. Caught unawares, he doubled over, clutching his abdomen as he retched. This unexpected turn of events was something Douglas had not anticipated. The failure was bizarrely comical. It seemed that the creatures in the 4th-year practical classroom were destined for a rather tumultuous day. The most unfortunate of all was the Grindylow from the first challenge, which, by the end of the afternoon's first class in Hufflepuff's 4th year, required a 7th-year student to replace it with a spare, allowing the other to rest. The practical activities of the 4th grade have spread like wildfire throughout the school, inciting a wave of envy among the younger students. Their excitement peaked upon discovering that many of the dark magical creatures encountered in the 4th grade practical lessons were indeed subjects from their own textbooks. This revelation ignited fervent discussions among them, speculating whether they too could challenge these dark entities once they had thoroughly memorized their texts. In contrast to the younger students, the older grades are in a veritable frenzy. If the 4th grade practical classes are so exhilarating, how much more thrilling must the 5th grade lessons be? Meanwhile, the 6th grade students who have chosen the defense against the dark arts course tremble with trepidation. If Professor Holmes is capable of bringing so many creatures from the textbooks to life in the classroom, might they too have their textbook contents manifested? It is worth noting that their first lesson covered the ghoul. At this moment, despite having completed the previous assignment, they feel their understanding of ghouls remains woefully inadequate. They rush to the library, eager to find books related to ghouls. Those who did not opt for the defense against the dark arts course are filled with envy, lamenting that had Professor Holmes been their instructor, their performance in the subject would surely have been far superior. Regardless of the chaos caused by Douglas at Hogwarts, his classes continue in an orderly fashion. After the 4th grade lesson, there is still an afternoon session for the Gryffindor 2nd years and the 6th grade. Douglas, glancing at the 2 assignments collected, rubs his temples, pondering whether he is assigning homework to them or to himself. Upon hearing Hermione report that the class had already memorized the previous lesson, Douglas first casts a glance at the exuberantly excited Neville. He recalls Hermione mentioning that Neville wakes at 6 each morning to study in the common room, determined not to lag behind his peers. Consequently, Douglas offers Neville an encouraging look and generously awards Gryffindor an additional 20 points. As the students gaze at him with eager anticipation, hoping he will lead them in a challenge against dark magical creatures, he instead assigns Hermione to read aloud, guiding the students through the second lesson twice, followed by the same requirement to memorize the entire text. Initially met with groans of despair, the atmosphere soon shifts to one of enthusiasm under the diligent oversight of class representative Miss Granger. Don't forget, classmates. The professor promised us that if we memorize the entire text, he will take us for a practical lesson. Douglas is quite pleased with Hermione's response, recognizing that this young lady possesses not only a brilliant mind, but also the potential for political prowess. He recalls having heard in a past life that Hermione would join the Ministry of Magic after her graduation. Indeed, the adage holds true. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. As the students diligently recite their texts, Douglas quietly casts a self-invented charm, the deafening silence spell, designed to envelop its target in an environment of complete silence, akin to the effect of earplugs. He had always recalled a spell for blocking out sound. Yet despite his thorough search through numerous records of charms, he could not locate it. He had entertained the notion that perhaps this incantation had been devised by the half-blood prince, Severus Snape. Regrettably, upon rummaging through the old textbooks in the classroom cabinet, he discovered that the tome Advanced Potion Making was absent. Later, after consulting with a 6th-year student from Hufflepuff who had taken Snape's class, he learned that the classrooms for 6th and 7th years were distinct from those of the lower years. This separation was due to the fact that advanced potion making required a more extended study period. Douglas had initially planned to quietly acquire that textbook once he reached 6th year, for it contained not only several of Snape's original spells, but also a wealth of insights on potion making. However, who could have anticipated that Snape would deny him the opportunity to choose advanced potions? How insufferable! Douglas held Snape in deep disdain. Chapter 32, Beyond Magic. There lies the physical. The students below recited their lines loudly while Douglas graded assignments from above. Upon comparison, he noted that aside from Hermione, who had submitted her work early, the other students were indeed quite straightforward, adhering to the specified number of inches. A few overly clever students even intentionally wrote in larger font, spacing their lines wide apart. The remnants of schoolyard games. Douglas was not hesitant to award these few a mark. A closer examination of the content revealed that he could not hold high expectations for second-year students, especially after Hermione had submitted her work, leaving them without a reference. Their answers were lackluster, largely lifted directly from the textbook. With half an hour remaining in class, Douglas dispelled the spell shielding his ears and called for silence, pausing the recitation. Miss Granger, please record the scores for the assignments and distribute them. For those who received low marks, I expect you to redo your work and submit it to Miss Granger before the next lesson. As Hermione collected the assignments, a cacophony erupted among the students. Ron, visibly anxious, turned to Harry and said, "Harry, do you think my assignment will be a disaster?" Harry Potter grimaced. "If yours is a disaster, then I fear mine will be just as bad." Douglas rapped his desk with the textbook, commanding silence. "Let us address some issues with your assignments. Mr. Longbottom, can you tell me where you encountered the idea of inebriating a boggart with beer?" After posing the question, Douglas glanced at Neville, who, upon seeing this answer while grading, had inadvertently caught his attention with his name. To his surprise, Longbottom, the earnest student with bushy eyebrows, had shown such creative thinking. As laughter erupted around him, Neville stood up, his face flushed. "Professor, this method was something my uncle told me about." He recounted a tale from the past, where he encountered a boggart that transformed into a grandmother. He then whimsically dragged the boggart, now in the guise of his grandmother, to indulge in libations until it became inebriated. Douglas shrugged, expressing regret that a boggart merely embodies the most terrifying entity within a person's psyche. One must ponder, who would invite their fears for a drink? It was undoubtedly his cousin who, through a spell, had transformed the boggart into a drunken matron. Observing Neville's incredulous expression, Douglas was suddenly struck by an amusing thought. "Neville, in our forthcoming practical sessions, you shall confront a boggart. I find your notion rather intriguing. I shall certainly present you with my personal collection to experiment whether you can intoxicate the boggart." The 6th grade practical class was held in the basement, not far from Professor Snape's potions classroom. Regrettably, each time Douglas arrived, Professor Snape was diligently engaged in his lessons, and their paths had yet to cross. Upon reaching the entrance of the 6th grade practical class, a dozen students had already assembled, noticing the parchment in their hands, and some even clutching tomes borrowed from the library concerning corpses. Douglas promptly collected the scrolls and books. "Regrettably, I cannot provide feedback on your assignments today. However, as you might have surmised, our upcoming practical session will be of a different nature. As I have previously stated, the highest achiever in this class shall serve as the representative for the 6th grade. Upon hearing Douglas's words, the students were relieved that they had not taken their assignments lightly, having at least diligently noted the content regarding corpses. Before Douglas could call the roll, a student clad in Slytherin robes, Rodolphus Dolohov, stepped forward. "Professor, may I go first?" Douglas nodded and stepped aside, indicating that he could commence. Upon noticing the iron lock hanging on the door, the students were taken aback. The initial challenge was to unlock it. Rodolphus Dolohov smirked disdainfully and pointed his wand at the lock, incanting, "Alohomora." To everyone's surprise, the lock showed no sign of yielding, while students from other houses wore amused expressions. Given the multitude of traps encountered in the 4th-year curriculum, the 6th-year course could hardly be expected to be simple. Dolohov's expression faltered slightly as he persistently cast the unlocking charm at the door, yet the lock remained unresponsive. At that moment, a student dressed in Ravenclaw robes stepped forward. "Professor, since Dolohov cannot unlock it, may I have a try?" Before Douglas could respond, Dolohov retorted brusquely, "Andre, do you think you are superior to me?" "Humph, I refuse to believe you can unlock it." The Ravenclaw, named Andre, scoffed, drew his wand, and boldly shouted, "Alohomora." This incantation could shatter the lock, though it sometimes left a smoking hole in the keyhole. The incantation's application predates the well-known Alohomora by a considerable margin. In comparison, it is rather crude, rendering it virtually obsolete in contemporary practice. Regrettably, despite its invocation, the spell failed to budge the door even slightly. Andre, oblivious to the mocking Dolokhov beside him, cast a bewildered glance at Douglas, who merely shrugged and offered an encouraging smile. At that moment, another Ravenclaw student reminded Andre, why not attempt a more ancient unlocking charm? Steeling himself, Andre retreated a few paces, then directed his wand at the door, concentrating intently as he proclaimed, "Open sesame." Yet, upon completing the incantation, he was met with silence. The door remained immovable. Dolokhov sneered, "Huh? I had thought you might possess some skill. Who knows if those two charms were even of your own invention?" Another Ravenclaw retorted sharply, "Humph. What do you know? Open sesame is an unlocking charm older than Alohomora. Ignorant fool." Dolokhov fell silent, taken aback by Douglas's curious gaze upon them. The realization dawned upon the others. If even the ancient unlocking charm could not sway the door, what hope remained? Just then, a Muggle-born Gryffindor recalled something the fifth-year prefect, Percy, had once mentioned about Douglas. Suddenly inspired, he looked around for something to aid him, but found nothing within reach. Embarrassed, he approached Douglas and inquired, "Professor Holmes, may I borrow a book? I promise not to open it, merely to utilize it." Douglas's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Had someone finally discerned his ruse? He generously handed over a book. The others, puzzled by his intent, watched as Oliver would. A Gryffindor student placed the book on the ground. He then directed his wand at it and chanted, "Axe Rebirth." Instantly, the textbook transformed into a massive chopping axe. With exhilaration, Stephen grasped the axe and strode to the door. At that moment, disdainful smirks appeared on the faces of both Slytherin and Ravenclaw students. How could they expect to open a door impervious to magic with a mere axe? Truly, Gryffindors were reckless. Yet, to the astonishment of all, when Wood swung the axe down onto the lock, a resounding crack echoed, and the lock fell away. Douglas led the applause, exclaiming, "Well done, Mr. Wood." 10 points to Gryffindor. Observing the incredulous expressions of the others, Douglas asserted, "Indeed, you are all exceptional wizards at Hogwarts. Thus, you have grown accustomed to using magic to solve any problem encountered. Similarly, as wizards, when setting defensive traps, they instinctively think of employing corresponding counterspells. However, they often overlook the fact that, aside from magical assaults, physical attacks also exist. This appears to be a common ailment within the magical community. Faced with any situation, they tend to resort solely to magic for resolution. Yet, they have forgotten that magic is merely a tool. Chapter 33. Slytherin loses 50 points ultimately. It boils down to a matter of perspective. If one intends to become an ordinary wizard post-graduation, there is nothing inherently wrong with that notion. However, students who opt for the study of defense against the dark arts are likely to gravitate towards perilous professions after graduation. Sometimes, possessing an alternative mindset can prove to be a lifesaver in critical moments. Since Wood was the first to breach the door, he naturally entered the classroom ahead of others. Though some students harbored grievances, they remained silent. Upon entering the classroom, Wood noticed that the door behind him had suddenly shut. He found himself enveloped in darkness, and Douglas, who had entered alongside him, had inexplicably vanished. In a hurry, he drew his wand and uttered, "Lumos." With the wand's illumination, he discovered he was beside a lake. Looking around, he realized that apart from his own position, everywhere else was submerged in water. He directed the light of his wand toward the lake's depths and was immediately struck with terror upon seeing a dozen corpses lying at the bottom. He staggered backward in fright. Inferi. His professor had indeed summoned Inferi. Yet, amidst his fear, a thrill coursed through him. The textbook had clearly delineated the weaknesses of Inferi. Devoid of life, spirit, and thought, they are terrified of fire and light. Now, his thoughts turned to how he could lure the Inferi to the surface. As Wood illuminated the area with his wand, he noticed a length of rope extending across the lake's surface to the opposite shore. Gathering his courage, he grasped the rope and began to pull. To his astonishment, he saw a small boat navigating through the mist towards him. Simultaneously, as an adept Quidditch keeper, he observed that as the boat began to move, the Inferi at the lake's bottom slowly began to swim towards him. Wood felt a mix of apprehension and excitement. One hand grasped his wand, while the other held onto the rope, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Soon, he caught sight of the nearest Inferi leaping from the water. Reacting swiftly, Wood released the rope from his grasp. With a flourish of his wand, he shouted, "Incendio!" Instantly, a powerful flame erupted from his wand, racing towards the lake's surface in an attempt to create a protective ring of fire. However, Mr. Wood evidently overlooked the fact that, aside from a few formidable fire spells, other flames would still succumb to the natural constraints of the environment. For instance, as he instinctively directed the flames towards the lake's surface, the only thing that caught fire was the unfortunate rope. After emitting a series of hissing sounds, the flames extinguished. Meanwhile, a 7th-year student, observing from the shadows, jotted down yet another note in his notebook. Douglas, alongside his companions, observed would swiftly react by casting a flame spell once more, this time directed straight at the shadowy corpses. However, those phantoms, sensing the impending flames, swiftly dove into the water. He let out a soft sigh. Fortunately, he was in his 6th year. Had he been in 7th, I would have certainly recommended his retention. In the absence of formidable magical support, we ought to judiciously select the most suitable spells for the circumstances at hand. A Slytherin 7th-year student disdainfully glanced at Wood and proudly proclaimed, I learned a family heirloom flame spell from my father, which is ideally suited for such situations. Ordinary wizarding families lack the privilege of private instruction that our pure-blood family enjoys. Douglas shot him a cold glare, retorting, the blasting curse is hardly an exemplary family spell. The last individual who attempted to employ it as such ended up with their family consumed in flames. His words rendered the Slytherin student momentarily speechless. After repelling the shadowy corpses twice, Wood's challenge ultimately concluded in failure. Without reservation, Douglas assigned him a task. Once the scene was restored, he instructed the students to recharge the phantoms before swapping in another challenger. In truth, the shadowy corpses at the lake's bottom were not genuine. They were mere illusions crafted by Douglas through transfiguration and a blend of spells. He had contemplated conjuring a real phantom to provide the students with a true experience. Yet regrettably, Professor McGonagall firmly opposed introducing such perilous and inhumane entities into Hogwarts. Dealing with these illusory phantoms was, in fact, quite straightforward. One merely needed to cast a massive Lumos spell to illuminate the entire surface of the lake. Consequently, the phantoms would not surface. Regrettably, the wizarding community's habitual approach to magic often carries an element of inertia, or perhaps a legacy. When confronted with phantoms, most individuals habitually resort to more aggressive and reassuring flame spells, neglecting the fact that phantoms are creatures that fear light. After Wood exited, he refrained from divulging the true circumstances within. After all, Douglas had previously stated that the one who secured first place would become the class representative. Although he felt that, as the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he was already quite occupied and had no time to assume the role of a representative, he nonetheless hoped that the representative would emerge from his own house. As the class concluded, astonishingly, no one had thought to employ light against the phantoms. Each participant foolishly relied on flame spells. The student named Dolohov even unleashed a wildly uncontrolled blasting curse. Fortunately, Douglas reacted swiftly, extinguishing the flames with a well-timed finite incantatem. Gazing at Dolohov, whose hair had been singed into tight curls by his own spell, Douglas unhesitatingly deducted 50 points from Slytherin and ordered Dolohov to pen a 5-foot-long apology to his head of house, Professor Snape, as well as to transcribe the Hogwarts school rules 200 times. Dolohov, I hope you realize the magnitude of your error. This is all for your own good. The uncontrollable fiendfire, if left unchecked, would devastate not just this classroom, but potentially claim the lives of numerous students at Hogwarts. Humph. Do not exhibit that disdainful expression. It is vital to recognize that besides myself, there were several 7th-year Slytherin students present at the time. Douglas gazed at the unruly individual before him. A glimmer of fear reflected in his eyes, as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The chaos of the fiendfire had indeed terrified the other 7th-year students. Hogwarts has long been plagued by bullying, particularly severe within Slytherin, where bloodlines, year groups, and prowess serve as justifications for their cruelty. Douglas had no intention of meddling in affairs beyond his own, nor did he believe that as a young professor of Muggle origin, his words held much sway over Slytherin unless he resorted to force. The class soon drew to a close. The Gryffindor students, linked arm in arm, exited the dungeon corridor. Just as Douglas prepared to leave, he noticed Professor Snape standing coldly at the side of the corridor, observing them. Douglas rubbed his nose, realizing he ought to greet his colleague amicably. Hello, Professor Snape. I haven't seen you much this week. How have you been? Snape cast a glance at Douglas, but remained silent, then turned coldly to Dolohov, who lingered at the 6th-year doorway. Mr. Dolohov, do I need to summon you again? Douglas watched, unable to suppress his admiration for Snape's authoritative presence. This was the demeanor an educator should possess. How could one fail to emulate it? As Dolohov approached, visibly trembling, he stood obediently before Snape. Snape let out a disdainful snort and addressed Douglas. Professor Holmes, I overheard your recent arrangements. 50 points. Huh. That is quite the deduction. Douglas felt a chill run down his spine at Snape's tone. Was he preparing to defend his students? In the shadows at the corner stood Snape, half concealed, exuding an eerie aura that compelled Douglas to remain vigilant. Snape had long harbored discontent towards him, but previously, his status as a student had tempered the animosity. Now, they were both adults, and Douglas had essentially usurped the position of defense against the dark arts, a role Snape had coveted. A grave thought struck Douglas. If he were to lift the curse on this position at the end of the academic year, would that not mean Professor Snape would be deprived of the opportunity to ever reclaim it? Huh. The notion made Douglas want to laugh. Snape, Observing the peculiar expression on Douglas's face, appeared to be struggling to suppress a smile. His gaunt visage darkened further. Douglas felt a shiver race down his neck, snapping him back to the present. Professor, there's no need to be modest, he chuckled. You are aware that employing such a level of dark magic, even in the classroom, is a violation of school regulations and could, strictly speaking, warrant expulsion. Snape cast a cold glance at Dolohov and remarked, I would rather he be expelled. Upon hearing this, Dolohov trembled even more. Heaven knows, ever since last semester, Slytherin had lost the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. This inadvertently placed Professor Snape in a position of subservience before Professor McGonagall. Every single point for Slytherin was hard-earned. And yet this individual had the audacity to deduct 50 points in one fell swoop. The more Snape pondered, the angrier he became, turning sharply to Dolohov and saying, What are you still standing there for? Do you wish for me to recite the school rules for you? Terrified, Dolohov fled. Snape's thin lips twisted into a slightly sardonic smile as he addressed Douglas. You will accompany me. Douglas, perplexed, nonetheless followed Professor Snape. Upon entering a classroom, the door clicked shut behind them. Once inside, Douglas was astonished by the scene before him. He observed Snape, with his greasy black hair, hooked nose, and waxen skin, and then took in the immaculate potions classroom. Snape, displaying impatience, interjected, Do not overthink it. I merely believe this better reflects the rigor and precision of potion making. I have heard you spent some time studying at a Muggle school. I brought you here for no other purpose than to let you witness that the Wizarding World is not inferior to the Muggle realm. Douglas remained silent, having already surmised the true intention behind the potions professor's invitation. Ah, he thought, wishing to show me the differences between his potions classroom and a Muggle laboratory. He could have simply stated that instead of feigning concern for my well-being. Coughing lightly, he considered that he was currently the only Hogwarts professor who had studied at a Muggle university. Douglas pretended to inspect the classroom, his gaze landing on a graduated beaker placed upon a table, which left him quite astonished. It is known that each potion recipe resembles a cookbook, often filled with subjective terminology, lacking rigor. Fortunately, Snape had never been one to adhere rigidly to convention, even during his own schooling. He questioned certain contents of textbooks and made his own corrections, revealing his profound obsession with potion making. It was precisely for this reason that he made such innovations. After all, for the Wizarding World, adopting behaviors from the Muggle realm sometimes required a degree of courage, especially for Slytherin. After surveying the room, Douglas curiously inquired, Professor Snape, have you not established any guidelines such as a safety management system for the potions classroom? Snape replied in a dry tone, a safety management system for the potions classroom? Ah, yes. Indeed, I have formulated that, yes. Upon hearing Snape's tone, Douglas immediately discerned that he had never cared about the matter at hand. Adhering to the principle of education as paramount, Douglas earnestly proposed, Professor, the book I gifted you contains relevant regulations. Most can be directly utilized. And with your extensive teaching experience, you can refine and modify these rules to better suit the potions classroom. Snape scoffed disdainfully, retorting, What good would that do? Every class, I remind them of the pitfalls to avoid, yet they persist in making the same mistakes. He cast a disapproving glance at Douglas, recalling how the most unruly student in potions had the audacity to suggest establishing rules. How absurdly laughable. Clearing his throat, Douglas spoke with solemnity, Professor, do you often find yourself feeling overwhelmed during classes? Are you frequently irritated by your students' behavior? Do you hear whispers that you are too strict, suffocating them? Observing Snape's already pallid complexion darken further, Douglas hastily continued, Of course, they do not comprehend your intentions, nor do you seem to care. However, with a classroom safety protocol, each regulation would be ingrained in their minds. This way, you would not need to exert yourself reminding them of their errors. Additionally, I suggest you appoint an assistant during student practice sessions to manage minor emergencies. Snape's tone shifted slightly, filled with skepticism. Just like you, arranging class representatives everywhere? Huh. Do you think potions can be mastered with a mere flick of a wand? Before Snape could finish, Douglas anticipated his meaning and swiftly interrupted, having no desire to endure Snape's biting remarks. Professor Snape, I must assert that you should judiciously utilize your resources. An assistant need not be from the same class. Not every 6th or 7th grader studying potions is singularly focused. Moreover, in advanced potions, constant supervision is unnecessary. You could implement a rotation system, allowing each student to dedicate some time to assist in your classroom. This would also benefit them, for when they face urgent situations in brewing potions in the future, they will have gained valuable experience, preventing them from becoming flustered. It would also afford them a different perspective on how a potion can go awry, enriching their understanding. As Douglas elaborated, Snape gradually nodded in acknowledgement. Once he finished, Snape bluntly remarked, Since when has the potions classroom permitted someone untrained in advanced potion making to dictate terms? Close the door on your way out. Douglas's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Snape would undermine him so. Was it not a desire to learn? Clearly. Some were threatened by the prospect of him excelling in potions, seeking to thwart his efforts. Douglas felt a profound sense of injustice. After all, he, too, was a professor. Yet what could he do? In the prestigious halls of Hogwarts, every faculty member had been taught by someone for 5 to 7 years. He found himself at a natural disadvantage. Douglas mused that once he endured 5 or 6 years at Hogwarts and established his credentials, he would certainly address them as Albus, Severus, Minerva, Filius, and Pomona. However, out of respect for his house head, he decided it best to refer to her as Professor Sprout. Chapter 35. The hidden talents of Hogwarts. Stepping out of the basement, he observed the throngs of people bustling about in the Great Hall. To his delight, some students cheerfully greeted him, instantly lifting his spirits. Ah, how innocent these children are. It pained him to think of the revelation that awaited them, that their potions class would soon entail additional material to memorize. He believed that if the students were aware that he was the catalyst for this change, they would undoubtedly express their gratitude. By simply adhering to the established guidelines and avoiding mistakes, they could shield themselves from Professor Snape's acerbic tongue. This was not a whimsical decision on his part. Rather, it stemmed from a system feature that allowed for an end-of-year selection of the most beloved teachers by the students. The evaluation of this accolade was not based on student attitudes, but rather on the approval of fellow educators regarding his contributions to the field of education. Upon returning to his office, Douglas opened the system panel to briefly review the points he had earned over the past week. He had conducted a total of 35 classes that week. Academic excellence system. This week's schedule. Completed. Total points. Student satisfaction. 20 classes scored above 9 points, earning 40 points. 11 classes scored 69 points, earning 10 points. 4 classes scored below 6 points, earning 4 points. Assignment completion. 8 classes scored above 9 points, earning 0 points. 22 classes scored 69 points, earning 20 points. 5 classes scored below 6 points, earning 4 points. Student progress. 12 classes scored above 9 points, earning 20 points. 15 classes scored 69 points, earning 10 points. 8 classes scored below 6 points, earning 6 points. Classroom engagement. Douglas could hardly bear to look further. The journey ahead was long and arduous. But what was the next line? He felt that having taught 35 classes in a week was rather insufficient. He needed to accelerate his efforts to ensure that the students of Hogwarts would soon emerge as academic achievers. He must arrange for morning readings, physical exercises, evening study sessions, and more, all for the sake of the children. Just as Douglas sighed deeply in contemplation, a sudden knock echoed at the office door. Upon granting entry, he was surprised to find the Weasley twins standing before him. "Professor, we've memorized the textbook," exclaimed one. "Indeed, Professor, we stayed up all night just to study," added the other. Douglas scrutinized the two, who appeared brimming with confidence, and then produced 2 thick notebooks, raising his eyebrows as he spoke. One could hardly discern that Hogwarts concealed 2 remarkable talents. "Now let us commence with the dictation." George and Fred exchanged puzzled glances. "Are you the dragon? Are you the phoenix?" They simultaneously shook their heads. Bang! Douglas, observing the silent communication between the two, slammed his hand on the table. "A professor ought to embody the essence of a true educator. What are you staring at? Do you have words inscribed upon your faces? Hurry up and start the dictation." George and Fred exchanged glances once more, blinking in realization. Why didn't we think of imprinting the answers on our faces? Nonetheless, they swiftly approached Douglas's desk, each retrieving a quill from the holder atop the table. Fred furtively glanced back at Douglas, who was brewing tea at the side. Subsequently, he gestured to George and swiftly exchanged his ordinary quill for an enchanted one that could answer automatically. This particular quill was borrowed from 2 classmates, with the assistance of an upperclassman who had diligently inputted the contents of their 4th grade textbooks into it. Once the exchange was complete, the two shared a knowing smile. With the enchanted quill in hand, they began to feign the act of automatic writing. To enhance the authenticity of their performance, they occasionally pretended to reflect on the textbook contents and feign fatigue by shaking their arms. To the casual observer, it appeared as though they were genuinely engrossed in their dictation. Meanwhile, the quill continued its relentless task. Douglas, seemingly oblivious, leisurely sipped his tea while grading 6th grade assignments. As time ticked by, Douglas glanced at the clock, set down his belongings, and addressed the duo. "Please show me what you have written." The Weasley twins, deeply engrossed in their charade, were startled by the sudden interruption and hurriedly responded, "Certainly, Professor." "No problem, Professor." They exchanged a conspiratorial smile before striding confidently to Douglas's tea table to present their completed work. Douglas cast a cursory glance at the contents of their notebooks, a disdainful smile creeping onto his face as he sensed their deception. He promptly closed the notebooks, took a sip from his teacup, and regarded the still grinning Weasley twins. "What are you dawdling for? Start reciting." "George, you go first." Fred's face contorted in anguish at the realization that there was a recitation component as well. Observing their fidgeting demeanor, Douglas scoffed. The automatic answering quills from the feather pen shop in Hogsmeade all produced the same handwriting. Do you need me to elaborate further? With years of experience using enchanted quills, Douglas was acutely aware of the merits and shortcomings of every brand in the magical realm. The moment he examined their notes, he recognized the origin of their quill. Moreover, he certainly did not consider the twin brothers to be prodigious memory savants capable of mastering an entire textbook in a single night. What would that imply for the reputation of our Hogwarts resident know-it-all? The Weasley twins were oblivious to the situation. Their faces were drawn, as if the world had turned a shade of gray. You might think their concern lay with homework, but no. Their anxiety revolved around the potential confiscation of their enchanted quills. The cost of such an item was a substantial sum of galleons, and it was certainly not an expense they wished to incur, which is why they were borrowing from their classmates. Douglas seemed to perceive their unspoken worries and handed them a notebook. He stated, "Today, regardless of how late it becomes, if you can memorize the content you've written, I shall not confiscate your quills. However, should you feel unable to memorize it, the solution is straightforward. The quills will be taken. I will have Percy write to your mother." George and Fred were taken aback, hastily nodding and exclaiming, "We will memorize it. Please don't inform our mother." Yes. Professor, could you perhaps tell Percy to refrain from writing to her so frequently?" In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, the clock struck 2 in the morning. Douglas was yawning as he read, when he noticed the Weasley twins signaling him, their faces weary. He released the silencing charm from his ears. "Have you memorized it?" he inquired. George and Fred nodded vigorously. Douglas took the enchanted quills they had brought and cast a spell upon them. "You may begin your recitation. These quills have been enchanted. They will record every word you utter, and where you falter, they shall underline the mistakes." The Weasley twins were left speechless. They hadn't anticipated such functionality. In truth, automatic dictation was a fundamental feature of the enchanted quills, and these particular ones contained the textbook's contents. Douglas had merely added a temporary annotation feature. Who among us hasn't been a student? He mused. He reminisced about the days he and Bill had mastered the enchanted quills. In comparison, the Weasley twins were still rather inexperienced at this stage. Chapter 36, Saturday. Pork stew with vermicelli. An hour later, the twins had clumsily managed to recite all the material they had previously written. Douglas reviewed the content recorded by the dictation quill and found it satisfactory. Their error rate was within 20. Achieving such results in a mere 6 or 7 hours was quite commendable. He glanced at the time and transfigured 2 chairs in the office into a bed, allowing George and Fred to remain there for the night rather than returning to the Gryffindor common room. It was preferable to avoid escorting them back, after all. Letting the 2 nocturnal adventurers wander the halls of Hogwarts at 3 in the morning could lead to trouble. If they were caught, they would undoubtedly claim that the professor of defense against the dark arts had permitted their late-night escapade. Douglas's biological clock had long been established. Although it was Saturday, he had risen an hour later than usual. Upon exiting his bedroom, he was greeted by the sight of the Weasley twins, their eyes heavy with fatigue, as though they had not slept a wink. This revelation left Douglas somewhat astonished. Had the 2 of them truly undergone a transformation? Did you really stay up studying? Upon noticing the books in the hands of the 2, Douglas couldn't help but smirk. George and Fred greeted him enthusiastically. "Good morning, Professor." "Professor, good morning." They waved the books they were holding and inquired, "Professor, may we borrow these 2 sets of books?" Fearing Douglas would decline, George quickly glanced at them again, asking, "Professor, why do the books in your collection, despite sharing the same title, seem to differ in content from the set Percy possesses? Yet, both are authored by the same individual, and the content of yours appears far more captivating." Fred, with a mischievous grin, added, "Could it be that someone gifted Percy a counterfeit?" They both lamented in unison. "Poor Percy." Douglas yawned and casually explained, "There are 2 editions of these books, one for Muggles and one for the Wizarding World. The Wizarding edition Percy has was a gift from me, and it is certainly not a counterfeit." Upon hearing this, the twins' eyes gleamed with hope. "Professor, may we?" With a wave of his hand, the books in their possession flew back to the shelf. "No. When your grades in defense against the dark arts improve, then I shall consider gifting you a set. Now, hurry back to your house." Unyielding, Fred pressed on, 1 set each. Douglas smirked, aware of their intentions. "Ask again, and I shall give the books to Percy. If you wish to read them, you may borrow them from him." The Weasley twins, taken aback, forced smiles as they swiftly exited the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Once they left, Douglas felt a nagging sensation that something was amiss. After surveying the room, he suddenly slapped his forehead. The Marauders map. He felt a wave of regret. The twins' incessant chatter the previous evening had caused him to forget his intention of monitoring the map every night. His current concern was whether Lucius Malfoy had indeed sent the diary to Hogwarts. If it had been delivered, he needed to devise a plan to thwart any potential threat at the critical moment and promptly inform Professor Dumbledore. It appeared that this matter would require his utmost focus moving forward. After tidying up, he proceeded to jog around the castle grounds as usual, then practiced his crane-style martial arts. Today was particularly noteworthy, as he unexpectedly spotted Hagrid approaching him, yawning. as Hagrid drew near. He lamented in a tone that seemed incongruous with his imposing stature. "Good morning, Douglas. It's been a week since you last visited me." Douglas sighed. "Good morning, Hagrid. You know I have 7 classes a day. I've been incredibly busy. I had planned to come by this weekend to check on the orchard and garden I once cultivated." Upon hearing Douglas mention the garden, Hagrid beamed with excitement and playfully patted Douglas on the shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth to suppress the pain. "Haha. That is precisely why I came to find you. Are you free this afternoon? This year's potato starch has just been prepared, and at noon, I am planning to slaughter a pig. In the afternoon, come to my place, and we shall enjoy a sumptuous dish of pork stew with vermicelli." Upon hearing about the pork stew, Douglas instinctively swallowed. The method of making potato starch was taught to Hagrid by Douglas, in a small vegetable garden behind Hagrid. A specific plot was cultivated to grow potatoes, exclusively intended for the preparation of potato starch. Douglas promptly nodded, assuring, "There is plenty of time. I will certainly arrive early this afternoon." Hagrid yawned. "That's good. I have invited a few young wizards to join us for the feast." Yawning again, he added, "I'll head back for a quick nap. The centaurs in the Forbidden Forest caused quite the ruckus last night, and I had to handle it myself. You know, Professor Dumbledore and the centaurs trust me. I shall take my leave then. You are quite energetic, rising so early each day to perform those peculiar exercises." Hagrid muttered as he turned to leave. At Hagrid's words, Douglas surveyed the castle, taking in the serene morning atmosphere. He couldn't help but click his tongue. How splendid it is to rise with the day. What a lovely morning, yet a whole throng of people remain asleep. There is hardly a whiff of campus spirit. The Weasley twins, who had pulled an all-nighter, had just settled into their dormitory when they were roused by Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. George groggily inquired, "Well, what is the matter?" Fred squinted at the window, noticing the pale golden sky shrouded in a thin mist. Clearly, dawn had only just broken. Fred snatched the blanket and grumbled, "Oliver, it's barely dawn." George let out a dismayed cry. "Good heavens. Oliver, you have no compassion. It's the weekend. The weekend." With that, he pulled the blanket over his head, attempting to return to slumber. Wood yanked the blankets from both of them, urgently insisting, "Quidditch practice. Get up." I said, "Get up. This is part of our new training regimen. Hurry, grab your brooms, and follow me. While the other teams have yet to commence training, we must seize the first opportunity this year." George shook his head, yawning. "Oliver, if memory serves, not only is our 4th-year practical classroom open this morning, but also that of the 6th year, right? Are you certain you wish to forego your practical exams to practice Quidditch?" Fred chimed in, "Oliver, I heard you didn't manage to subdue a single ghoul yesterday." Oliver Wood, clearly displeased, replied, "Precisely because everyone else is busy with their practical classes. We have a chance to surpass them. It's all right. We can attend those classes tomorrow morning. Come on, mates. Stop hesitating and hurry. We'll meet at the pitch in 15 minutes. I still have to summon the others." With that, Wood hastily departed. Awakened by the commotion caused by a few individuals, Li Xiaodan expressed his helplessness, saying, "As you all know, Wood has always aspired to secure the college cup before graduation. Last year, he came perilously close, but alas, Harry Potter was hospitalized at the critical moment. Let us strive for success this year. Otherwise, Wood will be even more frantic next year. Fear not. If you haven't had enough sleep, I shall compensate for your rest. No need to thank me excessively. Haha." Chapter 37. Hermione, Spicy Phoenix Claws? Where did all these phoenixes come from? Early in the morning, Douglas was compelled to dedicate over 2 hours to writing. After all, he did not wish for Mr. Slane to send an owl to prompt him for submissions 3 times a day. Subsequently, he made rounds in 2 practical lesson classrooms, observing the lengthy queue in the corridor. The 7th-year students responsible for the practical classes, along with representatives from various houses, were forcibly escorting some lower-year and 5th-year students attempting to sneak in. Well then, the Gryffindor representative was absent. The 5th-year students stood there begrudgingly, reluctant to leave. Douglas had no choice but to amplify his voice, stating, "5th-year students, do not be anxious. Your practical lesson classrooms have already been arranged. What you need to do now is to revisit and solidify the spells you have learned in previous years. I certainly do not wish for no one to pass the first hurdle." The 5th-year students' eyes brightened as they began discussing the examination points hinted at in Douglas's words. They hurriedly raced back to their dormitories or the library. Douglas scanned the crowd but did not spot Percy. TSK, that lad is quite busy indeed. Apart from attending classes on Thursdays, he seemed to have vanished. However, Douglas was aware that Percy was one of the few students enrolled in 12 courses. As for Percy S. Time Turner, Douglas held no interest. Although he had not enrolled in 12 courses, Bill had. In the past, he had often utilized Bill's Time Turner. Yet, during each session, he merely hid in the room of requirement, practicing spells. Magic related to time is inherently unstable, and a severe breach of temporal regulations could yield disastrous consequences. It is worth noting that the Ministry of Magic imposes stringent guarantees and evaluations before approving the use of time turners. Hundreds of laws govern the possession of time turners, and the ministry enforces the harshest penalties for their misuse. Douglas certainly did not wish for his mistakes to result in Bill's imprisonment in Azkaban. Furthermore, using a time turner does not alter history. All one does is become a part of what has already transpired. Douglas had once contemplated returning to the scene of a past accident using a time turner. However, he was more apprehensive that if he truly returned to the past, that historical accident might inadvertently become a mishap of his own making. The past cannot be altered. I have digressed. Douglas did not wait until the afternoon. By midday, he set off towards Hagrid's hut, bearing gifts. He had seldom paid attention to the Forbidden Forest, but noticed a patch of ground beside it where long strands of potato flour were drying in the shade. Upon knocking on Hagrid's door, Hagrid greeted him with a wide grin, exclaiming, Douglas, you have arrived just in time. A matter has arisen here that requires your assistance. I am certain you can resolve it. With that, he gestured for Douglas to enter. Upon stepping inside, Douglas discovered he was not the first guest to arrive. He placed the gift on the table, observing Harry and Hermione attempting to pull Ron, who was seated closer to themselves, trying to shield Douglas from view. He was reluctant for his defense against the dark arts professor to behold his disheveled state. However, he soon felt disappointment towards Hagrid. Harry and Hermione, looking rather flustered, greeted. Professor, good afternoon. Before Douglas could respond, Hagrid swept aside the two youngsters blocking Ron's path and brought Douglas before him. There stood Ron, head bowed, face crimson, hiccuping and expelling snails into a large copper basin. Hagrid remarked, Douglas, take a look at this child. He has been struck by his own magic. Regrettably, I have no effective remedy. Then he swatted away Fong, the large dog, who was excitedly bounding towards Douglas. Douglas examined Ron, noting the snail-expelling curse. Those afflicted by this charm will emit shiny snails while hiccuping, often accompanied by a rather unfortunate side effect that leaves the skin looking sallow. Clearly, Ron, your complexion appears rather decent. Hermione, with a worried expression, interjected, Professor, I believe there is no alternative but to wait for it to cease on its own. I have read about this curse. Even under optimal conditions, it is a challenging spell to perform. Moreover, Ron is using a broken wand. Douglas smiled gently, and with a flick of his wand, Ron soon discovered he was no longer hiccuping or expelling snails. Hermione gazed at Douglas with admiration. Our Professor Holmes, standing tall before his students, casually elucidated, it is merely a silent spell to halt the effects. The spell's purpose is to terminate and restrict all magical influences. Yes, it is a rather practical counterspell, though its efficacy depends on the disparity between the casters. You will learn this spell in your 4th year. Then, with a hint of regret, Douglas addressed the beaming Ron, saying, Unfortunately, the snails expelled are not the kind with antennae. Those would serve as ingredients for a scabious remedy and have some monetary value. At this moment, Ron wore a look of dismay, lamenting why he could not have expelled the more valuable snails, feeling the weight of his suffering was in vain. He set about tidying the room once more. Douglas conjured a table beside the fireplace, placing upon it a large jar of spicy chicken feet he had brought. Hagrid, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hurriedly brewed tea for everyone and exclaimed, Aha, spicy chicken feet. Ever since you sent me some 2 years ago, I haven't had any. Although I know how to make them. You see, the process is quite laborious. Before he could finish his thought, he noticed the 3 young ones staring at Douglas in astonishment. Unlike Harry and Ron's surprise, Hermione appeared perplexed. She instinctively raised her hand and inquired, Phoenix? A magical creature classified by the Ministry of Magic. It is an exceedingly rare bird, found in Egypt, India, and China, yet only 2 domesticated phoenixes are known to exist. One is Fawkes, the headmaster Dumbledore's companion, and the other is the mascot spark of the Motutupu Macaw Quidditch team from New Zealand. I mean, how could there be so many phoenix feet? Could they be from a different bird? They are indeed colloquially known as the Irish phoenix. Before Hermione could elaborate, Douglas and Hagrid exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Observing the young witch's displeased expression, they strove to contain their amusement. Hagrid quickly clarified, It's not what you think. They are merely chicken feet. The chickens I raised behind my pumpkin patch, though, of course, they aren't from those birds. With that, Hagrid produced several clean bowls, setting them before the group, and poured the chicken feet from the jar. He then grabbed a few from his bowl and tossed them into his mouth. The spiciness of the marinade was quite manageable compared to the extreme heat. Douglas followed suit, popping a chicken foot into his mouth. These were boneless feet, magically prepared by Douglas, rendering any concern of bones moot. He jested, Do you think everyone possesses such resilient taste buds? If you were so daring, try the exceptionally spicy concoction I prepared for Fawkes. Humph. Upon hearing that this was merely spicy chicken feet, the 3 young ones finally picked up the feet from their bowls and began to eat. Who knows what they had endured the previous year? Invited by Hagrid for a barbecue, the extreme spiciness had compelled Hermione to seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance. Fortunately, Harry and Ron had exhibited chivalry, or they might have been the ones in need of help. Thus, they now approached unfamiliar foods with caution. As Hagrid continued to devour the chicken feet, He resumed the earlier topic, gesturing toward the cauldron suspended over the fire and asking, "Now you know that here with Douglas, chicken feet are called phoenix feet. Can you guess what he calls the pigs trotters simmering in that pot? Oh right, once the trotters are braised, we'll be making stew." The last remark was directed at Douglas, who, unfazed, continued teasing the little one with a chicken foot in hand. After pondering for a moment, Hermione swallowed her morsel and said, "It seems that Professor Holmes names dishes after magical creatures. Could it be called special boar trotters?" Harry and Ron, two fellows not particularly fond of reading, gazed at Hermione in bewilderment. Hermione felt compelled to elucidate. The bowtruckle and the phoenix are both classified magical creatures, possessing the ability to become invisible. Nearby, Douglas restrained Yaya's head, expressing his displeasure. The name I concocted for the dish was intended to sound grandiose, not to deceive. This is simply the ordinary Yorkshire white pig. Hagrid, how has Yaya become so much less robust under your care? The latter remark was directed at Hagrid. Hagrid, having just swallowed a handful of chicken claws, felt a sudden spiciness surge in his throat upon hearing Douglas's words, prompting an involuntary cough. Observing this, Hermione quickly rose to offer him her teacup, which alleviated the heat in his throat. He then grumbled, "Cough. Douglas, do not forget that when you teased Yaya, you were still a child. It is not that he has weakened. Rather, you have grown stronger, understand? I cannot fathom why a wizard like you enjoys physical training." Chapter 38, The Lionhead Most Favored by Slytherin. Hagrid mysteriously addressed the group. "You would never guess that this dish is called One Hand Covers the Sky. It signifies the reliance on power, manipulation, and the deception of the masses. He informed me that this dish is specially prepared for the Ministry of Magic." Douglas coughed lightly. "Hagrid, do not lead the children astray." Initially, Douglas had intended to present this dish to Dumbledore. However, he regretted that the individual before him was a staunch loyalist to Dumbledore. He believed that if he claimed the dish was for Dumbledore, given Hagrid's size at the time, Hagrid would certainly have slapped him against the wall, unable to dislodge him. Hagrid continued, "There is another dish whose name you would surely not expect. I remind you, it is favored by Slytherin." Ron took a large gulp of water to soothe the spiciness in his mouth and gasped, "I know this one. It's a type of meatball. George told me it's called Big Meatball. Slytherin particularly enjoys this dish because their minds resemble a large meatball." Harry frowned, saying, "That seems to have another name in Slytherin. The last time I passed by their long table, I think I overheard them mention it, but I did not catch it clearly." Hagrid retorted with bitterness, "Indeed. It is a delicious big meatball. However, initially, this dish was called Lionhead. Due to this name, there was once a skirmish between Gryffindor and Slytherin in the dining hall. Ultimately, under Professor McGonagall's intervention, the dish was renamed Big Meatball." After speaking, Hagrid cast a mournful glance at Douglas. The other three young ones also looked at Douglas in surprise. Ron timidly inquired, "Professor, are you not good friends with Bill? Why would you choose this name?" Douglas shrugged, responding with resignation, "I am merely a cook. In the Muggle world, this dish is indeed called Lionhead. Who could have imagined that Slytherin would be so infatuated with that dish? Besides, I am a Hufflepuff, not a Gryffindor." Douglas was quite at a loss as well. He hadn't given it much thought at the time. Initially, he was simply cooking in the kitchen, and only Hufflepuffs were allowed to partake. However, he had not anticipated that among the Hufflepuffs, there was one who was pursuing a Slytherin girl. Stealthily, he took the dish to win over his dream goddess. And then Douglas lost his temper. The lion's head also became quite the sensation. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall penalized Douglas for disrupting the unity within the house, obliging him to prepare exclusive dishes for the professors for an entire month. That infatuated fool ultimately failed to win over his beloved, and upon news of his actions, he was cornered and beaten by Gryffindors in the restroom. The trio observed Douglas speak, sitting there with bemused expressions. A chill ran down their spines as they nearly forgot that the person in front of them was their defense against the dark arts teacher. Only Hagrid, blissfully unaware, absent-mindedly twirled his fingers. Upon regaining his composure, Douglas noticed the children's expressions and found it amusing, as if he were some grand dark lord. "By the way, Ron, I haven't asked you yet. Whom do you wish to cast the snot snail curse upon?" Only to be rebuffed. As soon as Douglas finished his question, Ron's face turned crimson, his teeth clenched in silence. Harry was torn between laughter and restraint, his mouth full of chicken feet, unsure whether his flushing was due to spice or embarrassment. Hermione, sticking out her tongue, exclaimed, "It was Malfoy. He called me a mudblood," and Ron rushed at him. "I mean, I had no idea what it meant, but it was clearly very rude." Ron lifted his head, panting, and said, "It is a vile term." And everyone was infuriated. Mudblood is a derogatory label for those of Muggle descent. Some wizards, like the Malfoys, believe themselves superior because they are supposedly pure blood. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ron continued, "Mudblood is indeed a harsh label, implying dirty, inferior bloodlines. Moreover, most wizards today are half-blooded. If we did not intermarry with Muggles, we would have gone extinct long ago. I mean, Professor, you must severely punish those Slytherins." Harry leaned closer to Ron and whispered, "Don't forget, Professor Flitwick is also of Muggle descent." Suddenly, Hagrid slammed the table, first glancing at Hermione, then turning to Douglas. "Ron's comment reminded me of something," Hagrid said. Douglas shrugged, aware of what Hagrid was about to reveal. Hagrid addressed the trio. "What you experienced today reminds me of an incident from many years ago. However, I recall that Douglas and Bill sent those Slytherin pups back to the hospital wing right after they had just emerged." Haha. Then, Hagrid proudly said to Hermione, "Therefore, do not take it to heart. One must recognize that the spells we Hermione cannot wield have yet to be invented. Moreover, consider Douglas, who, despite being of Muggle descent, is exceptionally talented." Of course, Douglas recalls the incident that nearly drove Professor Snape to madness. The situation was rather straightforward. Having recently endured the tumult of the House War, several Slytherins whom Douglas had escorted to the infirmary were quite dissatisfied. Upon their exit, they hastily sought out Douglas in the orchard, demanding a private duel. Having just erred, Douglas was unwilling to commit another mistake that might result in his expulsion from the school. However, the Slytherins displayed a remarkable lack of maturity, hurling insults at Douglas, asserting he was merely a mudblood, destined to toil with the earth. Although Douglas recognized that mudblood was a derogatory term, the taunts were rather feeble to a child who had grown up in a rural northern village. Were he to retort in his native tongue, he would undoubtedly unleash a verbal onslaught that would rattle the ancestors of those pure-blood families, causing them to rise from the afterlife in fury. Though he remained indifferent, Bill, standing nearby, could no longer tolerate the provocation. He unleashed a barrage of green curses. Witnessing this, Douglas swiftly drew his wand, coordinating with Bill to send those freshly emerged Slytherins back to the infirmary. Upon receiving word of the commotion, Professors McGonagall, Sprout, and Snape arrived at the scene. For the sake of Hogwarts unity and to safeguard their respective houses, they resolved to administer equal punishment across the board. Despite their disdain for the term mudblood, especially Snape, he could not afford to offend those pure-blood families over such a slur, given that during his school days, he had been a mere follower of Lucius Malfoy, leveraging Lucius's connections to infiltrate the circles of pure-blood society. To all present, the decision to mete out equal punishment seemed the most prudent resolution. The offenders were confined, while those who had been insulted were similarly restricted. The professors, observing that the situation had not escalated further, felt satisfied. However, Douglas was not inclined to let the matter rest with those youngsters. As the professors prepared to depart, Douglas suddenly inquired, "But you have not informed me what a mudblood truly is. Why did Bill and you react so vehemently upon hearing the term? Why do the Slytherin students consider me a mudblood? Did Professor Snape instruct them on the meaning of mudblood? Do you also regard me as a mudblood? Is it because I come from Muggle origins that I am thus labeled? Why have I never encountered the term mudblood among students from other houses? Are mudbloods not permitted to befriend purebloods and half-blood wizards?" Douglas maintained a calm demeanor, yet the words mudblood resonated with fervor in his discourse. Bill, standing nearby, acutely sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He cautiously tugged at a corner of Douglas's robe, urging him to remain silent. Professors McGonagall and Sprout were visibly moved, tears glistening in their eyes as they perceived countless grievances and resentments emanating from Douglas's words. In that moment, both professors resolved that these two children would face no punishment whatsoever. They could not allow Douglas to endure any further injustice. However, before the two maternal professors could voice their sentiments, Professor Snape, standing nearby, grew increasingly pale amidst Douglas's anguished cries. Eventually, a powerful magical aura enveloped Snape, his shoulder-length hair swirling chaotically behind him, and his robes billowing as if caught in a tempest. Alarmed, Professors McGonagall and Sprout drew their wands, shielding Bill and Douglas behind them. Yet, Snape did not act against them. He merely bellowed, "You do not dare speak those 3 words again." Without waiting for the other professors to respond, he dramatically swept his cloak and turned to leave. In that instant, Douglas sensed an inexplicable force that silenced his voice. Later, Douglas learned that several Slytherins, who had been sent to the infirmary, were required to consume their own concocted potions during their first potions class after their release. Regrettably, their brewing methods had been flawed, resulting in the introduction of an unknown toxin into the potions. They suffered excruciating pain, and even Professor Snape, the master of potions, was unable to save them. Consequently, they were dispatched directly to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, where they underwent a month-long rehabilitation. Having been escorted back to the infirmary by Douglas and Bill upon their release, they were soon sent to the hospital again by their own potions. Douglas smiled, genuinely mourning for them. As he regained his composure, his gaze fell upon Hagrid's hut, where people continued to offer various examples in an effort to console Hermione. Amidst the flurry of compliments, Hermione found herself blushing deeply. Douglas refrained from offering her solace, trusting that she would not be overly affected by the situation. Of course, this was related to the surrounding environment. The true aversion to the term mudblood stemmed largely from Voldemort's initial reign of terror. Being labeled as such implied a death sentence, often leading to the annihilation of entire families. The term had transformed from a mere derogatory label into a mark of death, fostering a profound loathing for it among individuals of all backgrounds. During Voldemort's dominance, he propagated the notion that those of Muggle descent, referred to as mudbloods, were shameless thieves who had stolen magic from wizards, usurping their wands. His followers, the Death Eaters, took it upon themselves to eradicate Muggle bloodlines, committing murder and arson indiscriminately. As a result, anyone branded as a mudblood during that era was likely to become the next target of the Death Eaters. Since Voldemort's disappearance over a decade ago, while people had subconsciously begun to forget the terror associated with the term mudblood, the hatred for it persisted, even among some peace-loving pureblood families. In an ever-increasing world of wizards born to Muggle parents, it is rather ironic that those who pride themselves on their pure bloodlines often have a few Muggle friends. Although Douglas could not recall this particular incident from the original text, he did remember the mishap involving Ron's wand. If memory serves, it was indeed Ron's faulty wand that led to Gilderoy Lockhart's predicament in the story. Ron, feeling Douglas's peculiar gaze upon him, instinctively set down the chicken feet he was holding and awkwardly chuckled. This dish is quite delectable, rather addictive, in fact. Haha. Professor, if there's something on your mind, please, do tell. Your intense stare is rather unnerving. Snapping back to reality, Douglas cleared his throat and said, Ahem, I heard your wand is broken. May I take a look? Ron heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly produced his wand, his face flushed with embarrassment. Upon examining the wand, Douglas couldn't help but steal another glance at Ron. Goodness, a wand wrapped in tape. After unwrapping the tape, Douglas beheld the wand, which was nearly in two pieces. It was hard to fathom how Ron had managed to use such a wand throughout the term without dire consequences. Ron, if I'm not mistaken, this appears to be Charlie's wand, 12 inches, made of ash, with a core of unicorn hair. Ron nodded, murmuring, Yes, that's correct. You know our family situation. It's Charlie's old wand, and Percy's hand-me-down. Professor, can you repair it? Douglas inspected the wand closely, shaking his head in regret. A wand is a highly intricate magical instrument, and I'm afraid I cannot mend it. However, I can attempt a repair spell. He recalled that in the original story, Harry had once used the Elder Wand to restore a broken wand. Conveniently, he possessed a wand that was of equal caliber, as noted by Ollivander. As he withdrew it, Harry noticed that Douglas was carrying two wands. Everyone's eyes were fixed anxiously on Ron's wand. With a commanding voice, Douglas declared, Reparo. As the spell's light enveloped the broken wand, it began to visibly heal at an astonishing pace. Elated, Ron envisioned the next encounter with Malfoy, determined to unleash a well-aimed snot bubble jinx on him, eager for Malfoy to experience the sensation of blowing and blowing. Just as the group celebrated Ron's good fortune and Douglas breathed a sigh of relief, an unexpected explosion erupted. The recently mended wand shattered violently on the table. Fortunately, Douglas reacted quickly, casting a shield charm around the trio and himself just in time. Despite Hagrid's imposing stature, he swiftly extended his massive arm to protect the large jar of spicy chicken feet on the table. After the explosion, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Douglas wore a face of utter embarrassment as he glanced at the wand in his hand, then at the shattered remnants of the other wand. He muttered softly, Ollivander. That old fraud. Chapter 40. Behind the Peculiar School Rules. At that moment, Ron felt like crying. He looked at the wand now reduced to fragments on the table, and then at Douglas. Struggling to hold back tears, Ron feigned indifference, saying, Professor, it's all right. It's not your fault. Besides, it was already unusable. Harry and Hermione were momentarily at a loss for how to comfort Ron. Douglas shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, Don't be too upset. Since I've completely ruined it, I'll replace it for you. Ron quickly waved his hands, insisting, No, it was already broken. Observing Ron's demeanor, Douglas firmly stated, You saying that makes me feel quite sorrowful. How can I face Bill and Charlie after having shattered their brother's wand without a care? Furthermore, the spell experiments naturally entail some wear and tear. That is to be expected. Had you not provided me with this wand for my experiments, I wouldn't have discerned the differences between this one and another. With that, Douglas concluded, So it's settled. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Harry and Hermione, who swiftly understood his intent and joined in comforting Ron. Only Hagrid stood off to the side, blissfully munching on chicken feet, casting a cautious glance at the pink umbrella in the corner, and then regarding Douglas with a hint of disdain. Amidst Harry and Hermione's earnest attempts to reason with him, Ron's attitude began to soften. Douglas then timely added, Ron, I once mentioned to Bill that I would gift every new Weasley student something special. Unfortunately, I was not at Hogwarts when George, Fred, and you started. Consider this new wand as my gift to you for your entrance. Just don't let George and Fred know, as I had no intention of providing them with a gift as well. Upon hearing that George and Fred would not receive one, Ron's face lit up with joy as he accepted Douglas's compensation and promised to keep it a secret from his brothers. With Ron finally acquiescing, Douglas let out a sigh of relief. This gift-giving had proven quite the challenge. Though he had not interacted much with Ron, based on the original text's portrayal of him, Douglas was well aware that Ron possessed a considerable sense of pride and sensitivity. Moreover, it was not solely this reason. His understanding of the Weasley family revealed them to be quite courteous. When gifting them, he knew they would feel obliged to reciprocate. Thus, it was imperative to consider the economic capacity of the recipient when bestowing gifts. If the value of the gift fell within the Weasley family's means, it would be acceptable. Once the value becomes excessively high, it would place the Weasley family in a precarious position, exacerbating their already strained circumstances. Thus, each time Douglas presents gifts to the Weasley children, he meticulously selects an opportune moment. Moreover, he does not disdain the hand-knit sweaters crafted by Mrs. Weasley. Despite their slight divergence from his aesthetic preferences, she remains one of the two elders in his life who still remembers his birthday, the other being the director of the orphanage, George. Of course, the primary concern at present is not whether the Weasley family can afford a wand. After all, this year, Douglas did not require his students to purchase his books, and the savings could comfortably cover the cost of a wand. Douglas would wager that Ron has not dared to disclose to his family that his wand was shattered by the Whomping Willow during the recent flying mishap, especially considering the intimidation of the Howlers sent the day after school commenced. With Douglas's assistance, the pork and noodles were soon prepared, as Hagrid, adhering to his customary approach, had chopped the meat into pieces nearly the size of Douglas's face. As they were about to dine, Hagrid mysteriously produced a long bag woven from unicorn hair and cheerfully presented it to Douglas. Douglas, weren't you always yearning for a pair of chopsticks made from unicorn horns? Take a look and see if they suit you. Douglas gazed at Hagrid in astonishment as he accepted the bag. Upon opening it, he discovered a pair of chopsticks, resplendent in a golden hue reminiscent of jade. If his memory served him well, he had mentioned this desire during a conversation with Hagrid back in 5th grade regarding unicorns. He was pleasantly surprised that Hagrid had remembered all these years. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively, continuing, just last year, 2 unfortunate unicorns were slain by a mysterious individual. Harry and the others are aware of this incident. The trio of friends stared at the chopsticks with wide eyes. Ron couldn't help but express his envy. If only my wand were like this. Hagrid laughed heartily, winking at the three. You probably do not know why there is a rule at Hogwarts prohibiting the use of one's wand or another's as chopsticks. They all nodded in unison. Harry remarked, before coming to Hogwarts, I had no idea what chopsticks were. Ron proudly declared, I know, but to be honest, using chopsticks is not very convenient. Occasionally, my mother would prepare hot pot, and we would use chopsticks, but only she could handle them skillfully. I truly do not know where she learned it. Hermione, equally curious, chimed in, I have been intrigued by this rule since last year, as I thought chopsticks were only used in the eastern part of the Muggle world. I have also noticed that besides a few Hufflepuff students, not many at Hogwarts can use chopsticks. Could it be that Hogwarts once had exchanged students from the east? Hagrid remained silent, yet his expression hinted to the trio that this rule was somewhat connected to Professor Flitwick. Douglas was trying out a pair of Hagrid's chopsticks, which were notably longer and thicker than his own homemade unicorn horn chopsticks, making them quite suitable for hot pot dining. Noticing the gazes of others upon him, Douglas shot Hagrid a disapproving glance. He resolved that next time they dined together, it should be in solitude, for Hagrid's propensity for excessive chatter was rather overwhelming. The school rule in question was, in fact, accompanied by another, the prohibition of using cauldrons for hot pot. There had been unfortunate incidents where several hapless students, using their wands as chopsticks, inadvertently triggered a spell while reaching into a cauldron, resulting in an explosive disaster that sent several individuals to the infirmary. Oh, let us not dwell on such sorrowful memories. The delectable feast was right before them. How could they indulge in such trivial conversations? The trio exchanged glances, having assumed that the rule against using cauldrons for hot pot was a relic of the past, especially since no one would dare commit such an act during Professor Snape's tenure as the potions master. It appeared that Professor Holmes was far more audacious than they had imagined, daring to defy Snape during his own time at the school. However, Holmes' clumsy attempt at steering the conversation raised their suspicions that he might just be the unfortunate child in question. Furthermore, Harry was convinced he had not misperceived. Professor Holmes was indeed wielding 2 wands. Chapter 41. Harry, Ron, and the chair mishap. Just as they were relishing their meal, a knock echoed from Hagrid's hut once more. Fong barked a couple of times in a token gesture before lowering his head to continue gnawing on the meat bone Douglas had tossed him. Hagrid was about to rise when Douglas, without lifting his gaze, commanded, Ron, go open the door. Right away, Ron sprang up like a jack-in-the-box and scampered to the door. Standing at the threshold was a diminutive, gray-haired boy clutching a camera tightly, Colin Creevey. Ron's expression fell instantly, and he helplessly turned to exclaim, Harry, it's Colin. His face clearly displayed his reluctance to let him in. Colin, however, was oblivious to Ron's sentiments, his eyes solely fixated on Harry. He excitedly raised his camera, aiming it through the doorframe at Harry, who was engrossed in slurping up noodles. "Hey, Harry, look here." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Harry's body involuntarily jolted, and the noodle he had just slurped lost its grip, resulting in an explosive sneeze that sent it shooting out of his nostrils. Douglas reacted swiftly, lifting his bowl high. Hermione quickly shielded her plate, glaring at Harry with a look of disgust. Hagrid, on the other hand, erupted into thunderous laughter. Meanwhile, Ron stood at the door, watching in disbelief as a small segment of noodle, adorned with an unidentifiable goo, traced a perfect parabolic arc and landed squarely in his bowl. Click. Colin's camera shutter clicked at the perfect moment, and he excitedly remarked to Ron, "This is truly a historic moment." It was only then that Colin noticed the professor in the room, smiling and holding up his bowl. It was none other than Professor Holmes, his defense against the dark arts instructor. The young boy's face turned as pale as a ghost. Had he inadvertently captured something he should not have? In the Muggle world, indiscriminate photography could lead to one's camera being smashed. Terrified, he instinctively concealed the camera behind him. The stagnant atmosphere in the room was abruptly shattered. Harry's face flushed crimson as he coughed and gasped, struggling to dislodge the noodle lodged in his nose. Hermione retreated to the farthest corner, cradling her bowl. Ron gazed in agony at the morsel of meat in his bowl, which he had only taken a single bite of, along with the mysterious substances that accompanied it. Douglas, suppressing his laughter, endeavored to adopt a congenial demeanor, beckoning Colin at the doorway. "Mr. Creevy, is it? Don't linger outside. Come in and join us for a bite. I'm sure Hagrid wouldn't mind an extra guest." In the flickering firelight, Professor Flitwick's smile appeared particularly sinister. Colin felt a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. With each word uttered by the professor, his complexion grew even paler. At last, he mustered every ounce of courage, standing at the threshold, stammering loudly, Professor. It's Professor McGonagall who sent me to inform Harry and Ron about the detention. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Goodbye, Professor." With that, Colin fled as if he had seen a ghost, bolting toward the castle in a panic, nearly tripping over the stone threshold in his haste. Douglas turned to Harry with an innocent expression, exclaiming, "Look at you. A junior merely greets you, and you welcome him with noodles sprayed from your nostrils. See, you've frightened him away." If Colin had heard these words, he would have surely cried out, "Am I afraid of Harry?" Following this incident, Harry and Ron completely lost their appetite. Hermione elegantly finished the last noodle before disdainfully stating, "You should have anticipated this consequence when you broke the school rules." Douglas, satisfied, let out a hearty belch, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and leisurely remarked, "I intended to wait until you finished eating to discuss this, but since you have no appetite now, how fortuitous." Hermione immediately inquired, "Professor, do you know how Professor McGonagall intends to punish them?" Harry and Ron turned to him with hopeful gazes, yearning to catch wind of some favorable news. Clearing his throat, Douglas adopted a serious expression and spoke in a formal tone. "Professor McGonagall had originally planned for you to assist Mr. Filch in polishing the silverware in the trophy room." Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron visibly relaxed. Although Filch was intolerable, it was certainly preferable to expulsion. A slight smirk graced Douglas's lips as he continued, "Of course, you are also responsible for all the weeds and gnomes in the orchard this year. Magic is strictly prohibited throughout the process." The relief they had just experienced was swiftly replaced with dread. However, Hermione deemed the punishment entirely appropriate, asserting, "I believe this punishment is excellent. It will teach them a valuable lesson." She shot a fierce glare at the two boys. Douglas shifted his tone, lamenting, "Nonetheless, I conveyed to Professor McGonagall that such purely physical labor lacks any technical merit and would be of no benefit to your growth. Thus, I have fought for a more meaningful punishment on your behalf, excusing you from the task of polishing the silverware." Just as Ron and Harry displayed a fleeting sense of relief from their narrow escape, Douglas leisurely added, "I have substituted it with a writing assignment. Starting from my defense against the dark arts class, you are to report to my office every Saturday and Sunday evening." "Just a writing assignment for your class?" Harry inquired, his voice trembling with a glimmer of hope. Douglas revealed a devilish grin, "Certainly not. After completing mine, you will proceed to Professor McGonagall's office to transcribe Transfiguration." He paused, observing the two boys' faces swiftly blanching, and delivered another blow. "Oh, by the way, Professor Snape has expressed his desire not to see you. So the content from potions will also be included in your writing duties in my office." Finally, he reminded them, "Let us not forget that you damaged the Whomping Willow. You will also need to transcribe Professor Sprout's herbology lessons." With each subject he enumerated, Harry and Ron's faces grew increasingly ashen. Hermione, standing nearby, listened in stunned silence. Despite her self-proclaimed status as a top student, she found this punishment exceptionally grotesque, far beyond the realm of human reason. Yet, unable to restrain herself, she inexplicably posed a question: why is there no writing assignment for Professor Flitwick's Charms class? In unison, the four individuals turned to face her. Hermione's face instantly flushed, and she awkwardly shrugged. "All right, Forget I said anything. Hagrid, standing off to the side, shivered, casting a gaze full of endless sympathy at Harry and Ron. Douglas, having savored their expressions long enough, nonchalantly tucked away the pair of unicorn horn chopsticks and seemingly without intention added, "Oh dear, I almost forgot. There's an additional task, the school rules, which each of you must transcribe 200 times. This can wait. You may submit it to Professor McGonagall at the end of the term. And just a reminder, the task of clearing the orchard has not been rescinded, after all. A balance of work and leisure is beneficial for both body and mind." As soon as he finished speaking, Harry felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away. His gaze grew distant, and his body weakened, causing him to slide from his chair to the floor. Ron, similarly aghast, gaped with his mouth agape, producing a strangled sound as if someone had grasped his throat, before rolling his eyes back and collapsing beside Harry. Douglas, observing the two sprawled on the ground, chuckled lightly. "Oh, looks like they fell off their chairs." Chapter 42, Douglas, I intend to sponsor the team. Harry, filled with indignation and extreme grievance, lamented, "Why? I can accept writing for our head of house's class, and I can also accept that Professor Snape despises me. But why must I also endure your class and Professor Sprout's?" Ron, equally despondent, nodded vigorously in agreement as he stared at Douglas. "Me?" Douglas feigned surprise, pointing to himself. "Because this brilliant idea for detention was mine, and as the proposer, I must lead by example. As for Professor Sprout, do you honestly believe that the whomping willow you damaged sprouted from the earth on its own? That tree was her labor of love, cultivated through years of dedication." Harry and Ron felt a bitter taste rise in their throats, wanting nothing more than to shake their fists at the heavens and silently scream. "This life is unbearable." Douglas elegantly shrugged, adopting a tone of sympathetic understanding as he consoled them. "Do not succumb to despair. Rather, consider an alternative perspective. If you dedicate the time others spend in slumber and leisure to your studies, there remains a glimmer of hope for liberation before the conclusion of this academic year. For instance, arising at 6 in the morning and studying until 8 grants you an additional 2 hours, completing your assignments by afternoon. And then studying from 6 until midnight bestows an extra 6 hours. Thus, you would accumulate 8 hours more in a single day, equating to the knowledge gained by others over 2 years by the end of the academic year. Reflect upon Fred and George, who must report to me every evening, while you are only required to do so on weekends. In light of this comparison, do you not feel considerably fortunate?" This peculiar logic left Harry and Ron momentarily speechless. Harry, as if seizing a lifeline, eagerly inquired, "Professor, I have already memorized the first lesson of defense against the dark arts. May I recite it in segments?" Douglas nodded affirmatively, "Certainly. As long as you do not recite it sentence by sentence, any method is permissible." With Fred and George as their support, Harry and Ron began to perceive a newfound sense of happiness. Hermione and Hagrid observed from the sidelines, shaking their heads, their eyes brimming with pity. On the journey back to the castle, Ron regained his confidence and exclaimed to Harry, "Harry, we shall certainly finish our detention before George and Fred. Just wait and see how we shall mock them." Harry instinctively glanced at Douglas beside him and lowered his voice, "But they only have one subject to memorize, while we have 4. Ron looked at Harry in surprise, then pointed at Hermione, stating confidently, "But we have Hermione. She is so intelligent and must possess methods of memorization we are unaware of. Otherwise, how could she have learned all subjects before the term began?" Harry's eyes sparkled with hope. As they passed the Quidditch pitch, the raucous sounds of the Ravenclaw team's practice captured their attention. Douglas inquired curiously, "Is Wood not organizing practice today? I did not see him during the morning session." Ron's expression fell, as he indignantly recounted how Malfoy had acquired a Nimbus 2001 for the Slytherin team and mocked them. Upon hearing this, Douglas stroked his chin, contemplatively remarking, "So, Lucius Malfoy has sponsored 7 Nimbus 2001s for Slytherin, while your Gryffindor team is still using the Clean Sweep series." Harry interjected, "We are using Nimbus 2000. Ron insisted defiantly, "Moreover, Quidditch relies on skill, not brooms." Hermione scoffed, sharply retorting, "At least no one from Gryffindor paid to join the team. They rely on genuine talent." Ron patted Hermione on the shoulder, proudly gesturing towards Harry, "Rest assured, Hermione, Harry will surely turn the Malfoy family sponsorship into a jest." Douglas could not help but click his tongue. Despite possessing commendable flying talent, he lacked the youthful fervor for sports at that time, and consequently, had never paid much attention to his own house team. As far as he recalled, Hufflepuff had never won the House Cup. "Harry, do you know how much a Nimbus 2001 costs?" Ron blurted out without hesitation, 2,000 galleons. "I saw it in the shop window." "Professor, are you indeed contemplating sponsoring Gryffindor?" "My goodness." Malfoy's expression would surely resemble that of a wretched slug. Upon hearing this figure, Douglas merely raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Bang! He flicked Ron's forehead with his fingers. "Ouch! What are you pondering in that head of yours? I am the head of Hufflepuff. Do you comprehend?" Douglas retorted with irritation. "If sponsorship is to be considered, it ought to be for Hufflepuff. Is there some latent talent in the Weasley lineage that perpetuates this incessant desire to steer others towards Gryffindor? Moreover, I have not committed to anything. 2,000 galleons is no trifling sum. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, I assure you, the contents of your detention will become considerably more intriguing. Nevertheless, a thought began to take root in his mind, sponsoring the team. Perhaps he could even gain the distinction of an honorary alumnus? Following Newt, Hufflepuff deserves a new celebrity. Upon returning to the castle, Douglas instructed Hermione to keep an eye on Harry's studies. He then proceeded with Ron towards Professor McGonagall's office. Behind her desk, Professor McGonagall's gaze was as keen as that of a hawk. Professor Holmes, could you elucidate the situation with Mr. Creevey? When he returned, he appeared utterly distraught. The mere mention of your name sent him into further tremors. Douglas met her scrutinizing gaze with unwavering composure, an ever-present smile adorning his face as he spread his hands. Professor McGonagall, you are mistaken in your inquiry. Harry put on quite the spectacle with a nostril powder spray at Hagrid's hut. I dare say Mr. Creevey was quite taken aback by the display. If you require verification, you may consult Mr. Weasley, who was seated in the front row. McGonagall's brow furrowed, her piercing gaze shifting to Ron. Ron instinctively nodded. She chose not to press further. Instead, addressing Ron with gravity, it seems Mr. Weasley is now well aware of the detention's contents. Ron nodded. Professor, rest assured, Harry and I shall surpass George and Fred, completing all assignments well in advance. Indeed, Professor. Ron puffed out his chest. Harry and I shall certainly finish before George and Fred. McGonagall regarded this blind confidence with surprise, but ultimately nodded, acknowledging the courage behind it. Douglas seized the moment to broach the subject at hand, his tone casual. Professor McGonagall, I must request permission to utilize the Flu network. As you are aware, Mr. Weasley's wand was damaged in an incident while attempting to repair it. A rather unfortunate mishap occurred, resulting in its unfortunate fragmentation. Therefore, I must escort him to Diagon Alley to procure a new one. McGonagall scrutinized him for a few moments before emitting a cold huff. Come back in an hour. I need to send a letter to the Department of Magical Transportation regarding the Flu network. Chapter 43, The Wand Maker. As Douglas and Ron emerged from the fireplace at the Leaky Cauldron, the pub owner, Tom, immediately greeted them with warmth. Hello, Professor Holmes. Would you care for a complimentary mug of mead? My treat. Oh, and a little Weasley as well. Douglas shrugged regretfully. You know, Tom. Professor McGonagall granted me merely an hour. Should I return inebriated, the consequences would be dire. Old Tom, with few teeth remaining, emitted a silent scoff. Huh. You've become the dean, and yet you still fear Minerva. What a coward. Douglas, indifferent to his jibe, lowered his head and said to Ron, hold on to my sleeve tightly, don't get lost. Ron instinctively pointed to himself, bewildered. No doubt, I mean you. Douglas pulled him through the backyard. I certainly don't want to post a missing persons notice in Diagon Alley. Or perhaps you'd like to try my newly developed charming rope spell. Ron shivered, finally comprehending why Bill had befriended this professor. Their shared penchant for dark humor was strikingly similar at times. Navigating through the bustling streets, Douglas quickened his pace, eager to avoid his relentless editor, Mr. Slane. Yet, as they passed the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, he keenly spotted a familiar figure. Slane was tenderly holding the hand of a 7- or 8-year-old girl, lovingly selecting ice cream. Douglas immediately accelerated his steps. Since graduation, the editor's methods of pressuring writers had become increasingly unscrupulous. Ollivander's wand shop appeared diminutive and dilapidated compared to the surrounding establishments. The peeling gold sign read, Ollivander, expertly crafted wand since 382 BC. With a chime of a bell, a figure swayed into view from behind a mountain of wand boxes. Good afternoon, a soft, ancient voice resonated, and Ollivander's silver eyes seemed to penetrate all. Professor Holmes. Vine wood, 11 inches, with a phoenix feather. I remember it well, a wand that aspires to noble ideals. I always knew you would astonish all your friends by becoming the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. His gaze shifted to the other side of Douglas's waist, where a wand of a deeper hue was sheathed. Indeed, since you brought forth that elder wand, which survived the tempest and remains vibrant with life, I knew your path would be anything but ordinary. A wand incapable of casting dark magic is perfectly suited for a professor of defense against the dark arts. Douglas smirked, leaning against the counter. Ah, Mr. Ollivander, I never anticipated that even your illustrious sign would succumb to false advertising. Defamation. Ollivander was instantly incensed, his voice rising. Douglas Holmes, the reputation of the Ollivander family is beyond reproach. Every wand I sell is flawless. Oh, Douglas leisurely extracted the elder wand, its shaft swirling with profound luster in the dim light of the shop. You once claimed it was in certain respects not inferior to the legendary elder wand. Yet, when I attempted to repair a broken wand with it, that poor wand simply exploded into dust. Why is that? Ollivander's fury swiftly transformed into unwavering confidence in his expertise. Mr. Holmes, that is common knowledge. A broken wand cannot be mended. The bond between a wand and its master is unparalleled. Once severed, no external force can mend it, not even the Elder Wand. This is an immutable law in the realm of wand-making. Douglas stroked his chin, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Rather than refuting directly, he spoke as if pondering an academic conundrum. The theory holds. Yet, I have encountered a conjecture in some ancient tomes suggesting that the restoration of a wand is not entirely impossible. If the core of a wand inherently possesses qualities of life and creation, and if its wielder shares a profound connection with the original master of the broken wand, resonating even on a soulful level, under such extreme conditions, could a miracle occur? Ollivander was taken aback, his silver eyes fixed intently on Douglas, as if attempting to pierce through him. He understood that the Elder Wand lay in Grigovich's possession, a secret that must never be disclosed. After a prolonged silence, he replied in a tone laced with both anticipation and cunning. An intriguing hypothesis indeed. Perhaps you might consider breaking your vine. Would want to personally verify? This could also absolve me of my infamous reputation for false advertising. The old fox, Douglas inwardly cursed, securing his wand. At that moment, Ollivander's gaze shifted to Ron, who had been rendered invisible throughout their conversation, and the penetrating scrutiny sent shivers down Ron's spine. "A Weasley," Ollivander murmured softly, "I apologize, child. But I do not recall you. Your wand was not purchased from me." Ron's face flushed crimson as he quietly replied, "Good day, sir. I am using my brother Charlie's old wand, but it has broken." As an aside, Douglas possessed two wands. The first, selected for him by Ollivander at this very shop when he was 11, was made of vine wood, measuring 11 inches, with a core of phoenix feather. It felt remarkably natural in his grasp, harmonizing seamlessly with his movements. The second wand, the thunderstruck Elder Wand, had a far more convoluted origin. After graduating, he found himself in a forest in Arizona, USA. The weather was capricious, and a thunderstorm erupted unexpectedly. Taking refuge beneath a towering elder tree, he inadvertently looked up to behold a thunderbird weaving through the ominous clouds. What a marvel! Such a mythical creature is rare and elusive. His first thought was of the legendary Hufflepuff alumnus, Newt Scamander. What would Newt do? Surely, he would seek a means of peaceful and amicable communication. Just as he was formulating a safe greeting, a fierce bolt of lightning split the sky, with a resounding crack, striking precisely the elder tree above him. The bark immediately charred, releasing a peculiar wave of energy. Douglas, startled, scrambled away from the tree's canopy. Fate is indeed wondrous. As a time traveler in a previous life, he had heard tales of lightning-struck wood, an invaluable treasure in Taoist lore, known to dispel malevolent forces. Now, witnessing the genesis of a piece of lightning would firsthand, a singular thought consumed him. This treasure is destined for me. Before he could approach for a closer inspection, the thunderbird inexplicably dove towards him, its wings crackling with electricity. Douglas immediately discerned that something was amiss. Was it the lightning-struck wood that incited this creature, or was it merely his intrusion that provoked it? There was no time for contemplation. To safeguard his life, and to prevent this formidable beast from destroying the precious wood with a single swipe, he swiftly drew his vinewood wand. Fainting, obstacles abound, shattered into pieces. Incantations erupted in rapid succession, aimed at the thunderbird. The thunderbird, clearly sensing the threat, emitted a piercing cry and soared higher into the sky. Yet, it was a moment too late. A spell grazed its wing, severing a tail feather that shimmered with electric light. With a mournful wail, the thunderbird ascended into the clouds, vanishing from sight. The crisis averted, Douglas exhaled in relief and approached to sever the portion of the elder wood that had been struck by lightning, carefully retrieving the tail feather that still crackled with arcs of electricity. Upon returning to England, he made his way directly to Diagon Alley, seeking out Ollivander once more. When Ollivander learned of the origins of the two materials Douglas had acquired, an unprecedented brilliance ignited in his silver-white eyes. As he repeatedly murmured phrases like extraordinary and a masterpiece of destiny, Douglas was forthright. "Name your price, Mr. Ollivander." "Mr. Holmes, it is my honor to craft a wand from such materials. However, for a bespoke creation, the cost is steep, 100 galleons. The deal was struck. Ollivander accepted the payment and readily agreed, promising to personally fashion an unparalleled wand for him. Half a month later, Douglas received the finished product. As Ollivander handed over the wand, his expression was both enigmatic and exhilarated. "Mr. Holmes, I believe this wand will rival even the legendary Elder Wand in certain respects." He lowered his voice, as if divulging a momentous secret. "You may not be aware, but the Elder Wand is crafted from elder wood and the tail hair of a thestral. Countless attempts to replicate it have ended in failure. They presumed it was a matter of materials, but that is not the case." Ollivander caressed his counter, leaving his thoughts unspoken. What he did not say was that through the creation of this wand, he seemed to glimpse a fragment of the secrets held by the Peverell brothers. The properties of elder wood and the deathly aura of thestral hair are inherently contradictory. But what if a more potent force were to serve as a medium? For instance, lightning, or life itself. Alas, this hypothesis would require many years of validation, and he could not disclose it to anyone. After acquiring the new wand, Douglas was enamored. He attempted several spells, and indeed, their potency surpassed that of his Vinewood wand by several degrees. However, complications soon arose. As the future professor of defense against the dark arts, he needed to demonstrate and practice dark magic. Yet, when he endeavored to cast even the simplest dark spell with this new wand, it responded not at all. He tried the severing charm, and it succeeded without issue. The disarming charm was executed with great force. Yet, when he attempted the Cruciatus curse, the wand fell silent, emitting no light whatsoever from its tip. Undeterred, he switched to several other dark spells, yet the results remained unchanged. The wand, crafted from lightning-struck wood and the tail feather of a thunderbird, astonishingly refused to perform any dark magic. He was utterly perplexed until, one day, while rummaging through an old bookstore in Knockturn Alley, he stumbled upon a tome of Eastern Taoist scriptures that had traversed from Hong Kong. The book elucidated the essence of lightning-struck wood whenever a living being undergoes tribulation, attracting heavenly thunder to temper its body. If the wood upon which it resides survives, it becomes lightning-struck wood. It harbors the righteous, potent energy of heavenly thunder, serving as a nemesis to all malevolent spirits. Enlightened, he realized that this wand was naturally an insulator against dark magic. Although it was not the authentic lightning-struck wood left by an immortal's tribulation, the inherent spirituality of the elder tree, coupled with the thunder summoned by the thunderbird, rendered it remarkably powerful. From that moment onward, he regarded this wand as his secret weapon. To harness its full potential, he began to study every incantation related to thunder and lightning. The results, however, were disappointing. The thunder-related spells within the wizarding realm were predominantly meteorological in nature, grandiose in their ability to summon storms, yet lacking precise offensive capability. Thus, he sought an alternative path. Over the past 2 years, he immersed himself in the study of Eastern Taoist texts, endeavoring to transform the thunder talismans inscribed on yellow paper into instantaneous offensive spells wieldable by his wand. This was undeniably a mad yet groundbreaking undertaking. Clearly, he succeeded. The thunder spells he devised wielded astonishing power, further solidifying his belief that this wand was a relic rivaling the Deathly Hallows, until he encountered Ron's broken wand. Chapter 44, Ron's New Wand. Ollivander pondered before speaking. Charlie Weasley, I recall his wand is 12 inches, made of ash wood, with a core of unicorn hair, correct? A fine wand indeed, yet regrettably, its master has changed his mind and abandoned it. Moreover, the new owner does not cherish it. TSK, wands, when deeply saddened, often exhibit behaviors that defy imagination. Douglas's eyes sparkled with realization. The old fox had indeed provided an explanation he had overlooked. TSK. Ollivander's words made Ron feel unjustly accused. For a moment, he genuinely believed it was his lack of care that led to the wand's self-destruction during Professor Holmes's spell. Smack. Douglas playfully slapped the daydreaming Ron on the head. Out with the old, in with the new. Why lament? Consider this. If your wand had not broken, would you have chosen to purchase a new one? Right? If you don't buy a new wand, how would our esteemed Mr. Ollivander earn a living to procure new materials for wand making? If he doesn't buy new materials, how would the suppliers make their earnings? If the suppliers don't earn, they cannot pay taxes to the Ministry of Magic. Without tax payments, the ministry cannot provide your father with a salary. If your father does not receive a salary, how could he support your upbringing? If he does not raise you, how could you afford to buy a wand? If you do not buy a wand. As Douglas spoke, Ron instinctively nodded along. By the end of the conversation, Douglas realized that Ron had become thoroughly confused by his elaborate words. With a smug expression, he raised an eyebrow at Ollivander, implying that he was no less adept at persuasion than Ollivander himself. Ollivander blinked his silver eyes, conceding gracefully. At that moment, Ron suddenly interjected, But it was you, Professor, who bought me the wand, not my father. Bang. Douglas replied irritably, Don't dwell on the details. Hurry and choose your wand. Professor McGonagall only allotted us an hour. You are nearly wasting it away. Ron muttered in a disgruntled tone, You're the one dragging this out. As they waited for Ron to select a 14-inch wand made of willow, with unicorn hair, 40 minutes had already elapsed. Douglas was preparing to escort Ron back to the leaky cauldron, where they would await the fireplace's reconnection to Hogwarts. As he passed by the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, he cautiously peeked inside, relieved to find that Slyne was no longer there. It was not that he disliked Slyne's companionship. Rather, he simply wished to avoid the incessant reminders about his manuscript deadlines. Unlike editors in the Muggle world, who were unlikely to pester him in the same manner, Slyne's constant nagging was tiresome. Just as he thought he had evaded Slyne, a figure burst forth from Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potions shop across the street. Ah, dear Professor Holmes. What a surprise to see you in London at this hour. Douglas forced a smile and embraced Slyne. Leaning in, he whispered, I'm out shopping with a student, so please refrain from making any indiscreet comments. The manuscript will be sent to the company on Monday. Slyne, who had initially appeared despondent, brightened at Douglas's words and patted him on the back enthusiastically, murmuring, "Deal." Douglas quickly released Slyne, realizing that two grown men embracing in the street was hardly appropriate. He glanced at the entrance of Madame Pimpernel's shop and teased, I'm merely accompanying a student to shop, and you, a grown man, are interested in beauty potions?" Slyne replied with resignation, "Actually, I came with Romy and Little Rose. They are still inside selecting items. Shall we grab a drink at the Leaky Cauldron?" Douglas replied cheerfully, "Of course. However, I only have 20 minutes. I must return to Hogwarts through the fireplace. You know how it is with Professor McGonagall's arrangements." With that, Slyne dashed into Madame Pimpernel's shop to inform his wife. Shortly thereafter, Romy emerged with Little Rose and greeted Douglas warmly, and they proceeded with laughter and conversation towards the Leaky Cauldron. Once again, Ron felt as though he had been overlooked. After glancing at the nearby Flor and Fosco ice cream parlor, I absent-mindedly patted my pockets. I had no choice but to follow Douglas dejectedly, hoping to score a glass of juice. When the time for the fireplace connection arrived, Ron downed the remaining half of his pumpkin soda in one go. This led to a rather embarrassing moment upon returning to Professor McGonagall's office, where he let out an enormous belch right in front of her, prompting Douglas to roll his eyes in exasperation. After bidding farewell to Douglas, Ron returned to the Gryffindor common room, where he found Harry pitifully sitting at a corner table, buried in his studies. Hermione was simultaneously completing her homework, advising Ginny on her transfiguration essay, while gently correcting Harry on the parts he had misremembered. Meanwhile, George and Fred were concocting new schemes for cheating. For them, even if their plans failed, they could always spend an additional 5 or 6 hours cramming in Professor Flitwick's office. Upon seeing their beloved brother return, the twins rushed over with excitement, sandwiching Ron between them as they exclaimed, "Ron, well done. Now we are true brothers in misfortune. We heard you and Harry have to study for 4 whole subjects. May I interview you, dear brother? How does it feel?" Ron struggled fiercely but could not escape the clutches of his brothers. He retorted defiantly, "Humph. I will finish my studies. Unlike you two, who only have one subject, you still have to report to Professor Flitwick every day." "Huh. Harry and I only have to go on weekends." George and Fred exchanged pained glances, lamenting their oversight. Just then, Hermione stepped in, pulling Ron away and scolding the Weasley twins. "If you aren't studying, please do not disturb Ron." According to Professor Flitwick's plans, by the end of the academic year, Ron and Harry were sure to achieve commendable results. How would Mrs. Weasley view the two of you then? George and Fred let out another wail. "Goodness. Are we going to have another Percy in the family?" Mother would be overjoyed. New robes, a new pet. It seems we will be using our brother's old things from now on. This remark elicited laughter from some of their peers. Hermione shot the twins a fierce glare before pulling Ron aside. "Ignore their nonsense and get back to studying. If by the end of the year you still haven't finished, that would be truly terrifying for you." Ginny stole a glance at Harry before cheerfully addressing Ron. "Hermione is right. Given Professor Flitwick's connection with Mom, she will surely find out about your progress at school." It was then that Ron snapped back to reality, mumbling, "They might be onto something. If my studies improve, perhaps I can be like Percy, avoiding old clothes and using new textbooks." With newfound determination, Ron exclaimed to Hermione, "Hermione, can you teach me how to memorize this material quickly? I aspire to surpass Percy and become the most exemplary child in my mother's eyes." Harry, Hermione, and Ginny exchanged glances. Could it be that Ron had fallen victim to Percy's soul-binding curse? After Ron perused the first page, he let out a deep yawn. "I already know the first lesson by heart. Surely that suffices for tonight's dictation in Professor Holmes' office? I've been running about all day. I am utterly exhausted." "Well, Hermione, you needn't nag incessantly. I won't return to the dormitory to sleep. I shall merely rest my head for a brief nap and resume my studies later. Is that acceptable? Perhaps I could show you my new wand. I refrained from taking it out while George and Fred were around. Just look at this finish. Observe the exquisite grain of the willow wood." Upon witnessing this scenario, Harry, Hermione, and Ginny shrugged in unison. It appeared they had overthought the situation. Chapter 45, Douglas. I almost faced expulsion. After exiting Professor McGonagall's office, Douglas sought out a Hufflepuff student in the hall for inquiries before making his way toward the greenhouses at the rear of the castle. Outside the first greenhouse, a ring of Dyer's broom was planted, a plant whose flowers possess anesthetic properties. Should someone inadvertently inhale an excessive amount of pollen, they could become overly stimulated to the point of losing consciousness. When Professor Sprout, who was tending to the greenhouse, spotted Douglas entering, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Douglas. Do you really want me to hang a sign at the greenhouse door forbidding your entry? These cranberries were entrusted to me by Madame Pomfrey for the treatment of diarrhea and vomiting." As she spoke, she hurried over, disdainfully pulling Douglas toward the entrance. Fearing that with each step he took forward, he might pluck something to eat, Douglas quickly wiped the cranberry he had picked and skillfully popped it into his mouth. Grinning mischievously, Professor Sprout shot him a stern look and said, "Aren't you concerned? Those berries are toxic." Douglas shrugged, replying proudly, "You ought to consider who my mentor is. Cranberries possess significant medicinal properties, particularly beneficial for the eyes." Professor Sprout interjected, "Well, it seems you haven't entirely forgotten these lessons since graduating. However, I hope you remember more than just their edibility. Now, what brings you to me?" Douglas glanced around to ensure no one else was present, then whispered to Professor Sprout, "Professor, I wish to sponsor our house's Quidditch team with a set of Firebolt 2001 brooms." Professor Sprout looked at Douglas in astonishment. "You wish to sponsor the Hufflepuff Quidditch team with 7 Firebolt 2001 brooms? When did you start caring about our Quidditch team? This is indeed a positive development. But why the secrecy?" Douglas blinked and reminded her, naturally, to prevent any leaks of this confidential information. "What if the other houses discovered we have such excellent equipment and sought to emulate us?" Professor Sprout cast a disdainful glance at Douglas. "Do you think I am unaware? Cedric rushed to inform me at noon that Slytherin has prepared a secret weapon, coincidentally the Nimbus 2001. But do you possess sufficient galleons? I've heard you've been residing among Muggles, and Gringotts maintains stringent regulations regarding the exchange of substantial Muggle currency." Douglas nodded eagerly. "I have a considerable sum in the Wizarding World, ample enough to procure these flying broomsticks. Gringotts has always enforced strict limitations on the conversion of Muggle money into Wizarding currency. Not everyone bearing Muggle currency can exchange it for galleons at Gringotts. Firstly, Muggles are ineligible to conduct any exchanges there. Secondly, Hogwarts Muggle students are permitted to convert a certain percentage of galleons each year. Thirdly, adult wizards wishing to exchange for Wizarding currency must provide proof of income from Muggle sources. Unorthodox income is not accepted for conversion. Additionally, the amount exchanged is strictly limited, not exceeding 1,000 galleons annually. Gringotts employs various magical contracts to scrutinize the source of funds. Fourthly, wizards converting Muggle currency face no restrictions. The third stipulation is particularly crucial, as it entirely mitigates the impact of the Muggle economy on the Wizarding economy. Owing to the cultural disparities between the two worlds, many wizards, despite their dissatisfaction in the Wizarding realm, find their lives even more distressing upon attempting to adapt to the Muggle world without magic. Unless they relinquish their Wizarding dignity to relearn Muggle knowledge and seek employment, it is evident that few would choose such a path, as this would render their 7 years at Hogwarts seemingly futile. Securing a manual labor position in the Muggle world would be an arduous task indeed. After sizing up Douglas with a peculiar gaze, Professor Sprout seemed to exhale in relief and remarked, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggested. Consider it a recompense for past transgressions. Have someone deliver the brooms to my office, and I shall make the necessary arrangements. If you have no further business, you may take your leave. Do not loiter around the greenhouse unnecessarily. As a professor at Hogwarts, you ought to embody the demeanor of an educator, rather than remaining as you were in your student days." With that, Professor Sprout turned to depart, leaving Douglas in a state of astonishment. "Is that it? A recompense?" Just as Professor Sprout entered the greenhouse, she called out to Douglas, "Please wait a moment." Douglas felt a surge of excitement. Was she planning to reward him? Soon, Professor Sprout emerged holding a basket. "Mrs. Pomfrey doesn't tea require such an abundance of cranberries. Take these to enjoy. Consider it my gratitude for your contributions to Hufflepuff. If you truly relish these, I shall arrange for some to be cultivated in the orchard." With that, Professor Sprout turned and left. Douglas found himself perplexed, wondering why Professor Sprout did not consider presenting him with an honorary alumni medal or something of the sort. It is no wonder that few graduating students contribute to Hogwarts. As Douglas walked back with a basket in hand, a sudden thought struck him. The operational funding for Hogwarts primarily comes from the support of the school board. As a wizard of Muggle origin, the idea of sponsoring a batch of brooms for the school could, in a sense, disrupt the delicate balance of the 12 school board members' interests. A wave of apprehension washed over Douglas as he grasped why Professor Sprout characterized his actions as compensation rather than sponsorship. He also understood her reluctance to acknowledge any form of commendation directed towards him. Had she chosen otherwise, he could very well find himself facing complaints from some parents the following day. Driven by an instinct to protect the students, they might pressure Headmaster Dumbledore to dismiss him. The school board holds the authority to appoint or suspend the headmaster, while the teachers are appointed and suspended by the headmaster. After all, the board would not relish the idea of an individual circumventing them to provide support to Hogwarts. Returning to his office, Douglas felt a sense of dread. It would be utterly unjust to be dismissed for this reason. The first thing he did upon entering was to brew a cup of tea to calm his nerves. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall came to invite him for afternoon tea at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade the next day. Upon learning that several professors from Hogwarts would be present, Douglas gladly accepted. After McGonagall departed, he couldn't help but reminisce about the enchanting Madame Rosmerta. Who among us has not cherished dreams in youth? Who has not harbored passions in their adolescence? Chapter 46, Long Live Professor Holmes. Just as Douglas was reminiscing about the joys of youth, a group of 7th-year students interrupted his thoughts. Noticing a shortage of chairs in his office, he casually grabbed a few books from the shelf and transformed them into seats. He then invited everyone to take their places. While brewing tea, he inquired, "What are your reflections after this week of observation?" The seventh-year students, who had initially intended to voice their thoughts, fell silent. One Ravenclaw girl finally spoke. "Professor, I feel that our instruction in defense against the dark arts is quite inadequate. Of course, I do not mean to imply this is your fault. After all, as you mentioned, this week is designated for diagnostic assessments. The inconsistency in teaching this subject over the years has left many of us, including myself, lacking a systematic understanding of defense against the dark arts." Douglas listened intently to each student's report. He then took the parchment from their hands and scrutinized it closely, providing feedback on certain points right then and there. He felt quite pleased with this year's seventh-year students. To be precise, since the inception of Professor Urn's tenure, every class that has entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts course with commendable grades has proven to be promising candidates. After placing the reviewed parchment aside, he surveyed the room and gently tapped on the table, stating, "I am aware that the quality of instruction in defense against the dark arts has historically been inconsistent. The choice of this course signifies a recognition of one's own family education or self-learning abilities. Oh, do not rush to deny it. Who among us has not traversed this age? However, based on my observations this week, it appears that you seem to lack mastery over certain 6th grade spells. This is a considerable deviation from our own experiences. Let us not hastily refute this. How many of you can cast the Ironclad charm? What about the Silencing charm? The Patronus charm? And how many have encountered the Unforgivable curses? Do not regale me with the textbook content. I am far more familiar with it than you. Goodness. I truly wonder what you were occupied with last semester." When Douglas mentioned the previous term, Marionate from Slytherin could not help but scoff. "Professor Holmes, you were not at Hogwarts last year and are unaware of Professor Quirrell's situation. He was perpetually on edge, merely reading from the textbook during classes. Of course, when questions were posed, he would provide answers, but with his stuttering pace, we even doubted he could successfully cast a complete spell. Who would have imagined that in the end, he was defeated by 3 first-years? At this point, the other 7th-year students displayed expressions of disdain. Douglas sneered. "Is this how you all perceive it? So, you hardly paid attention in Quirrell's classes last year? With such an attitude, do you truly aspire to become worse? Humility leads to progress, while pride results in stagnation, dear classmates. If he were indeed so inept, why would Professor Dumbledore have hired him? Surely, you do not believe yourselves to be superior to Professor Dumbledore?" One student mumbled, "I assent it because hardly anyone is willing to teach this course now." Douglas sighed at the defiant expressions before him. "You dream of becoming Aurors, and yet you harbor no doubts regarding Quirrell's performance?" Observing the puzzled faces around him, Douglas shrugged. "Well, it is regrettable that you have missed out on a master of dark arts. Regarding Quirrell, I shall not elaborate further. After all, the school has long circulated tales of the 3 young ones battling Quirrell, with little knowledge of Voldemort lurking behind the scenes. Yet, my tone and expression seem to suggest to the 7th-years that perhaps they have indeed lost 5 million galleons. Returning to the matter at hand. My objective for the upcoming year is not merely to ensure that you achieve a satisfactory grade in defense against the dark arts during your examinations. No, I demand excellence from each and every one of you. This entails that you must diligently work to catch up on the material you have fallen behind in during the 6th grade. Thus, this semester, I shall implement a new approach, providing focused training. With a gentle wave of his hand, a stack of parchment, measuring a full 6 feet in length, descended before the students. This is a compilation of all written examination content and spells pertaining to the defense against the dark arts from the past 5 years. I grant you a month to commit all written examination content to memory and master the spells required for the assessments. Should you find yourselves at a loss regarding the written materials, feel free to consult the library. I am available to sign off on items from the restricted section at any time. Concerning the spells, do not hesitate to approach me with any inquiries. After 1 month, we shall commence a weekly assessment regime. This implies that every week, for 7th grade defense against the dark arts, will serve as a mock examination. I will randomly select spells and papers for your evaluations. Until the semester's conclusion, any student who fails to achieve an outstanding score in 10 consecutive mock exams shall refrain from participating in the final examination, to spare me the embarrassment. Do you have any questions? As the students received the 6-foot-long examination papers, their brows furrowed in concern. Upon hearing Douglas's inquiry, Nott took a deep breath and replied, "Professor, there is one more matter. We fear that we will lack the time to oversee and maintain the practical classroom thereafter. This is not merely due to the preparations for the weekly assessments. We are aware that the spells and creatures involved in maintaining the practical classroom are, in fact, beneficial to our defense against the dark arts curriculum." He hesitated, casting a glance at his classmates. Noticing Nott's look, the others quickly averted their eyes to their papers, signaling a desire to focus on the exam without interruption. Nott silently scoffed, lamenting that it had become solely his burden to address this issue. Alas, one must tread carefully around one's own head of house. Douglas, visibly displeased, interjected, "If there is something to discuss, speak plainly. There is no need for such hesitance." Not cleared his throat softly, "Professor Holmes, prior to our arrival, Headmaster Snape spoke with us. He expressed a desire for us to rotate as teaching assistants in his class. As you are aware, we are already assigned to oversee the practical sessions, and if we were to rotate further, it would likely lead to scheduling conflicts, making it difficult to manage the practical classroom adequately. I did raise this concern with Headmaster Snape at the time, yet he suggested that if you had any objections, you could approach him directly. Of course, not refrained from sharing Snape's exact words, knowing that someone who merely used cauldrons for cooking would hardly appreciate the wonders of potion making. Following him would only lead to mindless wand-waving. After speaking, Not instinctively recoiled slightly. Douglas, upon hearing this, wondered if he was inadvertently harming his own interests. He had indeed neglected to consider that to apply for a position as an Auror in the Ministry of Magic, one must achieve outstanding or good grades in at least 5 subjects, with defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, charms, and potions being paramount. Thus, nearly all 7th-year students enrolled in potions. However, he had never intended for 7th-year students to be permanently stationed in the practical classroom. No matter, he concluded, you may designate 1 student each day to check in. Starting next week, the practical classroom will not be accessible to students during the week. It shall only be open for 2 hours on the weekends. During class, I would inform them that each individual is permitted entry only once a week. Mr. Nate, you shall oversee the specific arrangement of personnel. Observing Douglas's concession, the other students, who had been engrossed in their exam papers, collectively sighed in relief. They were genuinely fearful that if the 2 professors remained obstinate, it would be they who would suffer the consequences. Long live Professor Holmes. Yet, they remained oblivious to the Pandora's box this man had opened at Hogwarts. Chapter 47, The Whispering Charm. Just after the 7th year had departed, the door to Douglas's office echoed once more. This time, it was George, Fred, Ron, and Harry. Professor, we have come to transcribe the text. Douglas, without setting down his teacup, waved his left hand gently. For notebooks and exquisitely crafted quills materialized at the desk. George and Fred, you shall continue with yesterday's transcription. Harry and Ron, those 2 blank notebooks are for you. The quills were special. Should you make an error, they would mark it, so fret not. Upon hearing this, the 4 expressed their gratitude and promptly approached the desk. After George and Fred settled in, they adjusted the ink pot on the table. When George confirmed that he could see Douglas in the reflection of the ink pot, he exchanged a conspiratorial wink with Fred. Harry and Ron, witnessing this, felt quite perplexed. However, they soon discovered that words were beginning to materialize on the cuffs of George and Fred's sleeves. Ron, astonished, mouthed to Harry, cheat sheet sleeves. Harry, upon seeing this, cautiously turned to glance at Douglas, who was sipping tea while perusing parchment. Noticing that he was oblivious to their antics, George and Fred evidently recognized the 2's subtle gestures and winked back at them. Using silent communication, they conveyed, 2 dung bombs, keep it quiet. Harry pondered but refrained from speaking. He was not inclined to be a tattletale. Thus, he feigned ignorance and focused on his own transcription. Meanwhile, Ron, with a more active mind, mouthed back, "Let me next time, or I shall tell Mom." George and Fred exchanged a resigned glance and nodded silently. 10 minutes later, Harry rubbed his sore hand and looked up to see a frowning Ron, staring blankly at his notebook. Had he been able to see Ron's notebook, he would have noticed it was riddled with numerous incorrect marks. Of course, Harry observed plenty of mistakes on his own notebook as well. Yet, he recalled Hermione's advice before their arrival. If he truly could not remember certain content, he should skip it for the time being. After transcribing once, returning to memorize would be swift. At that moment, Fred and George nudged him. Ultimately, Fred, with a resigned demeanor, stood up and approached Douglas with his completed transcription. "Professor, I have transcribed a portion. May I present it for your review?" Douglas, without lifting his head, declared, "Not enough. Continue." Fred dutifully returned to the desk, and then, with a wink towards George, the 2 resumed their clandestine endeavor. Harry and Ron were perplexed by their intentions, yet recalling that both had previously visited, Ron mimicked them with considerable flair. He picked up his heavily annotated notebook and approached Douglas. "Professor, I've memorized part of it. Could you take a look?" Douglas glanced at the notebook filled with questions and then at Ron, pulling out Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense to hand to him, exclaiming, "Do not attempt to recite yet. It would be a waste of ink. I truly wonder how Miss Granger is so tolerant of you. Hold on to the textbook and review the material you need to memorize." With that, he disregarded Ron's flushed face and turned to Harry, who sat uneasily. "Mr. Potter, do not remain seated. Bring your notes over for me to examine." Harry hurriedly approached, feeling quite embarrassed as he handed his notebook to Douglas. At that moment, he longed to express to Professor Holmes that memorizing and being able to write from memory were entirely different concepts. Douglas sighed as he received Harry's notebook. "You should refrain from writing for now. Join Ron and focus on memorizing the content." At that moment, the twins erupted in laughter. Ron, Infuriated, shouted George. Fred, do you believe me? The twins quickly smirked in apology. Douglas addressed Ron and Harry, saying, once you have memorized the material, return to me for the notebook to rewrite. To Harry and Ron's astonishment, the content they had just written vanished before their eyes. Subsequently, Douglas, with a subtle gesture, cast a silencing charm on himself and the twins. Soon, George and Fred realized they could hear no sound around them. They turned in surprise to see Ron and Harry moving their lips in conversation. Yet no sound reached their ears. Exchanging glances, Fred exclaimed, George, why can I hear nothing? George read Fred's lips and replied, I can't hear anything either. Their voices captured Harry and Ron's attention, leaving them bewildered at the twins' sudden loudness. They glanced at Douglas, who seemed oblivious to the commotion. Then they watched as George and Fred began to engage in various nonsensical antics. They first tapped the desk, surprised to find they could not hear a thing. Sharing a knowing smile, they picked up objects from the desk to create noise. This sensation was utterly unique for them. George could not help but admire. A silent world is truly splendid. Although Fred could not hear his brother's voice, he still responded in perfect harmony. If only we could cast this spell at home. We would no longer have to endure our mother's incessant nagging. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from the depths of their hearts, reverberating like thunder in their ears. Is that so? Well, I happen to possess a silencing spell. Would you like to give it a try? It would render you a pair of deaf-mute twins. The abruptness and intensity of this voice left their heads buzzing. Soon, they realized that the voice belonged to Douglas. However, upon glancing over, they noticed that Douglas was not looking at them. Harry and Ron wore equally bewildered expressions, captivated by the antics of the two. Suddenly, George and Fred seemed to be struck by some spell, clutching their heads and trembling all over. Before they could call out to Douglas, he spoke without raising his head. Ignore them. Focus on your own work. Indeed, the voice had originated from Douglas, who boldly referred to it as the whispering spell. When combined with the silencing spell, it produced the effect that the Weasley twins had just experienced. During his travels, Douglas had once used this technique to incapacitate 7 dark wizards in one fell swoop. Chapter 48, Peeves Complains. An hour swiftly passed. Harry and Ron resumed their writing. George and Fred exchanged knowing smiles before approaching Douglas once more. Professor, we have completed our writing for today. May we read for a while? After lifting the silencing spell, Douglas glanced at their notebooks with a smirk. Ah, it appears you two are quite adept at cheating, managing to maintain an error rate of just 20. This revelation left the twins utterly astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. They couldn't fathom how he had discerned their deception, especially since they had been using the reflection of an ink bottle to observe Douglas without realizing he had caught on. They turned to see Ron and Harry, who were stifling laughter. Upon noticing the twins' gaze, Harry quickly shook his head. With a swift motion, Douglas slammed the notebooks down before them. He waved his hand, and the office door swung open. Coldly addressing them, he commanded, You two, take your notebooks and stand at the door to recite them. You may only return once you have memorized them, and you will write them out right there at the entrance. George and Fred were left dumbfounded. This was decidedly different from their previous experience. However, they quickly felt relieved that it was nighttime, with few people in the corridor, sparing them from further embarrassment. With heads hung low, they trudged toward the door. Douglas banged his hand on the table. Leave your cheat sheets here. Do you still intend to continue cheating? Reluctantly, George and Fred removed the scrap paper from their sleeves and placed it before Douglas. Once they exited, they stood to the left. George whispered, Fred, were you caught while copying? Fred glanced at his brother in surprise. How could that be? I was so careful. It was clearly you who got caught. At that moment, Douglas's voice echoed through the office. What are you two talking about? Stand on either side. Next time you cheat, I'll have you both standing at the school gate for the villagers of Hogsmeade to see. Harry and Ron, what are you laughing at? I'm talking about you two. With a loud bang, the door closed and the corridor fell silent. George and Fred exchanged a mischievous glance at the office door before obediently standing on either side. Utilizing the flickering torchlight in the corridor, they began to recite loudly. Suddenly, in front of them, a figure materialized in midair. It was a male goblin, sporting a tall hat and a mop of black hair, glaring at the Weasley twins with malevolent eyes. Then, he suddenly grinned widely, cackling. TSK, Peeves has heard you. Cheating, exemplary students. Brave warriors challenging the devil, earning Peeves' respect. Haha. With that, Peeves bowed theatrically, removing his hat. George and Fred exchanged bewildered glances. Devil? Are you saying Professor Filch is the devil? The twins were astonished by this designation, as they had never seen Peeves refer to anyone in such a manner. After all, he was a cowardly creature who often resorted to derogatory nicknames behind the backs of powerful professors, although he would use honorifics in their presence. At that moment, Douglas's voice again rang out from the office. Haven't you two eaten? Do you not need to use your voices to recite? Whoosh. Upon hearing the voice, Peeves vanished right before their eyes. Not bothering with anything else, the twins hastily grabbed their notebooks and began to recite loudly. In the hushed corridor, Their voices created a multitude of echoes. Finding it amusing, they began to compete with one another, raising their voices higher and higher, drawing curious glances from students in neighboring corridors who strained to see who was causing the commotion. Madame Pomfrey, patrolling the area, hurried towards the 8th floor, evidently to inform Mr. Filch. The Weasley twins noticed Madame Pomfrey as well, but only increased the volume of their recitation. After all, they had been commanded to read aloud in the corridor, and they had no fear of being accused by Filch for causing a ruckus. Yet, before they could anticipate Filch's arrival, they saw the door to Professor McGonagall's office swing open. "Mr. Weasley, what are you doing? Points will be deducted from Gryffindor." Before Professor McGonagall could finish her admonishment, George and Fred excitedly chimed in. "Professor, we're reciting." "Yes, Professor, Professor Flitwick told us to recite." McGonagall frowned and replied, "Then keep your voices down. Volume won't help you memorize." Having spoken, Professor McGonagall resolved to have a serious conversation with Douglas the following day, pondering how it was permissible for students to recite their lessons in the corridor at such a late hour. It is worth noting that the weather in the Scottish Highlands during September is far from amiable, particularly in the evening. Upon concluding her thoughts, the voices of the Weasley twins instinctively quieted. Of course, this was not solely due to Professor McGonagall's presence. Primarily, the two had just exerted themselves with quite a bit of vocal strain. Yet, just as Professor McGonagall was about to turn and leave, Peeves the Poltergeist reappeared, wearing a mischievous grin directed at the Weasley twins. With a hint of mock respect, he addressed Professor McGonagall. "Oh, esteemed Deputy Headmistress, you have been deceived by those two wretched little scamps. I overheard everything. They have been punished for cheating." Before Peeves could finish his sentence, Professor McGonagall's voice was filled with disbelief. "Cheating? Mr. Weasley, is what Peeves said true?" This time, it was George and Fred who were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why Peeves would report them. After all, they believed their previous relationship with Peeves had been amicable. They had collaborated on a few occasions when dealing with Mr. Filch, maintaining a relatively good rapport. Soon, a realization dawned upon them, and they exchanged a rueful glance. Dumbombs. They had promised last semester to present Peeves with a few dung-bombs at the start of term. However, their plans had been thwarted, and all the dung-bombs had been confiscated, leading them to forget about the matter entirely. Noticing the Weasley twins' silence, Professor McGonagall proceeded directly to Douglas's office once the moving staircase connecting the 2nd and 3rd floors was in place. Peeves, trailing behind her, made faces at the two boys. Inside the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Ron cautiously approached Douglas, waving his hand in front of his eyes. Douglas dispelled the charm from his ears. "What is it?" he inquired. Ron replied with trepidation, "Professor, did you not say to inform you if it became quiet outside?" Only then did Douglas realize that George and Fred had once again slacked off. He waved his hand, instructing Ron to continue with his dictation, before deciding to step outside and give the two culprits a stern lesson on how to excel academically. Harry whispered to Ron, "Ron, you really went to report them. And they're your brothers." Ron cast a glance at Douglas, who was rising from his seat, and whispered back, "I think I just heard Professor McGonagall yell. If we don't inform Professor Flitwick now, we're done for when she storms in. If she discovers that George and the others cheated, and we failed to mention it, just imagine the consequences." The thought of being implicated sent a shiver down Harry's spine, and he gave Ron a thumbs up. "Ron, you're impressive. You thought of this ahead of time." Ron huffed with pride, thinking to himself that if he were to face unjust punishment at the hands of his mother for withholding information, he too would be driven to contemplate such matters. Chapter 49, Unforgettable Past Events. As Douglas pushed open the door, just as Professor McGonagall ascended the final step, Douglas immediately noticed Peeves the Poltergeist lurking not far behind her. "Ah, Peeves, it has been years. Have you missed me?" As he spoke, Douglas unconsciously let his wand slip from his sleeve into his hand. Peeves let out a shriek. "Murderer! The ghost killer has returned," and with a loud bang, vanished. Professor McGonagall displayed an expression of exasperation as she addressed Mr. Filch and several prefects who had rushed over, saying, "I will handle this matter. You may attend to your own affairs." Turning to Douglas, she added, "Douglas, cannot you coexist peacefully with Peeves? He does show a measure of respect towards the professors." "Well, he is merely a rather mischievous child." Douglas chuckled and tucked away his wand, apologizing. "My apologies, Professor, it was purely a reflex. You know how Peeves despises me. Every time he appears, it spells trouble." Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes. "Douglas, you must realize that you are now a professor." The Weasley twins, cornered by McGonagall's imposing presence, exchanged shocked glances. "Do you remember what Bill said? Peeves is nothing to be afraid of." Charlie had said the same. "Poor Peeves. His least favorite student is Percy. I thought Peeves was like us, bidding farewell to lowbrow humor, detesting pretentiousness." They mused. "Ah, it seems Peeves is the enemy of my enemy." In the office, Harry and Ron instinctively grabbed a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, munching while peering through the crack in the door. Upon overhearing the conversation between Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, they exchanged startled glances, just as George and Fred were whispering to one another. McGonagall's gaze struck them like a binding curse, petrifying them both. Harry and Ron, catching a glimpse of McGonagall's stern expression, hastily discarded their beans and buried their heads in their notebooks. Professor McGonagall raised her chin and sternly inquired, "Mr. Weasley, cheating? Do you not feel the need to explain yourselves?" George and Fred looked to Douglas for aid, but their plea was promptly intercepted by McGonagall's piercing gaze. "You needn't seek assistance from anyone. Remember, I am the head of Gryffindor." With despondent faces, George and Fred replied, "Yes, Professor." "Indeed, Professor." McGonagall's voice was laced with anger as she demanded, "Why resort to cheating?" The twins, pressed against the wall, murmured in unison, "Because the exam forbids cheating." This time, not only was McGonagall incensed, but Douglas, equally affected by her formidable aura, found himself at a loss for words. Cheating. So the written test in defense against the dark arts was considered cheating? Who did they think they were belittling? McGonagall's furious roar echoed throughout the castle. "Cheating. Have you no shame? Gryffindor loses 100 points. As Professor McGonagall's words resonated through the hall, the hourglass representing Gryffindor was once again emptied of its rubies. If one were to count at that moment, they would discover that Ravenclaw stood first, followed by Hufflepuff in second place. Douglas quickly interjected, "Professor, surely this is unwarranted." McGonagall turned her head, expressing her displeasure at Douglas. "Professor Holmes, I expect you to remember your position. Should such a situation arise again, deduct points from the house and impose a severe penalty. Hogwarts cannot tolerate cheating." She then turned to the Weasley twins and asserted, "Mr. Weasley, I require you to earn back the points you have lost by the end of this academic year. If you do not succeed, I shall regrettably inform you that next year, you will be placed in the third year. As the head of Gryffindor, I believe I possess that authority." After glancing through the door at Ron and Harry, who were buried in their notebooks, and peeking over, she departed without looking back. Mr. Filch, who had been observing from a distance, was thrilled by McGonagall's punishment of the twins. While affectionately stroking Mrs. Norris, he lamented, "I believe only the chains and whips from the dungeons could instill a lesson in those two rascals." Douglas cast a disdainful glance at the Weasley twins and commanded, "Continue your work. If you cannot memorize it by tonight, you shall forfeit sleep." After Douglas entered, George and Fred wore expressions of dismay. 200 house points. George exclaimed, "Indeed, it is easy to lose points, but aside from Quidditch, how can we earn them back?" An hour later, as Harry and Ron's detention came to an end, they emerged from the warm office to find George and Fred, noses running, earnestly attempting to hide their hands in their sleeves while leaning against a pillar in the corridor, silently copying their notes. Ron made a face at the twins and, filled with excitement, pulled Harry along as they rushed toward the Gryffindor common room to share the evening's events with their fellow classmates. The following morning, Douglas sent the latest chapter he had penned to Slyne, along with a request to procure 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms to present to Hufflepuff's Quidditch team. One cannot deny that Slyne's efficiency was commendable. While Douglas was inspecting the practical classroom, he spotted an exuberant Hufflepuff student navigating through the crowded corridor. Approaching Cedric, who was queuing, whispering something and gesturing towards Douglas. Upon hearing the words, Cedric's eyes widened in disbelief, and amidst the puzzled gazes of his peers, he shouted, "Professor Holmes, this is fantastic." Before dashing off toward the Hufflepuff common room, a broad smile stretching across his face, Douglas smiled quietly, choosing not to comment. After a simple lunch, Douglas rarely indulged in an afternoon nap. Upon awakening, he set off alone towards the village of Hogsmeade. Along the way, numerous older students greeted him, and a few girls exchanged cheerful glances while engaging in animated discussions about him. Traversing the familiar path, Douglas felt a tinge of solitude, observing the well-known surroundings. He couldn't help but reflect on the significance of Hogsmeade, the only village in Britain inhabited entirely by wizards. Founded by H.J. Woodcroft, Hogsmeade allows students in their third year and above at Hogwarts to visit on weekends, provided they have permission from their parents or guardians. The streets are lined with numerous shops and pubs. In the past, Douglas frequently visited this village with Bill and Charlie, becoming acquainted with many of the shopkeepers. The proprietress of Honeydukes, upon spotting him, joyfully thrust a handful of sweets into his hands, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Douglas. It's been ages. When I heard you became a professor at Hogwarts, I mentioned to Ambrosius whether we should send you a box of candy as a gift. He is currently restocking. Otherwise, he would have insisted on treating you to a drink." Douglas had once collaborated with Bill and Charlie to craft ginger candies, dragonbeard candy, and wintermelon sweets, which they sold at Honeydukes. Ultimately, he sold the recipes to the proprietors for 50 galleons, considering the simplicity of the methods and the ease of imitation. Their amicable relationship endured. Gratefully accepting the gift, Douglas replied apologetically, "I regret that I must attend Professor McGonagall's afternoon tea. Next time, I shall have a proper drink with Uncle Flume." As he passed Madame Putafoot's tea shop, he hastened his pace, hoping to avoid an encounter with Madame Putafoot. Out of curiosity, he had once visited the tea shop with long-haired Bill, resulting in an inexplicable rumor circulating that evening among Hogwarts students. claiming that the Hufflepuff Sherlock Holmes was on a date with a certain red-haired girl. Even after the truth was clarified and the Slytherins responsible for the rumor were compelled to apologize, Madame Pootafoot had continued to jest about the incident whenever they crossed paths. Now that he was a professor, he feared the implications of students overhearing such rumors, especially as they did not recognize Bill. Nor would any distinguished Slytherin be willing to step forward to clarify the situation. Chapter 50. Who hasn't considered owning a Niffler? Beyond the Three Broomsticks pub lies the Hogsmeade post office. Turning into a narrow path beside the post office, one arrives at the Hog's Head Inn. Owned by Aberforth Dumbledore, the brother of Albus. Douglas had once visited this establishment with Bill, a place best left unmentioned. On a dilapidated wooden sign, a severed pig's head was painted, with blood seeping through the white cloth that enveloped it. The Pig's Head Tavern was small and dimly lit, permeated by a strong odor of mutton. Upon entering, Douglas and Bill, immediately struck by the scent, began to discuss various culinary preparations of sheep before even ordering a drink. They spoke of hot pot lamb, roasted whole lamb, lamb and carrot dumplings, lamb buns, lamb skewers, lamb spine, braised lamb trotters, and braised lamb faces. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted as Mr. Abufus Dumbledore, the tavern's bartender, ushered them out, sternly informing them they were never to return to the Pig's Head Tavern. Regaining his composure, Douglas faced the Three Broomsticks. Upon pushing the door open, a warm atmosphere enveloped him. The bar was spacious, bright, and invitingly clean. The only disappointment was the absence of Madame Rosmerta behind the counter. Scanning the room, he noticed clusters of wizards gathered around their small tables. Madame Rosmerta was engaged in jovial conversation with a patron in a cozy nook adorned with greenery. Then he heard Hagrid's unmistakable laughter and quickly made his way towards the booth. Before he reached it, Madame Rosmerta noticed him and opened her arms wide, exclaiming, "Ah, our Mr. Holmes has arrived. Long time no see, Douglas. Congratulations on becoming a professor at Hogwarts." Douglas returned her embrace warmly, grinning as he replied, "Good afternoon, dear lady. You remain as radiant and enchanting as ever." Hagrid, seated among the others, winked and remarked, "See, I told you he'd notice Rosmerta first." This elicited hearty laughter from the group. It was only then that Douglas observed the familiar faces of Professors McGonagall, Sprout, Flitwick, Sinistra, Kettleburn, and Hagrid. All of them were his former professors, save for Hagrid. Embarrassed, he smiled and greeted, "Good afternoon, esteemed professors." Madame Rosmerta pulled out a chair for Douglas, inviting him to sit. "Today, in honor of Professor Holmes, all drinks for the professors this afternoon are on the house." Professor Kettleburn pointed to a bottle on the table. Chuckling, "Today, we are truly benefiting from Douglas's presence. Otherwise, we would hardly have the chance to taste this exceedingly rare Holmes wine." Madame Rosmerta laughed as she opened the bottle, pouring for the professors. "When have I ever lacked your esteemed wine, dear professor? The scarcity of this wine cannot be blamed on me. As you know, the green plum used to make this Holmes wine is limited in cultivation. However, with the founder of Holmes Wine present today, I assure you there will be plenty." The Holmes wine was, in fact, a type of green plum wine. The saplings of the green plum tree were rare, and Douglas had initially intended to plant them in Hogwarts' greenhouse. Unfortunately, Professor Sprout was not amenable to the idea. However, when he learned that Madame Rosmerta had a small greenhouse in Hogsmeade, he felt a glimmer of hope. With great effort, a recommendation was made, and only after the addition of a plum wine recipe did the other party acquiesce. Once the wine was crafted, it was dubbed Sherlock's wine by Rosmerta. Additionally, Rosmerta promised Douglas a complimentary glass of wine each week, allowing him to bring a guest as a gesture of gratitude. The reason Douglas was so enamored with plum wine was that it was his favorite libation in a past life, and to his knowledge, it was exclusive to East Asia. For him, plum wine represented a profound nostalgia. After Ms. Rosmerta departed, the guests raised their glasses and engaged in lively conversation. Professor McGonagall explained, "Originally, I had invited nearly all the professors from Hogwarts today. However, as you may know, not all professors have the luxury of time. Severus had to prepare materials for tomorrow's lesson, and the two divination professors were rather reluctant to participate in such gatherings. As for Charity Burbage, the Muggle Studies professor you may have encountered, she happened to be out in the Muggle world today, if that is indeed the term. In any case, let us once again extend a warm welcome to Douglas as he joins the Hogwarts family." The crowd raised their glasses in unison. Before long, the discussion naturally gravitated towards Douglas's innovative educational approach. With the exception of Hagrid, the other professors expressed considerable agreement. After all, the issue of Hogwarts students lacking foundational knowledge was not a recent concern. In every class, there were always some who, due to their unfamiliarity with the textbook material, made elementary mistakes. Professor Flitwick could not help but exclaim, "Douglas, your method is simply remarkable. I have already resolved to implement it in my classroom next week. Miss Granger from Gryffindor has provided me with excellent insight. If one is thoroughly familiar with the textbook content, learning spells will undoubtedly become exponentially easier." Douglas gently touched his nose, wishing to assert that Miss Granger's swift mastery of spells might be attributed to her inherent talent. However, Professor Flitwick was indeed correct. When one is well acquainted with theory, practical application becomes significantly more effective. A scholar from the Muggle world aptly stated that books are the ladder to progress. The content within textbooks allows students to learn while standing on the shoulders of giants, thus avoiding many unnecessary detours. As soon as Professor Flitwick finished speaking, Professor McGonagall added, I too intend to have them commit the textbook content to memory starting next week. You would be astonished to learn that a third-year student cannot even recall the basic principles of transfiguration. This is truly catastrophic for the art of transfiguration. The other professors nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing the merits of Douglas's approach. Only Professor Kettleburn sighed. In truth, I would like to experiment with this method as well. After all, if one is not familiar with the habits of magical creatures, diving in can lead to significant complications. The other professors remained silent, aware that those familiar with Professor Kettleburn might wish to retort. Could it be that it is not the student's unfamiliarity, but rather your own oversight? Undoubtedly. This does not imply that everyone dislikes the old professor. A professor who, during his tenure, has undergone no less than 62 retention reviews, an unbroken record to this day, still teaches at Hogwarts, which attests to his popularity among the students. However, he does tend to underestimate the potential dangers posed by creatures such as birds, snakes, and fire lizards, often resulting in injuries among students. Much to Madame Pomfrey's chagrin regarding this professor. Suddenly, Hagrid sniffled a couple of times and finished his drink in one gulp. But Professor Kettleburn has submitted his resignation to Professor Dumbledore. Professor Kettleburn, extending his only remaining hand, made an effort to pat Hagrid on the shoulder. Oh, do not be disheartened, Rubeus. After my resignation, I plan to visit the Dragon Reserve during my leisure time. I am eager to meet the dragon you raised last year. Coughing, Professor McGonagall interrupted the old professor before he could complete his thought. After all, that matter was a closely guarded secret within Hogwarts. If too many people were to learn of it, Hagrid would undoubtedly face a journey to Azkaban over his dragon-keeping activities. Douglas observed the expressions of those present. It was evident that everyone was already aware of this situation. He glanced at Professor Kettleburn, who had only one arm and half a leg left, and could not help but reflect on the professor's profound love for magical creatures, dedicating nearly his entire life to this passion. During his school days, he often found himself drawn to this professor, once even contemplating adopting a Niffler from him. After all, which Hufflepuff would not desire to rear a Niffler? Regrettably, Hogwarts students are not permitted to keep such creatures, as Nifflers are classified as assistant-level pets rather than magical creatures of the third class. Novice wizards are prohibited from keeping them. Due to Professor Kettleburn's situation, the atmosphere grew somber. After several rounds of drinks, Douglas quietly discussed plans for a hot pot gathering in the astronomy tower with Professor Aurora Sinistra. When the first snowfall of the year arrives, it would be delightful to host such an event there. The astronomy tower, the highest point in Hogwarts Castle, requires one to ascend a steep spiral staircase to reach. Professor Sinistra conducts astronomy classes there, typically at midnight. During his time at school, there was an occasion when Douglas and a few friends, Bill and Charlie, impulsively decided to have hot pot in the astronomy tower on a Saturday night. It was fortunate that Professor Sinistra happened to discover them while stargazing that night. Thanks to Douglas's timely application of the truth is stranger than fiction principle, a potential incident of point deductions for both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was averted. Professor Sprout's cheeks were already flushed. Raising her glass towards Douglas, she also patted Professor McGonagall on the shoulder, saying, Minerva, I believe this year the House Cup may very well come to us Hufflepuffs. Haha, all thanks to Douglas. With this statement, the other two heads of house simultaneously turned their attention towards Douglas. Douglas was momentarily taken aback, followed by a bitter smile. Professor, didn't we agree to keep this matter under wraps for the time being? Professor Sprout raised an eyebrow, grinning. Oh, there's no need to hide it. I intend for the Hufflepuff team to triumph over the other houses openly. Huh, you may not know, but Douglas has generously gifted the entire Hufflepuff team a set of Nimbus 2001 brooms. Those lads were absolutely thrilled this morning. They have assured me they will not disappoint Professor Holmes this semester and will secure the Quidditch Cup. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick exchanged glances. Flitwick, swirling his wine glass, furrowed his brow and remarked, if I recall correctly, Slytherin also received a batch of Nimbus 2001 brooms sponsored by the Malfoy family, Pomona. Surely, you understand the implications here. Of course, I'm not envious. Ravenclaw is still one of the finest teams in Hogwarts without Nimbus 2001. However, you know this could potentially bring trouble for Douglas. McGonagall snorted derisively. Gryffindor is undoubtedly the best team at Hogwarts. The brooms are merely an aid. The most critical factor is skill. Let us not forget we have Harry. However, Douglas, your actions this time are indeed somewhat reckless. Douglas was not only an exceptional student, but also a colleague with whom they worked closely. Although they believed this colleague would likely only work with them for a year, they hoped he would not leave due to some incomprehensible political reasons. Professor Sprout, slightly tipsy, chuckled. Who said Douglas is a sponsor? He is merely trying to atone for the losses he brought to Hufflepuff years ago. Although I know not where he acquired such wealth, he is among the few graduates who still think of their alma mater and contribute to it. With that, Sprout raised her glass in a toast, and Douglas promptly clinked his glass with hers. He then gestured to the other professors, expressing his gratitude for their support. While the other professors, aside from the three heads of house, remained perplexed as to how sponsoring a few Nimbus 2001 brooms for Hogwarts could involve any danger, they still raised their glasses with smiles and drank. Particularly, Professor Kettleburn downed a generous portion. After all, although all present were Hogwarts alumni, only Sprout, Kettleburn, and Douglas hailed from Hufflepuff. Especially the former two professors understood how challenging the funding had been for Hufflepuff over the years. The funding for Hogwarts came from the Ministry of Magic, pureblood families, and donations from notable alumni. Although the donated funds were submitted to the school board and then uniformly allocated by the headmaster, the donors hailed from various houses, inevitably leading to some biased demands during sponsorship and donations. This resulted in a consistent imbalance in the actual distribution of funds. Certainly, this is also due to the fact that most students hailing from Hufflepuff belong to the lower to middle echelons of the Wizarding World, often remaining uninvolved in such matters. Moreover, Hufflepuff boasts the largest student body among the four houses, which frequently results in their funding being barely sufficient. Not to mention, Professor Sprout exhibits an unabashed favoritism towards her students. Upon the graduation of certain students, she tends to provide private financial assistance. This explains why, among the four heads, only Professor Sprout is seen donning patched garments. At this moment, a peculiar smile graced Professor McGonagall's face as she glanced at Douglas. She then addressed Professor Sprout beside her, saying, "Pomona, are you truly not curious as to why Douglas can effortlessly produce over 1,000 galleons? Do not forget, he is of Muggle origin. And despite traveling extensively for the past 3 years, he has hardly made an appearance in the wizarding community." This remark not only piqued Professor Sprout's curiosity, but also intrigued the other professors, though they were not the type to pry into students' privacy. Their years of collaboration with Professor McGonagall suggested that she was not inclined to do so either. Thus, this statement became quite thought-provoking. Professor Sprout was the first to react. Akin to an irate badger, and with displeasure directed towards her longtime friend, she retorted, "Minerva, I do not care how this child acquired such a substantial sum of galleons. If he chooses not to disclose it, there must be a reason. But I firmly believe that Hufflepuff students could never be dark wizards. Minerva, you should have faith in your students." At this, Professor Flitwick promptly reached out, straining to touch Professor Sprout's shoulder, offering a gentle pat as he said, "Pomona, calm down. Minerva did not mean it that way. How could Douglas possibly be a dark wizard? I still vividly recall the Lumos spell in his hands, which even possessed the power to repel dark magic. A student capable of such magic cannot possibly be a dark wizard." Douglas discerned that while Professor Flitwick was attempting to soothe Professor Sprout, he was simultaneously reminding Professor McGonagall, just as he pondered how to clarify the situation. Professor McGonagall's expression suddenly turned grave, disregarding the other professors' attitudes, and solemnly addressed Douglas. "Douglas, although Albus has consistently advocated for respecting your opinions, I believe there are certain matters you must be made aware of. Last week, Headmaster Dumbledore received numerous complaints from students' parents. In fact, several expressed that the headmaster has become senile, forsaking the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart in favor of you." At this, Professor McGonagall glanced at Professor Flitwick and added, "Oh, my apologies. Phileas, I do not mean to imply that Mr. Lockhart is lacking in excellence." She then continued speaking to Douglas. "Currently, there are widespread doubts about your teaching capabilities, especially when compared to previous defense against the dark arts professors, even if they may not have been the most outstanding. However, to a greater or lesser extent, they all possess a certain renown within the wizarding world, which instills confidence in the parents of students. Only you have remained largely absent from the wizarding community since your graduation. Initially, I was perplexed as to why Albus chose you as the professor of defense against the dark arts, but it wasn't until the day before yesterday, when I noticed a book in the headmaster's office, that I began to understand." Chapter 52, Hail Hogwarts. Hail Hufflepuff. Clearly, other faculty members had also heard the rumors circulating outside the school. When Professor McGonagall mentioned a particular book, all eyes turned towards Douglas. He, however, wore a grave expression, fixated on Professor McGonagall, who returned his gaze with equal intensity. At that moment, Douglas was struck by a sudden realization regarding his decision to conceal his true identity. During his school years, he had done so to avoid displaying wealth and to ensure his personal safety, lest he be ambushed by a financially desperate dark wizard upon leaving the school. After graduation, he wished to remain under the radar in anticipation of the impending war, hoping to evade Voldemort's attention. Yet now, it seemed he could no longer escape. As a Muggle-born professor of defense against the dark arts, Voldemort would undoubtedly view him as an easy target. Moreover, at that time, lacking any system or support, He had to tread carefully to survive. But now, with a system at his disposal, what was there to fear? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Douglas broke into a smile and raised his glass. Professor, let us not make the atmosphere so somber. How do you intend to address this matter? Professor McGonagall lifted her glass and replied decisively. I am uncertain what you are worried about. During your time at school, you managed to violate numerous rules, prompting Hogwarts to establish several new regulations in your wake. Mr. Holmes, do not laugh. I do not mean to flatter you. Yet the other professors could not restrain their laughter, and soon Professor McGonagall joined in. At that moment, Madame Rosmerta approached with a platter of pastries, interjecting with a smile, speaking of rule-breaking, I recall a snowy day when Mr. Holmes and his companions were in the shrieking shack on the hillside, seemingly engaged in a picnic. Importantly, they had brought along a cauldron, which Professor Snape later discovered, resulting in a chase. They hid the cauldron in my shop, then blended into the crowd, ultimately seeking refuge in Honeydukes to escape Professor Snape's pursuit. Subsequently, Hogwarts instituted a rule prohibiting the use of cauldrons for hot pot. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout exchanged glances, their brows furrowing as they regarded Douglas. He instantly understood their suspicion. They believed he had discovered the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow during his school days. A silent agreement passed among them not to speak of it, as too many aware of the secret could compromise Hogwarts' safety. Nonetheless, they had indeed been preparing a hot pot in the shrieking shack, primarily aiming to boil a snake egg, unaware that a loquacious Slytherin had reported their weekend escapades with the cauldron. Then Douglas nearly found himself cornered by Snape in the shrieking shack. Fortunately, a moment of inspiration struck Douglas just as Snape was approaching. He detonated a section of the corridor. While Snape was busy clearing the debris, Douglas quickly conjured a spell to excavate a hole large enough for a single person to escape through. It was the most frantic escape of Douglas's life. In the aftermath, he vented his frustrations at Bill, cursing that Slytherin who had reported them and the architect of the shrieking shack, who constructs a building without doors or windows. Moreover, in an abandoned house, there were numerous protective enchantments. Who were they meant to guard against? Otherwise, they could have simply blown a hole in the wall and left, rather than crawling through a rat's hole. Of course, while Bill raged against the architect of the shrieking shack, Douglas felt a pang of guilt. He had yet to confess to Bill that the person he was cursing was likely none other than the greatest wizard of the century, Albus Dumbledore. However, had it not been for Bill's curiosity about the taste of a Snargaluff pod, they would have undoubtedly resolved their predicament in the Hogwarts kitchen. Reflecting on this, Douglas cast a glance at Professor Kettleburn, who was still reveling in the spectacle, contemplating whether to enlighten the venerable professor that he was, in fact, the subject of the joke. Professor McGonagall, ever the headmistress, was the first to suppress her amusement and spoke gravely. Douglas, Hogwarts respects the decisions of its professors. However, as your former Transfiguration instructor, I sincerely hope you will shine brightly in the Wizarding World. I have perused your book, and it contains many excellent theories. If it were presented not as a novel but as a scholarly paper, it would surely find its place in esteemed journals such as today's Transfiguration, Innovations and Charms, and the Practical Potions Master. Her final remark left the assembly, including Madame Rosmerta, in stunned silence, all eyes turning to Douglas. Professor Flitwick was the first to react. Incredulous as he addressed Professor McGonagall. You cannot be referring to those few books we discussed, can you? Upon seeing McGonagall nod, Professor Sprout's expression shifted to one of excitement as she turned to Douglas. Goodness, I should have realized that book was yours. The banana-loving, flat-headed fellow, the culinary wizard. I always suspected the author was a Hufflepuff. Wait, I remember when the culinary wizard was published. You must have still been in your first year. At this, Professor Sprout suddenly regained her composure, her gaze stern as she regarded Douglas. She could accept mediocrity in her students, but dishonesty was intolerable. As a Hufflepuff, the greatest virtue is honesty. Douglas offered a wry smile before elaborating. I found myself thrust into an unfamiliar magical realm, one whose future appeared dauntingly distant. The magical world had just emerged from a war, revealing that it was not as harmonious and idyllic as it seemed. A solitary individual, cut off from kin and support, would naturally seek every means to enrich oneself, both in power and in resources, to secure a stable existence here. Fortunately, Hogwarts is a harmonious, friendly, and inclusive haven. Hufflepuff has bestowed upon me the warmth of home, and the vast library has been a tremendous aid on my journey to authorship. As I listened to Douglas's slow narration, the audience was visibly moved. Professor Sprout shed tears, softly lamenting her own shortcomings. She had always wished for every student who entered Hufflepuff to feel the warmth of a home, especially those hailing from the Muggle world. Reflecting on those school years, it is true that Douglas occasionally breached school rules, yet he always promptly acknowledged his mistakes and seized opportunities to bond with the professors, occasionally treating them to new culinary creations. During festive seasons, he would willingly take on the role of head chef for the faculty's dinner. and upon returning to school after breaks, he would bring thoughtful Muggle gifts for the teachers. Even Professor Snape, who held the least affection for him, would offer pointed critiques on his non-potion-related mental blockages, albeit in his characteristic sardonic manner. Initially, some professors harbored reservations about Douglas, perceiving him as more akin to a Slytherin than a Hufflepuff. However, as time passed, they came to appreciate his sincerity and foresaw him as a promising socialite within the Ministry of Magic. Upon graduation, when the professors learned that Douglas had opted not to join the ministry and had gradually severed ties with the magical world, they sighed in private gatherings, lamenting the wilting of a social flower. It was only at that moment that the professors comprehended the profound sorrow underpinning Douglas's earlier actions. Images of a solitary child, adrift in an unfamiliar magical realm, flooded their minds. Madame Rosmerta gently stroked Douglas's back, offering him solace. When the first barrel of Felix Felicis was ready, she witnessed Douglas shed tears as he drank the first cup. At that moment, she inquired, and Douglas revealed that the potion held the essence of home from another world. She had always assumed he referred to his Muggle home. After sharing this tale, Douglas fought back tears, downing the contents of his cup. He had not anticipated that his own words would resonate so deeply within him. It is often said that traversing realms is the greatest fortune one can possess. Yet, no one comprehends the anguish one endures upon arriving in a foreign world, forever severed from one's original parents, and mourning the tragic loss of those who had raised him for 7 years. Upon realizing that this was a familiar world, fate played a cruel jest upon him. The world he recognized lay in the future. Without a guide or foresight, he had to rely solely on himself. During that tumultuous period, he found himself adrift, torn between the desire to shine brightly in this new world and the need to evade the impending reckoning of war. He did not wish for his life to be abruptly concluded by an incantation of Avada Kedavra. At that time, he did not feel entitled to survive the battle simply by choosing to follow Dumbledore. After all, a traveler from another world is not necessarily a chosen one. However, one can take solace in the fact that Hogwarts is an exceptionally inclusive institution. Hufflepuff, too, embodies a warmth akin to that of home. Cheers to Hogwarts. Cheers to Hufflepuff. Chapter 53. Today's expenses are graciously covered by Professor Holmes. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive, a sudden pop echoed. A bubble burst from Hagrid's nose. Initially, the room fell into a brief silence, only to be followed by a collective burst of laughter. Professor McGonagall, while feigning disdain, couldn't help but smile as she offered her handkerchief to Hagrid. She turned to Douglas and inquired, "So, have you made your plans?" Douglas nodded. "I shall return shortly and write a letter to Slane, requesting him to announce this matter in tomorrow's Daily Prophet. Slane is my editor." Professor Sprout refilled her cup with wine, cheerfully adding, "I remember Slane. He sent over 7 flying broomsticks this morning, along with 7 new Hufflepuff uniforms. I was curious about how you two knew each other. If memory serves, he graduated before you entered Hogwarts." Douglas shrugged. "Professor, you may recall that I once discreetly inquired about the pursuits of some alumni. You mentioned Slane, and I took the initiative to reach out to him. He has assisted me with the publication of all my works over the years. He has always harbored a certain envy for Mr. Lockhart's editor, often encouraging me to hold a book signing event. I imagine he will be overjoyed to hear this news." Beside them, Rosmerta gasped, covering her mouth. "Are you referring to that exclusive editor of the banana-loving, flat-headed fellow? It can't be you." Professor Sinistra, finally grasping the situation, exclaimed, "I remember Douglas. He was never without a banana during his time at school." At that moment, Rosmerta vanished like a gust of wind, only to return swiftly with dozens of books floating behind her, drawing the attention of patrons in the establishment. With a thud, Rosmerta placed the stack of tomes on the table before Douglas. "Douglas, I am indeed your admirer. These are all precious first editions, particularly The Magical Chef. First editions are nearly non-existent in the market now. I specifically had Slane procure them for me. Regrettably, not a single one bears the author's signature. Slane mentioned that the author never signs. Douglas, we are good friends. How could you conceal such an important matter from me for a decade?" She gazed at him with a look of feigned sorrow. At her final remark, Douglas felt a shiver run down his spine. Hagrid stared in astonishment at the multitude of books before him, incredulously looking at Douglas. "Douglas, these can't possibly all be your works. There are nearly as many as I have read." He reached out to touch them, and with a pop, the moment hung in the air. Rosmerta unceremoniously swatted Hagrid's hand away. "Do not touch these books. If you wish to read them, you must purchase your own copies. There are a total of 63 volumes here, one of which was just published last week." After speaking, she cast a lingering, melancholic glance at Douglas. Instinctively, Douglas recoiled slightly. "Rosmerta, you are not suggesting that I sign each and every book, are you?" Rosmerta quickly nodded in affirmation. "No magic allowed, mind you." At that moment, Professor McGonagall's lips curled into a slight smile as she glanced at Douglas, then calmly remarked, "Rosmerta, what you possess here is merely the magical version. The one I saw in Professor Dumbledore's office is the Muggle edition, which is far more captivating. The two headmasters, having previously perused these books, looked at Douglas in astonishment, unaware that two versions existed. Professor Flitwick, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, "Minerva, are you saying it is more thrilling? Frankly, I have never encountered such an enthralling narrative in all my years. The speculations on ancient magic, along with the nascent concepts of future magical frameworks, simply exquisite." Professor McGonagall continued, "Though I have not explored many Muggle versions, Dumbledore has informed me that while the Magical World-S version merely grazes the surface of ancient and future magical systems, the Muggle edition presents a far more developed discourse. It discusses magic levels ranging from novice to adept, sorcerer, and archmage, alongside an intricate classification of spells into elemental categories such as fire, earth, lightning, summoning, and spatial magic, each delineated by potency levels. It even delves into magical guilds, potions, and arrays. These are truly invaluable insights." Professor Flitwick was so astonished that he nearly stood on the table. Good heavens! The current classification of spells in the magical realm is rather rudimentary, primarily divided into practical, defensive, offensive, and cursed spells. Compared to what you describe, it seems exceedingly coarse. Douglas, I recall your spell examination was singular, and I have witnessed you employing spells I have never encountered before. At that moment, I sensed your prowess in spellcraft would surpass mine. Douglas accepted the quill that Rosmerta offered, sighed, pondering why he had entertained the idea of selling these books in installments. "Professor, it is not as exaggerated as you suggest. I still have a long journey ahead in my studies of spellcraft." Observing Douglas signing the book, Rosmerta inquired, "Douglas, do you intend to reveal your identity in tomorrow's Daily Prophet?" Douglas nodded and turned to Professor McGonagall. "I believe that after tomorrow's announcement, no one shall question my capabilities in the defense against the dark arts, shall they?" Professor McGonagall beamed with delight. "Certainly. Based solely on the accounts inscribed in books concerning various dark wizards, and even involving the malevolent deity, one might question the validity of your expertise in the art of dark magic defense. Despite your persistent assertions that these tales are mere fabrications, it is evident that fantasy is rooted in reality. From the perspective of combat techniques alone, who would dare to doubt your esteemed position as a professor of dark magic defense? Should anyone choose to correspond with the school in the future, I shall undoubtedly recommend they procure your tome first." Douglas laughed heartily, exclaiming, "If such a scenario were to arise, I would certainly ensure you receive a commission, Professor." He then handed the signed book to Rosmerta, winking as he added, "This is, after all, the only set of signed editions prior to my identity being revealed." Rosmerta beamed with delight. The professors, however, were not excessively envious. They valued the magical insights contained within the narrative far more than its thrilling storyline. Upon hearing Douglas's words, Rosmerta turned and exited the small booth, enthusiastically announcing to the patrons of the tavern, "I am delighted to inform everyone present that today's expenses will be graciously covered by Professor Holmes. As for the reason, please stay tuned for tomorrow's edition of the Daily Prophet." At this juncture, the tavern was bustling with patrons, largely comprised of Hogwarts students. Upon hearing Rosmerta's proclamation, they erupted in cheers. "Thank you, Professor." Subsequently, they began to speculate in hushed tones about whether Professor Holmes had encountered some momentous occasion. As Rosmerta re-entered the booth, Douglas expressed no discontent regarding her arrangements, merely offering a wry smile as he remarked, "Thank goodness you refrained from divulging that matter. Otherwise, I might not have been able to leave this tavern today. Do tally up the expenses for me later." Rosmerta quickly declined, saying, No, I shall cover this expense myself. Please do not refuse the gratitude of an admirer towards the author." In her heart, Rosmerta mused that once tomorrow's Daily Prophet was published, the discerning would surely recall the events of today. Rather than proclaiming her possession of a rare signed collection, it would be far more gratifying for others to discover it themselves. How satisfying! How delightful! Chapter 54, Astonishment. The identity of the Dark Lord revealed. It is he. On Monday morning, within the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, young witches and wizards were partaking in breakfast. Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect, along with several other girls, approached the Gryffindor table, where Percy was seated, engrossed in his meal, while perusing a textbook on magical history. "Ahem, good morning, Percy. We have a question for you," she said. Upon recognizing the familiar voice and seeing the approaching figures, Percy's face flushed momentarily. He quickly scanned for his younger siblings, relieved to find them absent. "Oh, good morning, Penelope. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Penelope's companions, disregarding any playful banter, eagerly chimed in, asking, "Is it true that Professor Holmes is to be wed? Who is the lucky lady?" Percy gazed at Penelope with wide, innocent eyes, perplexed. Penelope hastily elaborated, "Last night, rumors circulated throughout the school that Professor Holmes seemed to have some joyous news. He even treated everyone at the Three Broomsticks to drinks. I was wondering if you had any information regarding this. I recall you mentioning that you share a close relationship with Professor Holmes." Percy replied, "Yesterday, I spent the entire day in the library. I even visited Professor McGonagall in the evening to discuss some questions about my assignment from the previous week. By the time I returned to the dormitory, it was already quite late, leaving me no opportunity to hear the news. However, I do remember that during our school years, Professor Holmes had a rather special relationship with the proprietress of the Three Broomsticks. I overheard Charlie mentioning that she would always treat Douglas to drinks. Could it be that the professor intends to marry her? Upon contemplating this, Percy was taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, there was a significant age difference of over 20 years between them. The others, noticing Percy's expression, became animated, clearly intrigued by the insider information. Yet, Percy maintained his composure and inquired, "Could someone recount the events of yesterday? I wish to ascertain whether my speculation holds any merit." As Percy pondered, the girls recounted the detailed information they had gathered. Percy, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "You mean to say that the proprietress brought a stack of books to a private booth and then emerged to announce that the entire establishment was on the professor's tab? Furthermore, she mentioned that the Daily Prophet would have the news today?" Penelope shrugged. "I already stated that once the Daily Prophet arrives, they will naturally be informed. However, they indicated that they had waited all night and could no longer bear the suspense. You must divulge what you know." Percy furrowed his brow and muttered softly, "It is highly likely that the professor's identity is about to be revealed. But what could have transpired when he had been so intent on keeping it concealed until last week?" "What?" Although Percy's voice was barely above a whisper, the ears of the gossiping girls were keen. Penelope's roommate gasped, "Are you suggesting an identity revelation? What other identity could Professor Holmes possess? Could he be a dark wizard?" Percy retorted impatiently, "Just wait and see what the Daily Prophet has to say." Penelope, apologetically, stated, "I must seek out the professor first. We shall talk later." With that, she hurried toward the third-floor Office of Defense Against the Dark Arts. A few Ravenclaw girls, having overheard the gossip, swiftly returned to their table. Only Penelope appeared slightly concerned. It was rare to see Percy in such a flustered state. Meanwhile, Ron, who was dining, scoffed upon witnessing Percy dash upstairs. "Look at that." Even the academically gifted Percy cannot suppress his curiosity for gossip. The Daily Prophet is due to arrive shortly, yet he rushes off to inquire with the professor. Beside him, Ginny inquired mysteriously, "Allow me to share something with you all. This morning, around 6, when I rose to fetch something from the common room, I found George and Fred engrossed in a copy of Intermediate Transfiguration. What on earth has prompted them?" Hermione took a sip of pumpkin juice, and after swallowing, she exclaimed indignantly, "Did Ron not mention the other night that they were caught cheating while serving detention?" Professor Holmes graciously refrained from deducting points, but unfortunately, they were discovered again by Professor McGonagall. The professor has tasked them with earning back 200 points this semester. Just yesterday, they sought my counsel on how to accumulate points in class. It has barely been a week since the term commenced, and Gryffindor has already lost 200 points. 200 points. Oh, let's not forget to thank Harry and Ron for breaking the rules before the term even began. At this point, Hermione felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, and she turned to Harry and Ron with a scornful tone. "George and Fred understand the importance of diligent study to earn points in class. Why are the two of you waking up later than I do? You're even more sluggish than Neville." Having woken up too early and feeling slightly drowsy, Neville looked up when he heard his name. "What's wrong?" Ron replied tersely, "Nothing. Just hurry up and eat. Don't fall asleep during herbology." He then shot a glare at Ginny, thinking she was stirring up trouble. Ginny stuck out her tongue and quickly lowered her head to eat when she caught Harry's gaze. Amidst the ongoing debate at the Gryffindor table, news spread from the Ravenclaw table about Professor Holmes possibly being a dark wizard. Suddenly, they heard a cacophony of flapping wings above them. Some quick-witted students hastily stuffed their breakfast into their mouths, fearing that if they delayed even a moment, their meal would be spoiled. Then, hundreds of owls swarmed into the great hall through the doors and windows, circling overhead before deftly delivering letters and newspapers to their respective recipients. Ron glanced at Hermione in astonishment when he noticed she had received a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Hermione, when did you subscribe to the Daily Prophet?" "Dad mentioned they." Hermione abruptly interrupted Ron, flipping through the newspaper as she spoke. "I subscribed last week. Regardless of what the paper says, it is currently our only means of understanding the changes in the wizarding world, especially for someone like me, who has no friends in this realm." Several students who had not subscribed to the Daily Prophet gathered around her. Hermione quickly scanned the paper and flipped back to the front page. "I can't believe it's the headline. Shocking. The identity of the Dark Lord revealed. It is him." "Do not interrupt me. Let me finish reading. Last night, our society received news from Mr. Slane, a renowned editor at the Quietus Publishing Company, that the author of The Culinary Wizard, The Full-Time Wizard, and The Master of All Professions, affectionately known as the banana-loving bald guy, has decided to unveil his true identity to the public. It is well known that the banana-loving bald guy has been awarded the title of best-selling author multiple times since 1982. He is none other than Douglas Holmes, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts for the 1992 academic year. Harry positioned himself behind Hermione, observing an article she was engrossed in, accompanied by a photograph of a dark shadow. Upon hearing the term "he who must not be named," not only he, but all the students nearby gasped in shock, fearing the return of Voldemort. The astonishment grew when they learned that their beloved author was none other than their professor, nearly causing the roof of the Hogwarts Great Hall to lift off. Chapter 55. Gratitude for the popularity of Tom Riddle. Aside from the Daily Prophet, several students received letters from home. Draco Malfoy brandished a letter in his hand, flanked by his two sycophants, Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe, as they approached the Gryffindor table. Casting a sidelong glance at Harry Potter, he smugly proclaimed to his companions, "My father has written to me. He wishes to host a grand press conference to thank Professor Holmes for his care during my time at school. Furthermore, I, Draco Malfoy, the representative for the second-year Slytherin Defense Against the Dark Arts, have the honor of delivering this letter personally to Professor Holmes, as a sign of the Malfoy family's respect for him." With that, he held his head high and swaggered out of the hall with his lackeys in tow. Watching Malfoy depart, Ron squeezed his voice, exclaiming, "The representative for the second-year Slytherin Defense Against the Dark Arts, Draco Malfoy, showing his respect. Good heavens, it's utterly repugnant. Our Hermione is also a representative, yet she doesn't flaunt it like that. And calling him the old man. I can only imagine Professor Holmes would want to dunk Malfoy's head in a cauldron of boiling broth for that." Harry furrowed his brow and remarked, "Don't you find this situation peculiar? Malfoy has always looked down upon wizards from Muggle backgrounds. I suspect his father shares the same sentiment. It seems improbable that he would genuinely wish to organize a press conference for Professor Holmes. There must be a conspiracy at play." Neville, wide-eyed and astonished, read his letter aloud. "My grandmother says Professor Holmes is undoubtedly a formidable wizard. She said, oh, no. Just as Neville spoke, a tardy owl, wobbling yet seemingly purposeful, plunged directly into the milk jug before him. Milk and feathers splattered all over them, and a feather landed squarely in Neville's mouth as he spoke. "Oh, here it comes again," Ron grumbled, tugging at the sodden owl's leg to extract it. Hermione, having used a cleaning spell to rid herself of the milk, complained, "Goodness. How much does Errol adore milk? He dives into the jug every time he arrives." She recalled how, at the beginning of the term, this very owl had fallen into her own milk jug. Ron glanced at Errol, sprawled across the table, and noticed it clutched a plain envelope in its beak. He let out a sigh of relief, removing the envelope and anxiously commenting, "I thought my mother had sent another howler." "Oh, Ginny, wait for me to finish reading before I show you. It's nothing much." Mother inquired whether it is true that Professor Holmes has a fondness for bananas, like a flat-headed brother. She mentioned that our owl seems unable to deliver letters directly to Professor Holmes. It appears that Errol has truly aged. Neville still feels an odd taste lingering in his mouth, and upon hearing Ron's words, he remarked, "No. My grandmother's letter also stated that our owl is incapable of delivering messages to Professor Holmes. It must be that the professor has concealed his name, rendering the owl incapable of recognizing him. She mentioned that it is a highly powerful spell, one that only exceptionally strong wizards can cast." Upon hearing this, Hermione reflected on all the books she had read, eager to discern what kind of spell it might be. Ginny, noticing Harry's demeanor, cautioned, "Shouldn't our utmost priority be to swiftly inform Professor Holmes about the Malfoy family's conspiracy? I fear it may already be too late." Just as Ginny spoke, numerous students, clutching letters, and some even brandishing copies of Professor Holmes's novels, prepared to seek his signature in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. However, before they could ascend the grand staircase, they were intercepted by Professor McGonagall. "Classes are about to commence. What do you intend to do? Is Professor Holmes leaving Hogwarts? Or do you all no longer require Defense Against the Dark Arts?" she inquired. "You will naturally see him during class. For now, please finish your meals in silence, and then proceed to your classes." Cowed by Professor McGonagall's authority, the students reluctantly returned to their long tables, engaging in hushed discussions. The Weasley twins, who had conspicuously not appeared during breakfast, stealthily emerged from behind the staircase in the entrance hall. Seizing the opportunity amidst the bustling crowd, they quickly slipped to the Gryffindor table, astonished as they inquired, "What transpired? I feel as though I have missed 10 galleons." Ron glanced disapprovingly at the duo, saying, "Ah, so it turns out it's George and Fred, who have risen before dawn to study." Harry pointed at one of the twins, exclaiming in surprise, "What did you eat? Why is there something red at the corner of your mouth?" Fred hastily wiped his lips, complaining, "George, you didn't even remind me." George chuckled mischievously. "Who told you to add chili sauce to your tofu pudding?" Ginny, curious, asked, "Tofu pudding? What is that? I have never seen it before." Hermione chimed in, "It seems to be a type of food, available in sweet and savory varieties. I recall hearing the Hufflepuffs argue about it during our lessons together. It appears to be a delicacy exclusive to Hufflepuff. You managed to sneak into the Hufflepuff common room?" Hermione then looked at George and Fred. The twins shrugged and exchanged glances, saying, "Though we have attempted it, unfortunately, we did not succeed." They quickly shifted the topic back. "What just happened?" In the kitchen, we could hear cheers from afar. Could it be that Hogwarts is about to have a holiday? Oh, Fred, this is hardly a wise notion. Yes. It implies we shall be facing Mother for an extended period. Ginny huffed. I shall inform Mother that you do not wish to see her. Unless. Ron interrupted Ginny. All right, Ginny, stop causing a ruckus. George and Fred, you would never guess what you missed. Haha, do you know who loves bananas? The Defense Against the Dark Arts Office. Douglas stood by the window, observing flocks of owls flying towards Hogwarts from a distance. He couldn't help but commend his foresight. After corresponding with Slane and a reporter from the Daily Prophet last night, he decisively concealed his identity with magic. This spell was one he had learned when he deciphered the Marauder's map. The article's headline from the Daily Prophet was crafted by his own hand. Having decided to drop his guise, he would not carelessly release a statement. After extensive comparisons, he abandoned the most trending figures in the wizarding world, such as Harry Potter and Gilderoy Lockhart, opting instead for the name The Mysterious Man to garner attention. For this, Douglas sincerely thanked Tom, his senior, who had spent over a decade cultivating such formidable renown. Knock, knock, knock. Douglas turned to open the door, revealing the elusive Percy. Good morning, Percy. Upon seeing Douglas's calm demeanor, Percy took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Good morning, Professor. Have you encountered any issues lately? Why the sudden decision to reveal yourself? I recall you saying just last week. As Douglas ushered Percy inside, he handed him a plate laden with steaming buns. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? After receiving the buns, Percy relaxed completely upon noticing Douglas's expression. Oh, not bad. It's filled with savory meat. I haven't had the time to visit the kitchen this term. Douglas handed a copy of the Daily Prophet to Percy, who was busy eating. I assume in your haste, you missed today's edition. Take a look, and then we can converse. Percy casually accepted the Daily Prophet, and his eyes fell upon the headline on the front page. The Mysterious Man? Cough, cough. Professor, this is quite shocking. Percy dropped the newspaper, hurriedly clutching his throat, his face turning crimson. Douglas waved his hand, and a bowl of soy milk flew steadily towards Percy. Percy, flustered, caught the bowl. Douglas couldn't hide his amusement, remarking, Ah, how curious indeed. What power those 3 words possessed to choke even the usually composed Percy. Chapter 56. Douglas, who brought a novel? Confiscate it. After reading the article, Percy concluded that the title was undoubtedly conceived by their leader. The style was all too familiar to him. When Bill established the study group years ago, Percy was merely a first-year student, dragged along by Douglas to recruit members. This title bore an uncanny resemblance to those early days. Douglas poured himself a cup of tea and remarked, The matter is quite simple. I need to pose just one question. If the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor were someone named Tom Riddle, what would you, as a parent, do? Percy furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. As a parent, although I trust Headmaster Dumbledore's judgment, I have never heard of this individual. Therefore, I would maintain my reservations and assess whether he possesses the capability to fulfill the role of a professor. His task would be to gradually prove himself amidst the skepticism pervading the magical community. My dear leader, your current situation resembles that of Tom Riddle, lacking the trust of the student's parents. The difference is that your other name is widely renowned and celebrated in the magical realm. Thus, you need not spend time laboring to validate your abilities amidst doubt. Simply reveal your other identity to the public, and matters will soon settle. My analysis is not flawed, is it? Douglas set down his teacup and regarded Percy with a peculiar expression. Your analysis is largely correct, but there is one point that is not. Percy frowned, puzzled, and inquired, which point is incorrect? Douglas chuckled. It is simply that if Tom Riddle wishes to avoid scrutiny, he must do as I have. Disclose his other identity to everyone. Percy poured himself a cup of tea, chuckling, huh? Do you think everyone can dedicate a decade to crafting a pseudonym into something illustrious, while their true name remains obscure? Douglas shrugged. I merely took 10 years. Tom Riddle has spent decades. You have heard of his other name, Voldemort. At that moment, Percy coughed. Half of his tea sprayed out, while the other half trickled out of his nose. Coughing, Douglas, with a look of disdain, produced a tissue he had prepared from the Muggle world and handed it to Percy, skillfully casting a spell to clean the tea stains he had spat out. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Douglas entered through the side door of his office, as was customary. Originally, this lesson was meant to be a practical examination. However, due to the 7th-year students responsible for maintaining the classroom having their own commitments, he rescheduled the practical exam for Saturday morning. Upon hearing that the practical class would consume their weekend, the students showed no sign of protest. After all, many were anxious about passing the exam, and Professor Holmes had generously granted them an additional 5 days for revision. They were delighted rather than resentful about the professor utilizing their free time for the examination. It was merely 2 hours on Saturday, so they paid it little mind. When Douglas entered the classroom with a stack of parchment, an initial hush fell over the class, which soon erupted into applause and cheers. Vincent Dana, who had aspired to be a journalist, seized a book and dashed to the podium. Professor, could you please sign this for me? I truly admire you. May I conduct an interview with you? Before she could finish, Miss Shirley, the representative from Ravenclaw, laboriously pulled her back to her seat. Douglas nodded approvingly at his class representative. As he surveyed the room, he noted that almost every desk, aside from the textbooks, was adorned with one or several of his own books. Goodness, were they planning to turn the classroom into a signing event? When his gaze swept over the representative's desk, he found no books except for textbooks, earning another commendation for his choice of class representative. As Douglas's eyes roamed the classroom, the students instinctively lowered their hands. The room quickly fell silent, yet every gaze remained fervently fixed on Douglas, as if they had just discovered that their teacher was a hidden titan in the industry. With a rather displeased expression, Douglas remarked, "You're in 5th grade. Do you even know what you're doing? Fawning over celebrities. Reading novels. How does any of this resemble a student preparing for exams? I believe Miss Shirley has informed you about the results of the last diagnostic test. Humph. Our class's pass rate is shockingly below 30%. The most infuriating part is that one of you has failed. I must inform you that next year, my requirements for the Defense Against the Dark Arts application will be an outstanding score to qualify with your current results." As Douglas's words lingered in the air, a buzz of conversation arose among the students. Many previous professors of Defense Against the Dark Arts had mentioned this, yet none had managed to endure until the following year. "I sincerely hope Professor Holmes can be reappointed. A talented and handsome professor is not something we encounter every year." "I hope so too, but you know, this position seems to carry a curse." With a decisive clap, Douglas struck the parchment on the lectern. "Enough talk. If you have something to say, come up and let me hear you speak," he commanded. "Miss Shirley, collect all the novels from their desks." The astute students sensed the gravity of the situation. Nonetheless, one student, still oblivious, excitedly remarked to a classmate, "Does the professor intend to sign every book?" "Oh, if I had known, I would have brought more," Douglas observed Miss Shirley standing up, expressionless, as she pulled each novel from the hands of her classmates. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Before the exams conclude, do not even think about reclaiming your books. Starting this week, we will conduct weekly diagnostic tests until the exams." "What? Are you dissatisfied? Does your exam performance concern me? My galleons want to diminish. Why am I still here, laboriously urging you to study?" Shirley, cradling a substantial stack of books, wobbled her way to the lectern and placed the volumes upon it. "Professor, I have gathered all the books." Douglas nodded but replied, "Remember, you are a witch. Cannot you conjure a levitation spell? And all of you, bear this in mind. During my classes, aside from completing assignments, I do not mind if you wield your wands. Practice makes perfect, and this will greatly benefit you in your practical examinations to come. Do not present yourselves as if in despair, I promise. Should anyone achieve an outstanding in 10 consecutive weekly assessments, I shall return their book, complete with my signature. Furthermore, any student attaining an outstanding in the examinations will have a character named after them in my next book." The students who had previously had their books collected erupted with excitement upon hearing Douglas's final words. "Long live the professor. Professor, I shall surely earn an outstanding. Professor, you must keep your word." Chapter 57. Is the assignment meant for me to write? In the face of Douglas's stern expression, the students finally quelled their excitement and stifled their joy. Douglas distributed the parchment examination papers and stated, "In this class, we shall spend 20 minutes discussing the exam, and the remaining time will be devoted to new material." As the students received their papers, Douglas ambled through the classroom, holding the sheets. "The first question is a gift. I shall not waste time explaining it. Should anyone answer incorrectly, they must copy it 10 times. A student against the wall quietly buried their head into the exam paper. "Now, let us examine the second question. This one is clearly wrong. It is inconceivable that a troll would choose this. So the correct answer is, the third question is exceedingly simple. There is no need for discussion. As for the fourth question, is there anyone who does not understand it?" No one. Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces of most students, Douglas raised his voice slightly. "What? Do you think I will meticulously explain each question? Or have you come to believe that all is forgotten since last week's examination? I granted you a week. Did you not consider seeking the answers on your own? Without a teacher's oversight, do you not know to study? Learning is for your benefit, not mine." The students trembled in their seats. Douglas, in frustration, pointed out a question. "Look at your answers. The stinging hex is a type of curse that can cause pain to the victim's skin, leaving a mark resembling a burn and inducing swelling. I ask you if your answers are correct or not. How many of you answered correctly? How are you progressing in your 4th grade class? Cannot you distinguish between curses and jinxes?" The next question inquires about the wrinkle-ear curse. What type of spell is it? And what is its effect? How many of you mistakenly answered that it is a jinx? It is a curse. A curse, my dear students. Can you not discern between curses and jinxes? Such straightforward questions should not be answered incorrectly. These are all easy marks. Do not underestimate the significance of a single point. In examinations, a mere 1-point difference could very well delineate the boundary between satisfactory and exceptional. Douglas grew increasingly agitated. To him, These were fundamental issues that ought not to pose such challenges. It was inconceivable to him what Chilo and Voldemort had been engaged in last year. Even if they intended to cause a commotion at Hogwarts, one would expect some tangible accomplishments to emerge from it. Time slipped away moment by moment, and the students below experienced an almost surreal perception of time stretching into years with each passing second. When Professor Holmes concluded the final question, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the classroom. During this period, they felt as though they had been transported to the potions classroom. The only distinguishing factor being that Professor Holmes' choice of words lacked the venomous sharpness of Professor Snape. Yet, paradoxically, they found his remarks to be even more piercing than Snape's notorious barbs. You will now refer to your textbooks and locate the sources for each question on the exam, marking them accordingly. In our next class, I will randomly call upon individuals. Failure to respond accurately will result in you transcribing the question along with the textbook explanation 10 times. A chorus of lamentations arose from the students. Douglas ascended to the podium, retrieved his textbook, and glanced at the students below. What are you staring at? Is there something inscribed upon my face? Get your textbooks out. Today we will discuss the shield charm. As the entire class turned to the page on the shield charm, Douglas began to speak slowly. From what I have gathered over the years, students who have successfully cast the shield charm tend to achieve higher scores than their peers. Therefore, this will be a focal spell for us moving forward. The shield charm is capable of warding off various spells. It conjures a magical barrier that deflects curses and physical entities, thereby protecting specific objects or areas. Can anyone tell me the effects of the shield charm and which spells fall outside its protective range? After the first half of the lesson, the student's response time had noticeably improved. Douglas noted that even the student who had previously failed the exam raised his hand, and he called upon him directly. Quite a commendable response. It appears you have all prepared well. 5 points to Ravenclaw. For approximately 10 minutes, he elaborated on the theoretical aspects of the shield charm. Douglas then set down the textbook and addressed the students. In the remaining time, we will practice the incantation and technique of the shield charm. Now, which brave soul will volunteer to move the desks in the classroom? A simple disillusionment charm will suffice. It became evident that the shield charm was not an easily mastered spell. By the end of class, only the class representative and 2 prefects could barely manage to cast it, yet their efforts were swiftly dismantled by Douglas's silent, wandless, softening charm. This left them feeling quite dejected. Douglas encouraged them, saying, "Very well. 15 points to Ravenclaw. Although it was not a success, this marks a positive beginning. With persistent practice, you will surely achieve proficiency. The same goes for the rest of you. Do not lose heart. Seek guidance from those who excel, and keep the examination in mind. You will undoubtedly succeed." In addition to the aforementioned task of annotating the papers, the assignment for this class requires each student to compose an essay on the iron armor charm, with a minimum length of 20 inches. A chorus of despair erupted beneath. With a benevolent expression, Douglas inquired, "Do you all find this assignment a tad excessive?" He continued, "Very well, let us slightly amend the requirements. A length of no less than 2 feet will suffice. One is 20, and the other is 2. You needn't thank me." The students were no longer merely lamenting. They were utterly overwhelmed. "Oh, no, Professor, you cannot." One exclaimed. "Professor, the focus is on the units." Douglas's demeanor hardened as he retorted, "You dare negotiate over an assignment? Is this task meant for my benefit?" With that, he dismissed the class. Just as Douglas prepared to exit, he noticed the class representative and the head boy limping toward the door. He turned back to add, "You cannot even perform the counter charm for the weakening curse? You must not only practice the iron armor charm, but also learn the counter curse for the weakening curse. I do not wish for the entire class to leave here limping after our next session." With a flourish of his hand, the pile of collected novels floated away with him. As the 5th-year students of Ravenclaw stepped out of the classroom, they experienced an exhilarating sense of freedom in the corridor's air. Upon encountering the 2nd-year students of Gryffindor, they noticed that most were clutching one or several books authored by Professor Holmes. An unspoken understanding passed among the classmates, and they joyously exclaimed, "Oh my! Professor Holmes is simply marvelous. He signs for us as soon as class begins. Indeed, as long as one approaches the podium, the professor will gladly provide a signature. It is truly splendid." The passing 2nd-year Gryffindors glanced back at the 5th-year Ravenclaws, a wave of indescribable joy welling up within them, especially among those with Professor Holmes's books. Even those without books intended to have the kind-hearted and affable professor sign their textbooks' title pages. This was indeed delightful news for them. God knows what they endured in the previous class. The first lesson for the 2nd-year Gryffindors was herbology with Hufflepuff. It remained a mystery whose influence led Professor Sprout to demand that each student memorize the material concerning mandrakes before the next class, along with requiring students to prepare for the content of every subsequent lesson in advance. She would conduct random recitations during class, deducting points from the respective house for any student unable to recite the material. They had already felt exhausted from utilizing their free time to study the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook, and now, They were burdened with yet another subject. With this in mind, they exchanged glances with Neville. Were they truly expected to emulate Neville, rising before dawn each day to study in the common room? As they happily entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Hermione, brimming with excitement, placed the books she had brought on her desk, eagerly anticipating the moment Professor Holmes would enter the classroom. Not only did she possess a magical edition of the professor's novel, but she also had the Muggle version. She had never fathomed that Professor Holmes could be so remarkable as to write in both realms, each rendition equally captivating. As Hermione fidgeted with the books, her mind raced with thoughts. Should she first inquire about the professor's magical level as it corresponded to the classifications in his books, intermediate, advanced, or mage? Surely not grand sorcerer. Otherwise, wouldn't Dumbledore be deemed the god of magic? Or perhaps she should request the professor to sign all her books. Before she could settle on her approach, she heard footsteps descending from the side door. Chapter 58. Harry, I'm just short of apologizing to Professor Snape. Douglas stood at the lectern, bewildered, gazing at the little witch before him and the line of eager young wizards behind her. Hermione exclaimed, Professor, could you please sign these books for me? I adore your works, both the Muggle and magical versions. She continued, and I wish to ask, according to the settings in your books, what magical level do you belong to? Douglas finally regained his composure, focusing on Hermione Granger. Ah, at last, I have found her, the one who didn't frighten me in the headmaster's office. Yet, I genuinely admired her. Truly, the Gryffindors are far bolder than the Ravenclaws. How daring of her to rush to the lectern. With a warm smile and gentle tone, Douglas replied, Miss Granger, do not rush. Please place your books here. And the students behind, kindly set your books on the lectern as well. After a flurry of excited pushing, Douglas surveyed the table now laden with novels. Are there also a few textbooks? Then, these second-year students swiftly learned a lesson in the treachery of human nature. The once warm and genial Professor Holmes suddenly wore a cold smirk. They instinctively withdrew their smiles, feeling a chill run down their spines. Do you think my classroom is a book-signing event? Rushing to the lectern, Miss Granger, 10 points from Gryffindor. He added, and while you may not be, before Douglas could finish, Harry sprang to his feet, protesting, Professor, this cannot be blamed on Hermione. It was a senior from Ravenclaw who instructed us to act this way. Douglas raised an eyebrow. Mr. Potter, I believe I mentioned that during class. Questions should be asked by raising your hand, correct? 5 more points from Gryffindor. He then remarked, Mr. Weasley, no need to pull him. Let him stand. Harry, visibly aggrieved, panted with indignation. Hermione turned her head, quietly pleading with Harry not to act rashly. Douglas stepped down from the lectern, his tone icy as he inquired, Then, Mr. Potter, do tell how that senior convinced you to disregard classroom decorum? Harry contemplated for a moment and said, as we passed through the corridor, we overheard them discussing that as long as one approached the podium with the textbook in hand, the professor would. The more Harry spoke, the more he felt that something was amiss. He suddenly recalled that those fifth-year students seemed to be holding only the textbooks, without any novels authored by the professor. Could it be that Professor Holmes had left the books behind with the intention of signing them after class? Had he misjudged Professor Holmes, who genuinely intended to autograph those books? Furthermore, what the upperclassmen referred to as being proactive, Hermione's action could be seen as impulsive, which led to her receiving a deduction in points. As Harry's voice diminished, Douglas felt a sense of satisfaction. If his memory served him correctly, it was indeed because Harry had believed the false information disseminated by Voldemort that he rushed to the Ministry of Magic, ultimately resulting in the tragic demise of Sirius, who had come to his rescue. Being gullible and acting on impulse, Douglas believed Harry needed to learn a lesson from this incident. Should history repeat itself, he might even save Sirius's life. Listening to Harry's tone, Douglas sensed he had grasped the crux of the matter. To reinforce his memory, he guided the conversation. So, do you realize your mistake? Harry stood there, feeling guilty, and nodded. I'm sorry, Professor, I shouldn't have. Douglas returned to the podium and waved his hand to interrupt him. Recognizing your error is merely the first step. We must learn to derive lessons from our mistakes. Thus, when we hear a piece of news, we ought to verify its authenticity before taking action, rather than charging in like a reckless lion. What's the matter, Mr. Potter? As Douglas began to impart his wisdom, he noticed Harry staring at him with his large, round green eyes. Green eyes? It was the first time Douglas realized that Harry's eye color was remarkably similar to his own. Harry blinked in confusion and said, But, Professor, weren't you addressing my breach of classroom discipline? The other students looked at Douglas in bewilderment, assuming the discussion was about the issue of classroom conduct, which was why Professor Holmes had been so irate. Initially, Hermione felt quite disheartened, as she had been the instigator of the misconduct. Yet, the thought of Professor Holmes signing her book later filled her with a measure of excitement. She had already prepared herself to sincerely acknowledge her mistake after class that evening. However, upon hearing the professor mention the authenticity of the news, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her, only to quickly realize that she had perhaps been misled. Looking at the podium, Her carefully selected collectible novel seemed to drift further away from her grasp. In that moment, a wave of sorrow washed over her, and she felt a strong urge to cry. Douglas suddenly experienced a throbbing headache. Rubbing his temples, he pointed at Harry and said, "So, what you just acknowledged as your mistake pertains to classroom discipline." Harry, still bewildered, nodded. "I assent it." Douglas surveyed the expressions of the other students and immediately comprehended that he had made a significant blunder. However, upon observing Hermione's expression, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Ahem. It seems that Miss Granger has come to realize where her true error lies. Hermione rose to her feet, struggling to articulate her thoughts. A blend of indignation and frustration evident in her demeanor, instinctively exuding the authority she had wielded as a class representative in recent days. "Indeed, Professor. Fellow students. It appears we have been deceived by the upperclassmen of Ravenclaw." Just moments ago in the corridor, Douglas felt a weight lift from his heart. After all his explanations, if no one comprehended, it would be an utter embarrassment for a teacher. He was grateful to Miss Granger, to the ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger. Yet, as he listened to her tone and content, an inexplicable sense of disquiet washed over him. Wait, if she continued in this vein, wouldn't she soon be rallying the second years to confront the fifth years? Goodness, this was far more audacious than anything he had attempted in his youth. Douglas mused that if he were not a professor at Hogwarts, he would relish sitting on the sidelines, munching on a banana while watching this unfolding drama. Yet, he was indeed a professor. Thus, he raised his voice to intervene. "Miss Granger, please, get to the point. What lesson have you gleaned from this incident? Others, reflect as well. If you believe this matter is trivial, I regret to inform you that the books you submitted to the podium have been confiscated. Not just yours, but also those of the previous class. Their novels have been seized as well. Of course, you are not in the same position as them, for they are fifth years preparing for examinations, so you will receive some leniency, which we shall discuss later. Miss Granger, please continue." Upon hearing that the books had been confiscated but that there remained a chance to retrieve them, Hermione cast aside her feelings of anger and sadness and diligently organized her thoughts. She then stated, "Professor, I believe that when we encounter a piece of news, we should first take a moment to reflect calmly, then verify the information carefully before taking any further action. We ought not to be rash and impulsively trust such information." Douglas began to applaud, acknowledging that it was quite an achievement for a 12-year-old to arrive at such insights. "Excellent response. 10 points to Gryffindor. Mr. Potter, what is your perspective?" Upon hearing his name, Harry quickly straightened up. He too desired to redeem the points they had just lost. "Professor, I concur with Hermione. Furthermore, I believe that regardless of the source of information, we must exercise caution in our verification, rather than stubbornly adhering to our own judgments and overlooking a broader spectrum of information." This understanding stemmed from Harry's experiences in the previous academic year, during which he had stubbornly believed that Professor Snape was a villain intent on stealing the Philosopher's Stone and endangering him. Of course, he still did not regard Professor Snape as a good person. However, during that time, no professor could convince him otherwise, no matter how they insisted that Snape was not malevolent. As a result, we nearly allowed the true villain, Professor Chilo, to escape. Douglas nodded and then turned his gaze towards Ron. In an instant, Ron stood up. "Professor, I feel the same." Douglas shook his head and replied, "After class, based on this experience, you are to compose a reflective essay. Elaborate on your inner journey and how you would respond in similar situations in the future. It must be a profound reflection. Submit it to me before the next class. I shall impose no restrictions on length. However, only those who delve deeply into their thoughts may retrieve their books. Furthermore, from now on, during class, no extracurricular books are allowed. Do you understand?" Harry stared wide-eyed, waiting in vain for Professor Holmes to announce an addition of 5 points to Gryffindor. He felt despondent, on the verge of tears. Harry believed he had grasped a significant lesson, almost ready to apologize to the less-than-noble Professor Snape, yet not a single point was awarded. Chapter 59, Neville's Moment of Glory. Douglas resumed the class's original rhythm. "Miss Granger, how is the recitation of the text progressing?" Hermione stood to reply, "Professor, we have completed the second section, and 2 of our classmates are currently reciting the third section. The essay for the second section is also finished." Douglas nodded, recognizing that while the introduction to dark magical creatures in the second-year textbook was rather brief and did not warrant such extensive time, it was commendable that students who had never recited the entire text managed to dedicate time to do so. Expectations must not be overly high. "Excellent. As of now, your progress ranks second among all second-year students across the 4 houses, hence Gryffindor receives 5 points. I encourage everyone to continue striving. Furthermore, in light of your outstanding performance last week, I have decided to grant you early access to the study and practice of spells related to defense against the dark arts. Therefore, I shall not require the recitation of subsequent texts during class. You may utilize your free time for recitation. Miss Granger, do you have any objections?" Seeing Hermione raise her hand high, Douglas invited her to stand and respond. Professor, I certainly do not oppose recitation during free time. However, our current free time is rather limited. This morning, Professor Sprout just informed us that we are also to recite the herbology material during our free time. I do not question your decision, Professor, but it may pose a challenge for everyone. Douglas observed the young witches and wizards gazing at Hermione with admiration. He marveled at the leadership quality he discerned in her, albeit still somewhat immature. After all, this requirement was practically trivial for Hermione, who had memorized the textbook prior to the start of the term. Yet, as the class representative, she stood up to voice the concern for her peers. Nevertheless, Hermione's predicament was valid. With 7 main subjects, if everyone faced similar demands, it is not merely a matter of whether students have sufficient leisure time. Rather, the majority of them lack the ability to allocate their time judiciously. If this continues, it is probable that none will master any subject adequately. Douglas decided to wait for other professors to recognize this issue before he intervened. He would propose a solution at the opportune moment. For now, he instructed Hermione to take her seat. It's all right. You may continue your recitation. After class, I will discuss this matter with my colleagues. Take your time with the material, but I expect you to solidify your understanding and memorize it thoroughly. This way, when you prepare for your 5th grade examinations, it will be considerably easier. Now, let us return to the topic at hand. Today, we shall explore the barrier charm mentioned in the 2nd chapter of our textbook. Since you all seem familiar with it, Mr. Longbottom, would you kindly explain what the barrier charm is? Neville Longbottom, caught off guard by the professor calling his name, stood up with excitement, inadvertently knocking over his chair, which elicited laughter from his classmates. Blushing, Neville righted the chair and noticed Hermione turning to him, offering an encouraging glance. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, he recited, "The barrier charm is a spell that slows down the movement of the target upon which it is cast. This is a temporary charm, lasting approximately 10 seconds, and is ineffective against certain magical creatures, such as bats. The spell typically serves to immobilize a target, but it can also be used to push or throw an object, or merely to reduce the speed of the target's movement, and can even cause it to levitate." As he finished and opened his eyes, he was met with Douglas's approving gaze. "Excellent. Very well done, Mr. Longbottom. However, next time, try to exhibit more confidence. You may keep your eyes open while reciting." He had heard that Neville woke up at dawn every day to study, demonstrating remarkable diligence. Hard work can indeed compensate for a lack of talent. 20 points for Gryffindor. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in thunderous applause. Hermione led the clapping, genuinely thrilled for Neville. His classmates joined in, applauding and looking towards him with admiration. They felt no envy over Neville earning points. After all, his dedication and effort were evident to all. Neville Longbottom was so elated that he felt as though he might faint. This was his first time earning such a significant number of points for Gryffindor in class. Hard work can indeed compensate for a lack of talent. Professor Holmes had spoken wisely, and he resolved to engrave this phrase above his bed. Douglas raised his hand to quiet the room, redirecting everyone's attention back to him. "Next, let us learn the incantation and gestures for the barrier charm. Repeat after me. Barrier upon barrier." Pay attention to the emphasis in your tone. Strictly speaking, the barrier charm is not part of the curriculum for second-year students. However, Douglas decided to introduce it early due to some forthcoming plans, and because it was conveniently mentioned in the textbook. During the practice, Douglas couldn't help but admire Harry's innate talent for certain spells. In less than 15 minutes, Harry was able to barely manage the release of a barrier charm. He had always believed that Harry possessed talent solely in the disarming charm, never anticipating that he could excel in other spells as well. However, the majority of their classmates struggled considerably with this particular charm. By the end of the class, only Harry and Hermione managed to conjure a complete barrier spell with any semblance of success. The others were still grappling with merely producing sparks from their wands. Glancing at the clock, Douglas felt compelled to raise his voice to ensure that those engrossed in their magical practice could hear his announcement. "We shall conclude our practice for today. I hope you all find time to diligently rehearse after class. I will request Professor McGonagall for an empty classroom dedicated to your spell practice during leisure hours. Therefore, refrain from practicing in the corridors to avoid inadvertently harming your fellow students. A little hint for you all, our next lesson will be a practical one, and you will utilize this spell. So, everyone, put forth your best effort." With that, Douglas departed the classroom, leaving behind a sea of disappointed gazes and a stack of collected novels. The students exchanged glances before reluctantly making their way out of the classroom. This had been the most engaging defense against the dark arts lesson they had experienced. Last year's classes consisted of enduring Professor Quirrell's stammering as he read from the textbook, while the previous week had been spent memorizing passages. However, now that hard work was paying off, it seemed that mastering the text indeed came with its rewards. Just as they exited the classroom, Ron slapped his forehead, lamenting, "We completely forgot to ask the professor who came in first for Gryffindor. If it's Slytherin, does that mean their spells are more advanced than ours?" Hermione interjected. "Was there a mention of any spells in the 3rd chapter?" Nearby, Neville excitedly chimed in, "I know. I know. It's the entrapment charm. It prevents enemies from approaching. Ron stared at Neville incredulously. Neville, you've already memorized the third chapter? Neville sheepishly scratched his head. Hermione scoffed. Humph. Neville will master the third chapter in no time, while you and Harry haven't even glanced at it yet. Harry, caught in the crossfire, resignedly explained, Hermione. You know the expectation for you is to recite the text in full, while for us, it is to write it from memory. Hermione huffed. Initially inclined to retort that it was their own doing, but then decided against it, recalling Percy's little advice. Avoid dwelling on others' mistakes. The entrapment charm is even more challenging than the barrier charm. If the first place truly belongs to Slytherin, then never mind. I will inquire with the professor tonight. Subsequently, we must convene a second-year meeting in the common room to inform everyone that Gryffindor must secure first place before learning any new spells, ensuring we are the first to acquire the formidable charms. At that moment, Ron noticed a group of third-year Hufflepuff students approaching and nudged Harry with his elbow. Upon catching Ron's eye, they exchanged a knowing smile. Upon observing the actions of the two individuals, Hermione cast a glance at the book held by the Hufflepuff student. She pursed her lips, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Turning her attention to Neville, she began discussing some memorization techniques. Chapter 60, Slytherin 4th. As Douglas entered the classroom, he noticed a stack of books neatly arranged on the lectern, which plunged him into contemplation. During the midday meal in the Hogwarts Great Hall, students engaged in animated discussions. Some traversed the tables of the various houses, tallying the number of courses for which professors required extracurricular memorization. At the Gryffindor table, several students jested about George and Fred. George and Fred are nearly losing their minds in Transfiguration class. The moment Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, they sprang up to answer questions. In the end, the professor forbade them from speaking in that class. Laughter erupted as one recalled the professor's words. Gentleman Weasley, do you believe that answering questions simultaneously will double your points? George and Fred, with their arms around each other, chuckled. So what? The professor still awarded Gryffindor 5 points. They clapped their hands together. Let us keep at it. We must earn 200 points soon. George, what classes do we have this afternoon? Defense against the dark arts, charms, and oh dear, history of magic. This is going to be tough. Ron scoffed from the side. What is that compared to this morning's defense against the dark arts? Neville earned 20 points. Fred and George gasped. Good heavens, kind Professor Flitwick. It seems we have hope. Amidst the chatter, it was peculiar that none of the 3 classes that had attended defense against the dark arts today had mentioned seeking Professor Flitwick's signature unless prompted, at which point they would whisper, oh, dear, Professor Flitwick is quite affable. Simply place your book on the lectern during class, and he will sign for you. Before long, this information spread throughout the hall. The 3 houses, without any prior communication, synchronously gathered their belongings and stealthily slipped away from the Great Hall, fearing that remaining longer would incite uncontrollable laughter. After all afternoon classes concluded, inside the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Douglas observed the pile of novels submitted by the students. He rubbed his temples. He had witnessed and participated in various schemes between the Hogwarts houses, but it was the first time he encountered students from different years within the same house engaging in such antics. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. Upon opening it, Douglas was greeted by Draco Malfoy, the second-year representative from Slytherin, standing regally at the entrance, flanked by 2 students peeking curiously from a short distance away. Ah, Mr. Malfoy, please come in, he said, ushering him inside before making his way to the tea table. Draco inhaled deeply and then, emulating his father, stepped forward with what he considered a graceful and dignified noble gait. A slight sense of regret lingered within him, for his cane was absent from the school. Otherwise, everything would have been perfect. He stood opposite Douglas, a smile he deemed immaculate adorning his face, and addressed him, esteemed Professor Holmes. Just as Draco commenced his display, Douglas interrupted him. Mr. Malfoy, there is no need for such formality. You are here to report on the students' recitation progress, correct? Have they all completed the first section? Draco, in a state of bewilderment, shook his head, entirely oblivious to the purpose of his visit. Douglas, shaking his head in discontent, remarked, I must take issue with this. How is your work progressing? The ranking for the second-year students across the 4 houses shows Slytherin in 4th place. You previously mentioned that a portion of the students did not finish the first section. Upon hearing Douglas's words, Draco's pale cheeks did not flush crimson, but bore a faint blush. He hastily inquired, Professor, may I ask where Gryffindor ranks? What is their progress? Douglas replied curtly, they have completed the 2nd section. Neville Longbottom has even begun the 3rd. I trust you are aware of Mr. Longbottom's sluggishness and poor memory. Yet he manages to rise at dawn each day to study, using his diligence to surpass the majority. Why cannot you do the same? Enough said. I shall refrain from further comments. Draco quickly shook his head and waved his hands. Professor, I will return immediately to urge them to study diligently. Rest assured, Slytherin will surpass them. With that, he swiftly turned and dashed toward the door. When his 2 lackeys saw Draco emerging, they hurriedly approached him. and Draco felt an overwhelming urge to thump their heads. What are you two doing here? Why aren't you rushing back to study? That pack of foolish lions in Gryffindor has already moved on to the third section, while you two haven't even mastered the first. Do you understand that Slytherin is in fourth place because of you two? Tomorrow morning, you will rise before dawn to study. Do you hear me? Goyle and Crabbe exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the sudden demand to rise before dawn. It seemed utterly unreasonable. They cautiously asked, "Aren't you supposed to be delivering a message to the professor?" "How?" Draco Malfoy's complexion shifted abruptly from a blush to a deathly pallor, then back to a deep crimson. He had completely forgotten about that task after being interrupted by Professor Holmes. The thought of returning to discuss it now filled him with trepidation. Anger surged within him. "Is this your concern? Hurry back and study." At 7 o'clock in the evening, several class representatives converged upon Douglas's office, submitting assignments, seeking clarifications, and some requesting signatures. They departed in unison, leaving behind the unfortunate twins who still faced the arduous task of memorization. George produced a note and handed it to Douglas, stating, "Professor, this is from Harry." Fred then continued, "I believe he speaks the truth. The Malfoy family embodies malevolence to the core." Douglas took the note and observed the inscription, "Professor, please do not accept Malfoy's invitation. Their entire family discriminates against wizards of Muggle descent." Douglas felt perplexed and inquired, "Do you know what invitation he refers to?" "Mr. Malfoy visited today, but he was merely reporting on the recitation progress." "It is baffling. Can't you all focus on your studies?" In the Gryffindor common room, upon Hermione's return, she summoned all the second-year students. Although the older students were uncertain of her intentions, they willingly made space for them by the fireplace, then stood by to watch. Hermione, standing in the center, announced, "I just spoke with Professor Flitwick to gather the current recitation standings. Ravenclaw is in first place, we are second, Hufflepuff third, and Slytherin fourth." As her words echoed, the Gryffindor common room erupted in thunderous applause. Not only the second years, but even the students from other years joined in enthusiastic cheers. Percy, who was in the corner working on assignments, couldn't help but frown. Ginny whispered to a fellow student, "I also asked the professor. The standings for the first years are Gryffindor third and Slytherin second. I plan to gather everyone soon. We should have a meeting just like Hermione." Hermione quickly wiped the smile from her face and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "But can we be satisfied with merely this? No, we aim for the first place." The surrounding students groaned in despair. "Hermione, just let it go. Surpassing Slytherin is sufficient. There is no need to compete with Ravenclaw in this regard." "Indeed, Hermione. Ravenclaw excels in this area. We can outshine them in Quidditch. We have Harry." Chapter 61, The Magical Practice Study Room. Hermione, frustrated by their complacency, clenched her fists and declared, "Do you know what spell the top student in Ravenclaw is learning? It is the entrapment curse. Professor Flitwick informed me that the spells we learn will be essential in practical lessons. Clearly, the top student will have a significant advantage over us. This means they will outshine us in practical classes. If we lag behind, we may miss out on the House Cup by a mere point. So, are you content with that? Are you willing to accept it?" Neville was the first to raise his fist in response, exclaiming, "Not willing." The others, stirred by fervor, echoed his sentiment with fervent shouts. Click. Colin Creevey, a first year, deftly captured this moment. Hermione stood before the blazing hearth, her fist raised high, and the surrounding students responded to her call as if they were devoted followers. Bathed in the flame's glow, she appeared remarkably grand. Before anyone could react, Colin, after taking the photo, exclaimed, "Hermione, could you let Harry stand in that spot for another picture? This perspective is simply magnificent." The entire room fell into silence, only to erupt into uproarious laughter, encompassing both upper and lower years. Regrettably, the Weasley twins were confined, for had they been present, they would have undoubtedly heightened the merriment. Hermione's complexion flushed a deep crimson, leaving one to wonder whether it was from indignation or the heat of the moment. The carefully cultivated atmosphere was shattered by a single remark from Colin. Harry, his expression a blend of shame and anger, shot Colin a glare before retreating to a corner, concealing his face behind his textbook, feigning an interest in his studies. The occupants of the common room bore no malice. They laughed momentarily before resuming their own pursuits. Ginny gathered the first-year students, succinctly briefing them on the current situation. Meanwhile, the fifth-year class representative conferred with Percy about the possibility of convening a class meeting. "I inquired about the state of Ravenclaw's classes today, and the report was disheartening. Our mock exam results were inferior to theirs. Percy, should we approach the professors in advance to obtain the exam papers and memorize the questions? I heard they are all from previous year's exams," suggested the fourth-year class representative. "Well, they're still in detention at the Defense Against the Dark Arts office," came the reply. Several fourth-year students gazed around in confusion, observing various grades, each led by a student taking charge of their studies, while they remained utterly in the dark. Angelina stared blankly at the ceiling, expressing her discontent. Perhaps we should elect a vice class representative to communicate with Professor Flitwick, effectively sidelining those two. The students' eyes lit up at this suggestion. At that moment, the atmosphere across the houses was remarkably similar. In Slytherin, the upperclassmen even notified those of lower standing than Gryffindor. Should the rankings remain unfavorable for Gryffindor in the next assessment, they would not hesitate to spare some time to offer guidance to the younger students. Ravenclaw, however, busied themselves individually, with the class representative serving primarily as a facilitator to verify their own understanding. A few students engaged in discourse regarding the safety regulations issued by Professor Snape for the potions classroom. The professor merely instructed them to memorize and adhere to the rules without providing any rationale. Ravenclaw students preferred contemplation. Conversely, Hufflepuff students, upon hearing their house's ranking, responded with mild satisfaction if they were above others, while deeming it unremarkable if they were below. Not everything proceeded smoothly, however, concerning the practice room for magical exercises. Douglas, through persistent persuasion and appeals to reason, ultimately compiled a detailed report of incidents resulting from students practicing magic privately over the past 5 years. Aided by Filch and the school nurse, Professor McGonagall finally consented to allocate 4 classrooms for students to practice magic. As for the rationale behind 4 rooms, one can imagine the chaos if students from all 4 houses were to practice in a single classroom. No one could guarantee that their wands would not misfire. Will it lead to yet another severe inter-house conflict? Such a situation is one that no one wishes to witness. After arranging the study room, Professor McGonagall expressed her concerns, stating, "Douglas, I believe that the study room cannot serve as a casually accessible practice area. We must establish certain regulations. What do you think?" Douglas nodded and produced a draft of the study room management guidelines he had prepared. "Professor, please take a look at this document. There are several points on which I seek your approval." With a look of mild reproach, Professor McGonagall accepted the parchment, thinking that had this document been presented earlier, there would have been no need for her to endure his incessant buzzing in her ear. The following rules apply. 1. Students in their 3rd year or below must be accompanied by a senior to enter the study room. 2. Upon entering, students are required to fill out a practice list, including the spells being practiced and the names of participants. Only spells that have been covered in class are permitted. For any external spells, prior approval from a professor is necessary. 3. Students are strictly prohibited from bringing items unrelated to spell practice into the study room. 4. Horseplay and the casual casting of spells on fellow students within the study room are utterly forbidden. 5. The study room hours are from 8 a.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. 6. We kindly ask everyone to adhere to these guidelines and supervise one another. Violators shall lose their privilege to access the study room. Professor McGonagall perused the document and found it quite satisfactory, noting its comprehensiveness. Curiously, she inquired, "Douglas, I wholeheartedly agree with the aforementioned points. How else may I assist you?" Douglas scratched his nose and replied, "Professor, we need to award some points to certain individuals. For instance, how can a 3rd-year student find a senior with free time to accompany them to practice magic in the study room? Aside from having a good rapport, it is rather challenging to obtain assistance. Therefore, might we offer a small measure of help in this regard? For example, if a senior accompanies a student and ensures they engage in no perilous behavior, could we not grant them some points? For 6th and 7th years, we could provide those who contribute significantly to the study room with a suitable letter of recommendation upon graduation. I believe a recommendation from a Hogwarts professor would greatly benefit their employment prospects." After a lengthy discourse, Douglas finally persuaded Professor McGonagall, who agreed to advocate for this proposal to the other heads of houses. This elicited a sigh of relief from Douglas. On Wednesday, even before the magical study room officially commenced, the 1st-year Gryffindors were set to embark on their inaugural practical lesson at Hogwarts, Defense Against the Dark Arts. As Douglas spoke, he employed a marking charm to sketch a diagram in the air, announcing, "Class, please close your textbooks and take out your wands. For this lesson, we will not be needing our books." To clarify, the objective of this practical session is quite simple. You must safely navigate from the entrance of the passage to its exit. Naturally, you will encounter some minor challenges along the way. Firstly, this place resembles a cavern, which will somewhat restrict your movements. Secondly, you will encounter a creature that has never graced the pages of your textbooks. Do not be alarmed. It poses no danger. However, during this process, you must not gaze directly into its eyes in any form. To do so will subject you to a full-body binding curse, signifying your failure in this challenge. If you catch a glimpse of its eyes indirectly, you will be struck by a weakened binding curse, rendering you incapacitated for a minute. Within that minute, if it does not notice you, you may proceed. However, should it discover you, a white mark will appear upon you, signifying the same failure. Those who succeed in the first challenge will receive a signed copy of a novel penned by myself. As Douglas articulated the rules, he meticulously observed the expressions of each student in the classroom. Regrettably, he did not discern the reaction he had hoped for. Chapter 62. Gryffindor is not reckless lions. As Douglas concluded his statement, Ginny raised her hand amidst the eager gazes of her peers. Professor, we have only learned the silencing charm. How are we to contend with that creature? Douglas feigned surprise, exclaiming, Oh, Merlin's socks. What are you? First-year students at Hogwarts. Budding wizards of the magical realm. The hope and future of the wizarding world. I believe you must learn self-preservation. When faced with threats to your safety, it is not wise to recklessly charge forth, attempting to vanquish the foe with mere sparks from your wand. Rather, you must learn the art of strategic retreat at the appropriate moment. Ginny countered, Professor, our Gryffindor motto is bravery and fearlessness, self-sacrifice. Other classmates nodded earnestly in agreement. Douglas shrugged, Indeed, that is correct, which is why I emphasize strategic retreat. To knowingly engage in the impossible is not bravery, it is folly. Well, after all, I am a Hufflepuff. However, we Hufflepuffs will also defend our most cherished possessions with unwavering resolve when faced with aggression. Our valor is no less than that of Gryffindor. I merely wish to impart that while you are still vulnerable, when confronted with danger, you must learn to protect yourselves, preserving your strength for when it truly counts. Of course, Hogwarts is quite safe, and these concerns are still far removed from you. But do not forget Hogwarts' motto, never tickle a sleeping dragon. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Remember that the objective of the game is to pass safely, not to eliminate the opponent. If there are no further questions, please follow me. Douglas was disinclined to engage in further debate with the students on this matter. Courage, audacity, spirit, and magnanimity are indeed the hallmarks of Gryffindor. The students followed him to a classroom at the opposite end of the corridor. This room appeared to be divided into two sections, with a small compartment at the entrance capable of accommodating more than 20 standing individuals. The remaining walls featured two openings, each marked with entrance and exit. The entrance lay shrouded in darkness, as if bewitched by some malevolent spell, rendering visibility utterly impossible and exuding an air of foreboding. Douglas inquired, Who will go first? All the students raised their hands, unwilling to let the professor perceive them as lacking courage. After a moment's contemplation, Douglas pointed to Ginny and said, Miss Weasley, why don't you lead by example? With her wand in hand, Ginny stepped forward, her excitement palpable. She glanced at Douglas, and at his signal, she boldly stepped into the cave marked by the entrance. In an instant, she vanished from sight, as though swallowed by the encroaching darkness. A few students instinctively took a step back, creating distance from the ominous opening. As soon as Ginny entered, Douglas produced a piece of parchment. He softly intoned a spell, and the parchment gradually unfurled, reminiscent of a sheet that had been folded multiple times. Ultimately, it hung upon the wall like a map. The illustration depicted a simplistic line drawing, with an ink slowly traversing across it. Beside this, a line of text flickered with a faint luminescence. This was a clever contrivance Douglas had devised while studying the Marauder's map. Though not as powerful as the original, the displayed content depended entirely on the range of Douglas's detection spell. He had opted not to incorporate a name-identifying feature on the map, yet for educational purposes, he did add a spell recognition function, which indicated the magic employed by the students on the parchment. The so-called creatures represented were merely small alchemical puppets crafted by Douglas. They operated on the principles of vibration and airflow. When disturbances or air currents occurred nearby, the puppets would move accordingly, akin to the mythical will-o'-the-wisps. During their movement, they emitted a faint sound of friction, subtly instilling psychological pressure on those being pursued. Their sole means of attack comprised two green orbs, each affixed with binding and detection spells. Upon stepping into the cave, Ginny found herself enveloped in complete darkness. In that moment, she felt grateful for the illumination charm Professor Flitwick had taught them just days earlier, which she had successfully mastered. According to Flitwick, although the charm appeared deceptively simple, in the hands of a skilled wizard, it could even negate certain dark magics. As her wand ignited with light, Ginny gasped, revealing a cavernous space before her, filled with uneven surfaces and protruding rocks. Fortunately, she recalled Professor Holmes's warning not to look into the eyes of any lurking creatures, but simply to pass through safely. She quickly averted her gaze, focusing solely on the path beneath her feet and finding no peculiar traps along the way. In her youth, she had often heard her brothers recount tales of adventurers who had met their demise by failing to watch their steps, succumbing to seemingly simple snares. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly sensed something amiss, as if she could hear a faint rustling sound. She paused to listen intently, yet discovered nothing. However, upon continuing her advance, the rustling sound re-emerged unexpectedly, instilling within her an inexplicable fear. Yet, she refrained from looking back, terrified that a glance would reveal something even more terrifying. Fortunately, Ginny managed to maintain her composure and did not flee. Instead, she slowed her pace, inching forward to discern the source of the sound. Strangely, as her movements became more deliberate, the rustling seemed to fade away. At last, she recalled the whispering spell taught by Professor Holmes. After a moment's contemplation, she steeled herself, extinguished the glow of her wand, and softly murmured to her feet, "Whispering spell." Then, she swiftly reignited the spell. The classmates in the observation room, along with Douglas, suddenly noticed a line of text beside Ginny, proclaiming whispering spell. They observed the ink that representing Ginny accelerate towards the first corner he had designed. A slight smile crept upon Douglas's lips as he muttered, "My book is not so easily acquired." Within the cave, Ginny realized that after casting the whispering spell, as long as she refrained from taking large strides, the rustling sound would not return. Thus, she confidently quickened her pace. Soon, she discovered, illuminated by her glowing spell, a faint shimmer not far ahead. Is there water here? Upon closer inspection, she found several depressions in the ground. However, with a bit of caution, she could traverse the dry spaces between them. Alternatively, she could disregard the depressions entirely and walk straight over them. Ginny smiled faintly, thinking, how foolish. In a place like this, the sudden appearance of depressions is clearly a trap. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would never choose to wade through the water. She chuckled softly, Professor Holmes. You underestimate us Gryffindors. We are not a pack of reckless lions. As she examined the two depressions more closely, she noticed only a small area suitable for footing. The moment her foot touched down, she glimpsed a pair of green, glimmering objects akin to eyes reflected in the water beside her. Instantly, her mind clouded. Recalling the professor's earlier warning, if you indirectly see its eyes, you will be struck by a weakened full-body bind curse, rendering you immobile for a minute. Yet, it was too late. Her arms and legs clamped together, her entire body stiffened, collapsing like a board beside her, splashing a small spray of water. Almost immediately, she felt something gently strike her, then swiftly vanish. Marked. Ginny wanted to cry. Who could have imagined that the puddle was not the trap, but rather the reflection on the water's surface? Chapter 63, The Spirit of Gryffindor. In the observation room, Douglas regretfully announced, Miss Weasley has failed her challenge. He then used the ear-to-ear communication spell to inform Ginny, who had regained her composure, that she could return without fear of further magical assaults. Ginny appeared, dripping wet. In the observation room, Douglas gently tapped her shoulder with his wand. She felt as though a small sun was radiating warmth within her, a sensation that was not scorching but rather comforting, lulling her into a state of drowsiness. With a hissing sound and a puff of steam, Ginny was astonished to discover that not only her clothes but also the damp strands of her hair had dried completely. Her classmates gazed at Douglas with admiration, especially those from the magical world. They had witnessed drying spells before, typically involving the removal of garments to be hung for drying. Some spells, if mishandled, could even ruin the clothing. Douglas smiled faintly. This spell was one he had ingeniously crafted, inspired by scenes from martial arts novels where characters dried their clothes using internal energy. Miss Weasley, you may now proceed to the classroom to write a reflection on this practical lesson, at least 10 inches long. Ginny hesitated. Professor, I would like to attempt it once more. I am certain I can succeed if given another chance. Douglas shrugged regretfully. I'm afraid, Miss Weasley, due to time constraints, you are only permitted one attempt this lesson. Ginny's expression reflected some reluctance, yet she nodded silently. As she reached the classroom door, she hesitated, then suddenly turned to say, Professor, may I? Douglas smiled with satisfaction. Of course, Miss Weasley, that is your prerogative. Ginny addressed her classmates. Once you enter the cave, remember the professor's warning. Do not directly or indirectly make eye contact. So, be sure to avoid staring at reflective surfaces. At the first bend of the passage, there are several puddles. Be cautious. Also, it seems that the creature will follow you based on the sound of your footsteps. Don't forget the silencing charm. With a deep breath, Ginny prepared to turn away. Clap, clap, clap. Douglas applauded warmly, his face beaming with delight, and soon others joined in. Several classmates expressing their gratitude to Ginny. Noticing her bashful demeanor, Douglas remarked, to share all that you know with a competitor in the face of adversity is not only a brave acceptance of failure, but also an extraordinary spirit. I am certain Professor McGonagall will be quite pleased upon hearing this. In light of Miss Weasley's commendable use of the wand-lighting charm, the silencing charm, and her keen observational skills, as well as her display of exceptional bravery, Gryffindor earns 10 points. The other students clapped their hands vigorously, while Ginny, feeling bashful, lowered her head, seemingly engrossed in the crude dwelling she had drawn with her foot. With Ginny's tentative attempt as a guide, the second student soon approached the puddle. He learned from Ginny's previous misfortune, rolled up his trousers, and shut his eyes. Cautiously, he extended his foot and ventured forward. Upon stepping into the first puddle, he tested the water with his foot, discovering it reached his ankle. A wave of relief washed over him, yet he remained vigilant as he probed for the next step. To his surprise, he found solid ground once more and continued onward. However, he soon stepped into another puddle without a second thought. As he lifted his leg, an unsettling sensation struck him. The foot submerged in the puddle felt as though it were being engulfed by something. Alarmed, he hastily raised his foot, only to inadvertently plunge it into a deeper pit. His foot slipped, and with inertia, it became ensnared in the mud. But before he could rejoice, He noticed a pair of glistening green eyes gazing down at him. Above? Seeing? Goodness. It was at that moment he realized, in his panic, he had not only opened his eyes, but had also turned sideways. Yet, before he could ponder further, he found himself ensnared in a full-body binding curse, his body rigid, half submerged in water while the other half lay on the shore. It was a truly dismal predicament. All the students in the observation room watched in astonishment as the image on the parchment turned to stone, eliciting a collective sigh. Douglas waved his wand and softly incanted. Zombie float. The petrified student began to levitate, swaying gently towards the cave entrance. Douglas lifted the curse and dried the fellow's clothes. The student quickly recounted his ordeal to the others before sheepishly exiting the observation room. It wasn't until 5 students had failed at the same spot that the remaining classmates finally regained their composure. No longer did they rush heedlessly towards the cave entrance. Instead, they gathered to deliberate on how to proceed. Why don't we jump over? One suggested. Have you forgotten? Colin already tried that. The distance is simply too far. He landed straight in the puddle. This is quite challenging. Indeed, I wonder if the professor ever intended for us to succeed? In a hushed tone. I do know a freezing charm. We could freeze the puddle. Really? Why don't you give it a try? I would hate for our entire class to fail. But I don't know how. I've only seen Hermione practice that spell in the common room. Hearing their discussion, Douglas felt exasperated. These children had taken it upon themselves to confront the puddle. He had never intended to challenge a group of first-year students. Yet not a single one had noticed the narrow path, barely wide enough for half a foot, that he had deliberately left in the shadows beside the puddle. As long as they carefully adhered to the walls, grasping the protruding rock formations, there was no need to struggle against the puddles. However, from the outset, Ginny and her companions completely neglected to observe their surroundings. By the end of the class, aside from a few students who struggled with the Lumos spell, the rest had made attempts. Remarkably, one student managed to cast a commendable transfiguration spell, transforming a small stone into a plank, which he placed over the puddle. Regrettably, his transfiguration was fleeting. Before he could cross, the plank reverted to its original form, and he tumbled into the water. Although he kept his eyes shut, he misjudged the direction while climbing out of the puddle. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself staring directly into another pair of eyes. At the end of the class, Douglas had to regretfully inform them that all their challenges had ended in failure. Following Gryffindor's first-year class was Ravenclaw's, whose performance was notably superior. For students discovered a hidden path and successfully reached the second stage, yet they too failed there. Nevertheless, neither the students who faltered in the first stage nor those who stumbled in the second shared their experiences with each other. Douglas did not comment on this. Everyone had their own choices. After Ravenclaw, the final class of the day commenced, Slytherin's second year. Chapter 64. Crabbe was the first. After introducing the rules, Douglas made no promises. He did not believe that his signed book would hold any allure for this group of Slytherins. He merely mentioned that this practical lesson would also involve rankings. In the observation room of the practical classroom, when he asked who would go in first, an uncomfortable silence fell over the group. Draco, as the class representative, glanced at his companions Goyle and Crabbe, contemplated for a moment, and then pointed to a student at the back. Theodore, you go first. The Slytherin named Theodore not frowned, but ultimately said nothing. After shooting Draco a glare, he stepped into the entrance. A smug smile curled Draco's lips. This Theodore not, relying on his cousin being the president of the male student council, had consistently shown disrespect towards him as the class representative, often ignoring his reminders to study. This practical lesson posed certain disadvantages for Slytherin's second-year students. After all, just yesterday in defense against the dark arts, they had learned a creature detection spell that most had not yet mastered. This spell could detect the presence of living beings within a 1-meter radius, but could not pinpoint their locations, and when too many creatures were nearby, it became impossible to discern which was the one they sought. Unfortunately, they were ranked last. Once Theodore not entered the passage, he first cast the Lumos spell but hesitated to look around. Cautiously, he felt his way forward, but soon he sensed something following him, sending a chill down his spine. He believed he had no need to cast any detection spells to sense the presence of creatures nearby. With a cold smirk, he recalled that the professor had never prohibited an attack on that creature. He first strode forward a few paces, then turned, swiftly brandishing his wand while bellowing, "Blazing Inferno!" Accompanied by a sound akin to a firecracker, a faint orange fireball erupted and scattered. Simultaneously, he beheld a pair of glistening green eyes manifest on the wall to his side. Douglas, observing from the chamber, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the incantation. Malfoy, standing nearby, noticed Douglas's expression and muttered a reprimand, calling him a fool. Of course, he was referring to Theodore. Blazing Inferno was the incantation for the fire curse, a form of advanced dark magic that is notoriously difficult to control once unleashed. Fortunately, it was a second-year student casting it. Had it been an adult wizard, the scene conjured by transfiguration would have reverted immediately. It baffled him that the parents from these pureblood families would dare teach their children such dark arts. Were they unaware that the prolonged use of dark magic could have detrimental effects on a wizard? With a resigned sigh, he entered the corridor and extinguished the faint yet persistent flames of the fire curse. After inspecting the surroundings and finding no damage, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he cast Floating Zombie to bring Theodore out. However, he did not immediately lift the full body binding curse, allowing him to remain leaning against the corner. He then inquired, "Who is next?" Draco scanned the room and ultimately fixed his gaze upon Goyle, who was vigorously shaking his head and retreating. Draco frowned slightly. He needed to ascertain the situation within to navigate the challenges ahead successfully. Thus, he addressed the burly Vincent Crabbe, saying, "Crabbe, it's your turn." He extended his arm ceremoniously, patting Crabbe's shoulder, clearly expressing his confidence in him. Crabbe said nothing and strode directly toward the entrance. Douglas, who had been watching the class representative's performance, could not resist offering a cautionary note. "Mr. Crabbe, some dark magic is best left unused." Douglas had a vivid recollection of this very Crabbe, who, during the final battle, unleashed an uncontrollable fire curse in the Room of Requirement, ultimately leading to his own demise. Scratching his head, Crabbe thought to himself that even mastering ordinary spells was challenging for him, let alone any dark magic. He nodded and proceeded inside. Draco interjected, "Professor, you need not worry. Crabbe can hardly grasp first-year spells, let alone any advanced dark magic." Douglas shot him a glance, inwardly reflecting that dark magic was, in fact, significantly easier to learn than ordinary magic. The more malevolent the intent, the greater the likelihood of success. He decided it was unnecessary to explain this to a second-year student, particularly one from Slytherin. Upon entering the passage, Crabbe first cast a luminescent charm. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, though others deemed him somewhat dim-witted. He always considered himself a thinker. When Professor Holmes had just articulated the rules of the game, he had pondered deeply. As long as he could traverse the passage safely, he would deem it a success. Thus, there was no necessity to engage in combat. He merely needed to charge forward. He glanced at the path beneath his feet, and then, with a swift motion, sprinted ahead. While he often appeared brooding, he possessed a certain aptitude for athleticism. Engrossed in his forward momentum, he was oblivious to the rustling sounds of a creature trailing behind him. Soon, he reached a puddle but did not halt his pace. With a single stride, he leapt over it, indifferent to whether he landed in water or on solid ground. This low-lying area stretched over 3 meters, and ultimately, as Crabbe took his third step over the puddle, he stumbled into a deep pit. Fortunately, his robust physique, coupled with the soft earth that Douglas had strategically placed beside the depression, spared him from serious injury. Emerging from the puddle, he turned sharply into the first bend without a backward glance. The Slytherins outside cast disdainful glances at Theodore, who lingered in the corner, feeling both furious and sorrowful at his own inadequacy compared to Crabbe. The incantation for the full body bind curse is Petrificus Totalis, a spell capable of rendering an opponent immobile while leaving their senses and thoughts unaffected. Its effects differ fundamentally from petrification. Perhaps the Slytherin students yet to enter found little significance in this, but Douglas was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Crabbe would be the first to breach the second challenge, and it was entirely due to his physical prowess. Indeed, Crabbe had inadvertently uncovered a minor flaw in Douglas's design. Provided one was swift and responsive, even if one lingered slightly in the puddle, they would not be overtaken by the puppet. As Crabbe entered the corner, he did not pause but continued to race forward. The passage was littered with scattered rocks, compelling him to dodge them as he ran. After a few strides, he finally noticed something amiss. There was no need for a luminescent charm here. A torch behind him cast a bright light toward the end of the passage. He became aware of this because he spotted a colossal shadow on the ground before him, as if he were being engulfed by it. It was evident that the creature was right behind him. The peculiar shadow, flickering in the torchlight, contorted into various grotesque shapes, exuding an indescribable terror. Terrified, Crabbe sprinted forward, but after a few paces, he sensed something was awry. The ground of the passage seemed to be shifting backward. However, he dared not come to a halt and was compelled to continue sprinting forward. Gradually, he discerned that the corridor, although seemingly not very far, appeared to stretch interminably. And with each stride, he felt increasingly suffocated. It seemed as if the rock walls on either side were closing in on him. Crabbe could no longer endure the pressure. He let out a thunderous shout, turned on his heel, and raised his wand. Yet, before he could formulate a spell, his entire body became rigid. Chapter 65. I believe that the courage of Slytherin is no less than that of Gryffindor. Douglas led Crabbe out and liberated both him and Theodore from the full body bind curse. Theodore stood stoically in the corner, his gaze betraying a mixture of hatred and ferocity. In contrast, Crabbe's eyes were still filled with panic. Douglas produced a piece of chocolate and offered it to Crabbe, saying, "Here, have a piece of chocolate. It can soothe your frayed nerves and elevate your spirits. Mr. Knott, would you care for a piece?" Crabbe hesitated for a moment, then seized the chocolate and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling a quiet, "Thank you." If it weren't for Douglas's keen hearing, one might have struggled to discern whether the sound was of chewing or speech. It was evident that after consuming the chocolate, Crabbe's mood significantly improved, though it was uncertain whether it was due to the chocolate's effect or simply the act of eating. Theodore also hesitated momentarily before decisively declining the offer. Douglas did not press the matter further. He tucked the chocolate away under Crabbe's hopeful gaze. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. Indeed, he was still a child at heart. Mr. Vincent Crabbe, you performed commendably in this practical lesson. Slytherin gains 5 points. Douglas announced. Mr. Theodore not. Due to your reckless use of dark magic in class, Slytherin loses 5 points. The assembled students looked at Crabbe in astonishment at the unexpected award of points. Deeming it utterly incredible, Crabbe beamed with joy. This was his first time receiving points in class, and Professor Holmes truly was a benevolent soul. After his moment of elation, he shot a provocative glance at Theodore. Theodore, already scowling due to the point deduction, darkened further at Crabbe's gaze. Had it not been for the professor's presence, he vowed he would have cast a spell to leave Crabbe incapacitated. Douglas glanced at Theodore, noting his lack of surprise regarding the penalty, and asked mildly, "It seems, Mr. Not, that you are aware of the consequences of carelessly unleashing advanced dark magic?" Theodore, with a sullen expression, chose silence. He certainly understood the ramifications of recklessly employing high-level dark arts, yet he believed that if he had succeeded in extinguishing the fire, no one in that shadowy corridor would have known what magic he had wielded. Being the first to enter, and subsequently relegated to the corner, he had failed to notice the existence of a map on the wall that displayed the spells being cast. Had it not been for his cousin's repeated admonitions to show adequate respect to this muggle-born professor, he would not have stood there so obediently. He might very well have stormed out, considering he had already incurred a penalty. Douglas observed his demeanor, but chose to remain silent. He was acutely aware of Slytherin's disdain for his muggle heritage, a sentiment that had manifested, albeit subtly, during the first class. Later, while arranging the classroom for the advanced practical lessons, he refrained from employing any formidable dark magic. However, as he guided the 7th-year students on where to fix certain curses and casually shared corresponding counterspells, it became evident that many of the methods he described were not found in textbooks. This indicated that Douglas had developed a profound understanding of dark magic, independently discovering the relevant techniques. His ease in demonstrating such spells suggested that they held no secrets for him, earning him an additional measure of respect from the 7th-year students, who initially looked down on him but were nonetheless intimidated by his professorial status. The true reason Slytherin began to show Douglas respect was due to his casual use of the Lumos spell, which made those who had secretly practiced advanced dark magic feel quite uncomfortable, akin to someone long accustomed to darkness suddenly encountering blinding light. Thus, they deduced that the senior, only slightly older than themselves, must possess considerable prowess. Following discussions between the male student council president and Professor Snape, a directive was issued. Slytherin students were to show no disrespect to this professor of Muggle descent. Setting aside idle chatter and returning to the matter at hand, Douglas glanced at Theodore's actions before addressing the entire class. "I am aware that many of you have, to varying degrees, learned about or even practiced some dark magic from your elders or textbooks. You need not feel anxious, as your professor of defense against the dark arts. I do not oppose your pursuit of knowledge. After all, mastering dark magic does not inherently make one a dark wizard, nor does dark magic equate solely to malevolent sorcery. However, perhaps no one has informed you that the indiscriminate use of dark magic, especially the more advanced forms, can have detrimental effects on oneself." At this juncture, Malfoy hesitated before raising his hand. "Professor, my father says that dark magic possesses tremendous destructive power, ensuring you will not be bullied and will earn others' respect." Douglas recalled the portrayal of Lucius in the original text. He was not a powerful wizard, exhibiting mediocrity whether in duels or group battles. Yet, this individual had managed to navigate the magical world adeptly through cunning, shrewdness, and an acute sense of timing. Perhaps Lucius had once contemplated that had he possessed great strength, life would not have been so burdensome. The other Slytherin students nodded in agreement upon hearing Malfoy's response. To them, strength was synonymous with respect. Their seniors commanded their actions solely because they were perceived as more powerful. Douglas nodded in acknowledgement. "You are correct, indeed. The immense destructive power can easily lead one astray within dark magic, causing them to overlook the dangers it poses to oneself. It appears that some individuals are rather perplexed by this topic, albeit it is content they shall encounter 2 years hence. Nevertheless, I do not mind providing a brief elucidation here, lest you remain oblivious to the inherent dangers that may befall both yourself and others. Why do so many in the magical realm harbor a disdain for dark magic? Is it merely out of fear of its formidable destructive capabilities? No. It is because the utilization of dark magic inflicts harm upon your well-being, both corporeal and spiritual. The more potent the dark magic, the greater the damage it wreaks. To speak somewhat inappropriately, You all pride yourselves on hailing from noble pure-blood families, and surely you would not wish to present yourselves before others in a disheveled state. Mentally deranged, irritable, unkempt, and filthy, perhaps even bald or missing a facial feature, resembling some ghastly apparition. The consequences of dark magic are not something one can remedy with a potion. Oh, you doubt this? Has anyone here ventured to the alley of the Upside Down? Surely. You have witnessed the condition of those dark wizards therein. Do you aspire to become like them in the future? Moreover, to my knowledge, there exists a master of dark magic who has roamed desolate forests, fetid ditches, and dilapidated houses, all in the name of his studies. Ultimately, he rendered himself noseless and entirely devoid of hair, perpetually in a state of nervous agitation, grinning foolishly at anyone who crossed his path. Draco Malfoy, adjusting his meticulously groomed hair, disdainfully remarked, "Without a single hair, that would be akin to an egg, wouldn't it?" Douglas, suppressing a laugh, replied, "Indeed. Just like the boiled egg served at breakfast in Hogwarts, completely bald and lacking a nose. When you have the opportunity to encounter him in the future, present your flawless, exquisite visage, along with your lush, abundant hair, and deride him as an egg. I trust that the courage of Slytherin is no less than that of Gryffindor. Of course, after uttering such words, remember to make a hasty retreat." The mere thought of such an image evoked a smattering of laughter from the others. Douglas observed that Theodore, who had been lingering in the corner, instinctively touched his nose and then his hair. Startled by Douglas's words, Theodore began to wonder if he had lost some hair. He recalled discovering 2 strands on his bed just a couple of days prior. Could it be the result of surreptitiously practicing the Fiendfire curse? He even contemplated his father. Old not. One must admit that the majority of Slytherin individuals possess commendable genes, being rather handsome and beautiful. After listening to Douglas's account of the repercussions of dark magic, those who had secretly practiced it began to fret over their appearances. Some even reminisced about their Death Eater lineage, recalling the so-called side effects of dark magic as described by Professor Holmes. Of course, at this juncture, Douglas would not elaborate that there are various forms of dark magic, and not all are destined to yield severe health consequences. He, too, did not believe that merely through his words he could prevent Slytherin from producing dark wizards in the future. Instead, he had merely sown a seed of the perilous nature of dark magic within the hearts of these young Slytherins. As for how much it might germinate, that was beyond his current foresight. Nevertheless, he was genuinely eager to witness the moment when this group of Slytherins would encounter Voldemort. Observing the contemplative expressions on the faces of his students, Douglas clapped his hands and said, "If you truly have an interest in dark magic, I personally recommend that you wait until your 4th year, when you can comprehensively understand dark magic, before choosing to study it selectively. Encountering such matters too early poses greater risks to your well-being." Now, let us return to the content of this lesson. Chapter 66. Indeed, that is my intention. At this moment, the students recalled that they were still engaged in a practical lesson. Douglas addressed Theodore and Crabbe, instructing, "You may return to the classroom and write a reflection on this practical lesson, 12 inches in length." Theodore was taken aback. What could he write, having barely stepped out? Crabbe was equally bewildered, astonished that they still had to complete an assignment, let alone reflect on their experience. "I can't write," he exclaimed anxiously, glancing at his leader, Draco. Draco, too, felt a flicker of worry, especially since Crabbe had yet to share any insights. Noticing the same expression in Crabbe's eyes, he felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that his companion had finally grasped something after following him for so long. Thus, Draco raised his hand, observing Douglas's demeanor while stating, "Professor, upon careful reflection of the earlier rules, I noted that you did not specify that the entrance must conceal information about the passage. Of course, this is merely my humble speculation. As you know, Slytherin is a united collective." Under Douglas's keen gaze, Draco Malfoy sensed that he was running out of steam. Internally, Douglas shook his head, thinking that this boy was merely mimicking his father's style, but doing so ineffectively. Rather than chastising him, he smiled and replied, "Of course, I am pleased that you recognize this. However, it is contingent upon that student's willingness to share their information." As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Crabbe. This caused Theodore, standing nearby, to feel incensed. Why should they assume that a dim-witted fellow like Crabbe would know more than he did? When they had all entered the passage, poor Theodore remained oblivious to the fact that the map on the wall displayed an individual's coordinates. It was evident that they had seen Theodore, who had failed to traverse even a third of the first passage, while Crabbe was nearing completion of the second. Feeling the weight of his classmates' gaze upon him, Crabbe blinked in indignation, wanting to clarify that this was not what he had intended to convey. However, upon meeting Draco's encouraging yet somewhat intimidating look, he resigned himself and recounted his experience in fragmented sentences. "Upon entering, I discovered it resembled a cavern. I continued to run forward, navigating through several puddles, and stumbled along the way. After turning a corner, I perceived a colossal shadow pursuing me. I pressed on until, at last, I beheld a pair of glimmering green eyes. The other students listened with a sense of bewilderment, as though they were hearing someone recount a hazy dream upon awakening. They turned their gaze towards Theodore, who was equally perplexed as to why Crabbe encountered a creature only in the second challenge while he faced one in the first. Could it be that the professor adjusted the difficulty based on the students' varying abilities? Noticing the attention directed towards him, he nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, it was undoubtedly a pair of glimmering green eyes. Having said this, he turned and strode towards the classroom exit, prompting Crabbe to hesitate before following suit. The remaining Slytherins furrowed their brows, beginning to comprehend that the peculiar creature had been present from the outset. Draco inquired cautiously, "Professor, may we discuss this matter?" Douglas nodded. "Certainly, but I must remind you that each class has its time constraints." Draco surveyed the others, and Pansy Parkinson whispered a reminder. "Do not forget the spells the professor has taught us. Since they were shared in the last lesson, they must be of use in this one." Consequently, Draco unhesitatingly selected a classmate who had already mastered the detection spell to re-enter the passage. By the end of class, for Slytherin students, including Draco, had yet to venture in. They spent the majority of their time engaged in discussion, during which Draco repeatedly emphasized, "Each individual who emerges must disclose every detail of the passage without reservation. We must strive to devise a flawless strategy to ensure that everyone succeeds in the next attempt. If anyone withholds information, resulting in Gryffindor surpassing us, I shall certainly inform the head of house, the student council president, and even the headmaster." While the other Slytherin students harbored their own ambitions, they recognized that this was a matter of house honor. The thought of Slytherin trailing behind Gryffindor due to their own negligence was indeed daunting. Nevertheless, each account from those who exited varied significantly. Some reported that upon entering, they detected the presence of creatures nearby, and in their panic, they glimpsed a pair of green eyes in the water. Slytherin student used the mist spell to obscure reflections. Others, like Crabbe, rushed ahead without thought, overestimating their athleticism and landing directly in a puddle, unable to extricate themselves. Slytherin student, consider using the freezing spell. Although solutions were discussed, regrettably, not everyone possessed the ability to cast those spells. Ultimately, only one student, Daphne Greengrass, heeded the collective advice and successfully navigated into the second passage. The news she brought back was that the second passage appeared terrifying. Yet as long as one ran fast enough, the eerie creature would remain just a meter behind. She clarified that the ground of the second passage would gradually recede while one was running. With every step forward, it would seem to retreat about 3/5 of a step. Only by accelerating could one ensure progress. She attempted to counteract the backward movement of the ground with a freezing spell, but to no avail. However, as one approached the exit, an invisible resistance became palpable, reminiscent of moving through water. Though it did not impede breathing, it was quite taxing. Furthermore, the passage indeed narrowed progressively, instilling a sense of oppression. Thus, she concluded that this passage likely tested one's physical endurance. Upon hearing her description, the Slytherins were left in stunned silence. Was this challenge simple or complex? Douglas, after listening intently, could not help but applaud, stating, "An excellent deduction, Miss Greengrass. You earned 5 points for Slytherin." He was genuinely surprised that the purpose of his obstacles had been discerned by a second-year Slytherin student. He had initially presumed that only a third-year or perhaps a second-year Ravenclaw, or even Hermione, would be capable of such insight. The crowd, upon hearing Douglas's praise, turned their gaze towards Daphne Greengrass. Was this truly a test of endurance? However, Draco's lips curled into a smirk. This was the magical world. How could it possibly be that straightforward? He surmised that there must be a spell or some other means to unravel the subsequent challenges. Observing Draco's buoyant demeanor as he led the group away, Douglas stroked his chin, intuiting the source of his confidence. A sense of pride welled within him. "You might think of what I cannot? Oh, how youthful you are." The purpose of this challenge was, in fact, twofold. The first was to ascertain whether that diary had entered Hogwarts, but thus far, no anomalies had been observed among the students. He could only await the unfolding of this practical lesson, hoping for the esteemed Tom Riddle to make an appearance. Simultaneously, it would serve as a rehearsal for the students, preparing them for how to respond should events similar to those in the Chamber of Secrets unfold. Naturally, he would not mind if some astute students made the connection between the two. He was prepared with a narrative and a contingency plan. After all, he had a fondness for the strategy of Go in his previous life. The second aim was to address the prevalent physical frailty observed among many students at Hogwarts. This was not to suggest they were particularly weak, but rather that many exhibited symptoms such as increased heart rate, breathlessness, chest tightness, and headaches with minimal exertion, a fact evident during their lessons. Whenever they were nearly late, they would sprint up the convoluted staircases, arriving at the classroom breathless. On one occasion, a student had felt dizzy upon reaching the classroom due to running too vigorously. While potions could effectively alleviate these symptoms, he believed it essential to tackle the root of the problem for the sake of the children. Because morning exercises can enhance the functioning of the central nervous system, improve motor skills, and foster a spirit of collectivism, They cultivate resilience, teamwork, and perseverance among the students. Most importantly, morning exercises can elevate the students' spirits. Living amidst the picturesque landscapes of Hogwarts, with its mountains, waters, and forests, students often find themselves confined within the dimly lit castle, with only the Quidditch players truly savoring the beauty of nature. Douglas is determined to allow the children to experience the joy of running along the shores of the Black Lake in the morning. Of course, he does not believe that a single word from him can directly alter the entrenched habits of the school. Instead, he can only employ subtle methods to gradually induce change, impacting the whole through small beginnings. In short, everything is for the students. Chapter 67. The disempowered twin class representatives. After class, Douglas returned to his office, and shortly thereafter, Percy knocked on the door, bringing with him a letter. "Boss, this is a letter from Mr. Slane. He said your owl was unable to deliver it, so he sent it to me instead." Douglas took the letter and, puzzled, inquired, "How does he know you?" Percy stared wide-eyed, incredulous. "Boss, have you forgotten? It was you who introduced me to Mr. Slane in Diagon Alley, and you also had him send me the complete set of books. I received the books from Mr. Slane on the first day of school. I remember it being mentioned. There's no backing out from this." Percy's final remark was, of course, in jest. He did not genuinely believe that Mr. Slane would reclaim the books. Douglas slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot about that. However, what puzzled me was that a Hufflepuff would seek me out. One would expect him to approach Professor Sprout for assistance, yet he chose to contact you, a Gryffindor." Upon opening the letter, Douglas skimmed through it. Essentially, it began with a complaint about the inability to send him a direct letter. Douglas's actions had inadvertently led to fans bombarding his office with all manner of odd correspondence due to their inability to send him letters. There were also matters to discuss regarding the publishing company's consideration of releasing a collector's edition of several books, with the author's name changed to Douglas Holmes. They requested that he write a preface as the defense against the dark arts professor, and it would be ideal if he could contact the Hogwarts professors for contributions, especially Dumbledore. Furthermore, they planned to hold a signing event during his tenure as the defense against the dark arts professor. This book would undoubtedly become a sensation. A limited edition that would only be printed once, given that this position is ephemeral and future opportunities would be scarce. The books published during this period would hold significant meaning. The final piece of news was not a discussion, but rather a direct notification. On Saturday afternoon, a reporter from the Daily Prophet would be interviewing him at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade, and he was not permitted to refuse. His attendance was mandatory. Slane asserted that he had already guaranteed the arrangement with the company, stating that if Douglas did not attend, he would hang himself at the entrance of Hogwarts. Slane specifically mentioned his refusal of Rita Skeeter's request to serve as an interview journalist, clearly indicating his awareness of her journalistic style. After perusing the letter, Douglas instructed Percy to wait for a moment. He then pondered over the matter at his desk and composed a reply to Slane, consenting to his arrangements and offering profound commendation for his decision to decline Rita Skeeter's interview. "Percy, please take this letter to the Owlery and send it to Slane." Percy showed no surprise at Douglas's directive. He returned the tome titled The Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells to its rightful place before taking the letter from Douglas and departing. Shortly after Percy's exit, class representatives arrived to report on their academic progress. Hermione delivered the students' written reflections, and Douglas noticed that none of them measured less than 12 inches. He had not imposed any restrictions on the length of these reflections, merely stating that seriousness in their critiques was essential for the possibility of reclaiming their books and receiving a signature. Douglas glanced over the submissions, noting that Hermione's was the longest at an impressive 20 inches, densely packed with writing. He observed that she had quoted several historical events that had transpired due to misplaced trust and rumors. Other students had similarly referenced various incidents. This commonality in style prompted Douglas to look up and observe the fidgeting Hermione. Of course, it was not solely the second-year Gryffindor students tasked with writing these reflections. Any class that had fallen prey to rumors was assigned this work. The Hufflepuff representative, upon witnessing Hermione's lengthy reflection, could not help but feel a twinge of concern, as their class's longest submission barely reached 6 inches, rendering them half overshadowed by Gryffindor's display. Douglas requested that all the reflections be left behind, assuring the students that he would allocate books to those who genuinely recognized their mistakes after reviewing their work. Once all assignments had been collected, he dismissed the students, for he had patrol duties to attend to and lacked the time to address their individual concerns on the spot. After they had all departed, he noticed 3 individuals lingering in the crowd. Seated at the tea table, enjoying refreshments, were 2 who appeared to be regular patrons, unfazed by their surroundings, critiquing the snacks with familiarity. "George, Fred, have you truly transformed this place into your communal lounge? Do not forget, you are here for detention, not leisure. Of course, Miss Johnson, you need not be anxious. I am merely chastising these 2 rascals. What brings you to me?" Angelina Johnson, a tall girl with long black hair styled in a braided ponytail, was a seeker for Gryffindor. At that moment, however, She appeared somewhat uneasy, despite her spirited demeanor in the Gryffindor common room, leading her fourth-year classmates to coax the Weasley twins into reluctantly agreeing to establish a deputy class representative. She now seemed out of her element. Upon arriving at Douglas's office, a sense of unease enveloped her, leaving her uncertain whether it stemmed from excitement or trepidation. Fred exchanged a knowing glance with George, and together they mingled with the crowd, sharing tea and snacks with Angelina, hoping to alleviate her anxiety. When Douglas inquired, Angelina found herself momentarily at a loss for words, glancing towards Fred for guidance. Indeed, Douglas had already discerned that this young lady could effortlessly identify Fred. He himself had relied on the enchantment of names to distinguish between the two. Fred and George seized the moment to lament. "Oh, Professor, the students are rebelling. They intend to usurp our authority. It's akin to the Deputy Minister of Magic communicating directly with Dumbledore. Goodness, our poor Minister Fudge. Our fates seem so intertwined. Oh, Merlin's socks, Fred. You've fallen so low as to desire the position of Minister of Magic." George chimed in. "You've mistaken me. I am certainly not Percy." Amidst their antics, Douglas began to comprehend the true purpose of Angelina's visit. He addressed the twins, stating, "Since you have both mentioned it, Miss Johnson shall report directly to me regarding your class and your affairs. Miss Johnson, you are now the deputy class representative, tasked with overseeing the completion of assignments by all your classmates, every single one." Upon hearing Douglas's affirmation, Angelina beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Professor. I shall not disappoint you." The twins breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since they had taken on the role of class representative, they had been overwhelmed with responsibilities, monitoring their peers' studies, collecting assignments, and quizzing them on their lessons, leaving them little time to pursue their numerous ideas. The prospect of someone else assuming this burden was most welcome. Douglas, seemingly attuned to their sentiments, adopted an expression of earnest regard, stating, "Fred and George, do not be disheartened. I wish to clarify that Miss Johnson is merely a deputy and will not supplant your positions. To ensure that Miss Johnson does not overshadow you, I will announce a specific arrangement for your class to underscore my appreciation for your contributions. From now on, all assignments for the fourth-year Gryffindor students must first be reviewed by the Weasley brothers. Any work deemed unsatisfactory shall be returned for revision. I will only require to see a competent submission. Miss Johnson, you are to cooperate." Initially intent on clarifying her lack of such intentions, Angelina could not help but smile at Douglas's arrangement, eagerly nodding in agreement. She knew the twins well. This plan was simply splendid. Douglas was equally pleased with his decision. Recognizing the twins' capabilities, if they applied themselves, they could effectively manage the task of reviewing assignments. Of course, should the Weasley brothers neglect their duties, the students whose work was unjustly returned for revision would certainly ensure they paid attention. The Weasley twins stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances and communicating wordlessly. Did they truly wish to be usurped? "I presumed you were unwilling to be sidelined." "Indeed, we all desire to be sidelined. It appears, however, that the professor is not inclined to that notion. Angelina, too, seems resistant to it. She is even smiling. She has succumbed. A decaying bureaucracy, only eager to hold office, yet disinclined to undertake any work." George and Fred shed silent tears of regret, questioning why they ever attempted to outsmart Douglas. History and reality have demonstrated that they cannot outmaneuver one another. They are perpetually ensnared by him. The scene from 5 years ago reemerges vividly in their minds. Chapter 68, Safeguarding the Purity of Hogwarts. At 8 in the evening, Douglas glanced at the time and rose to inquire of the Weasley twins, "How is your memorization progressing? How much longer until you can recite it?" George and Fred's eyes sparkled. It seemed the professor intended to venture out. If the duration were prolonged, might they not conclude their confinement early today? "Professor, we may still require over half an hour to fully memorize it. Recitation might take about an hour." Douglas responded with an "oh," and instructed them to stand by the door to continue their memorization and recitation. Since the twins had boldly brought Angelina into his office for refreshments, Douglas felt uneasy about leaving them alone in his quarters. The Weasley brothers shrugged. They had grown indifferent to standing in the corridor to study and recite. Since the last incident, they had taken to wearing heavy clothing and prepared a small contraption, which would finally prove useful this time. After stepping out with them, Douglas walked a few paces forward, then turned back. He extracted a piece of parchment from his pocket and said, "You will remain here obediently. Do not wander about. Do not forget that I possess the Marauder's map. By the way, once you finish your recitation, you need not wait for me. Return to Gryffindor Tower. I shall find you along the way once I see you on the map. Lastly, let me emphasize, do not even think about cheating. You should be aware that there exists a spell capable of reversing events that occurred a few hours prior." After stating this, he departed. As for the spell he mentioned, well, the magical world is vast, and one cannot guarantee knowledge of every enchantment. Conjuring a few to deceive others is certainly plausible. The magical realm does indeed possess a rewind spell, but it is specifically for wands, allowing the replay of previously cast spells. George and Fred watched Douglas's retreating figure, murmuring softly, "Is there truly such a spell? I seem to recall there is a rewind spell, although I am not well acquainted with it." "Ah, George, you are quite knowledgeable. So, should we not bring that along?" Fred interjected. "Professor merely instructed us to come out. He did not specify that we must stand. The Marauder's map can discern whether we are standing or seated." The two then gleefully exchanged high fives in celebration. At that moment, Douglas, still on the stairs, called out, "What are you two up to? Is there not a sound to your studying?" Startled, the Weasley twins hurriedly retrieved their textbooks and began to recite incantations in a hurried manner. Once Douglas departed, each of them produced a relatively thick wooden stick from their waist. With a gentle flick of their wands, the sticks transformed into a trio of interlocking legs forming a stool, the seat crafted from an old bed sheet they had found. They had tested it and found that as long as it wasn't deliberately shaken, it would not topple. This ingenious design was inspired by a cross-legged stool they had seen in Douglas's Muggle home during their last visit, conceived to be both discreet and convenient. Initially, they had contemplated turning this design into a faux wand capable of casting simple fire-starting spells, which could then transform into a stool for sitting beside a campfire. Unfortunately, time had eluded them. During his patrol, Douglas encountered Madame Loris, who was also on her rounds. He produced a small piece of dried fish from his pocket and offered it to her. She took the fish, rubbed against his pant leg, and then sauntered away. If Hogwarts students were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astonished. Madame Loris, who had always kept a watchful eye on the students for Filch, was indulging in playful behavior. Douglas meandered through the castle, urging some classmates to return to their respective houses. Upon reaching a corridor, he glanced around and found it devoid of company. He then took out the Marauder's map and, with a flick of his wand, declared, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." As he scrutinized the ink spots on the map, he muttered softly, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. However, for those students, my actions are certainly not virtuous. Yet, as a professor, I must engage in pursuits befitting my position." He first glanced at the lavatory he had been monitoring, noting no irregularities. The twins remained at the office door, while Filch patrolled the basement. Soon enough, he located his intended targets. "Ah, these two are from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. How unfortunate." Without needing to consult the map, Douglas expertly approached the entrance of the abandoned classroom. He cleared his throat twice to alert the occupants within. Then, he pushed the door open and ignited the long-extinguished candles with a wave of his wand. Bathed in the candlelight, a boy and a girl appeared, their faces flushed. Douglas exhaled in relief, grateful that no inappropriate situation had arisen. He recognized the students. The girl was a 6th year from Gryffindor, and the boy was a 5th year from Ravenclaw. Without a professor's note, they had ventured into the castle for a nighttime escapade. Consequently, both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw would lose 20 points. "I shall report this infraction to Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. What are you still doing here? Hurry back to your houses," he admonished as he watched the two hurriedly flee. Douglas sighed, recalling an incident from his own school days when a 7th-year boy had caused a scandal by getting a 6th-year girl, who was just 2 months shy of turning 17, pregnant. To ascertain the complexities of a witch's pregnancy is no simple task. Thus, despite Hogwarts not expelling the two individuals involved at the time, the 6th-year senior ultimately chose to take a leave of absence to give birth, never to return to complete her unfinished studies. This decision resulted in an extended period during which the night patrols at Hogwarts significantly increased in both number and diligence. Consequently, Douglas, Bill, and Charlie found themselves cornered by two professors in an abandoned classroom during one of their nocturnal escapades, leading to a prolonged confinement. From that point onward, whenever the trio found the opportunity, they would venture out at night, not for any other reason than to uphold the sanctity of Hogwarts. They would employ the Marauder's map to locate the unfortunate couples, with two blocking the entrance while one stealthily summoned Filch. At that time, after the students had confirmed that the disturbances were not the work of Peeves, a tale began circulating from one of the houses about a solitary ghost, cursed to remain single for a millennium, exacting revenge on couples. Naturally, the ghosts of Hogwarts consistently denied the existence of such a specter. In truth, Douglas had long harbored suspicions that the three of them might have been subtly cursed by those couples they had reported. He had overheard the earnest Hufflepuff upperclassmen in the common room discussing ways to curse a ghost. Although many young women had penned love letters to them throughout their years at school, they remained steadfastly single until graduation, in the purest sense of the word. However, the motivation for their nocturnal activities extended beyond merely preserving the purity of Hogwarts. It was also driven by a desire to elevate morning exercises to a formal curriculum at the institution. As an ordinary professor, Douglas lacked the authority to directly compel students to rise early for physical training, yet he could subtly expand the ranks of participants through the imposition of detentions. Grateful for the trust placed in professors by Hogwarts, he was afforded the autonomy to determine the content of these detentions. While he was contemplating the identification of a second couple, he suddenly noticed a solitary moving towards the Forbidden Forest. Recognizing the name associated with it as that of a third-year Hufflepuff student, Douglas furrowed his brow. It was quite late for anyone, particularly a Hufflepuff, to be heading in that direction. Yet, upon observing the dot's trajectory, he felt a sense of relief upon realizing that the destination was not Hagrid's hut. In recent days, Douglas had taken to visiting Hagrid's vicinity during his morning exercises to check on the well-being of the chickens he tended. Hagrid, noticing that Douglas frequently loitered near his hut each morning, though never interrupting his slumber, felt a bit peculiar about being observed while resting, especially by a fellow faculty member. When he observed Douglas casting glances at his chickens, he assumed that Douglas was contemplating preparing a dish of beggar's chicken but was too shy to express it. Thus, Hagrid generously offered to gift Douglas 3 or 4 chickens for that very purpose, but Douglas politely declined. 3 or 4 chickens might be insufficient for your appetite, I suppose. Alas, even the broad-eyed Hagrid has begun to be cautious when it comes to food. Returning to the present moment, the figure before him was swiftly vanishing at the edge of the living map. Douglas hastened towards an open corridor. With a sudden burst of speed, he planted his left foot on the edge of the castle wall and leaped into the air with a long-forgotten technique, the left foot propelling the right into flight. Above Hogwarts Castle, a cry, long absent for 3 years, resonated. Chapter 69. He once aspired to ascend like a crane, yet found himself the one being ridden. Clad in ethereal robes, he soared into the azure sky, free to traverse its vastness. Last night, he awoke from a serene dream, a voice echoing high amidst the colorful clouds. A magnificent adult red-crowned crane surged into the sky above Hogwarts, only to swiftly dive down. Under the moonlight, it resembled a streak of white lightning, landing at the edge of the forbidden forest. Douglas transformed back into his human form, concealing himself behind a tree. Fixating his gaze on a nearby Hufflepuff student, the student noticed a white object descending not far from the edge of the forbidden forest, hesitated momentarily, and then proceeded in another direction. Douglas sighed and stealthily ventured towards that direction within the forest. This was precisely why he preferred not to employ his animagus form at school. His target was simply too conspicuous. Furthermore, transforming into a bird that did not belong to this realm was bound to draw attention. However, such matters were beyond his personal control. The process of becoming an animagus had not been easy for him. It took nearly 3 years of arduous practice before he could successfully transform. The initial step alone required 7 attempts. He had to keep a leaf of mandrake in his mouth for an entire month, from one full moon to the next. Under no circumstances could he swallow or spit it out. Should the leaf leave his mouth, the entire process would need to commence anew. Heaven knows how challenging this endeavor was for a Hufflepuff. The second step resulted in 4 failures. His luck was abysmally poor. On the second full moon, he placed the saliva-soaked leaf into a small, transparent vial, allowing it to absorb the pure moonlight. If the night happened to be overcast, he would have to seek another mandrake leaf and start afresh. Ultimately, on his 7th attempt, he succeeded, leading him to muse upon the magical significance of the number 7 in the Wizarding World. Once the first 2 steps were completed, careful attention to the subsequent steps ensured success. Had he not known that an animagus could remain conscious in Azkaban, avoiding the Dementor's grasp, he might have faltered long ago. After all, Bill had given up after 3 failures, deeming the joy of transforming into an animal not worth the struggle. Charlie abandoned the idea upon realizing that an animagus could not transform into a dragon. During that tumultuous time, Douglas had to remain vigilant against Voldemort's return, knowing that as a Muggle-born wizard, his wand could be easily broken. If he had not resisted and was imprisoned in Azkaban, transforming into an animagus could have ensured that he would not be driven to madness while awaiting Voldemort's downfall. During his time at Hogwarts, he often connected magic with the pursuit of immortality, dreaming of one day transforming his broomstick into a flying sword, turning potions class into alchemy, and creating talismans to subdue malevolent spirits. Upon graduation, he envisioned himself clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal presence as he ascended, eliciting envy from those who devoted themselves to the craft of magic. Perhaps this is why his animagus form manifested as a crane, indeed appearing otherworldly and extraordinary. However, unlike his initial fantasies of immortality, he wished to ride the crane rather than be ridden by it. Ever since Bill jokingly expressed a desire to experience the sensation of flying on a crane as described by Douglas, he refrained from transforming into his animagus form in Bill's presence. Only Bill and Charlie were aware of his animagus form, aside from certain creatures in the Forbidden Forest that did not count as people. While he was lost in thought, a Hufflepuff student had already ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Not far from Douglas's position, the student remained oblivious to his presence. Douglas scrutinized the student, curious about their intentions. The Hufflepuff cautiously crept to the edge of the forest, and even from his concealed position, Douglas could see the student's body trembling in the dim light, muttering incessantly. Upon reaching a spot illuminated by the moonlight, their shaking intensified, as if a ferocious beast lurked ahead. Douglas chuckled to himself. pondering how someone so timid could dare to trespass into the forbidden forest. The student, trembling, managed to cast the Lumos charm 3 times before producing a silver knife. Assessing their distance from the forest's edge, they began to carve symbols into a nearby tree with unsteady hands, all the while prepared to flee as if a monster might emerge from the depths of the forest at any moment. Douglas furrowed his brow, wondering if this was an attempt to convey a message. He silently waited for the student to finish carving. After a series of startled movements, the student fled the forest. Seemingly on the verge of tears, Douglas cautiously observed the scene, casting a disillusionment charm, only to discover that no one else was present. He approached the tree, illuminating his wand to read the inscription, "Patrick Kunze is no coward." Douglas's lips twitched in irritation. After all that waiting, this was what he was shown? He pulled out the Marauders map and noticed that the names of George Weasley, Fred Weasley, Argus Filch, Madame Rosmerta, and Peeves overlapped right outside his office. Quickly, he pursued the student named Patrick Kunze. Due to the student's Hufflepuff affiliation, Douglas chose not to impose immediate penalties or harsh reprimands. Instead, he helped the child, who had been startled by his sudden appearance and had fallen to the ground, to his feet. Douglas had to spend a considerable amount of time comforting him. Once the student had calmed down, he finally learned the reason for the young man's presence in the Forbidden Forest at this hour, which had caused Douglas considerable anxiety. "The professors all look down upon me, but I am truly afraid of the astronomy tower. It is so high that I worry about falling every time I ascend. In fact, I have never managed to fly higher than 10 feet in my flying lessons, and I am also very afraid of the dark. I lack any aptitude for magic and learn far more slowly than others. Originally, the Slytherins bet me, but I declined. Other classmates reassured me, saying it was perfectly fine not to go, that Hufflepuff doesn't care about others' opinions. Yet, Zacharias Smith said that I am just a coward, which tarnished Hufflepuff's honor and left him unable to hold his head high before other houses. For the sake of Hufflepuff's reputation, Douglas, gazing into the student's earnest eyes, chose to believe his words. Of course, he also received a slight assist from the legilimency spell. Although he did not delve into the student's memories, the enchantment allowed him to easily discern the truth of the boy's statements. He did not think the boy would employ a mental block or be more skilled than himself. As for the mentioned Zacharias Smith, a second-year student, Douglas did indeed have a rather unfavorable impression of him. He had often wondered how Mr. Smith had ended up in Hufflepuff and felt inclined to leave a negative review for the Sorting Hat. Ultimately, Douglas regrettably informed the young man, "Mr. Quincy, while I commend your dedication to Hufflepuff's honor, I regret to inform you that I cannot grant you any points for this incident. Your nocturnal excursion into the Forbidden Forest warrants a deduction of 50 points from Hufflepuff. Nevertheless, as a member of Hufflepuff, I am moved by your courage in defending your house's honor. Thus, I shall deduct only 20 points. And Dean Sprout will inform you of the details of your detention in due course." As Douglas escorted him back to the castle, they parted ways in the entrance hall. Douglas looked at him and said, "Mr. Quincy, please refrain from engaging in such foolish acts to prove your bravery in the future. In truth, exercising restraint over those meaningless impulses can also be a form of courage. Additionally, your classmates are correct. Hufflepuff indeed does not concern itself with the judgments of others. There are many paths to uphold the honor of your house. Best of luck." With that, Douglas hurried off toward his office, wondering what mischief might ensue when those four were together, particularly as they were to maintain a mandrake leaf in their mouths for an entire month, from one full moon to the next, never swallowing or spitting it out. Should the leaf leave the mouth, the entire process would have to begin anew. On the second full moon, immerse a leaf saturated with your saliva into a small, transparent vial, allowing it to bask in the pureness of moonlight. Should the night be overcast, one must seek another Mandela leaf and commence anew. Into the vial, add a strand of your hair, a silver teaspoon of dew collected from a location untouched by sunlight or human presence for a full week, and the pupa of a ghost moth. Allow this concoction to rest undisturbed in a quiet, dark place, shielded from prying eyes and disturbances, until the next storm approaches. During the wait for the tempest, at each sunrise and sunset, direct the tip of your wand toward your heart and recite the incantation, Amato, Animo, and Amato, Animagus. The wait for the storm may extend across weeks, months, or even years. Throughout this period, the transparent vial must remain entirely undisturbed and shielded from sunlight, as solar contamination could result in dire mutations. Prior to the arrival of the storm's accompanying lightning, resist the temptation to inspect the potion within the vial. If you persist in reciting the incantation daily at dawn and dusk, there will come a moment when the wand's tip touches your chest, and you will perceive another heartbeat. This heartbeat may occasionally resonate more powerfully than your own, or at times may be feeble. Regardless, this is inconsequential. Each step must be executed meticulously and without deviation. Utter the incantation at the correct time, without error or omission. When lightning illuminates the sky, hasten to the location where you have concealed the transparent vial. If all previous steps have been executed correctly, you will discover a blood-red potion within the vial, approximately enough for a single sip. At this juncture, you must promptly journey to a spacious and secure location, ensuring that the transformation process does not incite chaos or endanger yourself. Direct the wand's tip toward your heart, recite the incantation Amato, Onimo, and Amato, Animagus, and then consume the potion. Should all proceed favorably, you will experience a surge of intense pain and a fierce dual heartbeat. Visions of the animal form you are to assume will emerge in your mind. You must remain resolute. Should you wish to divert your attention and evade the promised transformation, it will be too late. The initial metamorphosis is often quite uncomfortable and terrifying. Clothing and accessories such as glasses or jewelry will meld into your skin, transforming into fur, scales, or talons. Do not resist, do not panic, for to do so may render you susceptible to the instincts of the animal, compelling you to commit foolish acts, such as leaping through a window or charging into a wall. Once the transformation is complete, you should find yourself acclimated to your new form. It is strongly advised that you immediately retrieve your wand and secure it in a safe place for future access upon your return to human form. To revert to your human shape, one typically need only vividly envision their human state in their mind. Even if transformation does not occur immediately, there is no cause for alarm. With repeated practice, you will effortlessly navigate between animal and human forms at will. Seasoned animagi can transform without the use of a wand. Once again, I must emphasize, those without the talents of transformation and potion making should refrain from attempting this. It is a perilous undertaking of human transfiguration. Chapter 70. The Binding Spell of the Celestial Rope. Peeves, I shall certainly expel you from Hogwarts. Professor Filch is bound to be nauseated. Just as Douglas ascended the steps, he heard Filch's hoarse roar. At the same time, he felt exasperated. Why did mentioning his name provoke such a reaction? Soon, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent, causing his complexion to turn ashen. Peeves, this time, no one can hinder me. I, Douglas Holmes, declare it. He cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and cautiously approached the office. As he passed Professor McGonagall's office, Douglas glanced back in confusion. With such a commotion today, Professor McGonagall had yet to emerge, suggesting she was likely absent from her office. Upon rounding the corner, he was met with a peculiar sight. The Weasley twins, armed with sheets acquired from an unknown source, had conjured a makeshift tent-like structure outside the office door, hiding beneath it and murmuring to one another. The sheets dripped with water. Filch, drenched to the bone, stood beside them, yet the Weasley brothers adamantly refused to share a single sheet with him. The trio occasionally retched in unison. Mrs. Norris was huddled in a distant corner. Peeves, brashly akimbo, held a bucket and occasionally ladled out a scoop to douse the three. Whether intentional or not, his aim was consistently off, with most splashes landing squarely on the door of Douglas's office. Witnessing this scene, Douglas felt his blood pressure surge. Before he could draw his wand to ambush Peeves, the house elf, Keen, screamed as he appeared nearby. Oh my, Peeves, what have you done? That is the professor's specially crafted concoction. You must cease at once. Peeves blinked innocently and replied, Guard, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever touch the master's belongings? We have a pact, forbidding any deliberate provocation or attack upon one another. Do not slander me. Oh Garg. I distinctly heard you all declare this concoction foul, spoiled, and moldy. According to the agreement between Professor Moore and me, I am entitled to prioritize the moldy items. The Weasley twins, concealed beneath the sheets, conversed among themselves. Did you hear that? It was conjured by the professor. Good heavens, this stench is worse than dung. What on earth is he attempting to concoct in the kitchen? Hee, I suspect he intends for the entire school to partake. George, do you think that includes us? Fred, regrettably, it seems we are included, but I wonder what this water tastes like. George, I believe Filch would surely know. Filch's expression darkened considerably. Had it not been for the imminent threat, he would have yanked those two rascals from beneath the sheets. With a cold, gravelly voice, slightly hoarse from retching, he declared vehemently, I can hear your chatter, you two little rascals. Soon, I shall inform Mr. Holmes. And I doubt he will let you off lightly for turning his office corridor into this state. The Weasley twins appeared somewhat pallid. They had an unsettling feeling about today's events. After years of familiarity, they recalled that Peeves' accuracy had never been so dismal. Upon his arrival, Peeves claimed it was an act of retaliation against them, yet the majority of the foul water had splattered upon the professor's door. Given their recent struggle to earn points, they were reluctant to add to their burdens. Thus, they initially intended to dodge the spotlight and reclaim their honor at a later time. The majority of the muck hurled at them was obstructed by the bed sheets, enlarged by the enlarging charm. The professor surely wouldn't blame them for failing to guard the entrance, as they were hardly the gatekeepers. The house elf, Chian, wept desperately, shrieking, Ah, that wretched Peeves. What do you know? This is Mr. Holmes' special project. Before he could finish, a furious roar echoed from within the castle, binding ropes of the celestial. Upon hearing this incantation, Peeves exhibited an unexpected reaction, causing the Weasley twins to freeze, taken aback by his panic. Meanwhile, standing off to the side, Filch was elated, waving towards the distant Madame Loris, who, however, refused to return to his embrace. Regardless of the half-bucket of foul water still in his possession, Peeves flung it forward, intending to vanish into the walls. However, they were seasoned adversaries. Familiarity breeds understanding. Before Peeves could escape, a silver, semi-transparent rope, crackling with sparks, materialized beside him. It ensnared Peeves from head to toe, twisting him into a peach-like shape with the binding technique. The more he struggled, the tighter the ropes became. Due to the peculiar nature of the rope, Peeves emitted agonizing cries throughout the ordeal. The hat he had won in 1876 from then-headmaster Professor Euphrasia Moore, crafted by Madame Pomfrey, fell into the air, caught by the house elf Chian, along with the half-bucket of foul water. Peeves wailed, "Oh, wretched spirit slayer. The professor must save me. You deceitful devil, you violated our agreement. Release me, or the contract magic will torment you." As Peeves' cries echoed, a few ghosts began to drift closer, most of them casting disapproving glances at Douglas. Particularly, the Slytherin ghost, Bloody Baron, brandished the chains in his hand, glaring at Douglas. The Ravenclaw ghost, the Grey Lady, looked down upon the scene with a cold demeanor, clearly displeased with both Peeves and Douglas. The ghost of Sir Nicholas from Gryffindor and the ghost of the Fat Friar from Hufflepuff, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, floated over to the agitated Peeves. Sir Nicholas cast a glance at Douglas, who was comforting the house elf, then shot an admonishing look at Peeves and adjusted his somewhat askew head, reproaching him. "Peeves, do not forget that you have a non-aggression pact. You are compelling him to release that object again, which benefits no one." The typically amiable Fat Friar, who had often defended Peeves, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Peeves, I can no longer assist you this time. Do remember that the terms of the contract apply to you as well." Peeves ceased his struggles, recalling from past experiences that the more he wriggled, the tighter the bindings became. However, this time the ropes felt notably different. In addition to a searing heat, there was an undeniable pain. He blinked his wicked yet lively eyes, feigning a pitiful demeanor as he declared, "I have not violated the agreement. I was merely targeting those two mischief-makers below and Filch, who just happened to be there. Oh dear, you must help me get free. Today it is I who is bound, but tomorrow he could bind all the ghosts of Hogwarts. I can sense that these ropes have changed. They even inflict harm upon me. Oh, woe is me." The Fat Friar glanced at the other ghosts, then back at Sir Nicholas before drifting over to Douglas, offering an awkward smile. "Douglas, it has been a while. Congratulations on becoming a professor. Pomona was genuinely thrilled for you, and I am pleased for Hufflepuff as well." Douglas accepted Peeves' hat from the house elf, Chien, instructing him to dispose of the remaining brine. Upon seeing the Fat Friar approach, Douglas smiled warmly, a sincere expression reflecting the gratitude he felt. After all, following that incident, the Fat Friar had tirelessly defended him among the spirits, clarifying that Douglas was not to blame, which had alleviated the intense animosity the other ghosts harbored. Nevertheless, the spirits still preferred to keep their distance from Douglas. Upon his return to Hogwarts, the ghosts instinctively maintained their distance, evading him whenever he was near. Even the supportive Fat Friar had to offer a distant, awkward smile. Douglas surmised that the ghosts must have convened once again, to spare the Fat Friar any discomfort. He refrained from seeking him out. "Friar, it has been too long. How have you fared at Hogwarts these past years?" Douglas inquired, deliberately surveying the nearly 100 ghosts gathered around them. The Fat Friar quickly replied, "Of course, I have been well. I mean, I am a ghost. I have always been this way. You should hasten to untie Peeves. As you know, everyone finds him quite disagreeable. However, for you, there remains a lingering sense of fear among everyone, especially when you once again exhibit such abilities before them. They are merely a group of individuals who fear death. Even in death, they continue to harbor that same fear." Upon this reflection, the chubby monk's gaze inadvertently darkened with a hint of confusion and despondency. Chapter 71, The Banishment Charm for the Peeves. The monk's voice was not loud, yet numerous specters caught wind of his words. Some of the spirits revealed sorrow in their eyes. Douglas sighed, uncertain how to console them. The realms of the living and the dead are distinctly separate, and he could not even offer the simplest of embraces. He turned to Peeves, who had been bound into a ball and was still wailing. "Peeves, I believe I mentioned that my personal belongings in the kitchen are off-limits to you." Peeves retorted defiantly, "I didn't touch them. Those are worthless things. Stinky things. According to the agreement, I am allowed to." Douglas snorted in disdain. "Humph. That is the stinky tofu marinade I painstakingly crafted to create a culinary delight. All the kitchen spirits know I dedicate time each day to magically enhance it. Just as it was nearing completion, you went and ruined it, rendering my efforts futile. And now you have deliberately spilled it at my office door. Let it be known, I am a professor at Hogwarts, not a student." His final statement was directed toward the surrounding spirits. Peeves bullying students and provoking a professor are entirely different matters. Peeves defended himself. "I didn't do it on purpose. I was targeting those two little brats. You broke the agreement and attacked me. I shall report you to the head professor. Filch shouted in a raspy voice. Professor Holmes. Do not believe his nonsense. Quickly use the banishment charm on Peeves. As soon as he spoke, all eyes, specters, turned to Filch. The ghosts glared at him, and the castle erupted in a cacophony of angry wails. Be quiet, you wretched creature. The spirits then cautiously looked toward Douglas, many of their expressions tinged with a plea, fearing that Douglas might side with Filch. Faced with the furious shouts of hundreds of spirits, Filch felt the temperature around him plummet. The foul water dripping from him seemed to show signs of freezing. The Weasley twins, who had been peering from beneath a bed sheet, shivered involuntarily. They dared not utter a sound, fearing to attract the professor's attention and be expelled. After all, it was a rare opportunity to witness such a grand spectacle. They had previously been curious about the relationship between the professor and Peeves. Now, they discovered something even more significant. It appeared that the Hogwarts ghosts harbored animosity toward the professor. No wonder students had inquired about Professor Holmes' reputation within the school, only to find the ghosts deftly changing the subject or making excuses to leave, leading everyone to believe they were simply unwilling to speak of a current professor behind their back. At that moment, the Weasley twins felt that being confined in Professor Holmes's office was far more entertaining than a midnight escapade. Behold what we have heard, an agreement forged between the mischievous poltergeist and the esteemed professor, marked by an absence of provocation. The binding spell, an extraordinary enchantment, has the potential to ensnare the poltergeist as if it were but a peach. And then there is the exorcism charm for the poltergeist. How remarkable it seems. Though I must confess I have only just encountered it. Douglas cast a bewildered glance at Filch, as if to say, you must be jesting. It appeared he was intent on ensuring the spirits did not forget that particular matter. He turned again to the poltergeist. Who would have thought that the poltergeist could outsmart us, finding a loophole in the agreement? Unintentional provocation, the poltergeist retorted. As long as I am not deliberately instigating, it cannot be deemed provocation. Look at that splendid justification. The poltergeist declared with a hint of pride. In any case, I have not breached the agreement. The contract has not rebounded upon me. Douglas, his eyes filled with disdain, replied, Poltergeist, perhaps you failed to scrutinize the agreement closely. It stipulates that during your tenure as a student, you must not engage in conflict with the poltergeist and are forbidden from transferring or selling the exorcism charm or any similar products or spells to others. Regrettably, I must inform you that upon my graduation, the agreement has become void. He had anticipated the poltergeist's cleverness long before it was conceived. Even Dumbledore, the creator and guarantor of the contract, had not perceived anything amiss at the time. The poltergeist was momentarily taken aback before lamenting in anguish, devilish deceiver. The Weasley twins, overhearing this revelation, were struck dumb, suddenly feeling inadequate. Why had they not achieved such brilliance during their own student days? In contrast to the poltergeist's fury, the spirits were the most alarmed. The dissolution of the agreement implied that the exorcism charm could very well resurface at Hogwarts. For the poltergeist, it merely meant confinement. However, for the spirits, it posed genuine harm. The spirits harbored animosity towards Douglas because he had invented something capable of inflicting damage upon them without resorting to formidable dark magic. Douglas had produced numerous exorcism charms for sale within the school. Initially, students purchased them merely to counteract the poltergeist's torment. Yet, unbeknownst to them, one ingenious individual had cast the exorcism charm upon moaning Myrtle, leading to her being trapped in the corridor outside the restroom, wailing and weeping incessantly. That day, it was as if Hogwarts students had stumbled upon a new world, resulting in various spirits suffering varying degrees of harm within a single day. Ultimately, the headmaster intervened to prohibit such charms after some bright spark unleashed the spell upon Professor Binns, the ghost who had served Hogwarts for a millennium. This incident caused Professor Binns' transparency to diminish by a notable degree, leading to the unprecedented suspension of History of Magic classes for a month due to the professor's personal circumstances. Principal Dumbledore personally intervened, commanding Douglas to cease the sale of an item capable of inflicting harm upon ghosts. Douglas promptly acquiesced and proposed a treaty for peaceful coexistence with Peeves. From that moment forth, the school's specters developed an acute fear of Douglas, a sentiment that gradually morphed into animosity. In the words of Sir Nicholas, ghosts are but a collection of souls terrified by death, lacking the courage to proceed onward. They become mere imprints upon the tangible realm, choosing this most meager of existences to persist. Not all ghosts arise from a fear of death. Those who become ghosts were once wizards, possessing the choice of their spectral fate, while others linger for various reasons. One fateful day, when ordinary wizards were able to inflict harm upon ghosts, panic ensued among them. Douglas's tenure at the school marked a time of great discomfort for the specters. They awaited his graduation with bated breath, yet 3 years hence, Douglas returned unexpectedly. They could only feign ignorance, pretending not to see one another, resolved to endure the year in silence. Until today, They discovered each other once more within the school, wielding powers that could harm them, and informing them that their previous accord had lapsed. Although not aimed specifically at them, it nonetheless instilled a sense of unease and dread. Many ghosts began to question the safety of Hogwarts, contemplating whether to flee for a year and return later. Yet, they were engulfed in uncertainty. Where else could they possibly go besides Hogwarts? The twins exchanged glances from beneath their sheets. What talent? What experience? Peeves had them all in a tizzy. Our trifling failures pale in comparison. Suddenly, George whispered, Fred, do you think that rule against casting spells at ghosts might be related to the professors? George, look at those ghosts. They might as well have that rule tattooed on their foreheads, urging the professors to recite it word for word. Douglas distinctly sensed a drop in the overall ambience of Hogwarts, influenced by the ghost's presence. Resigned, he addressed the fat friar, and by extension all the ghosts. Friar, I am a professor at Hogwarts, an integral part of this institution. I assure you, as a Hogwarts professor, no student shall possess any spells of my creation, including the professors themselves. Furthermore, I pledge that during my tenure, I shall not unleash this spell upon any ghost, save for Peeves. You see, it was merely an unfortunate accident. The fat friar nodded, murmuring, I understand. Thus I have always told them that you have never targeted the ghosts. Only Peeves, in a cacophony of wails, cried, why not? After hearing Douglas's assurances, the other ghosts found themselves at a loss. The initiative lay firmly in the hands of the professor. Since he could guarantee their safety in his capacity as a professor, they had no choice but to trust him. It was hardly feasible to compel him to take a magical vow, forbidding him from teaching this spell to the students. Though they were eager to do so, alas, they were no saints. It was all the fault of Peeves, who, fully aware of his inability to prevail, still chose to provoke. How deserving of his fate. At that moment, from the staircase at the end of the corridor, a chilling voice echoed, locking tongue, sealing throat. A spell shot towards Peeves, and in an instant, his wails were abruptly silenced. The newcomer sneered disdainfully at Douglas, saying, Professor Holmes, is this the result of your nightly patrols? A gathering of over 100 ghosts? It's positively more boisterous than your nocturnal escapades during your school days. On May 20th, 1986, a classmate had employed this spell against a ghost present in the school, ultimately leading to Professor Binns, the ghostly teacher, being compelled to suspend classes. Following opposition from the ghostly community, a secret pact was established, rendering the spell obsolete at Hogwarts. Only Mr. Filch retained 3 expired spell sheets, hoping that one day he could use them to frighten Peeves away. Speculations regarding why ordinary spells fail to affect ghosts suggest that wizards have always regarded ghosts as part of humanity, acknowledging their limitations and interfering with the material world. Thus, wizards have never contemplated researching the efficacy of ordinary spells against ghosts. However, certain advanced dark magic can inflict harm upon them. As referenced, 1. Newt Scamander noted in his writings that ghosts oppose being classified as human, viewing such a categorization as a bias implying they are no longer relevant. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic established a separate classification for them, creating a ghost office. 2. Professor Snape recorded multiple dark spells capable of affecting incorporeal beings in his advanced potion-making textbook. Chapter 72, Weasley Twins. Is gossip more important than life and death? Douglas observed Professor Snape approaching, smirking slightly, as if to say that inventing a silencing charm was child's play. Yet, he soon realized that only Professors Sprout and Snape were present. A frown creased his brow as he wondered what significant event warranted the absence of both the headmaster and deputy headmaster. Otherwise, such a commotion would have surely summoned Dumbledore. As Professor Sprout hastened towards him, she instinctively covered her nose. Douglas, what on earth is happening? What are all these? Is this the doing of Peeves? Fat Friar, why are all the ghosts here? Before anyone could respond, she noticed Filch, trembling yet visibly thrilled, staring intently at Peeves. Oh dear, Argus, what has happened to you? I suggest you hurry back and take a bath. The odor is quite distinctive. And what is that? The 2 individuals who had been hiding beneath a blanket suddenly felt the attention of others upon them, feeling a sense of relief. They quickly emerged from their concealment. Professor, it's us. Professor, we didn't do this. Indeed, George has not retaliated, as they are under detention. Professor, Fred has also been evading, for they do not wish to lose points. Professor Sprout looked taken aback and remarked, Certainly, I commend you for your efforts. Your confinement has concluded today. I kindly request the 2 Mr. Weasleys to accompany Mr. Filch back to his quarters, and then return to Gryffindor. It has truly descended into chaos here. With that, he proceeded to clean the water stains from the floor with a spell. George and Fred immediately objected, saying, Professor, we believe we cannot depart just yet. Our confinement's terms remain unfulfilled. We were interrupted by Peeves. We are well aware of the entire sequence of events. George and Fred were reluctant to leave at this moment, convinced that now was the climax of the entire tale. Departing would indeed be a lifelong regret. Filch, with a peculiar smile, also declined, stating, "Of course. We shall not leave. I must observe Peeves in this state and imprint it vividly in my memory. The last time I witnessed such a scene was many years ago." Snape revealed a hint of mockery on his face, engaging with Peeves, resulting in chaos before the professor's office. "I regret to inform you both, Mr. Weasley, that 30 points will be deducted from each of you." Haha. The representative gem of Gryffindor in the house cup clattered down. The Weasley twins lamented in agony. "No, Professor, it was Peeves who attacked us. We were completely defenseless." Douglas scoffed. "In the face of an adversary, one must maintain composure, refrain from impulsivity, and avert more severe consequences. Mr. Weasley, 60 points are awarded to Gryffindor." The representative gem of Gryffindor soared back up. Snape's smile appeared increasingly bizarre. As members of Gryffindor, you have learned to evade when confronted by foes, thus losing the courage emblematic of your house. Mr. Weasley, you bring shame to Gryffindor. 20 points will be deducted from each of you." The representative gem of Gryffindor fell once more. Douglas, unperturbed, declared, "During the fiercest onslaught of the enemy, one must remember the teacher's lessons and steadfastly hold one's position. This is also the valor of Gryffindor." The Weasley twins were awarded 40 points for Gryffindor. The representative gem once again ascended. George and Fred were in utter despair, regretting their earlier decision to remain. They had insisted on witnessing the so-called grand performance, unaware that the professor's drama would ultimately ensnare them. The ghosts, in harmonious coordination, concealed themselves in various corners, peeking from ceilings and walls to relish the spectacle. Had it not been for the ghastly expressions of Sir Nicholas and Bloodied Barrow, some ghosts might have even placed bets on whether Gryffindor would gain or lose points. The hourglass of the house cup beside the entrance seemed to express its discontent. "What do you take me for? Coming and going, and dwindling in number. It would be refreshing to have a clear decision on deduction or addition of points. You are wearing me thin." I refer to the ruby. As Professor Sprout hesitated, contemplating whether or not to intervene between the two, a piercing scream from Filch commanded everyone's attention. Peeves. Instantly, the crowd's gaze converged upon the poltergeist. They witnessed the ropes binding Peeves first becoming translucent, then with a resounding pop, vanishing entirely. Following this, Peeves joyfully exclaimed, "That hurts so good," before swiftly disappearing from sight. Snape and Douglas exchanged bewildered, yet mocking glances. "Is that all? In such a short span, Peeves has learned to speak." They scoffed. How can one claim to be the bane of Peeves and still qualify as a professor of defense against the dark arts? Professor Sprout seemed to discern the sparks of amusement in their eyes. Frowning slightly, she instructed the portly monk to usher the ghosts away. Turning to the Weasley twins and Filch, she urged, "You all should leave now." At that moment, the Weasley twins were eager for any excuse to depart. After all, watching the spectacle came at a cost. They feared that lingering any longer might lead to Professor McGonagall's wrath upon discovering the state of the house cup hourglass the following day. Filch, gazing forlornly in the direction of Peeves' disappearance, wore a woeful expression that was accentuated by his damp hair, just as the Weasley twins took off running. Snape's icy voice rang out once more. "In the presence of a professor, you ought to greet with respect." 10 points from Gryffindor. The twins were on the verge of tears, pondering what they had done wrong. They froze mid-step, forcing a few feeble smiles before turning back, gritting their teeth as they said, "Good night, Professor Snape. Wishing you sweet dreams." "Indeed, Professor, it shall be a delightful dream." Professor Sprout could no longer bear the scene and interjected, "You two should hurry back and wash up. Severus, they have endured enough. Do not frighten the children any further." Snape's expression hardened as he mockingly addressed Douglas. "I fail to understand your intentions in concocting such a foul-smelling brew. In the kitchen, no less. It is incomprehensible that one who can brew potions into exquisite broths would create such a revolting substance. I recall someone stating that the skills required in cooking, when pursued to perfection, are not inferior to potion-making. How amusing it appears that this is not the case." Douglas grimaced, thinking to himself that Snape had surely arrived long ago, deliberately making a late entrance to witness his humiliation before the ghosts. At that moment, the Weasley twins found themselves reluctant to leave. They slowed their pace, hoping to glean more juicy gossip. Chapter 73, The Agony of Working Alongside One's Professor. Hearing Snape's scornful remarks, Douglas felt a surge of maturity. After all, he was a professor and had certainly grown in stature. "Oh, Professor Snape, you fail to appreciate the exquisite delight of fine cuisine. Do not be deceived by the odor of the marinated tofu. The resulting dish is astonishingly tender and fragrant. By the way, my potion exam is." Upon hearing that this foul liquid was intended for the creation of a new delicacy, Professor Sprout's eyes brightened with intrigue. Just as she was about to inquire further, Professor Snape interjected with a mocking tone, Is it a goblin that helps you in your examinations? Someone who confuses a horcrump with a mushroom? My goodness. Who knows how long Snape has been holding that remark in, but today it has finally emerged. How refreshing. A horclump is a plump pink mushroom-like creature covered in black bristles, a favorite delicacy of goblins, and its juice is used in potion making. Professor Sprout, hearing this for the first time, instinctively patted her forehead. It was indeed very much in line with Douglas's character. However, Douglas was not pleased and retorted, "One should not air their dirty laundry. Snape, you've crossed the line." But what could he say? For the sake of world peace, for the harmony of the magical realm, and for the tranquility of Hogwarts, Douglas suppressed his urge to retort. Instead, he murmured, "My potion exam was a disaster." Snape scoffed dismissively. Some individuals cannot even distinguish horseradish from a radish. To think they could pass an exam is simply ludicrous. Douglas was incensed. This incident had occurred many years ago. Was it not merely a moment of curiosity when he had asked, "Professor, what variety of radish is this?" At the time he had encountered horseradish for the first time. Prior to that, he had only tasted horseradish sauce and had never seen the root itself. Douglas's lips twitched. He suddenly found himself reluctant to be colleagues with a former teacher. It was exhausting, especially since Professor Sprout added with a hint of malice, "Severus. This child has not made such mistakes for the first time. He nearly mistook the hemlock in the greenhouse for an ordinary vegetable." It seemed he could not resist the temptation to touch anything that resembled food. Douglas quickly coughed, recalling that everyone makes foolish mistakes in their youth. Moreover, since that incident, he had diligently memorized all the botanical classifications in the magical world, fearing he might accidentally consume something harmful. "Ah, professors, did you not come to ascertain what transpired?" Professor Sprout shrugged. "Oh, there's nothing to understand. Everyone is aware of your little escapade with Peeves. However, you must be cautious. Those ghosts are rather pitiable." Snape snorted coldly before adding with a sinister grin, "I have already sent a message to Dumbledore. When he returns, you shall explain yourself. I sincerely hope he expels you. How can someone who only concocts foolish potions possibly be a good professor?" With that, Snape turned to leave. Douglas, feeling indignant, protested, "My potion exam was a disaster. I am the defense against the dark arts professor." Snape paused momentarily and then, addressing the Weasley twins, who were shuffling awkwardly, remarked icily, "Is there a swamp curse in the corridor? Or have your brains been consumed by goblins, rendering you incapable of walking? Do you require me to toss you back to Gryffindor Tower?" The method for expelling goblins. After capturing a goblin, one spins it around in circles until it becomes dizzy, then tosses it over the garden wall, effectively banishing it from the garden. Upon hearing Snape's words, the Weasley twins dashed back to the Gryffindor common room with legs that seemed to have been fitted with motors. Professor Sprout shrugged helplessly. After all, they were her students. What could she say? "Douglas, although Peeves has ruined your work, do not be disheartened. Create another. I eagerly anticipate what delectable tofu you will conjure from this foul water." As Professor Sprout yawned and prepared to leave, Douglas inquired curiously, "Is something amiss? Why are both the headmaster and Professor McGonagall absent from the school?" Professor Sprout shook her head. "I am uncertain. The headmaster has been away for over a week. A letter arrived this afternoon summoning Minerva and Phileas as well. Do not worry. It should not concern the school. Furthermore, this incident will not result in your expulsion. It is not your fault. I will speak to Albus about it." Douglas felt a sense of relief. He had feared something grave had transpired in the magical realm. His greatest worry was that if the diary had not been secured within the school, it might fall into the hands of a dark wizard, allowing Voldemort's Horcrux to resurrect prematurely. At that moment, he regretted not having instructed Lucius to hand the diary to Ginny and then retrieve it himself, thus avoiding the current predicament of searching like a needle in a haystack. However, if Dumbledore was dealing with matters related to Voldemort, it was likely he would choose to take Snape with him. The fact that Snape remained at the school suggested that this issue was unrelated to Voldemort. While he was lost in thought, Professor Sprout, who had already departed, suddenly turned back and said, "Douglas, do not allow your relationship with Severus to become too strained. From what I gather, he actually holds you in high regard. I have often heard students remark that Severus frequently claims that even the one who only knows how to brew potions in a cauldron does better than you all. However, ever since your arrival at the school, he has ceased to mention it. Oh, and there is a secret I learned from the house elf in the kitchen. Severus has recently been seen watching them prepare food during cooking hours, and he only observes the methods you taught for handling ingredients. You see, you must still have plenty of topics to discuss." After offering him an encouraging look, Professor Sprout departed. A smile crept onto Douglas's lips. It seemed Snape had indeed taken notice of the contents at the back of the book he had gifted him. That was a bespoke treasure he had crafted for him. During his time at school, he had discovered a significant characteristic of the potions class at Hogwarts: opulence. Indeed, it was opulence. To have someone who had never handled any materials before begin practicing with those potion ingredients, which included many precious materials, was simply extravagant. Oh, potions class was truly a display of wealth. During his school days, he did not harbor any aversion towards this extravagant style. After all, many of the ingredients in potion making were indeed edible, as long as he could withstand Professor Snape's acerbic tongue, even if he failed to brew the potion correctly. he could still gather a wealth of ingredients. He also discovered that the methods of handling various ingredients in potion class bore a striking resemblance to the preparation techniques of traditional Eastern cuisine, ing, steeping, and simmering, among others. Additionally, he learned to control both gentle and fierce flames, patiently awaiting the fragrant aromas wafting from the cauldron. Of course, not every potion brewed resulted in a delightful scent, which accounted for why he occasionally unwittingly transformed his potions into broths. Compared to the failures of his peers, he considered himself rather accomplished, as not every student's failed potion remained consumable. Particularly, Professor Snape often compelled students to taste their own concoctions. Hence, having a potion that was still edible was a distinct advantage. Digressing, he infused his writings with personal insights, hoping to persuade Snape to implement reforms in potion class. For instance, he suggested substituting a plethora of ingredients for certain similar components, allowing students to first practice their skills in handling both ingredients and medicinal herbs. Or perhaps they could learn to concoct various broths, honing their ability to control the flame. Ultimately, such measures would reduce the wastage of ingredients in potion class, thereby decreasing the associated costs. By using ingredients instead, the kitchen staff would need to procure more supplies, and the funding for these purchases was arranged through Hufflepuff. Thus, would it not follow that Hufflepuff's budget might increase as a result? He vividly recalled the time when he was preparing to graduate. Professor Sprout discreetly summoned impoverished Muggle-born or orphaned wizards among the Hufflepuff graduates to her office, inquiring if they needed assistance and offering them a sum to cover their basic living expenses in the magical world. It was then that Douglas learned that the professor routinely did this each year, distributing a substantial amount of money that nearly constituted half of her annual salary, given that Hufflepuff had the largest number of students among the four houses. Simultaneously, she would refuse to allow those who had just secured their livelihoods to return the funds. In her words, "I would much prefer to see these galleons help you lead a fulfilling life. That would be my greatest reward." There were indeed some well-off individuals who donated generously to Hufflepuff through the school board. However, it was nearly unheard of for a Muggle-born wizard like Douglas to accumulate a significant sum in just a few years. Therefore, when he proposed donating a broomstick valued at over 10,000 galleons, Professor Sprout did not refuse, knowing that Douglas was not one to engage in ostentation. Ultimately, they were all working towards the honor of Hufflepuff. Chapter 74, Gryffindor's Exclusive Spotlight. The Weasley twins hurriedly dashed into the Gryffindor common room, panting heavily as they squeezed through the entrance. Upon entering, they found that no one seemed to pay them any mind. At this hour, the common room was still bustling with activity. It appears that Hermione is instructing the first-year students on spells. The second and third-year students are fervently engaged in discussions. Some upperclassmen have a towering stack of books before them, poring over parchment as if searching for information. Scanning the room, I finally spot their classmates, huddled in a corner, chattering animatedly about something. At that moment, their friend Lee Jordan noticed them, excitedly tossing his wild mane of hair and waving. However, he was quickly silenced by a sharp glance from Angelina, who obediently raised her copy of Potions class safety guidelines to shield her face, peering through the parchment's creases to make faces at the twins. The Weasley twins, for the first time, felt a strong sense of Ravenclaw energy within Gryffindor. They linked arms and exclaimed, "Hey, mates, would you like to hear about our adventures tonight?" "Oh, I doubt they wish to hear the tale of the Banshee banishing spell." Fred chimed in, "George, do you think Professor Flitwick's binding charm, which can tie a banshee into a peach, should be called the Banshee to Peach spell? What are you saying?" "George, good heavens, did the Banshee actually sign a non-aggression pact with Professor Flitwick?" "Fred, you are remarkable. Facing hundreds of ghosts alongside your brother." The attention of the crowd was successfully drawn to the two. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the common room. Many students instinctively turned their gazes towards second-year Simeon Finnegan. He hurriedly raised his book, exclaiming in panic, "It wasn't me. I was studying. I didn't use my wand." The others regarded him with skepticism. Meanwhile, Ginny, practicing the freezing charm, complained to her twin brothers, "It was me. You scared me, and I accidentally shattered a teapot into pieces. If you share the stories you were just telling, I want to tell Mom that you frightened me." The others shifted their focus back to the Weasley twins. Unlike the excitement of the younger students, the seventh years appeared somewhat bewildered, vaguely recalling the Banshee banishing spell mentioned by the Weasley brothers. A seemingly enlightened seventh-year girl remarked in confusion, "The Banshee banishing spell? Isn't that a hoax? I remember when I first entered Hogwarts. An upperclassman cast a spell with a piece of yellow paper, but it had no effect." Others regarded her with curiosity. At that moment, it seemed that the other seventh-year students had their memories jogged as well, echoing her sentiments. The Banshee banishing incident occurred in late May 1986, and this seventh-year class entered Hogwarts in September 1986, thus they did not experience the event. Moreover, since the incident lasted only a few days and was prohibited from being discussed after the unexpected event on May 20th, it had faded from memory. Just then, Ginny stepped forward, suddenly covering her nose. Have you been hit by a dung bomb? Why does it smell so foul? Upon hearing this, the Weasley twins proudly exclaimed, "Uh-huh. You may not be aware of this, but it is the exclusive secret of Professor Holmes. Stinky tofu. I believe that's how it is referred to, right, Fred?" "Indeed. I can assure you." Others, driven by curiosity, approached to take a whiff, nearly retching at the pungent odor. The original stinky tofu brine, if expertly concocted, can indeed possess a formidable aroma. My father once sold stinky tofu snacks for a decade, with the brine prepared in our own home. Eventually, the Weasley twins found themselves persuaded by the crowd to stand beneath a window where they could relay their tale from a distance. As they narrated, questions arose from below. Hermione, furrowing her brow after listening, remarked, "According to your account, this matter seems quite significant. Yet why is it that the latest edition of Hogwarts, a history, fails to mention it? The newest version discusses Harry's enrollment last year and his sorting into Gryffindor, as well as the failed expulsion of Peeves in 1876 and the agreement made with him. However, not a single mention of what you describe appears in the text." Ron, upon hearing Hermione reference Harry in the latest Hogwarts, a history, glanced over at Colin, then nudged Harry beside him. Harry turned to follow Ron's gaze. Startled by Colin's fervent stare, he feared Colin might suddenly exclaim, "Oh, Harry, could you turn to that page for a photo?" The group began to speculate on the authenticity of the twins' tale. Most believed it to be true, provided the Weasley brothers were not fabricating stories to amuse themselves. It wasn't that they doubted the twins. Rather, the account seemed too fantastical. Confirming with Professor Holmes? What a jest! Did they think their assignments were insufficiently challenging? As for Professor Snape, that seemed even less likely unless someone believed Gryffindor's points were already ample. Professor Sprout, however, might be a possibility, as discussions erupted about which year would have herbology class the following day. At that moment, someone excitedly exclaimed, according to George and Fred, "The professors assured the ghosts that similar runes would not reappear, but they did not say we couldn't learn that spell to bind Peeves like a peach." Instantly, the room erupted with enthusiasm. Peeves ranked second on Hogwarts' most detested list, with even Filch relegated to third. If they were to master that spell, they could transform Peeves into a peach daily, and some had even concocted plans to hang Peeves from the central chandelier of the Great Hall, pelting him with moldy bread. Hitting him would earn 10 points. A blow to the head would yield 20. Just then, Sir Nicholas, the resident ghost of Gryffindor, drifted through the wall and materialized before the crowd. His sudden appearance was akin to a powerful silencing charm, instantly quieting the common room. Everyone stared at Sir Nicholas, causing him to flinch, his head nearly falling from his neck. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, posthumously referred to as nearly headless Nick, met his demise due to a dull axe. As the executioner struggled to locate a whetstone, it took 45 strikes before his head was nearly severed. Swiftly, he adjusted his head and beheld the Weasley twins standing by the window. In that moment, he felt an ominous premonition, one that did not require Professor Sybil's divination skills to discern. As anticipated, students began to inquire, "My lord, could you enlighten us about the occurrences between the ghost and Professor Holmes? Is it true, Nick, as George suggested, that Professor Holmes possesses the power to harm ghosts? Is the banishing charm truly effective? It must be true. Professor Holmes is such a remarkable individual, undoubtedly powerful." Ron fervently defended Professor Holmes against the skeptics. Chapter 75, The Ghostly Banquet Made Possible by Harry. Upon hearing the students' questions, Sir Nicholas felt as though his head, barely attached, was on the verge of exploding. Were it not for his status as Gryffindor's resident ghost, he would have certainly fled. Ultimately, he floated to the ceiling to steady his head and roared for silence. "All right, one at a time," he commanded. "That matter between the professor and Peeves is private. I do not wish to gossip about the professor. It is true, but fortunately, Professor Holmes has assured everyone that such occurrences will not reappear at Hogwarts. The binding charm, I believe, is an exceptionally powerful magic, though regrettably, it is not dark magic. Otherwise, I would say you could not learn it, nor would I advise you to pursue it." With these somewhat perfunctory remarks, Sir Nicholas managed to quell the students' inquiries. Finally, he posed a request. "I am delighted to answer your many questions. However, I have a matter that requires your assistance. I mean participation in this year's Halloween festivities, for the ghost will host a separate banquet. Ghosts from across the nation will gather that day, primarily to celebrate the 500th anniversary of my passing. A truly special occasion. Will you all join us?" After expressing his hopes with eager eyes, the students responded enthusiastically, raising their hands in agreement. At that moment, one student inquired, "Will the ghostly banquet feature exquisite dishes like those in the Great Hall?" Sir Nicholas appeared visibly perturbed by the question, retorting, "No, not in the slightest. It will be merely a cold, dark, ordinary underground classroom. One cannot expect ghosts to indulge in delectable cuisine." Instantly, the students' enthusiasm waned, and they expressed their reluctance to attend, suggesting they would reconsider later. Meanwhile, someone observed the Weasley twins departing towards their dormitory. "Goodness, George and the others are off to take a bath. I must hurry ahead of them, lest their scent permeates the air. The other students quickly realized the urgency, casting aside their textbooks and sprinting towards the dormitory. In an instant, the common room was left with only a few individuals, primarily the prefects, who had access to a private bathroom. Hermione busily organized everyone's textbooks to prevent any chaos come morning, while lamenting, George and Fred cannot enter the girls' bath. So why are the girls so agitated? Why didn't you two go? Ron shrugged nonchalantly. The boys' bath isn't spacious either. We usually take turns. Trust me, soon enough, many will emerge. Harry muttered to himself. Are they really going to bathe? They had just heard nearly headless Sir Nicholas' tale, yet were reluctant to accept the invitation to a place where no living soul wished to venture. They sought an excuse to evade it. Suddenly, Harry pondered a question. Why was he still there? He glanced at Hermione, who was tidying up, and at Ron, who was peering at others' half-finished assignments. Then he turned to see Sir Nicholas approaching, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. He nearly dropped the book in fright. Harry, I sincerely apologize for my earlier demeanor. You see, organizing this ghostly banquet is no small feat. Dumbledore graciously agreed to lend us a basement classroom, yet securing it from a certain professor has proven challenging. We truly feel remiss in requesting provisions for the living to entertain you. However, I believe this will present a rare spectacle for you. Imagine, all the ghosts of England. Harry, upon witnessing Sir Nicholas's pleading expression, felt his heart soften. All right, Nick, I suppose I shall attend, and I believe Ron and Hermione will join as well. An extraordinary banquet like this will surely be unforgettable. Do not be disheartened. Upon hearing Harry's response, Sir Nicholas beamed with joy, a hint of rosy hue gracing his pearlescent visage. Meanwhile, Ron was in a race with Hermione, eager to glimpse a few more assignments before she could gather them all. Blissfully unaware that Harry's momentary compassion and curiosity had inadvertently promised their Halloween engagement to the ghost, Sir Nicholas exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you ever so much. You know, we were contemplating canceling the banquet, after all. Truly, I am grateful. I shall share this delightful news with the others, and see if the fat friar has found anyone yet." With that, he vanished into the depths below. Harry stood bewildered. What did he mean by only I know? It sounded as though my agreement was the reason the banquet would proceed. Was it for my 500th anniversary? Why are there still ghosts seeking companions? I thought I was a unique case. On Saturday morning, Douglas dressed himself meticulously, donning an ensemble that was both distinctly retro and elegantly refined. Then, he set off towards Hogsmeade Village. For this interview, he had postponed the fifth-year practical test scheduled for this morning until tomorrow. As he made his way to Hogsmeade, a group of students gathered around him. Although most were unaware of Professor Holmes' intentions, they sensed that his formal attire heralded something auspicious. What if, like last time, the professor, in a fit of joy, decided to treat everyone? They certainly could not let such a delightful opportunity slip by on every occasion. As they passed by Honeydukes, the proprietor, Ambrosius Flume, called out loudly, "In celebration of Professor Holmes, our esteemed partner, becoming a renowned author, all purchases made in the shop today will be discounted by 10. Come, let me introduce you to several confections invented by Professor Holmes during his student days." Although he did not imply that all expenses would be covered by the professor, this rare discount was a fortuitous event typically reserved for special occasions. Even on ordinary days, Albus Dumbledore would not receive discounts when purchasing sweets. The students rushed forward eagerly. Flume winked at Douglas before turning to greet the crowd. Douglas smiled. This was indeed a clever tactic he had shared with Flume long ago. In the past, magical shops rarely engaged in promotional activities, as competition in all of Britain was scarce. Nevertheless, Flume had decided to try the discount Douglas had suggested. While the outcome was not as explosive as in the Muggle world, the shop was certainly busier than usual. Before Douglas could leisurely stroll, Slyne darted out from the three broomsticks, pulling him toward the pub. "Heavens, what are you doing? Parading around? This time, I have invited a very special reporter. We must not keep him waiting." Chapter 76, reserved for the front page. Due to the timing, the three broomsticks was not overly crowded. Slyne led Douglas to a meticulously arranged booth, clearly set up for Douglas's identity as a writer. At that moment, a neatly groomed man with slightly graying hair extended his hand toward Douglas. "Greetings, Professor Holmes. I am Limous, a reporter and columnist for the Daily Prophet. Perhaps today I should refer to you as the banana-loving Baldy, as this interview is specifically focused on your identity as a writer," Limous continued with a chuckle. Douglas gazed at him in surprise, not expecting Slyne to arrange for such an esteemed reporter to conduct his feature interview. "Merlin socks. I didn't foresee it would be you conducting the interview. Your work, Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells, has been immensely helpful to me," Limous replied with a warm smile. "I had previously speculated that you must have read my book. Moreover, your understanding and research into ancient magic surpass even the insights I have compiled within its pages. I have long desired to meet the elusive author whose name I have only heard, yet it appears that Mr. Slyne is perpetually concerned that I might usurp your spotlight. Thus he refrains from revealing your true identity." Haha. Mr. Slane stood by, offering no further explanation, merely joining in the laughter. I took the opportunity to observe how seasoned journalists initiate conversations. Regarding Mr. Limas, Douglas's demeanor was not one of insincere flattery. Rather, the words spoken were a testament to the truth. He aimed to align the content of novels within the magical realm with contemporary magical perspectives. He had previously perused numerous ancient magical treatises, yet found the majority overly specialized and challenging to comprehend, especially as a first-year student. Ultimately, he selected Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells as his primary reference material. Authored by Limas, a reporter and columnist for the Daily Prophet. This tome delves into the realm of ancient magic and spells. The text is minuscule and densely arranged, requiring a close distance to discern its specific content. Percy had glimpsed this book while delivering a letter to Professor Holmes in the office, as the interviewer and interviewee shared mutual interests and engaged in delightful discourse. The originally scheduled 2-hour interview extended well into the afternoon. They even neglected to break for lunch, consuming 2 bottles of Holmes wine instead. Their conversation traversed a vast array of topics, from the magical world to the Muggle realm, from England to distant lands, and from incantations to gastronomy. Each person seamlessly picked up the thread of conversation as the other introduced new topics, creating an illusion for those nearby that the two were contemporaries. Ultimately, under the photographer's persistent urging, Mr. Limas reluctantly concluded their discussion to allow time for some photographs. As they prepared to part ways, Mr. Limas joyfully leaned toward Douglas and whispered, "Douglas, trust me, tomorrow you shall grace the front page. It is simply splendid. You are a rare writer. Frankly, you far surpass that Gilderoy Lockhart. I have conducted an interview with him. His discourse is filled with empty bravado, leaving me to question whether those books were even penned by him. How dare he subtly incite doubts about your proficiency, believing others could not see through his juvenile tactics? I am convinced that even if you were not a professor of defense against the dark arts, you would excel as a professor of ancient runes or charms. However, I firmly believe that from this moment forth, you shall undoubtedly shine brighter than he." Douglas smiled in silence. As they exited the booth, they were instantly taken aback by the scene before them. The pub was bustling with patrons, both inside and out, while Madame Rosmerta flitted about like a vibrant butterfly amidst the crowd. "Hey, do you still remember me, Douglas?" exclaimed the banana-loving flathead. "I am Alina from Ravenclaw, and we have attended herbology class together. I am also a Hufflepuff. Hello, Senior Douglas. Do you remember inviting me to the orchard? Professor Holmes. My child is a third-year Ravenclaw. In this gathering, there are individuals of all sorts of backgrounds." He recognizes seniors and juniors, as well as some parents of students. To Douglas's astonishment, he realized that everyone possessed one or more of his novels. Through the window, he even spotted someone carrying an entire set of his books. Rosmerta squeezed through the crowd and helplessly remarked, "I did not inform them. It seems the Hogwarts students saw you leave the school and came here." Mr. Limas, standing nearby, chuckled and said, "You must quickly acclimate to this scene. After all, I believe if you were to host a signing event, it would be even more bustling." During their previous conversation, Douglas learned that the Murmury Book Company planned to organize a signing event in conjunction with the Daily Prophet. This was not Hogwarts, and Douglas could only greet everyone with a beaming smile. He hastily set up a table and began signing for the fans who had rushed over, some of whom were students. Douglas had confiscated books from students during school due to their negative impact on grades, to be returned after exams. Those present who had already graduated, regardless of whether they had children attending Hogwarts, applauded and cheered for Douglas, especially those who had graduated only a few years prior. Their laughter was the most exuberant. After all, they had read Douglas's novels during their school years, often staying up all night and arriving to class in a daze, with many having faced detention from their respective heads of houses as a consequence. When Douglas returned to Hogwarts from Hogsmeade, night had already fallen. Upon entering the Great Hall, he noticed several students still present. It was evident that students from the 3 houses were engaged in discussion, with Slytherin students sitting proudly, whispering amongst themselves and occasionally casting disdainful glances at the other houses. Douglas wearily rubbed his temples, having a fair idea of the reason behind the commotion. Due to Slytherin's advantage in course scheduling, during this week's lower year practical class, nearly all the third-year Slytherin students had successfully passed, outnumbering the combined total of students from the other houses. They even boasted that they would be the only house among the 4 to have all members pass Professor Holmes's practical class. One must thank the Slytherin head, Professor Snape, for providing a small measure of assistance to his house's students. Who would have thought that a master of potions would carry with him a detailed recipe for an obscure potion of power, and that this recipe would accidentally fall from his possession while he inspected the common room? Subsequently, some Slytherin students, leveraging their familial connections, swiftly gathered the materials required for the potion. By the time Douglas took notice, 3 students had already successfully navigated the challenge using potions. What could he do? He had previously only considered the possibility of spells being employed, albeit a rather niche approach. To his knowledge, There were no less than 3 methods to augment one's strength. Consequently, he had deliberately concealed the third passage. If someone resorted to such spells, he would unveil the third route to escalate the challenge. However, he had not anticipated that anyone would exploit potions to enhance their power. Thus, his magical detection did not encompass potion-related assessments. By the time he recognized the anomaly, 3 Slytherin students had triumphed in the trial. At this juncture, increasing the difficulty would seem somewhat biased against Slytherin. Reluctantly, he awarded Slytherin 10 points, commending them for identifying a blind spot. It could be said that, thus far, his intention to instill the significance of personal strength through practical lessons and to lay the groundwork for future morning jog sessions had failed. He had even approached Snape with the potion recipe a student had shown him, expressing his discontent over the undue assistance provided to students during his instruction. Snape, with an air of nonchalance, dismissed the matter, claiming he had no intention of interfering with other professors' teaching methods, and lightly remarked, you know nothing of the greatness of potions." What could Douglas say in response but to chuckle? I am the defense against the dark arts professor. It was indeed his oversight. Potion classes had never been a focal point for him, even during his school days. He had passed, but felt no significant regret for not taking advanced potion classes. In his view, when faced with danger, the first line of defense is one's own strength, whether magical or physical. Potions prove useful only in preparation or failure. It was a lesson learned from his former potion instructor. There are elements in the magical realm that one may overlook, yet cannot afford to underestimate. Ultimately, to ensure fairness, Douglas completely abolished the concealed third challenge. If students from other houses could also benefit from potions or spells, he would treat them all equitably. After all, it was essential for students to learn how to apply their knowledge in practice. For him, the defense against the dark arts professor, this could be deemed a success. However, next time, he would not so easily allow students to exploit loopholes. Whenever Douglas reflected on his previous confident demeanor in the practical lesson observation room, exuding a sense of pride as if he could handle any challenge thrown his way, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Fortunately, the students were unaware of this incident. Otherwise, he would have found it quite difficult to remain in their presence. Unbeknownst to Douglas, after Slytherin received assistance from their head, the other house heads could no longer contain themselves. Among the 4 heads, who does not possess a unique skill? How could they allow Slytherin to bask in sole glory? Chapter 77. Detention Content. Morning Run. On his way back to the office, he encountered Professor McGonagall. Douglas. I have been looking for you. By the way, the study room will officially open to students next Monday. Regarding the curfew for night wanderers, I have come to agree with your perspective and have successfully persuaded the deans. Since they believe that the evenings provide ample time, let it be at 6 in the morning, running alongside you around the Black Lake. You were right. They expend their energy during the day and thus are not as lively at night. Here is the list of those under confinement. Additionally, you need not fret about the matter concerning Peeves, given that you have made a promise to the ghosts. Both Albus and I place our trust in you. Now, go and rest well. I have heard all about today's events. Douglas glanced at the list he received, noting there were only 6 names. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Today has been exhausting but undoubtedly rewarding." Mr. Limous, the author of Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells, is also a reporter for the Daily Prophet. He informed me that I shall undoubtedly grace the front page tomorrow. I suspect there will no longer be any doubts concerning my identity as a professor. Professor McGonagall displayed a peculiar expression. That is indeed splendid news. However, whether Douglas is on the front page is of little significance. You must ensure you take adequate rest. After all, you are a professor now, and your primary focus should remain on teaching. Do not let other matters weigh too heavily on your mind. Douglas sensed an underlying implication in McGonagall's words, recalling that it was them who initially urged him to clear his name. Nevertheless, he resolved that if that Gilderoy Lockhart were to create further trouble, he would certainly find the time to seek out clues. He was determined to uncover any traces he could find. Regrettably, upon returning to his office, Douglas found little opportunity for immediate repose. The 4 students in confinement had gathered at his office, observing Harry and Ron engaged in dictation, while George and Fred had just begun to study from their books. Douglas exclaimed with irritation, "Could you not have memorized first, and then come over?" George and Fred lamented, "We have resolved to excel in every class. Yet, we have discovered that nearly every subject requires us to memorize material. However, the good news is that we have abandoned our plan to boost our potions grades. It is evident that Professor Snape is unwilling to listen to us recite from the textbook." Douglas cast a bemused glance at the 2. "So, you mean to say that you have indeed memorized part of your transfiguration and potions lessons as well?" George and Fred exchanged triumphant high fives. "Of course, Professor. We have sacrificed our sleeping hours." Douglas smirked. "Gentleman Weasley, you seem to have forgotten that your confinement entails not only defense against the dark arts, but also transfiguration and potions, correct?" George and Fred froze, exchanging bewildered glances. "George, how could you forget such a crucial detail?" "Oh, Fred, isn't it your responsibility to keep track of such matters? Clearly, the two had been so engrossed in their defense against the dark arts studies that they had neglected the other aspects of their confinement. Douglas spoke with evident displeasure. Starting tomorrow, both of you shall only engage in written recitation in my office. If you persist in bringing your textbooks for memorization, I shall not hesitate to assign you an additional exercise each evening. Furthermore, you will be required to recite the material from all 3 subjects nightly. Douglas was quite indignant, questioning why other subjects could be reviewed during leisure hours while his defense against the dark arts must be memorized solely in the office. The twin brothers were in despair, nostalgically recalling the days before they hurled dung bombs at the professor. Ron and Harry shielded their faces with notebooks, stifling their laughter with great difficulty, yet managed to emit a few suppressed chuckles. Douglas, with a sardonic grin, remarked, "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, do you find this amusing? Have you forgotten that your detention entails the same conditions?" At 5:30 the following morning, Douglas awoke, only then recalling the impending detention. The dawn was still dim as he arrived punctually at the castle's courtyard. Upon his arrival, he noticed Filch, lantern in hand, reprimanding 6 students who appeared to be suffering from the remnants of slumber. "Good morning, Mr. Filch. Allow me to take charge of them." Among the 6 students were 1 Ravenclaw, 1 Gryffindor, and the rest were Hufflepuffs, one of whom was his class representative. Apart from the 3 that Douglas had caught, the remaining 3 Hufflepuffs had been intercepted by their prefect in the dead of night while attempting to sneak into the kitchen. As they explained, they had been studying late and, feeling famished, sought a late-night snack. It just so happened that the house elves had eagerly inquired if they desired a hot pot. When the prefect had ventured to the kitchen in search of food, they inadvertently encountered the trio, whose oily faces and fragrant aromas gave them away. The prefect reprimanded them for indulging in a hot pot without notifying him, which ultimately led to their discovery by Filch. Regardless of the prefect's attempts to absolve them, they were ultimately reported to Professor Sprout. Observing the students' expressions of distress, Filch grinned widely, exclaiming, "Professor, your method is exceedingly astute. These little rascals have been sleeping too much, which grants them the energy to roam at night. It took considerable effort to rouse them just now." After the handover, he turned to leave. Douglas snapped his fingers, conjuring a bright, yet gentle orb of light before the group. Filch momentarily faltered, and the 6 students stood astonished by Douglas's display, particularly the boys. Douglas smiled and asked, "Are you awake now?" They all nodded in response, then began to voice their grievances. "Professor, the detention notice specified 6 o'clock. Yet at 5, Filch had the ghosts awaken us. Professor, is our detention truly just a run around the Black Lake?" Douglas nodded, then shook his head. "Indeed, but not the entirety of the Black Lake. We shall merely jog around the school-s portion of it for an hour. Detention time is from 6 to 7. Suddenly, Douglas noticed that the young couple he had seized was now behind 4 Hufflepuffs, exchanging glances and even subtly holding hands. "You two stand apart. One in the second position and the other at the end. Mr. Quincy, you go first. Stop looking, it's you. With so many people around, what are you afraid of?" Patrick Quincy was the student Douglas had previously captured in the Forbidden Forest, eager to prove his bravery, yet his current demeanor suggested he had made little progress. The other 3 Hufflepuffs cheerfully separated the couple, each giving Quincy a reassuring pat on the shoulder, evidently aware of the reasons behind their apprehension. Once they were arranged, the glowing orb hovering among them floated to Douglas's side. "Now, please use your wands to illuminate your path ahead." Initially, the students held their own opinions regarding the act of running, but through Douglas's personal demonstration and corrections, they gradually became accustomed to the rhythm, even though a few still struggled to differentiate their left from right feet. Upon reaching the edge of the Black Lake, they caught a glimpse of a faint light beneath the surface, the entrance to Slytherin's common room. A collective melancholy washed over them as they lamented the absence of Slytherin among their ranks. The Black Lake was vast, although they were merely running around the enclosed area. They had already covered about a quarter of the distance. The sun began to rise gently. Observing his breathless students, who had lost the initial enthusiasm, Douglas declared, "Classmates, let us run while chanting a resounding slogan. Let those still asleep hear the sound of the sun's ascent." The students looked bewildered, questioning what kind of slogan he meant, perhaps akin to the one sung by the Sorting Hat during the opening ceremony. Seeing their confusion, Douglas clapped his hands and shouted, "Hufflepuffs, repeat after me. We are badgers, loyal and trustworthy badgers." At this, the 4 Hufflepuff students perked up, enthusiastically shouting, "Badger, badger, loyal and trustworthy." Instantly, the young couple felt isolated. A Ravenclaw girl pondered for a moment and then said, "Professor, my slogan is, we are eagles, soaring at the pinnacle." The remaining Gryffindor boy inquired, "My dear, what about me?" The Ravenclaw girl blushed, glancing at Douglas, who wore a quirky smile, as well as the similarly amused Hufflepuffs. With a crimson face, she whispered, "What do you think of, we are lions, the bravest of lions?" The Gryffindor boy couldn't help but exclaim, "My dear, you are simply brilliant. Splendid." This elicited playful shrieks from the others. Douglas did not deter the boy's antics. After all, who had not experienced youth? As long as nothing went awry, he had no desire to break up the budding romance. It must be said that this Gryffindor lad was quite bold. No wonder he had captured the attention of the Ravenclaw girl. Thus, at the moment the sun illuminated Hogwarts Castle, the scene unfolded. At the rear of the castle, a cacophony of uneven yet resounding slogans echoed through the air. The volume was amplified by a boy from Gryffindor who had discreetly employed an amplification charm, prompting a chorus of giggles from the girls. The other Hufflepuff students, observing this spectacle, felt a pang of envy, akin to the sourness of Professor Holmes's specially concocted vinegar. Douglas was compelled to sternly admonish the boy for his antics, reminding everyone that this was detention, not a spring outing. While he maintained a facade of seriousness, internally, he secretly admired the boy's clever use of the charm, as he noted that many were peering through the castle windows, eager to discover the source of the commotion. To entice fish, one must cast intriguing bait. It would be prudent to establish rules once the group had grown in number. Chapter 78. Douglas, my headline has been stolen. Douglas found himself pondering whether it was the vastness of the Black Lake or the lackluster stamina of the Hogwarts students that was to blame. At precisely 7 o'clock, the detention period concluded, and they had only traversed a little over a third of the planned route. Once the detention was lifted, Douglas permitted them to roam freely while he took a stroll around Hagrid's hut before returning to his office. He needed to prepare for the practical assessment for the fifth-year students that day, as well as the curriculum for the upcoming week. Subsequently, he accessed the system interface to summarize the point situation. Academic Excellence Development System. This week's fifth-year practical class, not conducted. Total points. Student satisfaction, 45 classes with scores above 9, earning 80 points. 21 classes with scores of 69, earning 20 points. For classes with scores below 6, earning 2 points. Assignment completion, 14 classes with scores above 9, earning 60 points. 38 classes with scores of 69, earning 30 points. 18 classes with scores below 6, earning 9 points. Student progress, 27 classes with scores above 9, earning 40 points. 27 classes with scores of 69, earning 20 points. 16 classes with scores below 6, earning 8 points. Class engagement, 55 classes with scores above 9, earning 100 points. 15 classes with scores of 69, earning 10 points. 0 classes with scores below 6, earning 0 points. Monthly comprehensive teacher quality rating, 0 points, earning 0 points. Monthly ratings above 9 reward 1,000 points. Ratings above 69 reward 500 points. Ratings below 5 reward 300 points. Evaluations encompass teaching norms, methods, effectiveness, educator quality, and attendance. Academic year exam results. Excellent. 0 students, earning 0 points. Satisfactory, including good and passing 0 students, earning 0 points. Unsatisfactory, including poor, very poor, and extremely poor 0 students, earning 0 points. Outstanding. Each student is awarded 1,000 points. Satisfactory. Each student is awarded 500 points. Unsatisfactory. Each student is awarded 300 points. When the points accumulate to 10,000, the marketplace shall be unlocked. Due to the host being afflicted by an unknown curse, which will manifest a year later, one may expend 10,000 points to dispel it. Douglas calculated that the score obtained over the past 2 weeks was approximately 379 points, primarily due to the students' poor performance in practical classes. If only everyone could learn spells as swiftly as Harry and Hermione. What troubled him most was that the system had incorporated the exam content he had arranged. This meant that should he later introduce courses related to defense against the dark arts, they too would be considered in the system's assessment. Thus, he need not wait until the year concluded. He could accumulate the necessary points sooner. If circumstances improved, it was possible he could amass 20,000 points by the end of the year. Just as he was contemplating this, a sudden knock echoed on the office door. Upon opening it, he found Percy standing there. Noticing the Daily Prophet in Percy's hand, Douglas couldn't help but smirk. He welcomed Percy inside. "Good morning, Percy." Percy handed over the Daily Prophet along with a letter. "Boss, you must not have seen today's newspaper. Something significant has occurred." Douglas took the newspaper and the letter, thinking to himself that it was merely his appearance on the front page, hardly a momentous event. It appeared that Percy still needed further training. Being so easily startled was hardly the mark of a competent politician. He casually placed the letter on the desk before unfolding the newspaper. "Good heavens!" Douglas exclaimed. This time, it was Percy who remained composed, settling himself at the tea table to brew his own tea. "Boss, this is quite a significant matter. I mentioned how we hardly saw Headmaster Dumbledore since the term began, and Professor McGonagall has been hastily leaving after classes these past few days." Douglas's mind was consumed by one thought. My headline has been stolen. The front page displayed 2 images, one of Lockhart ensnared and struggling in a web-like rope, and another of him confidently winking with his forget-me-not blue eyes and a perfect smile. Below this, a line read, "Mr. Lockhart has expressly requested that a photo of his most perfect self be published for the finale. Renowned author, former recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin, and former honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, Gilderoy Lockhart, has been captured and imprisoned. Yesterday, the Ministry of Magic received a notification from Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, regarding a notorious author who was apprehended during a criminal act by Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, and Phileas Flitwick, the charms professor and head of Ravenclaw House, who fortuitously visited the victim's residence. The assailant was subsequently taken into custody by a team of Aurors who arrived promptly. Through meticulous investigation, Dumbledore discovered that Gilderoy Lockhart had persistently exploited the experiences of adventurers through deceitful means, subsequently employing the Obliviate charm to inscribe these tales as his own, adamantly claiming them as his personal experiences. On the night of the incident, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, prompted by Dumbledore's invitation, approached Lockhart with evidence in hand, urging him to confess his transgressions, appealing to their former roles as educators and heads of houses. Professor McGonagall remarked, he once was a promising child. Persuading Dumbledore to establish the school newspaper, his eloquence and abilities were commendable. Professor Flitwick added, I have always believed that his intellect and skills surpassed the norm. With diligent effort, he could indeed achieve greatness. The Order of Merlin learned of these developments and resolutely asserted that they had been deceived by Lockhart's flowery rhetoric. You know well how adept Gilderoy is at such manipulations. I even wonder if I have fallen victim to his Obliviate charm myself, they lamented. The Anti-Dark Arts Alliance declared, he is a disgrace to us. He has demonstrated that a dark wizard need not be well versed in the dark arts. Indeed, we firmly believe he is a dark wizard. Gilderoy Lockhart is scheduled to face interrogation by members of Wisingamot today at precisely 10 o'clock a.m. Based on the somewhat vague details provided in the newspaper and Douglas's recollections of the original texts, it is apparent that Dumbledore had likely uncovered clues about Lockhart's deceitful practices long ago. However, mere suspicions were insufficient for an arrest. Therefore, Dumbledore contemplated inviting him to Hogwarts, intending to observe him closely until he revealed his true nature. Clearly, in the original narrative, Dumbledore succeeded in this endeavor. Yet, due to Douglas's presence, Dumbledore weighed the pros and cons and ultimately deemed the benefits of Douglas's role at Hogwarts to outweigh other considerations. Indeed, regardless of Dumbledore's thoughts, Douglas held this belief firmly. However, this decision left Lockhart feeling uncomfortable, as he had initially been awaiting the right opportunity to strike. Consequently, following Douglas's appointment, Lockhart began to subtly undermine him, as a well-known figure often does to an obscure one, leading to growing doubts about Douglas's competence. It was only after Douglas revealed another facet of his identity that he eclipsed Lockhart's notoriety entirely. This left Lockhart feeling anxious and desperate, prompting him to resort to drastic measures and once again employ his previous tactics, planning to publish a new book to reclaim the limelight. Unbeknownst to him, Dumbledore had initiated actions against Lockhart upon Douglas's formal employment. In this regard, Douglas could not help but admire Lockhart's cunning. The fact that it took Dumbledore over a week to gather a comprehensive chain of evidence indicated that Lockhart had conducted his illicit activities with a notable degree of thoroughness. Douglas suddenly recalled Professor McGonagall's words from the previous day, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he touched his nose. It seemed that the professor had already anticipated that he would not make the front page. Upon turning to the second page, he discovered his own report, which was exceptionally well written. The article featured a striking photograph of him at his desk, deep in thought, occasionally frowning as he revised his work. This image vividly conveyed the arduous efforts of a writer dedicated to quality, all for the sake of the readers. Regrettably, it was not on the front page. True to form, Lockhart had not forgotten to seize the opportunity for self-promotion until the very end. Reflecting on Lockhart's fate, Douglas introspected about himself. Well, I am not a plagiarist. I am a translator, an accomplished one at that. Simultaneously, he glanced at the letter on the table, which contained Slughorn's condemnation of Lockhart, as well as Mr. Lemousin's apologies relayed through him. Chapter 79, Fifth-Year Practical Assessment on Sunday morning at 9 o'clock. The long-awaited fifth-year practical assessment commenced. In the corridor, as per Professor Holmes' directives, students from the 4 houses lined up according to their respective houses. The number of Hufflepuff students was nearly double that of the others. Besides the fifth-year students, some upperclassmen and underclassmen stood by to observe from a distance. Douglas outlined the rules of the assessment. The content of this assessment is quite straightforward. There is no need for you to confront various dark magical creatures or engage in duels. Within this arena, I, along with your 7th-year seniors, have established 4 pathways. Each pathway contains spells that have appeared in examinations over the years, all of which you have already learned. You need not worry about the potency of these spells. As long as you defend appropriately, most spells will not inflict severe consequences. Your task is simply to use what you have learned to dispel these spells. Should a student choose to forfeit or fail, they will either exit on their own or be escorted out by their senior. At that moment, a Slytherin student inquired, "Professor, what if we encounter spells that we are only supposed to learn in 5th year?" Douglas praised, "An excellent question. The spells arranged within the pathways are sequenced according to the 4th and 5th year curriculum. If you encounter a spell that is meant for 5th year students, it merely indicates your exceptional capabilities. However, I must remind you that you cannot select spells you are proficient in. After all, the spells you encounter during the exam will be random. Thus, it is possible that the first student may fail, or conversely, that the first student may successfully dispel several spells in succession. Subsequent participants will only build upon the progress of those who went before them. If a particular spell proves too challenging for all students within a house, then your assessment will conclude there. Lastly, the rankings will be categorized into 2 types: individual ranking, where the student who dispels the most spells ranks highest, and house ranking, based on the total number of spells dispelled by each house. A Ravenclaw student remarked, "Professor, this is rather unfair. There are simply too many students from Hufflepuff. Even if each one solves a single riddle, they could potentially outnumber us." Douglas blinked. "It appears you have overlooked my earlier statement. The assessment for the entire house concludes only when a particular spell has stumped the group. Those with fewer participants can continuously alternate, thus allowing every individual the opportunity to unravel the enchantment. However, students from larger houses may find that some have not managed to solve a single spell at all." After speaking, Douglas surveyed the room, noticing the lively discussions amongst the students. "Now, if there are no objections, I shall grant you 3 minutes to rearrange your teams. Once the assessment commences, no further changes may be made. Additionally, those who exit first must refrain from disclosing to the next individual which spell has proven challenging. Class representative, maintain order." The atmosphere quickly descended into chaos. Douglas stood aside, observing an amusing scene unfold. The representative and prefect of Slytherin were orchestrating who would go first and who would be last, with the other students obediently following their lead. Students from Ravenclaw all aspired to be the first, each convinced of their own superiority, leading to a moment where they stood in parallel lines. Similarly, some Gryffindor students disregarded the class representative's arrangements, creating a commotion in the front row, while a few others willingly positioned themselves towards the back, gleefully watching the scuffle unfold ahead. In stark contrast, Hufflepuff was remarkably quiet. Their line hardly shifted, and they peered curiously at the other houses. Once the assessment began, no further alterations could be made. Douglas noticed that Hufflepuff's own representative even exchanged a high-five with the prefect, as if celebrating some successful strategy. The 4 houses entered sequentially. Douglas did not join them. Instead, he conjured a chair for himself, retrieved a book, and settled at the entrance of the classroom. Inside the assessment room, 7th-year students were tasked with recording and documenting each participant as they entered. The method for establishing this curse-breaking assessment channel was something Douglas had learned during a visit to Egypt to see Bill. Back in school, Bill had often listened to Douglas recount thrilling tales of tomb raiding and had always longed for such an adventurous life. During career guidance, he had discovered that Gringotts engaged in protective excavations of ancient tombs within the magical world. Consequently, upon graduation, Bill became a resident curse-breaker in Egypt, primarily dealing with those ancient tombs. Of course, Bill's work as a curse-breaker significantly differed in complexity from the assessment devised by Douglas. Tomb curse-breakers must possess a profound mastery of arithmancy and divination. In contrast, Douglas's arrangement was merely an examination of curse-breaking, focusing on dismantling various dark magic, which in the realm of tomb raiding and archaeology could be deemed the simplest of mechanisms. Before 5 minutes had elapsed, the classroom door swung open unexpectedly, and Douglas was taken aback by the speed. The first Hufflepuff student entered, emerging unscathed, though a hint of regret lingered on his face. He remained undaunted as he strode directly towards the rear of the Hufflepuff line. Douglas surmised that he had encountered an unfamiliar spell, and, rather than attempting a forced resolution, he simply withdrew. The second Hufflepuff student promptly entered thereafter. Students from other houses began to murmur amongst themselves, their expressions rife with disdain. Douglas found it necessary to restore a semblance of order. 10 minutes later, another student emerged. It was a Gryffindor, evidently just having survived an explosion. Yet wearing an expression of exhilaration, it was a breeze. "I managed to break 8 spells in one go, though the last one was unfamiliar." Douglas had to cough discreetly to remind him not to divulge the details of the spells. The student then lowered his voice. "All in all, I feel pretty good about it. By the way, I wasn't the first to come out, was I?" Just as he posed this question, the classroom door swung open once more. A Slytherin student stepped out, devoid of any signs of struggle, clearly having retreated in the face of difficulty. He immediately noticed the Gryffindor who had entered alongside him, and, with a smug smile and a toss of his head, boasted, 8. This proclamation left the Gryffindor student feeling regretful. Had he known, he would have waited a little longer, as he had exited merely a minute before the Slytherin. Despite their identical spell counts, not long after the second round of Gryffindor and Slytherin students entered, the classroom door opened yet again. All students leaned in anticipation, only to find the second Hufflepuff student emerging. The Ravenclaw students erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, leaving the newly emerged Hufflepuff bewildered. Upon closer inspection of his house robe, he confirmed he was indeed a Hufflepuff. The assessment session continued until noon, concluding after 5 professors had come to oversee. Ultimately, it ended with the last Ravenclaw student failing to attempt the challenge. The final house rankings were as follows. Ravenclaw broke 32 spells, Slytherin 31 spells, Gryffindor 28 spells, and Hufflepuff 26 spells. In individual rankings, the top 10 included 4 Ravenclaws, 3 Slytherins, 2 Gryffindors, and 1 Hufflepuff, with the first and third positions held by Ravenclaws and the second by a Gryffindor. It must be noted that despite the varied teaching levels in defense against the dark arts, Ravenclaw students exhibited a remarkable capacity for independent learning. Regrettably, nearly all houses failed to complete the entirety of the fourth-year spells. Even the well-read and experienced Ravenclaws encountered a particularly obscure spell, stalling their progress. In conclusion, Douglas announced that this practical classroom would be open every Sunday for all fifth-year students for the upcoming year. He informed everyone that anyone capable of single-handedly breaking a hex exceeding 60 would be privately instructed in an advanced spell, which he assured would guarantee a high score in the examinations. Ultimately, he even instructed the students to post their rankings from this practical lesson on the Hogwarts notice board. Chapter 80. The Appearance of the Dark Lord. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Douglas received a message from Dumbledore's Patronus, inviting him to dinner in the headmaster's office at 7 o'clock and instructed him to keep it a secret from others with a special password, Dragon's Blood Copper Cauldron. Consequently, Douglas concocted a casual excuse to send the quartet, who had come for detention, to Professor McGonagall's office. He had no desire to leave them waiting outside the office, creating chaos upon his return. At 7 o'clock, he appeared promptly at the door of the headmaster's office, carrying a box filled with an assortment of sweets gifted by the owner of Honeydukes. The stone gargoyle at the entrance to the office scrutinized the surroundings before stepping aside to reveal the spiral staircase behind it. Upon entering, Douglas found the specially designed hotpot table already set, adorned with an array of dishes, notably featuring some rare magical creature meats that were difficult to procure in the market. In Dumbledore's words, these were remnants of his friend's research materials. The copper cauldron at the bottom was ablaze with Gobbler's fire, a magical flame that burns eternally. This was precisely why Douglas relished dining on hot pot with Dumbledore. One could always savor delicacies not found elsewhere. Upon seeing Douglas enter, Dumbledore blinked and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, I have set a special password at the door." Severus would never suspect it. Douglas felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was not that he feared Professor Snape, but he did feel a twinge of apprehension regarding this matter. He presented the gift he had brought to Dumbledore, who exclaimed in surprise, "How delightful. There are even a few new varieties." Before Douglas could respond, Fawkes, appearing a bit more aged since their last encounter, landed on Douglas's shoulder and pecked playfully at his head. Douglas shrugged. "Oh, Fawkes, no mischief now. You know the headmaster forbids you from indulging in those treats." Dumbledore popped a pepper imp into his mouth and, resembling a mischievous child, exhaled flames from his ears and nostrils. "Wonderful, I assent it. Perfectly suited for today's hot pot theme." Douglas inquired curiously, "Headmaster, is Fawkes nearing his rebirth?" After beckoning Fawkes back to its gilded perch, Dumbledore invited Douglas to take a seat, saying, "I suspect so, though it may still be a while. Recently, I have allowed him to indulge in those exceptionally spicy treats. One must permit the elderly a few small indulgences." After speaking, Dumbledore winked at Douglas, a hint of inscrutable emotion flashing in his eyes. Douglas suspected there was some hidden meaning behind it, yet he had no evidence. However, he could hardly contain his eagerness and promptly placed some ingredients into the cauldron hot pot. He then retrieved the pair of unicorn horn chopsticks that Hagrid had gifted him. The dipping sauces had all been prepared to his taste. Dumbledore sat there, beaming at him. "Oh, how fortunate I am to have a friend with whom I can enjoy hot pot. You know, I usually dine alone." Douglas gazed at the contents of the pot, mentally counting down the time. He casually remarked, "With so many professors at the school, hasn't anyone expressed a willingness to join you for hot pot?" Dumbledore shook his head regretfully. "Minerva believes I am too old to indulge in such stimulating foods too often. The other professors either dislike it, or are simply too busy." Douglas instinctively nodded, counting down in his mind, 3, 2, 1 just as he grasped the chopsticks, ready to pick up a slice of Romanian longhorn meat. He witnessed all the meat slices in the pot soaring directly into Dumbledore's dipping bowl. "Haha, you truly understand the characteristics of ingredients. I always end up either starting too early or overcooking them." Without regard for Douglas's incredulous stare, Dumbledore indulged heartily. Were it not for Dumbledore's age, Douglas might have protested, but as it stood, every morsel he placed in the pot was deftly whisked away by Dumbledore's magic the moment he decided to take action. Eventually, Dumbledore slowed down, perhaps having relished his meal. At that moment, Douglas finally savored the long-awaited dragon meat and, while eating, complained. Now I understand why no one wishes to enjoy hot pot with you. Dumbledore mused. When it comes to culinary delights, no one can rival Hufflepuff's prowess. You've been here for 2 weeks. How do you find it? I've heard from Minerva that you are particularly dedicated. Although your educational philosophy differs from most of ours, it does indeed infuse Hogwarts with an extraordinary vitality. Dumbledore's meandering remarks nearly caught Douglas off guard. He finally comprehended that the theme of the evening was not merely hot pot. As the two of them indulged in their feast in the headmaster's office, a furious roar erupted from a girls' lavatory within Hogwarts. Simultaneously, he noticed a small inscription carved beside a copper dragon head etched with a tiny snake. "Welcome home, Mr. Voldemort." Instantly, he was struck with both fear and astonishment. Observing that the inscription did not appear to be recent, he let out a sigh of relief. He had initially planned to return quietly once he had fully recovered. However, having gleaned some amusing anecdotes from the school through the child he had possessed recently, he discovered that the newly arrived professor seemed to be aware of the peculiar monsters that resided within Hogwarts and was attempting to teach the students how to confront them. Although he held those matters in disdain, he could not help but worry about whether he had already exposed himself. Thus, he was compelled to prematurely reveal his true nature, exerting control over the child. Upon reading that line, he fully comprehended that he had not only exposed himself, but that the other party was also aware of the entrance to the secret chamber and its contents. He drew his wand, cautiously probing around the faucet. Discovering that no traps had been laid, he murmured, "Douglas Holmes, I am most curious about your true identity. Might you be a descendant of Slytherin lingering in the Muggle world? How else could you possibly know the location of the chamber? Or are you a seer?" In Professor McGonagall's office, Harry and Ron were released early since their only written content pertained to defense against the dark arts. As they departed, Professor McGonagall meticulously reviewed their previous work, seemingly intrigued by their method of assessment. This naturally filled the two with a sense of joy, albeit with concern for their fellow students, especially since their detention this term included transfiguration. As they walked, the two discussed Quidditch. Suddenly, Harry heard a chilling, breathless voice that spoke with malevolence. "Come here, let me tear you apart, let me kill you." Harry abruptly shouted, "What?" Ron, taken aback, responded, "I was referring to the Chudley Cannon's keeper. What's wrong, Harry?" He soon noticed Harry's odd expression. Harry looked around, speaking in a peculiar tone. "That voice. Didn't you hear it? It wants to kill someone." Ron, bewildered, gazed at Harry, his own eyes scanning the quiet castle, where certain sounds seemed particularly out of place. There was a rustling, almost as if the walls were whispering. "Harry, run. Don't look back," Ron exclaimed, pulling Harry along as they dashed towards Gryffindor Tower. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Harry could run no longer. Gasping for breath, he asked, "Did you hear that voice? What on earth was speaking? A ghost?" Ron, perplexed, replied, "What voice? I didn't hear anything, but I did hear a rustling sound." Harry Potter, feeling a surge of anger, thought Ron was mocking him. The rustling? There was clearly someone speaking. "Speak to me plainly, I am not jesting." Ron shrugged off Harry's arm, bewildered. "It was just the rustling sound. I didn't hear anything else. Nothing. Although I can't quite discern if it was the wind or something else. I suspect it might be Professor Holmes releasing that creature from our practical class." The voice resembled it. "If it truly is that thing, and you keep looking around, we could both fall victim to the full bodybind curse. By the time the professors discover us, we might already be frozen to death. Or worse, we could lose points." At this moment, Harry appeared equally baffled, straining to recall whether that creature from the practical class could indeed speak. Yet, after Ron's remark, he indeed felt as if he had just heard a rustling sound. Suddenly bewildered, he questioned the authenticity of his recent experiences. He murmured, "But why would the professor unleash that creature?" Ron shrugged, "Who knows? Perhaps he deemed us insufficiently capable and decided to instill vigilance by releasing the monster within the castle." Chapter 81, Whispers Abound. A new week commenced. Aside from an additional task requiring a student punished to run laps around the Black Lake, everything else remained unchanged. In the first class of the 5th year, perhaps spurred by the previous day's practical lesson rankings, the students made remarkable progress in their studies of the armored charm. However, by the second session, during the Gryffindor second-year lesson, Douglas distinctly sensed an odd atmosphere in the classroom. It felt as though his classmates were covertly observing him, their expressions somewhat peculiar. He refrained from inquiring further. Since the announcement of Lockhart's 5-year sentence to Azkaban, certain tabloids, Douglas emphasized, specifically referring to contrarian voices, conducted extensive coverage titled, "Was Lockhart Wronged?" A bestseller's unsavory deal with authority. This not only cast a negative light on him outside the school, but also led to whispers among some students within the institution. Douglas, however, brushed it off with a smile, reassuring those who expressed concern for him that every path to fame is fraught with obstacles. Naturally, he would not treat the daughter of the editor who depicted him as a devil lurking under a cloak any differently in class. That very night, he penned a short story titled The Half-Blood Prince of Slytherin. It narrated the tale of a young wizard, John Prince, who found himself in the Woe orphanage in London. Upon entering Hogwarts, he displayed extraordinary talents in potions and dark magic. After an unrequited pursuit of a muggle-born girl, he turned his affections to various upper-class women across different houses, indulging in a tale of romance and intrigue. Following graduation, due to entanglements with numerous lovers, he ultimately faced the wrath of 7 mistresses who conspired to hunt him down, resulting in his dismemberment and confinement within various magical artifacts or creatures: a necklace, a ring, a headband, a bathtub, a diary, a pet snake, and within the bodies of his mistresses to keep him company. The remnants, sealed by magic, could still converse with people, ensuring that the charming half-blood prince would forever be by the side of these women, engaging them in conversation. Douglas felt a deep satisfaction in crafting an inspirational, romantic, and horror-infused wizarding tale within just an hour. At 3 in the morning, he transformed into his animagus form and stealthily exited Hogwarts, intercepting an owl in mid-flight to anonymously send this manuscript along with 50 galleons to Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor of Contrarian Voices. In the letter, he expressed his gratitude as a devoted reader of Singing Contradictions, acknowledging how the publication had accompanied him through some of his most challenging times. He generously bequeathed all rights, including copyright and authorship, of this particular novel to Mr. Lovegood, with the understanding that all proceeds from the work would be dedicated to Singing Contradictions, thus contributing to the magazine's flourishing development. The 50 galleons were designated as the fee for a special issue. As for whether Mr. Lovegood might attract the attention of 2 dark wizards and a premier white wizard following the novel's publication, that fell beyond his jurisdiction. After all, spreading rumors is effortless, while dispelling them requires considerable effort. The most effective way to combat rumors is to swiftly overshadow the previous tale with a new one. He harbored no concerns about whether the story would be published, as the 50 galleons were not to be squandered in vain. Regarding the story's potential popularity, he felt no anxiety. After all, the truth and falsehood coexist, and those who see it will inevitably feel urgency. Thus, he remained indifferent to the speculations of the young wizards. He was pleasantly surprised during class to discover that many students employed a transformation spell called Serpent Slide. This spell transformed shoes into snakes that could swiftly glide, reminiscent of electric skateboards in the Muggle world. However, the snakes produced by the spell were remarkably lifelike and adept at avoiding obstacles. Eventually, he learned from Hermione that Professor McGonagall had introduced this transformation spell to the 3rd years the previous week on a whim. Due to the unique nature of the spell, likening it to having a snake underfoot, it garnered immense popularity among many Gryffindor students. Consequently, everyone devoted their weekends to mastering this transformation. Hermione also mentioned that Professor McGonagall had emphasized her choice of a snake, as she believed it to be the fastest among reptiles, with no other implications intended. Douglas chuckled at the thought. Was he planning to engage in a duel during his defense against the dark arts class? Should he gather representatives from all 4 houses? A swift knock on his waking wood, followed by a recitation of The horse is lean and the hair is long, 2 spouses fighting for the warm bed. As a fixed poem? Fortunately, he had timely opted for his own plan. Otherwise, his morning exercise routine would have truly met an untimely demise. As anticipated, during the afternoon sessions of Ravenclaw's 3rd years and Hufflepuff's 1st years, students showcased their house heads' exceptional skills. The Serpent Slide spell from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw's body-shifting charm were contingent upon each individual's proficiency, with those lacking skill facing significant challenges. Although Slytherin relied on potions, it still required the physical capabilities of the students. Those with poor stamina would experience limited growth. However, Hufflepuff, with their remarkable prowess, truly astonished all. They solely relied on 2 large climbing plants that Professor Sprout had recently placed in the common room. Despite being a single robust vine, this plant possessed a unique characteristic. When placed on the ground, a wizard could grasp its end and adjust its direction, then shout "Grow quickly." The vine, sensing the wizard's inner magic, would respond as if stimulated, rapidly extending 10 meters in the adjusted direction. Upon releasing it, the vine would swiftly retract. After the first student of Hufflepuff entered the passageway, cradling 2 potted plants, only 2 classmates remained behind. One was shoved against the wall by an errant vine due to a miscalculation in direction, while the other was sent crashing into the ceiling in a rush without adjusting his path. The rest of the students swiftly passed through in one go. The rapid passage even afforded the 2 students who received minor treatment an opportunity to attempt the course a second time. Within less than half a lesson, all first-year students of Hufflepuff had successfully completed the course, marking the emergence of the first class to finish as a whole from Hufflepuff. As for Douglas, he could only internally exclaim the brilliance of Professor Sprout. Ultimately, the class representative, trembling with either excitement or fear at Douglas's displeased demeanor, stammered that he needed to take the 2 potted plants back, as they would still be needed for the upcoming exams in the 2nd and 3rd years. That day, Douglas's spirits were rather low. In contrast, the mood among the students of Hogwarts was quite buoyant. During the lunchtime, a rumor circulated from Gryffindor. It was a tale embellished by Ron and corroborated by the renowned savior, Mr. Harry Potter, which then spread through Gryffindor and beyond. Having lost its original clarity by the time it reached other houses, Professor Holmes had released a creature during practical lessons, purportedly to deal with students who were out on nocturnal escapades, which turned out to be true. My roommate and his Ravenclaw girlfriend were indeed caught this way. Some claimed that Professor Holmes had unleashed a monster in Hogwarts specifically targeting disobedient students. Others suggested it was aimed at those with poor physical stamina, alleging that the professor relished punishing others with running drills. That's false. My version is the truth. The discourse evolved until it reached the Slytherin table, where it transformed into a narrative claiming that Professor Holmes had let loose the creature in discontent over Professor Snape's interference in the defense against the dark arts curriculum, specifically targeting Slytherin students, an assertion fueled by the common knowledge that Professor Snape had long aspired to teach that very subject. When this news reached Ron, he combined it with the sounds Harry had supposedly heard that night, thus giving birth to a new rumor. After further embellishment, it morphed into a tale suggesting that the creature exclusively preyed on purebloods and might even kill. In truth, nearly all students were aware that the creature in the practical lesson was not formidable, capable at most of casting a full-body bind curse. Professor Holmes never allowed students above 4th year to confront the creature, fearing that older students might inadvertently kill it. Yet, driven by a sense of mischief and the principle of not wanting to be the first to spread the tale, many upperclassmen indulged in the fabrication of these rumors. It was not until evening that Douglas learned of the various versions of the rumor from the Weasley twins. However, Douglas's expression at that moment evoked an indescribable feeling in the twins, a sense that the professor took this matter rather seriously, rendering it a significant incident indeed. They believed that a 4th-grade student should not be so anxious about a creature that could easily be vanquished. Nevertheless, their guesses were unfathomable. Chapter 82. No discovery. Upon inquiry, Douglas confirmed that the Weasley twins had returned late. The information he received was no longer the original version. However, it was clear that the initial account had originated from Ron and Harry. By piecing together significant details from various rumors, Douglas deduced that the diary was undoubtedly within the school. Furthermore, he was certain that his arrangements had successfully provoked a reaction from his counterpart. What could be established was that Voldemort's chosen individual was certainly not a lower-year student. If his memory served him right, the resurrection of the diary as a Horcrux should have drawn upon vitality. After several days of observation, although the children's physical capabilities varied, there were no extraordinary displays. Douglas retrieved the Marauder's map, activated it, and placed it on the table. It was then that he noticed a considerable number of students scattered across several classrooms in the castle. Douglas rubbed his temples, having completely forgotten that today marked the inaugural day of the self-study sessions for magical practice. It seemed to be effective. He then glanced at the system panel. Perhaps due to not being a supervising teacher, these self-study classes did not count towards his course calculations. However, the current focal point was not this. He intently scrutinized the map indicating the lavatory concealing the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, observing whether any students would enter or exit. Previously, perhaps out of concern for the Weasley twins thinking he was some kind of creep for spying on students, he had hesitated to use the Marauder's map. But now, with rumors circulating, he had nearly become a figure of notoriety among the students. What was there to worry about? As for punishing the students spreading rumors, regrettably, Harry and Ron had little room for disciplinary action left. Besides, he was not one to hold grudges. Thus, Douglas settled at the tea table, sipping his tea while humming a tune and tapping his fingers on the table. His gaze remained almost fixed on the Marauder's map. His humming and rhythmic tapping exacerbated the concerns of George and Fred, who were already preoccupied. They longed to utter a request for silence, but dared not do so, especially since they would soon need something from him. After a while, feeling that Douglas's attention was diverted from them, they fell back into their old habits. Pretending to be clumsy, they spilled ink onto the table. Their wands soon appeared atop the notebook, laid horizontally. George grasped his wand, and soon the ink transformed into a sentence. The professor has been watching the Marauder's map. Is he trying to catch someone? After reading it, Fred also clutched his wand. It seems so. The rumor monger has become too brazen, but I suspect, due to insufficient ink, he could only rewrite "catch the pure blood." After George had finished reading, it must be said that the Weasley twins exhibited remarkable aptitude for learning in areas that piqued their interest. The ink transfiguration technique was something they had observed Douglas using during a time of confinement. Upon inquiring, Douglas willingly divulged the fundamental principles of this spell. Through their relentless efforts, the two finally mastered the art of basic ink transfiguration. However, to cast it silently and ensure the ink accurately spelled out their desired content, they incorporated elements of the revealing charm into this incantation. While they could not utilize it for extensive writing as Douglas did, it allowed them to engage in discreet conversations at their table. The only limitation was the quantity of ink available for their exchanges. The two conversed animatedly, each taking turns, thoroughly enjoying their clandestine dialogue. Naturally, they did not neglect the essential qualities expected of a student. Thus, while chatting, one hand continued to take notes, just as George wrote. So, are there really monsters in the castle? The words transformed into, I think so. Following this, George penned, I suppose so. The professor seems quite tense. It doesn't appear as though he is merely upset by rumors. At that moment, the words on the table shifted to, oh, is it that obvious? Without lifting his gaze, George continued writing. Of course, haven't you noticed how the professor seems tonight? It was at this point that George sensed something amiss, as Fred had been persistently kicking him under the table. Looking up, he noticed Fred signaling him with his eyes. Suddenly, a chilling voice cut through the air. What is wrong with me tonight? George recoiled in fright, stammering. And nothing, Professor. You're splendid. Truly splendid. Douglas let out a disdainful huff and remarked with a mocking grin. A commendable transformation spell. I believe Professor McGonagall would award you both extra points upon learning of this. The twins, alarmed, resembled a bobbing turtle, straining to retract their necks while shaking their heads vigorously. It was evident that while they were determined to earn points, they were unwilling to relinquish their interests and hobbies. If points had no bounds, who knows? Perhaps the hidden passages of Hogwarts that even Filch was unaware of could have granted them a substantial boost of 200 points. Observing their antics, Douglas expressed his dissatisfaction. Could you not focus your thoughts on more productive pursuits? If the energy you expend on these trivial spells were redirected towards your studies, you might very well become the third and fourth members of the Weasley family to achieve perfect scores, following Percy. Both George and Fred shook their heads in unison, only to realize their error and hastily nod in agreement. Douglas knew them all too well. Transforming them into diligent scholars would prove more challenging than Ron achieving a perfect score. After a night of vigilance, he watched as the students in the study room gradually dispersed. The girls' restroom remained devoid of activity, save for the occasional ghostly presence. As Douglas noted Peeves slipping in and out thrice, presumably to tease moaning Myrtle, he deduced that the apparition would not be making frequent appearances. Unbeknownst to them, George and Fred had lingered in his presence for another 4 hours. The two individuals stretched their bodies, presenting the 3 subjects they had prepared for this evening before Douglas. As Douglas examined the contents, he noted that the error rates were commendably below 20%. None of the mistakes were particularly grave. As long as the essential incantations were accurately recalled, all would be well. He remarked on the potential time saved if they could utilize their study hours effectively, rather than arriving at his office merely to memorize and recite at night. Observing the two fidgeting nervously, Douglas took a sip of tea and inquired, What is it? Is there something else on your minds? Rest assured, I shan't divulge your little trick to Professor McGonagall. I am not Professor Snape. As long as you refrain from mischief in my class, you may conduct yourselves as you wish in others' lessons. George and Fred exchanged glances, with George, the younger brother, ultimately conceding. Professor, Fred wishes to discuss a matter with you, he declared, promptly nudging Fred forward. Fred forced a smile, contemplating a future reckoning. Ah, Professor. We were wondering if the curfew could be postponed slightly. He stepped back, casting a glance at George as if to indicate that he had fulfilled his part. Reluctantly, George added, Just an hour would suffice, Professor. As you know, the study room does not close until 8 each evening. We have already sought approval from Professor McGonagall for the study room tutor position, and she has signed off on it. However, she mentioned that only your consent regarding the curfew would suffice. Fred hastily interjected, We assure you that this will not interfere with the regular curfew activities, right, George? Of course. Chapter 83, Snape departed early, the magazine arrived late. The tutor position in the study room was a collaborative decision between Douglas and Professor McGonagall. In theory, any student in their 3rd year or above could apply for this role. However, not all upperclassmen possess the requisite skills to guide younger students in spell work. Hence, there exists an application form where candidates must detail their areas of expertise, requiring the endorsement of at least one professor. Once approved, the candidate's name would be displayed on the notice board outside the study rooms of each house, allowing lower year students to select their tutors. Following each tutoring session, lower year students would provide feedback, rating their experience as either very satisfied, neutral, or dissatisfied. Should a student receive ratings of neutral or above for 5 consecutive sessions, they would formally attain the status of a study room tutor. For each student tutored, based on their ratings, a score of 13 points would be awarded for ratings of neutral or above. However, if a formal tutor received 2 dissatisfied ratings, their qualifications would be revoked, necessitating a reapplication. Upperclassmen enjoyed the privilege of unrestricted access to the study room without accompaniment, allowing for free interaction. Nevertheless, any students who had not applied were strictly prohibited from undertaking tutoring responsibilities. As for whether lower year students would honestly rate their experiences as satisfactory, professors periodically reviewed the progress in the study rooms, selecting spells that had been practiced for demonstration by the younger students to identify any issues. Due to the constraints of time, most students tend to congregate in the study room between 6 and 8 in the evening. However, the Weasley twins' curfew is set for 7 o'clock. Given that they have only accumulated 20 points thus far, having previously lost 10 points due to Professor Snape's deductions, they are particularly in need of this opportunity. Recently, many professors have been reluctant to award high marks to these two excessively lively individuals, often merely dispensing 1 or 2 points as a token gesture. And this is not even consistent across all classes. Douglas observed the twins' woeful expressions and, despite his initial reservations, ultimately relented. He agreed to extend their curfew by an hour and requested they produce their application forms. Upon reviewing the spells listed, he casually quizzed them on several, noting their commendable performance in both theory and practical application. It was evident that the twins had put forth considerable effort. In the end, Douglas signed his name on the application, eliciting an exuberant reaction from the brothers, who nearly leapt up to embrace him in gratitude. Later that night, after everyone had succumbed to slumber, Douglas retrieved the Marauder's map to check the locations of all individuals within the castle. He noted that the ghost of Myrtle was alone in the prefect's bathroom. He cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and stealthily made his way to the girls' lavatory, where he reflected on the youthful, cringeworthy inscriptions he had carved into the walls. He lamented the absence of a cheeky acknowledgement from Voldemort, such as "Read," or "Voldemort was here." He then produced a specially designed detector, affixing it within the plumbing beneath the peculiar sink. After activating the device, he ensured that any magical disturbance or mere movement of the sink would trigger a loud, piercing alarm. While it would not resonate throughout the entire castle, he would certainly hear it from his office or classroom. Even if he missed it, such a ruckus would surely deter anyone attempting to access the chamber. His decision not to install the detector prior to the chamber's last opening was strategic. Voldemort, not being foolish, would undoubtedly conduct a thorough inspection before attempting to breach the chamber again, especially considering the substantial hint he had previously left behind. Having completed his preparations, Douglas stifled a yawn and silently returned to his office. The following morning, he continued his routine of jogging with the students. To everyone's surprise, he made a rare appearance in the Great Hall during breakfast. The chatter among the students abruptly ceased as they turned to regard him. Snape, who was busy arranging breakfast, remarked with a sardonic smile, "It appears that Professor Holmes possesses quite a fragile ego, allowing monsters to roam the castle simply because students can swiftly navigate the challenges he devised. Could this be a silent protest against the pedagogical methods of his fellow professors?" Douglas bit into his bun with a grimace, contemplating the audacity of this old rival, who had evidently learned the art of collective criticism. He noted that after Snape's comment, the atmosphere in the hall shifted. The other three heads turned their attention towards him. He shrugged slightly, remarking, "Of course not. Professor McGonagall should be well aware of that matter. I recall having reported it to you. Ordinarily, such matters do not require notification." Yet out of respect for the school leadership, Douglas chose to inform Professor McGonagall. It was certainly not an attempt to find a tall individual to shield him should any issues arise. Nonetheless, Professor McGonagall is indeed quite tall. Upon hearing Douglas's inquiry, Professor McGonagall finished the sweet tofu pudding in her bowl and wiped her mouth. Nodding, she addressed Snape. "It is an impressive transfiguration charm accompanied by some minor alchemical tools, yielding commendable results. Regrettably, it cannot operate independently. It necessitates a wizard to remain within a certain range, continuously sustaining the spell. Therefore, Severus, that item is unlikely to be found within the castle unless Douglas truly finds himself with ample leisure and enjoys wandering about." A faint smile graced Professor McGonagall's lips as she generously inquired of Douglas, "Douglas, that transfiguration spell is quite remarkable, isn't it? It was the very one you encountered in class. I devised that charm during my school days, and I haven't employed it in many years." Though she was quite magnanimous, Professor McGonagall prudently avoided mentioning the spell's name to prevent upsetting a certain headmaster. However, she could still hear a cold huff from Headmaster Snape. At that moment, Professor Sprout proudly interjected, "Minerva, the true marvel lies in my magical plants. Hufflepuff has the highest number of students passing in the shortest time, and the entire class succeeded. Of course, Douglas, your teaching arrangements are truly commendable." Professor McGonagall shot a fierce glare at the Gryffindor students. "I've dusted off the most obscure spells for you all, and yet you still fail to excel." Professor Flitwick had to lean forward earnestly, nearly rising from his seat to circumvent the obstructed view caused by Snape and McGonagall, exclaiming, "Douglas, my displacement charm is rather impressive, isn't it? This spell is somewhat obscure, primarily due to its limited practicality. However, it is perfectly suited to the environment you designed, provided one diligently controls the direction. It is not an easy spell to master. Only the most exceptional students can learn to displace themselves." Douglas felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly bemused. "Are you truly addressing me? Do you think I did not notice how each of you glanced at Snape once you finished speaking?" Snape, with an air of nonchalance, wiped his mouth and remarked coldly, I believe Professor Holmes's original intention was to assess the students' ability to escape solely through their physical prowess when faced with magical adversity. It must be said that this indeed aligns with his style, haha. The Slytherin students utilized a modified version of the Vitality Elixir, which, aside from being somewhat more potent than the original, also served to enhance the student's physical condition due to the inclusion of an additional ingredient. Never mind. Discussing this with someone who has never attended an advanced potions class is futile. After speaking, Snape displayed a look of disdain, rising to his feet and dramatically sweeping his robes before departing with an air of self-satisfaction. Douglas's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he mean? What did he imply by saying it suited his style? What did he mean by suggesting he was unworthy of conversation? If not for the other heads of houses restraining him with their glances, he would have made it clear to Snape why the red flower blooms so vibrantly. Just as he felt that the bun in front of him increasingly resembled Snape, a multitude of owls flew into the hall. He noticed a peculiar little witch at the Ravenclaw table, receiving a stack of magazines. Soon, this little witch flitted about like a sprite, cradling the pile of magazines and distributing them among the 4 house tables, carelessly leaving a few copies regardless of others' willingness to accept them. Before long, Douglas heard the very sound he longed for. Laughter erupted from the Gryffindor table, followed by a shout directed at the Slytherin table. Ha! The Half-Blood Prince of Slytherin. Hey, Flint, you should take a good look at this magazine. Ha! Half-Blood Prince. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow slightly, only relaxing when the commotion subsided. Douglas cast a regretful glance at Snape's vacant seat, pondering how wonderful it would have been had he lingered just a moment longer.